This marks the 8th millennium since the ancient transcendent civilization departed from launching that as spiritual energy revives, waves of magic begin to rise. A plethora of entities, official task forces, extraordinary individuals from the civilian realm, frenzied research organizations, demonic beasts, celestial demons, spectral phantoms, wicked creatures, cults, and the ancient denizens hidden within secret realms, gather in force, stirring the winds of this era. Yet, Luo Chen remains indifferent, his mind solely fixated on indulging in his mobile game titled Huaxian, a card-drawing game. Its most intriguing feature is that the avatars he draws within the game can manifest in the real world. The interviewer perused the documents in hand, then raised his gaze to the young man seated across from him, inquiring, "Are you suggesting that the martial arts masters hunting monsters in the depths of the city at midnight, the Taoists making significant contributions in their explorations of secret realms, the beast tamers standing alone against the tide of beasts, and the enigmatic scientists achieving breakthroughs in various research projects, are all these accomplishments attributed solely to you?" "Indeed," Luo Chen replied with a calm demeanor, shrugging his shoulders. Chapter 1, Huaxian. In July, Liqing. Today is a splendid sunny day, the sky a vast expanse of azure, unblemished by clouds, with piercing sunlight streaming through the window and illuminating the interior. Lying on his bed, Luo Chen lazily turned over and struggled to rise, rubbing his eyes as he reached for his phone resting on the bedside table, glancing at the time. Is it already 11 o'clock? For a university student on summer break, such a late awakening is rather commonplace. However, Luo Chen found himself devoid of further sleepiness. He sat up in bed and began scrolling through his phone to see what was new. As he browsed, a frown creased his brow. Shocking. A renowned archaeology professor, leading an excavation of an ancient tomb, suddenly loses his sanity, repeatedly proclaiming that he has returned. Breaking news. Numerous dismembered bodies discovered in an office building in XX City, with police stating that DNA tests reveal no match. Recently, a paranormal explorer's live stream abruptly cut off during a haunted house investigation. What transpired? Insiders reveal that exorcism has recently become a trending search term on e-commerce platforms. Luo Chen stroked his chin, murmuring, "Why are there so many bizarre occurrences lately?" Indeed, over the past month, a plethora of strange tales have emerged across various online platforms and chat groups, some utterly absurd, while others presented clear details of time, place, and individuals, as if they were indeed factual. What surprised Luo Chen even more was that the scrutiny of major websites appeared to have intensified significantly. Any stories of the supernatural that began to gain traction were swiftly deleted or blocked. Well, it doesn't concern me as an ordinary university student. I can always stay home and avoid going out. After all, having lost both parents at a young age, he had grown accustomed to living independently, and his side job didn't require him to leave home, meaning he was largely unaffected. Continuing to scroll through his phone, Luo Chen suddenly noticed a download notification pop up. Game, Huaxian, has been downloaded. When did I inadvertently click to download this? Perplexed, Luo Chen opened the application interface to find the game's icon, which was rather elegantly designed, featuring a mask that shifted and morphed, exuding a cool aesthetic. Well, initially intending to uninstall it, he reconsidered. With nothing else to do, why not give it a try and see if it piqued his interest? If it turns out to be dull, he could always delete it later. Luo Chen tapped into the game, and the screen plunged into darkness, soon illuminated by a dazzling cinematic sequence revealing itself before him. Launching appeared as a solitary vessel adrift in the vast expanse of the cosmos. The view quickly zoomed in, and Luo Chen witnessed a fleet of flying vessels coalescing into a majestic river, departing from launching and merging into a radiant blue void. As the perspective drew closer, Luo Chen observed the intricate details of each vessel, some reflecting the elegance of ancient Chinese design, ethereal and enchanting, others crafted from various forms of steel in a steampunk style, yet others adorned with an array of splendid Western fantasy inscriptions, and so forth. Before long, everything faded away, and the view returned to darkness. Wow, this CG is quite impressive. Though he had yet to begin playing, Luo Chen's enthusiasm was instantly ignited. Though brief, the artistic style is evidently well crafted, and I have never encountered such designs on the celestial vessels. In the darkness, a prompt appeared. Identity and soul information have been bound. Loading game. Loading complete. Welcome, Master of Avatars. Although Luo Chen found it curious that there was no option to register an account, he did not hesitate to proceed, tapping to enter the game. Before him unfolded a user interface remarkably simpler than those of other games on the market. On the left stood a dashing character clad in a black trench coat, hands tucked into pockets, while 4 options lay to the right. Begin task. Store. Warehouse. Destiny draw. Aside from these buttons, there was little else. No endless notifications or beginner's recharge tasks, creating a notably comfortable experience. Wait a moment, something seems off. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the character on the left by appearance. He was undeniably striking, his features well-defined, with dark hair and eyes, radiating an aura of elegance, perfectly suited to be the figurehead of the game. However, Luo Chen exited the game, opened his camera, activated the selfie mode, and after examining himself, returned to the game. This character, the more I look, the more he resembles a two-dimensional version of myself. Scratching his head in confusion, Luo Chen decided to dismiss the thought as mere illusion and set it aside, opting to explore the game first. One peculiar aspect of the game was the absence of a tutorial. Luo Chen clicked on the warehouse, store, and destiny draw options, only to be met with messages stating, "You have not completed the beginner's task. This feature cannot be accessed." Consequently, he boldly selected Begin Task and commenced his adventure. The screen darkened, and a file materialized in Luo Chen's view. Beginner Task, The Wandering Killer. Enemy Type, Outlaws. Description, a killer has recently emerged in the southern district of Licheng, committing indiscriminate home invasions and murders, with the victim count reaching 7. Strangely, intelligence suggests that each victim willingly opened their door upon the killer's knock. Task Objective, Eliminate the Killer. Task Reward, Unlock Warehouse, Store, and Destiny Draw functions. Receive 10 Destiny Draw tickets. Wait, I think I've seen similar news. This incident occurred in the past week, and the murderer hasn't been apprehended yet, right? Luo Chen was somewhat bewildered. Was the game company that audacious? Even if based on reality, one should adhere to some basic principles, shouldn't they? Admittedly, this action piqued Luo Chen's interest, and he could hardly contain his eagerness as he clicked again. Before commencing this task, you may draw an avatar. This draw is completely free and guaranteed to yield an avatar. Draw. His eyes sparkled a glimmer of excitement as he reverently acknowledged the divine beings he was familiar with, including the Jade Emperor, Yu Huangdadi, commented, the Buddha, Ru Lai Fuazu, and God, Yesu Shangdi, each receiving his heartfelt homage. With a decisive gesture, he pressed his finger upon the card drawing interface. A grand river surged forth from the distance, its waters shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors that intertwined and gave rise to a myriad of distinct figures, each emerging in succession. At last, a violet silhouette darted past, materializing into a profile that appeared before Lun. Chapter 2. The martial artist Luo Chen squinted and focused his gaze. The profile image on the dossier depicted a young man with a slightly gloomy demeanor, clad in a black training outfit, his posture as upright as a pine tree. Transformation, martial artist, physical strength, 15. This attribute relates to the transformation's health, physical attack power, defense, and stamina. Agility, 12. This attribute pertains to the transformation's reaction, movement speed, and attack speed. Mental energy, 5. This attribute is associated with the transformation's energy level, the intensity of magical skills, and spell power. Spirit, 17. This attribute concerns the transformation's mental resistance, intuitive perception, and willpower. Skills, Ancient Martial Arts LV9, Insight LV6. Lightness Skill LV5. Equipment, none. Talent, Clear Mirror, Still Water. The martial artist's heart, refined through countless training and battles, is as clear as a mirror. Enhancing resistance to mental interference skills, and improving efficiency in cultivating mental skills and techniques. Universal Mastery. The martial artist possesses exceptional talent in martial arts, able to learn related skills and techniques with enhanced efficiency. Overall Strength Evaluation. Mid-level Stage 1. Background Introduction. This is a fervent devotee of martial arts, possessing no formal cultivation techniques, yet through sheer perseverance and various trials, has elevated his physicality beyond human limits. After meticulously reading the dossier, Luo Chen appeared quite pleased. Although he still did not fully grasp the specifics of the game's mechanics, he recognized that the game's logic was interconnected. He recalled the earlier mission dossier that strongly hinted the assassin might possess mental interference skills, enabling the victim to obediently unlock the door. Now, having drawn a character adept in mental interference, was it not a tremendous advantage in battle? However, he did not anticipate that the character he had just drawn was not a blank slate. Upon clicking on the character's illustration, he unexpectedly triggered a voice response. The martial artist's expression turned solemn, indicating both a contest and a determination of life and death. Excellent. Luo Chen decisively pressed the button to commence the mission. To his astonishment, as he did so, he suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, an irresistible urge to sleep clouding his mind. Despite his efforts to shake off the fatigue, it only intensified, leading his body to collapse uncontrollably onto the bed, where he lost consciousness. Coldness enveloped him, a shiver coursing through his body. As his consciousness gradually returned, Luo Chen opened his eyes to discover he was no longer in his warm bedroom. Where am I? He surveyed his surroundings, realizing he stood in a narrow alley flanked by towering apartment buildings, likely within a residential complex. I have traversed into the game world? Such an extraordinary development might induce panic in most individuals. However, Luo Chen felt a clarity of mind, enabling him to analyze the situation and his environment with remarkable calmness. He experienced an unshakable tranquility akin to a heart of ice, unfazed by the heavens collapsing around him. Was this the so-called state of clear mirror, still water? The ability to transition from the thought of being kidnapped to the fantastical notion of traversing dimensions was facilitated by Luo Chen's acute awareness of his own body. No longer the frail figure that could barely run 1,000 meters, but one brimming with vitality, feeling as if he could strike down a bull with a single blow. His mind was flooded with an array of martial techniques: Bagwazang, Tai Chi, Wing Chun, Bajikwan, and various other martial arts, all instinctively mastered as if they were second nature to him. Novice mission, Wandering Assassin officially begins. Who is speaking? A voice resonated in his mind, startling Luo Chen momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Regardless of the circumstances, he had no choice but to proceed cautiously, hoping that completing the mission might facilitate his return. Luo Chen scanned his surroundings, soon fixing his gaze on a completely shattered glass door of an apartment beside him. Contemplating, he approached the door and carefully surveyed the area. The door had been completely smashed, and the explosion-like scatter of glass shards indicated it had been forcibly struck down by an adult male, exhibiting considerable strength. He shifted his gaze upward, noting the footprints formed by the crushed glass. Clearly, the perpetrator was unconcerned with such trivialities, as he had trampled over the shards to ascend the stairs. With his keen eyesight, Luo Chen could distinctly see the trail of glass debris leading up the staircase. Furrowing his brow, he tentatively climbed a few steps, straining to listen, and his eyes brightened. Bang, bang, bang. The faint sound of someone banging on a door resonated from above, captured by his extraordinary hearing. Without hesitation, Luo Chen sprang into action, lightly pressing his foot down, executing his lightness skill to ascend the stairs with astonishing speed, akin to an arrow released from a bow, surging upward in an instant. Here it comes. Han Yan, dressed in a nightgown, stretched lazily before her front door. It was the middle of the day. She wondered who could be knocking. Recent news had reported a wandering killer active in the vicinity, prompting her mother to repeatedly caution her against opening the door to strangers. Thus, Han Yan remained vigilant, peering through the peephole to glimpse outside. She saw a man donning a ghostly mask standing at her door, flashing a friendly smile while brandishing a butcher knife. Ah, it's you. Despite the terror of the scene before her, Han Yan felt as if her thoughts were muddled, clouded by a thick fog, and she sluggishly shook her head, reaching for the doorknob to open the door. Wait. Her hand froze midair, cold sweat drenching her back, a flicker of fear flashing in her eyes. What just happened? Before she could fully comprehend her terror, the figure outside seemed to realize something. Slamming against the door with a heavy thud. Boom. The door shook violently, evidently straining against the immense force. Han Yan had no time to think. She instinctively leaned forward to brace herself against the door. Boom. The door trembled once more, teetering on the brink of collapse. No, help. Han Yan wished to call the police, but she had no phone on her and dared not leave the door, trapped in a desperate predicament. Just then, the pounding suddenly ceased. After a brief moment of hesitation, Han Yan cautiously opened the peephole again, peering outside. She saw the terrifying killer in the ghostly mask had turned away, no longer facing the door. Across from him stood a man dressed in a training outfit, his expression somewhat gloomy. Wonderful, someone has come. Initially relieved, Han Yan's heart sank again upon noticing that the man was unarmed and showed no intention of fleeing from the killer. Phew, I found you. Luo Chen sighed lightly, having sprinted up to the 7th floor without breaking a sweat, his gaze fixed intently on the figure wielding the knife. The assassin coldly scrutinized this unexpected intruder who had disrupted his hunt, sneering ominously as he inquired, "Who are you?" "Someone here to end your life," Luo Chen replied nonchalantly. Assuming a combat stance, the assassin let out a chilling laugh, a glint of red flashing in his eyes. Luo Chen's form momentarily halted, a flicker of confusion flashing in his eyes. The assassin, perceiving this, disdainfully snorted, stepped forward, and raised his blade, aiming a lethal strike at Luo's head. Chapter 3. Mission accomplished. Not good. Move aside. Han Yan exclaimed, her eyes widening in alarm, nearly crying out. The assassin's strike was swift and fierce, its power evidently formidable. A successful hit would undoubtedly result in instant death. However, Luo Chen remained unperturbed, possessing the innate talent of Vangjing Drusui. He was not ensnared by the peculiar mental interference and quickly extricated himself from its grasp. His gaze sharpened, breath steadying. Time seemed to slow as he discerned the assassin's menacing expression with clarity. The exaggerated motion of the strike exposed vital areas such as the throat, ribs, kidneys, and groin, revealing the assassin's utter lack of skill in wielding the blade, save for his somewhat commendable physique. As Luo Chen contemplated, he advanced rather than retreating, stepping forth to counter the assassin's assault, his hand darting like lightning to grasp the elbow of the wielding arm, forcefully twisting it. The assassin's posture faltered, his wrist crashing against Luo Chen's shoulder, the blade nearly flying from his grasp. What? The assassin's eyes widened, but an even more ferocious threat loomed behind him. Seeing his opportunity, Luo Chen decisively stepped forward and delivered a powerful knee strike to the assassin's groin. If one were to describe the intensity of the impact with a single word, it would be devastating. The assassin's eyes bulged, his body staggering, but then would not let such a glaring opening go unexploited. Seizing the moment, he adopted a claw-like grip from ancient martial arts and clutched the assassin's throat, squeezing with great force. With his current formidable strength, he instantly reduced the throat to a mushy mass. Releasing his grip, Luo Chen observed as the assassin clutched his throat, retreating a few steps, weakly leaning against the door. Before he could catch his breath, he watched as the assassin lowered his hand from his neck, rising once more, the injury on his throat undulating before ultimately returning to its original state. Self-healing? Luo Chen squinted, suddenly recalling the taskbar's indication of enemy type, tidal. The term refers to those who deviate from the righteous path, in Taoism signifying heretical practitioners who stray from orthodox cultivation. The assassin's possession of both mental interference and self-healing abilities, coupled with a penchant for murder, indeed conformed to the definition of an outsider. The assassin coughed a few times, casting a wary glance at Luo Chen. His eyes brimmed with apprehension. He never anticipated that this individual could be so formidable, nearly killing him within 3 exchanges. Since awakening his extraordinary abilities, he had grown overly complacent, treating others as inconsequential, only to nearly meet his demise today. Now, with the situation as it was, there was no benefit in further words. He could only fight desperately for a slim chance of survival. Observing the fully alert assassin before him, Luo Chen mentally reviewed his offensive strategy before decisively opting for an aggressive approach. He feinted a jab to the assassin's face while simultaneously executing a swift strike to the assassin's ankle. The assassin, disregarding caution, countered with the blade aimed at Luo Chen's leg, thrusting down fiercely, but ultimately struck nothing but air. A feint. Alarm bells rang in his mind, yet it was of no avail. Luo's hand shot out, one grasping the wrist while the other seized the elbow, employing the classic taiji technique, entangling force, causing the blade to slip from the assassin's grasp. As the assassin's weapon fell, Luo Chen stepped back, retrieving the suspended blade, and with a swift arc, struck down with the ferocity of lightning, decapitating the unsuspecting assassin. The headless corpse crumpled to the ground, blood gushing forth, causing Han, who had been hiding behind the door, to instinctively recoil, her heart racing as blood splattered onto the peephole, instilling a chilling sense of dread. Impressive. She could hardly believe her eyes as she watched the man in martial attire calmly dispatch the armed assailant with bare hands, seemingly unscathed, as if slaughtering a mere chicken. Yet, Luo Chen did not possess the calmness she imagined. Gripping the blade tightly, every muscle in his body tensed, his gaze fixated on the fallen assassin. Aren't you capable of self-healing? If so, then demonstrate your resurrection from decapitation. Clearly, the deceased assassin was incapable of such feats. For Luo Chen soon heard a voice resonating in his mind. Mission, Wandering Assassin completed. Mission rewards distributed. Commencing teleportation, 60, 59, 58, in an instant. Luo Chen's figure transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight, leaving behind the headless corpse on the ground. After a moment, the door creaked open, and a trembling Han Yan, phone in hand, nervously surveyed the grim scene before her. Hello, is this the Public Security Bureau? With a sudden jolt, Luo Chen awoke, sitting upright in bed, gasping for air. He blinked in bewilderment, surveying his surroundings, realizing he had returned to his bedroom. Before him lay a white bed, a deep black desk and bookshelf, milky white curtains, and sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating the phone on the bed, displaying the message of mission completion. Luo Chen picked up the phone, carefully reviewing the details. Beginner task, wandering assassin, completed. Total task duration, for minutes 11 seconds. Mission rewards distributed. You have received 10 Fate Draw coupons. You now have access to the warehouse, store, and Fate Draw system. Setting the phone aside, Luo Chen covered his face with his hands. During the mission, due to the unique effect of Vingjingdrse, even faced with a vicious armed assassin, he felt no panic or fear, instead maintaining a calm demeanor, decisive in action, akin to a seasoned martial arts master. However, upon the mission's end, with the absence of he was immediately beset by feelings of dread, shock, and confusion that flooded back, compelling him to take a moment to collect himself. Nevertheless, Luo's capacity for acceptance proved robust, and he quickly regained his composure, retrieving his phone once more. If this game was real, perhaps the strange tales and supernatural stories he had previously dismissed were indeed factual. He had no inclination to ponder which celestial being had installed this game on his phone, for such questions would yield no answers. Since the opportunity had arisen, he resolved to seize it firmly. Chapter 4. The first Luo Chen once again grasped his phone, meticulously examining the rewards he had obtained. Although he now possessed 10 opportunities for draws, he did not intend to draw immediately. Instead, he wished to explore the newly unlocked store and warehouse functionalities before making any decisions. First, he opened the store, casting a brief glance. Luo Chen stroked his chin, pondering. It appears to consist of basic cultivation materials. Qi blood pill, white, one of the cultivation materials, which, when used, slightly enhances the physical attributes of the avatar. The weaker the physical attributes, the more pronounced the enhancement. Wind spirit leaf, white, one of the cultivation materials, which, when used, slightly boosts the agility attributes of the avatar. The weaker the agility attributes, the more significant the enhancement. Spirit cleansing water, white, one of the cultivation materials, which, when used, slightly elevates the mental attributes of the avatar. The weaker the attributes, the more pronounced the enhancement. Lingjing, one of the cultivation materials. It has the effect of slightly enhancing the spiritual attributes of the avatar after use. The weaker the attribute, the more pronounced the enhancement. Xiulianka allows the avatar to enter a space suitable for practicing techniques and skills. It provides a slight increase in the level of techniques and skills. In addition to the basic character cultivation materials mentioned above, the shop also offers conventional consumables such as life supplements and spiritual power supplements. Unfortunately, even with these options, Luo Chen is still unable to purchase anything. Indeed, his current coin count remains at 0, rendering him quite destitute. Frustrated, Luo Chen exited the shop and opened his warehouse. The warehouse is divided into an item warehouse and an avatar warehouse. Within the item warehouse lies his spoils, a black butcher's knife, obtained from a killer, which automatically entered his warehouse upon teleportation. Tidal, a relatively sharp and sturdy butcher's knife, once used as a weapon for murder. It is imbued with a murderous aura, allowing it to inflict minor damage on spiritual entities. To Luo Chen's surprise, his avatar warehouse contains more than just the martial artist avatar. A character clad in a black trench coat, strikingly similar in appearance to Luo Chen himself, is also present in the avatar warehouse. Hua Sun Zhiju, Hua Shin Jiju Injia, 4 Lingli, 3 Jingsun, 7 Jing, Hu, Zhongbei, Hu, Tianfu, Hu, Suli Pingjia, 0 Jia, Beijing Jishao, the current master of avatars. The sole owner of Myriad Avatars, though currently quite weak, the future holds promise. Well, Luo Chen silently contemplated, clearly at a loss for words. Such is the plight of a useless university student. However, he consoled himself, realizing that by comparison, he could distinctly recognize the strength of the martial artist avatar. Even without considering skills, the disparity in physical attributes suggests that he could defeat 10 versions of himself with his eyes closed. Having grasped the situation, he prepared to draw. Exiting the shop, Luo Chen initiated the fate draw, and the resplendent river of fate reappeared before his eyes. A prompt appeared on the screen, Mingying Chochier. Mingying Chotsiu consumes a fate draw card, allowing the avatar master to draw helpful items, weapons, consumables, skill cards, or even avatars from the river of fate. The quality ranges from white, green, blue, purple, gold, to orange, with avatars starting at purple quality. The higher the quality, the lower the probability of drawing it. If the avatar master fails to draw high-quality items, the probability of obtaining high-quality items and avatars will increase in subsequent draws. If the drawer fails to obtain an orange quality item after 100 attempts, an orange quality item or avatar is guaranteed. Alright, let us draw. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen concentrated and pressed down firmly, drawing 10 times in quick succession. The flowing river of fate surged once more, and 10 beams of different colors emerged from the river. 5 white lights, 3 green, 1 blue, and 1 purple light. Upon closer inspection, the purple light appeared to resemble a robe, not an avatar. Luo Chen felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that not drawing an avatar might not be such a bad thing, as he currently lacked the resources to cultivate one. Perhaps this was, in fact, a blessing in disguise. He reluctantly gathered his thoughts and examined what he had drawn. Daijin Chan, Daijin Xuan. 5. Consumable, can be exchanged for coins in the shop. Each voucher can be exchanged for 1,000 coins. Xiulin Kar, Xiulian Ka. 2. Allows the avatar to enter a space suitable for practicing techniques and skills, providing a slight increase in their levels. Long Chen Jian, Long Chuan Jian weapon, a sword crafted by a renowned master, exceptionally sharp and capable of cutting through iron like mud. Xinyan, Xinyan skill card, can be learned directly by the avatar, granting the skill heart eye upon learning. And, most importantly, the purple equipment. Huafeng Yi, Huafeng Yu Yi Pingzhi, Du, Leixing, Zhongbei, Xiaogu Yi, Huafeng Vuju. The Fire Phoenix robe is imbued with powerful fire's spiritual energy, automatically protecting its owner. When attacked, it releases spiritual fire against the enemy, and the owner can enhance the spiritual fire using their spiritual energy. Xiaogo R, Huiyang Qinghe, increases defense in high-temperature environments and resists low-temperature environments. Xiaogo Sun, Lian Zhuoa, enhances the power of fire spells for the owner, amplifying their cultivation. Baiju, this robe, crafted from the feathers of the Fire Phoenix, contains pure fire spiritual energy, a coveted treasure for any cultivator. However, for its previous owner, wearing it was more about aesthetics than utility. What terrible luck! Luo Chen's expression turned grim. Although this purple equipment appeared formidable, it was evidently suited for a magic-based avatar. Contrasting starkly with his current avatar, the martial artist, he sighed, resigned to make do with it. At this moment, in another location, a once quiet alley was now bustling with activity. A dozen serious-faced individuals clad in black trench coats were taking samples and conducting inspections, while bright yellow caution tape was strung up around the alley and its surroundings, creating a tense atmosphere. The sole eyewitness to the incident, Han Yin, had already been taken to a nearby security bureau for questioning, while the team focused on collecting evidence from the scene. Among the crowd of figures in black, one young woman stood out. Her demeanor was calm, yet her expression was cold. She stood still, exuding an aura as sharp and chilling as an ice blade, captivating yet intimidating to those around her. Just then, a new police car pulled up to the alley's entrance. The door swung open, and a youthful, vibrant girl leapt out. Appearing to be no older than a high school student, her cheeks flushed as she ran breathlessly to the woman's side. Apologies, Ren Jie, I'm late. D5 Zhang, Lingning Suan, D5 Zhang Lingning Su Yuan. Ren Bing turned her head, glancing at the approaching Xia Yunshu, her brow slightly furrowing. Yunshu, what's wrong? As a distinguished operative of the Special Task Force in Huagua, tasked with handling extraordinary events, Ren Bing possessed an extraordinarily keen perception, honed through rigorous training and techniques. In her awareness, Xia Yunshu's steps appeared unsteady, her breath uneven, and her spiritual energy was dissipating, evidently due to a lack of spiritual energy, prompting her to resort to a supplement. To her surprise, as soon as she spoke, Xia Yunshu seemed to recall something, her expression turning paler, as if she were about to retch. Such an intense reaction prompted Ren Bing to respond swiftly. She extended her hand and snapped her fingers before Xia Yunshu, invoking a calming technique that alleviated her distress. It's all right, Ren Jie. Xia Yunshu took a moment to compose herself, revealing a distressed expression. I just returned from Team 2 and encountered something outrageous. A streamer, of all people, chose to spend the night in a haunted house. As if that wasn't enough, they went dancing and ended up being shredded by a ghost. I had to exert tremendous effort to gather all the pieces of the body. Considering that Xia Yunshu had been an ordinary high school student just a few months prior, Ren Bing, who was often perceived as aloof by her colleagues, paused before asking, Are you all right? Do you need to take a break? There is no need for that. Thank you, Ren Jie. I am able to handle it. Xia Yunshu waved her hand. I rushed over as soon as I received the notification. I did not review the report on what case this time. In brief, Yi Mei has resurfaced, but before he could commit another crime, he met his demise at the hands of an unidentified civilian extraordinary individual. Rin Bing ascended the stairs with purposeful strides, closely followed by Xia Yinshu. I need you to help me look into the specifics of that individual and where he might have fled. Yi Mei? Xia Yinshu furrowed her brow, seemingly straining to recall. Is he the one who enjoys breaking into homes to kill? Yes, the last time he struck, you had not yet joined the special task force. And his counter-surveillance techniques were quite adept, making it impossible for the Bureau to track his movements. Who would have imagined he would die so swiftly this time? Rin Bing spoke as she walked. According to eyewitness accounts, the extraordinary individual was likely in his 20s, male, approximately 1.8 meters tall, wearing a dark training outfit, and skilled in close-quarters combat. However, we have reviewed all the surveillance footage in the community, and so far, we have not identified anyone relevant. I understand now. It seems it is my turn to take action, Xia Yinshu declared enthusiastically, raising her fist. Rin Bing refrained from commenting, for although the girl beside her lacked combat prowess, she was exceptionally strong in on-site investigation and tracking. Lingning Siyuan is the extraordinary ability that Xia Yinshu awakened a month ago. By collecting traces from the scene, such as scars, footprints, fingerprints, odors, and even the ethereal remnants of spiritual energy, she can directly reconstruct the sequence of events and the detailed information of those involved. Her restoration ability can only be described as astounding. For instance, modern forensic techniques might deduce a suspect's height, gender, and weight from a footprint, but with Xia Yinshu's power, she could even directly recreate the suspect's appearance and strength. Moreover, as long as she successfully gathers enough information and traces, she can directly trace the subsequent movements of the target. Conventional counter-surveillance techniques, such as changing transportation or clothing, are utterly ineffective against such a level of tracking. Since Xia Yinshu officially joined the Liqing Special Task Force 4 days ago, she has solved over a dozen extraordinary cases, significantly enhancing the operational efficiency of the Bureau. Before long, they arrived at the crime scene. In the corridor, a headless corpse lay in a pool of blood, the severed head rolled aside, and the lifeless eyes seemed to gaze at the two with lingering shock. Goodness, this was indeed an efficient execution. Xia Yinshu bent down, not rushing to use her ability, but instead scrutinizing the body before her. It appears that the time of death was quite recent, less than half an hour ago. Our team was patrolling nearby and happened to arrive just in time. Rin Bing replied calmly. I instructed my team members to secure the scene, awaiting your arrival to commence tracking. I understand. Xia Yinshu stood up, jesting, as usual, if there are no criminal records, we send them to the execution department as fine talents. If there are, we dispatch them to the research department as valuable materials, right? Rin Bing did not engage with this banter. She merely observed as a shimmering blue light flickered in Xia Yinshu's eyes, beginning to scan the entire scene. What do you see? Xia Yinshu pondered for a moment. It is somewhat peculiar. She looked around, perplexed. I did not observe any traceable remnants of spiritual energy. It seems the target defeated Yi Mei using pure physical strength. Pure physical strength? Given Rin Bing's disposition, she would not utter redundant questions such as "Are you sure?" but rather began to contemplate. Although Yi Mei was of average strength, he still possessed the physical prowess typical of an ordinary first-tier extraordinary individual. This leaves us with two possibilities. First, the target's awakening is oriented towards physical enhancement. Second, the target is exceedingly powerful, potentially at the peak of the first tier, increasing the level of danger. Currently, the official classification of extraordinary individuals in Huagua is determined by tier levels, with higher tiers indicating greater strength. First-tier extraordinary individuals often possess abilities akin to the martial heroes of wuxia novels, capable of scaling walls and delivering strikes with the force of a grenade. While they can still be dealt with by modern weaponry, the very thought of such beings roaming through bustling streets is enough to send shivers down one's spine. Furthermore, the target's martial arts proficiency is exceptionally high. Xia Yinshu, with her eyes glowing blue, continued, "How high?" "It is at least several stories tall." Xia Yinshu instinctively played along, but upon seeing the deathly glare from Rin Bing, she offered an awkward smile. "My apologies. I meant to say that I am unable to discern martial arts levels. But it is evident that considerable effort has been invested." Yi Mei's techniques were utterly overwhelmed, and he inflicted no damage on the target whatsoever. "There has been training in martial arts," Rin Bing noted internally. "Is there anything else?" "The target possesses formidable mental resistance. His mental strength must be considerable, and there should not be anything else of particular concern," Xia Yinshu stated. "Is this information sufficient for you to commence tracking?" "Absolutely," Xia Yinshu replied confidently, her blue eyes shining brightly as she began to scan the area. "Let me see where you have gone." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly froze, standing motionless like a statue. "What is it?" Rin Bing's brow furrowed slightly, sensing that matters were not as simple as they seemed. It has been severed. Xia Yinshu spoke dazedly. Severed? What does that mean? It is difficult to explain. In my sight, it appears as if he has vanished into thin air, without employing any spatial means of departure, as though the space itself shifted. This is impossible. According to research from the research department, the current level of spiritual energy revival does not support the use of such profound techniques as spatial transfer. Rin Bing's expression darkened. Could it be a technique to conceal one's presence? Xia Yinshu shook her head. That is unlikely. If it were a technique to conceal one's presence, I should be able to see traces of breath contraction. Rin Bing's brow gradually furrowed. This is a serious problem. It seems this matter must be reported to Li Jinshu. Chapter 6 Li Jinshu. Li Jinshu? Xia Yinshu was momentarily taken aback before quickly realizing, Rin Jie, has this matter escalated to the point of alarming Lord Jinshu? As an important city in southern Huagua, Liqing has seen its share of extraordinary events since the revival of spiritual energy. The only one worthy of being called Jinshu here is the formidable Li Xinshan, who oversees the Liqing Special Task Force. It is said that his cultivation has reached the peak of the second tier, serving as the stabilizing force of extraordinary power in Liqing. Routine cases hardly warrant his involvement. Rin Bing's expression grew serious as she glanced at the headless corpse on the ground, and then turned to Xia Yinshu. An individual who can vanish from your Lingming Siyuan and overwhelm Yi Mei using pure physical strength is inherently suspicious. More importantly, his appearance and disappearance lack any discernible pattern, suggesting that there may be forces at play that we are unaware of, perhaps even extraordinary organizations. She paused, adding, moreover, while Yi Mei was weak, he was still a civilian extraordinary individual. Such individuals often have secret connections behind them. Now that he has been slain, it is likely that this will lead to other complications. This matter must be clarified swiftly. Hearing this, Xia Yinshu also reined in her previous levity and nodded. I understand. Now you stay here and gather as many clues as possible. Do not overlook even the slightest trace. Rin Bing instructed. I will head to the headquarters now to report the situation to Li Jinshu. With that, Rin Bing turned and departed in haste. Her black trench coat trailing behind her like a sleek arc, an aura of icy chill surrounding her that seemed to intensify. Xia Yinshu watched her silhouette vanish at the corridor's end, inhaling deeply before redirecting her focus to the scene before her. She crouched down, her fingertips gently brushing over the bloodstains on the ground. The azure light in her eyes flared once more, this time radiating with a richness that nearly enveloped her pupils entirely. It is impossible for one to vanish without a trace, she murmured, her perception stretching like an intricate web throughout the corridor. The scratches on the walls, the faint remnants of air, and even the trajectory of falling dust were magnified within her senses. Yet, the outcome remained disappointing. In her vision, the figure clad in training attire lingered for but a moment after vanquishing Yi Mei, then, as if erased by an eraser, completely evaporated from existence, leaving no ripple, no residual energy, seemingly never having existed at all. How could this be achieved? Xia Yinshu rubbed her throbbing temples, her mind awash with confusion. An hour later, at the top-floor office of the Li City Special Task Force, Li Xinshan stood by the window, gazing at the towering buildings outside. Dressed in a simple Zhongshan suit, his hair peppered with gray, he exuded vitality, his eyes deep and contemplative, embodying the stillness of an unyielding mountain. The office door creaked open gently as Rin Bing entered and offered a respectful greeting. Li Jinshu. Li Xinshan turned, smiling faintly. Ah, it's you, Xiaoren. What brings you here in such a hurry? Rin Bing recounted the events that had transpired, detailing Yi Mei's demise, the appearance of the mysterious, extraordinary individual, and the peculiar failure of Xia Yinshu's Lingning Suyuan. Upon hearing her report, Li Xinshan raised an eyebrow slightly, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk as he fell into contemplation. The ability to vanish without a trace, even eluding Lingning Suyuan's tracking, he mused, is indeed intriguing. Rin Bing stood by, awaiting further instructions. She understood that this commanding figure, though appearing calm, possessed a meticulous mind, often discerning unusual clues from seemingly ordinary occurrences. After a moment, Li Xinshan looked at Rin Bing. What other characteristics did this extraordinary individual possess, aside from his prowess in close combat and strong mental resistance? Witnesses described him as wearing dark training attire, approximately 20 years old, and standing around 1.8 meters tall, Rin Bing recalled. Xia Yinshu mentioned his martial arts foundation was exceptionally solid, completely overpowering Yi Mei. A solid martial arts foundation, pure physical strength, an enlightened glimmer flickered in Li Xuanshan's eyes. Do you think he could be one of those hidden scions from ancient martial families? Rin Bing shook her head. The likelihood is low. Although ancient martial families operate discreetly, they do leave traces, and while they possess great physical strength, their combat would still produce fluctuations in spiritual energy, preventing Yunshu's abilities from failing entirely. Li Xianshan nodded. What if it were a special inheritance or artifact? Difficult to say, Rin Bing replied earnestly. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, various anomalies have emerged, and some inheritances are indeed enigmatic. Li Xianshan pondered for a moment and said, Very well. Initiate a search for all young male extraordinary individuals within Li City who fit the description, especially those who have appeared recently. Additionally, visit all extraordinary individuals related to martial arts within the city and inquire if any match the target. Understood, Li Jinshu, Rin Bing affirmed. And, Li Xianshan added, if this mysterious individual has not committed any wrongdoing, refrain from employing harsh measures for now. He managed to eliminate Yi Mei silently and evade pursuit, indicating formidable strength and skill. Let us hope he is an ally rather than an adversary. A flicker of realization crossed Rin Bing's mind as she replied, I understand. Meanwhile, Luo Chen remained blissfully unaware of all this. He was engrossed in his phone, eagerly delving into the details of this mysterious game. Soon, his gaze fixated on the warehouse interface. The butcher's knife he had seized from the assassin lay quietly in the inventory, accompanied by the newly drawn Longquan sword and the Fire Phoenix feather garment. He suddenly recalled that the butcher's knife had automatically entered the warehouse upon the completion of his previous task, stirring his curiosity. If it can be automatically stored, could he actively retrieve it? He concentrated his mind. In the next moment, a chilling sensation emanated from his palm as a pitch-black butcher's knife materialized out of thin air. The blade still stained with uncleaned dark red blood, exuding a faintly ominous aura. Startled, Luo Chen quickly released it. But the knife hovered, as if alive before vanishing in a flash. So that is how it works. This warehouse not only stores items, but also summons them at will. Truly a personal space. Excitement flickered in his eyes. With this capability, carrying equipment would be far more convenient in the future. He then attempted to retrieve the Longquan sword, which felt warm to the touch. Its blade glinting with a cold light. Indeed, a fine sword. In contrast, while the butcher's knife was sharp, it bore an air of malevolence, clearly inferior to the Longquan sword in terms of usability. First, the weapons must be secured. Next, it is time to enhance my strength. Luo Chen accessed the shop, eyeing the basic materials and recalling the 5 vouchers he had just drawn. Each could be exchanged for 1,000 gold coins, totaling 5,000 coins, sufficient to acquire some items. Qi blood pills to boost physique, wind spirit leaves for agility, and spirit cleansing water to enhance mental acuity. Currently, the martial artist needed to focus on physique, spirit, and agility, while incrementally improving spiritual energy as circumstances allowed. Chapter 7. Task. Ghost Bus. Luo Chen merely contemplated briefly before swiftly deciding. He spent 3,000 coins on 2 bottles of Qi blood pills and 1 bottle of spirit cleansing water, along with 3 wind spirit leaves, effectively utilizing most of his gold. Several bottles of variously colored elixirs and materials appeared in the warehouse, and Luo Chen promptly chose to use them, targeting the martial artist. You have used a Qi blood pill. Martial artist physique 2. You have used spirit cleansing water. Martial artist spirit 1. You have used wind spirit leaves. Martial artist agility 4. Watching the numbers on his attribute panel fluctuate, Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction. The martial artist's physique now stood at 17, agility at 16, spirit at 18, while spiritual energy remained at 5. His overall strength assessment had transformed into late-stage first rank. The improvements were quite evident. Though his current spiritual energy attribute lacked practical application for martial artists, and he did not possess surplus coins for reinforcement, he would have to consider enhancements later. Next came skill enhancement. Luo Chen looked at the 2 green training cards he had drawn and the blue hard eye skill card. He opted to learn the skill first, allocating the hard eye skill card to the martial artist. The martial artist has mastered the skill, hard eye, LV1. Skill effect, slightly enhances perception, allowing for vague predictions of enemy attack trajectories. This skill is quite beneficial. Combined with ancient martial arts, it should yield even greater strength. Luo Chen rubbed his hands together and then used the 2 green training cards on the hard eye skill and ancient martial arts skill respectively. Let us see what the training space is like. The phone screen illuminated and the martial artist's figure vanished from the interface. Luo Chen felt as though his consciousness had been drawn into a peculiar space, surrounded by endless gray mist, with a hard stone floor beneath his feet. In the center of the space, the martial artist stood with closed eyes, when suddenly several indistinct shadows appeared before him, wielding weapons and launching an assault. The martial artist abruptly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within. Faced with the chaotic attacks of the shadows, he shifted his feet, his movements flowing seamlessly, deftly avoiding each strike while simultaneously countering, each blow landing precisely upon the shadow's vulnerabilities. Luo Chen observed with great interest. The training space was capable of simulating real combat, proving far more efficient than mere monotonous practice. As time passed, the speed of the shadow increased, and its attacks became increasingly cunning. The martial artist's breathing became more rapid, yet his gaze grew ever brighter, showing a more adept utilization of his inner vision. He no longer relied solely on prediction, rather, he integrated perception into his techniques, as if his fists and palms had taken on a life of their own, always anticipating and thwarting his opponent's attack routes. As time elapsed, an electronic notification chimed. Training concluded. Martial artist's skill, inner vision, has been elevated to level 6. Ancient martial arts has reached level 11. With the sound of the notification, the gray space dissipated, and the martial artist's figure returned to the mobile interface. Luo Chen rubbed his temples, feeling a slight dizziness. The game's functionality was indeed formidable. If this continued, it would not be long before he could cultivate a top-tier master. Luo Chen exited the training interface, his fingers gliding across the mobile screen to open the taskbar. Let me see what tasks are available. After refreshing the interface, 3 distinct task categories were clearly displayed: daily tasks, time-limited tasks, and a newly labeled exploration mode. Daily tasks refreshes 3 times a month with relatively low difficulty and rewards. Time-limited tasks, tasks that may refresh at any moment. If not accepted within the designated time, they will automatically disappear. These tasks are of higher difficulty, yielding greater rewards, and may unlock new game features upon completion. Exploration tasks allows simultaneous entry of multiple avatars to explore a certain secret realm with no task objectives. Rewards are based on exploration findings and present a higher level of difficulty. Luo Chen scrutinized the 3 task categories, his fingertip hovering momentarily over the screen. Although the rewards for time-limited tasks were enticingly high, the elevated difficulty label instinctively put him on guard, especially after just resolving a novice task. It was evidently unwise to confront a more challenging endeavor. The exploration task explicitly allowed multiple avatars, suggesting that relying solely on one martial artist avatar might be inadequate. He did not even possess a second avatar yet, so it was not a consideration. It would be wiser to begin with the daily tasks, proceeding steadily and cautiously. Resolute in his decision, Luo Chen tapped on the daily tasks section. 3 task profiles unfurled before him, each accompanied by a blurred illustration and a brief description. Task 1. Ghost Bus Enemy Type. Ghost, outsider description. A urban legend circulates in the outskirts of Licheng, where witnesses claim a night bus has been operating on a deserted route for nearly a month, leading several passengers to mysteriously vanish after boarding. Passing drivers recall dim lights inside the bus, and an expressionless driver. Through the windows, vague silhouettes can be glimpsed. The bus deviates from its route midway, heading toward an unknown destination. Task objective: defeat the vengeful spirits within the bus and dismantle the malevolent formation set upon it. Task reward: 10 fate cards, 2,200 coins, and a random blue quality weapon. Task 2. Blood Red Nursery Rhyme Enemy Type. Outsider description: a peculiar nursery rhyme has recently spread among students of a primary school in Licheng. Children who hum the rhyme for 3 consecutive days find themselves sleepwalking to an abandoned altar behind the school at night, awakening the next day with a silent demeanor and flickers of terror in their eyes. Investigation reveals signs of activity near the altar. Task objective: disperse the followers near the altar and prevent the nursery rhyme from spreading further. Task reward: 10 fate cards, 2,000 coins. Task 3. The disappearing delivery driver enemy type. Monster, demon description: recently, a delivery driver vanished while delivering in the Wangyue community of the northern district of Licheng, with the last known location indicating Building 13. Residents report that the elevator in Building 13 often stops at the 14th floor without anyone pressing the button. The building actually has a maximum of 13 floors. And late at night, chewing noises can be heard from within the elevator. Task objective: eliminate the monsters within Building 13. Task reward: 10 fate cards for 1,000 coins, and a silver pattern bracer, blue. Luo Chen's gaze flitted repeatedly across the 3 task profiles, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the edge of the screen. The blood red nursery rhyme, involving children, seemed particularly challenging. He furrowed his brow. Although this task offered the lowest reward among the 3, its potential danger was significant. Events involving children carried the risk of irreversible consequences, making it prudent to avoid entangling himself in such matters at this stage. Next, he considered the disappearing delivery driver. The reward of 4,000 coins, along with a blue-quality bracer, was undoubtedly alluring. However, the enemy types, monsters and demons, were entirely new to him, with unpredictable abilities. Lacking experience, this task seemed ill-suited as his first formal undertaking. The risks were too high. While 4,000 coins were tempting, successful completion of the task was essential. Shaking his head, Luo Chen's gaze settled on the first task. Ghost Bus, with clear enemies categorized as ghosts and outsiders, presented a defined objective of defeating vengeful spirits and dismantling the malevolent formation. The reward, although not as bountiful as the third task, was offset by the relatively enclosed setting. More importantly, the slaughtering knife in his inventory inflicted slight damage on spiritual entities, making it especially suited for confronting vengeful spirits. This will do, Luo Chen resolved without hesitation, extending his hand to click the acceptance button. The moment his fingertip made contact, he recalled the violet Huofeng feather robe in his inventory. Although the martial artist was primarily a melee fighter with low spiritual energy, the robe's protective effect could automatically unleash spiritual flames, potentially proving effective against vengeful spirits. It was prudent to equip it for added security. With a thought, he retrieved the Huofeng feather robe from his inventory. The robe felt light in his hands, emanating a faint red glow, as if flames danced within the threads. Yet it bore no heat, instead exuding a gentle warmth. He gathered all his equipment from the inventory and prepared several miscellaneous items he deemed beneficial for the upcoming task, swiftly storing them in the martial artist avatar's inventory, ensuring he was fully prepared. Once everything was in order, Luo Chen took a deep breath and clicked the start button on the task interface. Task, Ghost Bus, officially commenced. Chapter 8. A warm embrace. The familiar sensation of heaviness surged over him, more intense than ever before. His consciousness felt as though it were being pulled by an invisible hand through layers of darkness. As the dizziness faded, Luo Chen found himself standing at a desolate roadside bus stop. The night was thick like ink, with only a few old streetlights casting a feeble glow, barely illuminating the path beneath his feet. The air saturated with the scent of damp earth. Not far away, a rusted bus was slowly approaching. The number 307 barely discernible on its battered exterior. It was indeed the night bus mentioned in the task. The bus's lights glowed a dim yellow, resembling hollow eyes piercing through the darkness, fixated directly on Luo Chen. Inside the bus, through the window, he could see nothing but a thick darkness. Its contents were entirely obscured. Any reasonably intelligent individual would sense that this bus was decidedly amiss. The bus came to a halt before the stop, the doors creaking open slowly, devoid of any audible announcement, as if silently inviting him aboard. Witnessing this scene, Luo Chen wasted no time. He retrieved the Huofeng feather robe from his inventory and donned it, followed by a coat he had prepared in advance. Once prepared, he stepped onto the bus with his muscles taut and senses heightened. The bus driver, a middle-aged man devoid of expression, donned a blue uniform that seemed to sap the life from him. He stiffly turned his head to glance at Luo Chen before returning his gaze to the road ahead. Luo Chen retrieved 2 coins from his pocket, gently inserted them into the fare box, and then raised his eyes, discreetly activating his perceptive skill to survey the interior. There were 7 individuals within the dimly lit cabin. The 7 passengers sat in silence, resembling lifeless sculptures. Luo Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. How could it be that not a single living soul occupied the bus? Each one of these souls exuded an aura of despondency akin to the driver, lacking the rhythmic pulse and breath of the living. It was evident that they were all spirits. Luo Chen took a seat near the door, his body tense yet composed, akin to a coiled tiger. Rather than hastily engaging, he opted to observe his surroundings. The mission required him to vanquish all the spirits on board. Yet rushing in blindly would be the folly of a mindless brute, likely resulting in a swift and brutal demise at the hands of the collective. At that moment, a male passenger raised his head. Dressed in a suit, he appeared to be an office worker and silently approached Luo Chen. What was his intention? Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, growing wary. The office worker halted before him, his gaze vacant, and asked, "Am I beautiful?" Luo Chen's lips twitched, internally cursing. What audacity! He was hardly a stunning specter draped in a resplendent red wedding gown. Such a statement seemed utterly inappropriate. Perhaps he had been overworked in life and now clung to notions of beauty. Activating his perceptive skill once more, Luo Chen focused on the male spirit, feeling a slight jolt as he quickly concluded that there was indeed a threat present, and the risk level was not trivial. A direct confrontation would be unwise. After all, there were still 6 other spirits aboard, and any engagement could easily draw their attention, resulting in both exhaustion and injury. However, Luo Chen soon devised a plan. Noticing his prolonged silence, the suited specter's previously lifeless expression morphed into one of menace. His eyes gleaming with a crimson light as he slowly extended his hand towards Luo Chen's shoulder. "Ah, how forgetful of me. What a pleasant surprise to see you here. My good brother," Luo Chen exclaimed with feigned delight, suddenly rising and embracing the male spirit with open arms. The spirit was taken aback by this unexpected gesture, momentarily immobilized. Yet he quickly understood the reason behind Luo Chen's actions as a pure flame erupted from Luo Chen's attire, enveloping him entirely. The embrace was a fierce display of martial prowess. The male spirit emitted a horrific, inhuman shriek, struggling frantically. Yet Luo Chen's ancient martial skills had reached level 11, and his physical strength had been enhanced. There was no way the spirit could escape. Moreover, being scorched by the flames had severely diminished the spirit's strength. The flames were indeed a manifestation of the automatic retaliatory ability of the Huafeng Yue. Upon realizing he had not drawn a high-tier weapon, Luo Chen began considering how to best utilize his soul high-tier garment, leading him to this very tactic. When one holds their enemy tightly, resistance becomes futile. The exquisite feathered garment transformed into a fiery prison, each plume exuding scorching light. The male spirit contorted in agony, his once symmetrical face now twisted beyond recognition. His mouth grotesquely stretched to reveal a mouthful of sharp, rotting teeth, emanating a foul stench as he lunged towards Luo Chen, intent on biting off his head. Luo Chen's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Executing the ancient martial arts' fluid movements to perfection, he dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow while thrusting his shoulder forward. At that moment, he thrust his shoulder directly into the spirit's gaping maw. The spirit's jagged teeth, scorched by the flames of Huafeng Yue, elicited a pained whimper akin to a wounded beast. The flames surged into its mouth, scorching its throat, as smoke billowed from its orifices, leaving its once vacant eyes now filled with raw pain and madness. However, it did not struggle for long. Soon losing the majority of its strength, its form disintegrating into ash and scattering away. As the male spirit disbanded into nothingness, Luo Chen felt a stir within him, his perceptive skill instinctively capturing the remnants of energy trails. At that moment, he discerned several slender, almost translucent strands extending from the spot where the spirit had been, connecting to the other 6 souls in the bus. These strands appeared to be composed of pure yin energy. Had he not possessed a heightened mental attribute and concentrated his focus, he would not have detected them. Were these spirits bound together? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, wondering if the sinister formation was at play, linking them as one. Before he could ponder further, the surrounding air grew suddenly frigid. The remaining 6 spirits simultaneously lifted their heads, their previously vacant gazes now fixated on Luo Chen, some of their eyes glowing with a menacing crimson light. Luo Chen's heart tightened, yet his expression remained stoic. He even managed to smile, lifting his chin as he addressed the spirits. "What's the matter? Is it strange? We are merely long-lost brothers reuniting with a bit of enthusiasm." Chapter 9. Slaying Spirits. Luo Chen's tone was remarkably light, as if the earlier fierce battle had merely been a spirited reunion between comrades in arms. The spirits stared at him in silence, the atmosphere within the cabin thickening uncomfortably. Luo Chen could distinctly sense the density of yin energy intensifying among them. One spirit, clad in a floral dress, had fingers that began to twist and elongate into sharp claws. Yet, for reasons unknown, they did not immediately attack, maintaining their chilling gaze. After a moment, perhaps influenced by Luo Chen's composed demeanor, or perhaps bound by some unseen rule, the spirits gradually withdrew their gazes, reverting to their previous lifeless state. As if the earlier events had never occurred, Luo Chen secretly sighed in relief as a thin sheen of sweat formed on his back. What had seemed effortless was, in truth, perilously close to disaster. Had the spirits truly surged forward, even with Huafeng Yue as his shield, he might not have fared well. It appeared that the intelligence of these spirits was lacking, or rather, they were constrained by some limitation. Luo Chen quickly assessed the situation. It was time for a strategic dismantling. His eyes flickered as he began to identify his next target. In a window seat diagonally ahead, an elderly woman with reading glasses hunched over, seemingly clutching something in her hands. Luo Chen caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, discernibly recognizing it as a string of darkened prayer beads. She was the one. Luo Chen stood up, feigning appropriate confusion as he approached the elderly woman. "Excuse me, dear lady, have you seen my relative?" An elderly gentleman, much like yourself. As he spoke, he moved closer, his steps appearing casual, yet each one was deliberate and steady. ready to spring into action at any moment. The elderly woman slowly raised her head, her wrinkled face crumpling, her gaze clouded and unfocused. She offered no reply, merely staring intently at Luo Chen. As the two individuals approached within a meter of each other, a glimmer of intensity flickered in Luo Chen's eyes. He abruptly quickened his pace, extending his arms wide in a gesture of assistance. "Appa, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" Almost at the moment he drew near, the elderly woman's emaciated hand shot up, the darkened prayer beads seemingly coming to life, snapping taut as they emitted a ghostly glow, piercing straight towards Luo Chen's heart. Simultaneously, a bone-chilling aura erupted from her, the density of malevolence surpassing that of the previous ghostly male. However, Luo Chen was well prepared. His embracing motion suddenly accelerated, his body slightly pivoting to evade the bead's lethal trajectory, while his arms clamped down around the old woman like iron pincers, securing her firmly. Boom! The spiritual flames upon his fire phoenix robe erupted once more, even more fervently than before. The harsh sound of flames scorching the malevolent energy echoed through the air, as the old woman emitted a high-pitched shriek, her body convulsing violently. Her once hunched form swelled in an instant, her skin resembling desiccated bark. While black mist escaped her mouth, Luo Chen gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to keep her locked in place, allowing the spiritual flames to rampage unchecked. He sensed the tether connecting to the old woman quivering violently, seemingly transmitting a signal to other spirits. Indeed, several nearby ghosts raised their heads once more, their eyes now alight with murderous intent, their forms beginning to stir, clearly on the verge of unleashing their fury. Now, Luo Chen's gaze sharpened, unleashing a sudden burst of ancient martial prowess, his arms surging with power. Crack! A sound akin to shattering echoed, as the old woman's form rapidly withered and carbonized under the dual assault of spiritual flames and immense force, ultimately transforming into a cloud of ash. The tether connecting her also snapped, vanishing into nothingness. Without a moment's hesitation, utilizing the momentum of his turn, Luo Chen fixed his gaze upon the next target, a young ghost clad in a school uniform. He had to eliminate them swiftly before the other spirits could react. Luo Chen's foot slammed against the floor, propelling him forward like a released arrow, charging towards the boy ghost in the school uniform. The young ghost abruptly lifted his head, vengeful red light erupting from his hollow eye sockets as he sprang from his seat, claws extended, reeking of decay, aiming for Luo Chen's face. "Excellent," Luo Chen exclaimed softly, steadfast and unyielding, raising his left arm to block while his right arm swung up, channeling his momentum into a fierce eight-extremities punch aimed directly at the boy ghost's heart. The elbow strike, infused with spiritual flames, tore open a gash in the young ghost's malevolent energy. Whoosh! The spiritual flames upon the fire phoenix robe seemed to respond, wrapping around the boy ghost's form. The boy let out a brief, piercing scream, his movements faltering. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Luo Chen reached into the air, grasping a blood-stained cleaver that fell into his hand. He then brought it down with force upon the ghost's neck. Bang! The boy's head fell in response, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke, while his body quickly burned away in the spiritual flames. In mere moments, yet another ghost was vanquished. However, this time, the remaining four spirits could no longer contain themselves. The girl ghost in the floral dress initiated the assault, her figure floating like a specter, her skirt billowing without wind, as countless strands of raven-black hair shot forth like venomous snakes, ensnaring Luo Chen's limbs. Another middle-aged male ghost, wearing a hat, seized a nearby tin can, hurling it with force towards the back of Luo Chen's head, the can transforming into a shadow in the air, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. The lights within the carriage flickered erratically, thick black liquid seeping from the walls, the stench of blood permeating the air as if one were submerged in a coffin soaked in blood. Humph! Luo Chen scoffed coldly, employing his lightness skill to swiftly sidestep the incoming attacks. The dark strands of hair grazed past his clothing, entangling themselves around the handrail, corroding the steel pipe with rust. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Luo Chen's eyes as he suddenly executed a startling maneuver. He ripped off his fire phoenix robe. The instant the robe detached, he infused it with the scant spiritual energy remaining within him. The flames that burned upon it not only remained undiminished, but surged forth with greater ferocity, akin to a writhing serpent of fire. Grasping the robe's ends with both hands, he flicked his wrists, causing the robe to carve a brilliant arc of fire through the air, wielding it like a pair of nunchaku. The flames intertwined, forming a fiery net, igniting the advancing strands of hair upon contact, reducing them to ashes. Utilizing the momentum from his spin, He hurled the robe towards the hat-wearing man ghost, striking him fiercely in the chest. Roar! The male ghost screamed as he was sent flying, crashing against the rear wall of the carriage, his body twisting and writhing in the flames. But the remaining ghosts had already surrounded him. The girl ghost in the floral dress waved her hair once more. Lunging fiercely at Luo Chen, a tall, slender ghost in a trench coat exhaled a jet of black mist, instantly freezing the seats in its path. Another ghost clutching a briefcase tore it open, releasing a swarm of paper figures that bore eerie smiles, wielding paper knives and guns, surging forth. Luo Chen wielded the burning robe, forming an impenetrable barrier that successfully blocked the hair, the black mist, and the paper figures. This approach would not suffice. Luo Chen's mind raced as he activated his spiritual vision, scanning the entirety of the carriage. Wait, something feels amiss. As each ghost was vanquished, the connections tethering them snapped one by one, yet the severed ends did not entirely vanish. They subtly converged towards a singular point, the driver's seat. And the driver had maintained a rigid posture throughout, seemingly oblivious to the fierce battle behind him. He was the core of this sinister formation. In an instant, Luo Chen understood. It was no wonder that the elimination of the ghosts had not caused greater upheaval. All the connection points resided within the driver. His gaze sharpened. He sprang from his seat, evading 3 ghostly ambushes with a graceful sidestep, propelling himself like a cannonball towards the driver's seat. With Luo Chen's current speed, this distance was crossed in the blink of an eye. Finally, the driver moved, slowly turning his head. His expressionless face suddenly split apart, revealing a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, a wave of cold that could freeze souls about to burst forth. Die! Luo Chen pressed forward rather than retreating, his right hand brushing against his waist, the long quan sword instantly in his grasp. He poured all his strength into his right arm. Drawing the long quan sword against the fire phoenix robe, the blade, infused with the remnants of spiritual flames, pierced through the darkness like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at the driver's jagged maw. Swoosh! The moment the tip of the sword penetrated, it felt as though it had pierced through some resilient leather, producing a grating sound. Yet, with a powerful twist of his wrist, the spiritual flames erupted from the sword, surging into the driver's body. A howl erupted from the driver, a sound inhuman, as his entire form trembled violently. The lines connecting him snapped taut, then fractured inch by inch. The black mist within the carriage dissipated at a visible rate. The remaining ghosts fell silent as the tether snapped, swirling aimlessly like headless flies before their forms rapidly became transparent, ultimately passing through the vehicle's exterior and vanishing from sight. Luo Chen withdrew the long quan sword, the driver collapsing to the ground, consumed by the spiritual flames until he was reduced to a pile of ashes. The carriage returned to a deathly silence, illuminated only by the street lights streaming through the windows, casting light upon the desolate scene within. In his mind, a familiar voice echoed once more. The mission had been completed, the rewards dispensed, and the countdown for the teleportation began. Luo Chen gasped for breath as he meticulously stowed away his weapons and gear, feeling the slight fatigue within him. Yet a smile graced his lips. Soon, his figure transformed into a radiant white light, vanishing from the bus. Chapter 10. The Aftermath. At this moment, in Licheng, at the Nanyang Grand Hotel, a gilded chandelier hung from the ceiling, its crystals refracting brilliant light, illuminating the lavish private room. The interior was adorned with a scarlet carpet, and priceless oil paintings graced the walls. At the center of a round table sat a man and a woman. The woman, clad in a dark red cheongsam, revealed a glimpse of her fair calf through a high slit, holding a slender cigarette between her fingers. The wisps of smoke blurred her exquisite, yet somewhat enchanting features. Opposite her, the man was impeccably dressed in a suit, his hair meticulously styled, though a hint of anxiety and restlessness lingered in his brow. As the de facto power behind the well-known Kuan Yuan Group in Licheng, Zhao Kuan was renowned for his calm demeanor in the business world. Those familiar with him understood that he rarely displayed any signs of agitation, let alone a frown. Yet at this moment, his hands, resting on his knees, tightened slightly, betraying his unease. He understood better than anyone that the individuals seated before him were not to be contended with by the worldly powers he commanded. Money, authority, and connections, once his tools for manipulation, seemed utterly insignificant in the face of such transcendent forces. Speak, where's what I requested? Lu Yin inquired, her tone laced with languor. The assassin who killed 10 people was merely a tool, as long as you exercise caution and avoid the watchful eyes of the special task force. This task should not be overly difficult, correct? The cigarette between her fingers burned, ashes cascading onto the scarlet carpet. As she carelessly flicked it with her dark red lacquered nails, her gaze subtly scrutinizing the tense expression on the man's face. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Kuan's countenance darkened. He cleared his throat and replied, "Master Lu, there has been a slight complication." Complication? Lu Yen raised an eyebrow, her finger momentarily pausing with the cigarette. What sort of complication? One of our operatives assigned to the task. He has perished, Zhao Kuan's voice dropped, somberly stating. In a residential area of the South District, he was killed, and his head was severed. Furthermore, the blade you provided has also gone missing. Dead. The languor vanished from Lu Yan's face, replaced by a dangerous glint in her eyes. Who was responsible? Was it the Special Task Force? Was he so foolish as to be discovered? Unclear. Zhao Kuan shook his head. The Special Task Force did respond, but according to our informants and various sources, it appears that the assailant was not from the Special Task Force, but rather a civilian extraordinary. The individual was highly skilled, defeating our operative purely through combat, and evaded the Special Task Force's pursuit. A civilian extraordinary who can evade the Special Task Force's tracking? Lu Yen scoffed, her tone dripping with skepticism. This sounds rather implausible. Zhao Kuan's head lowered, harboring the same doubts in his mind. After all, they were well aware of the Special Task Force's myriad tracking methods. If one were not exceedingly cautious, detection was inevitable, with some techniques being utterly ruthless. If the perpetrator did not utilize various rare tools to obscure the scene, capture was virtually guaranteed. Many newly awakened civilian extraordinary were discovered and subsequently absorbed by the Special Task Force in this manner. What specific information do you have? Have you managed to gather any details? Lu Yen inquired. Zhao Kuan quickly responded, from what I have learned, this civilian extraordinary seems to possess a certain ancient martial arts lineage, exhibiting remarkable mental resilience, capable of resisting soul-binding techniques. Furthermore, he did not employ any weapons, suspecting. Before he could finish, Lu Yan's expression suddenly shifted, and she coughed violently, blood spewing forth, splattering onto the pristine tablecloth, resembling a grotesque floral bloom. Lu Yan's complexion turned ashen as she clutched her chest, her eyes filled with incredulity. Master Lu, Zhao Kuan exclaimed, abruptly standing, panic-stricken. What has happened? Ignoring him. Lu Yan's voice trembled with terror and fury. No, it cannot be. My ghost servant. It was my ghost servant that was destroyed. She could distinctly sense that her ghost servant, connected to her soul through a secret technique, had just been annihilated by a powerful spiritual force. Who? Who is responsible? Zhao Kuan, alarmed, held his breath, refraining from interjecting. He had some knowledge of the bus incident, as Lu Yen had casually mentioned it to him, indicating it was used for collecting souls. While he lacked clarity on the specifics, he understood the gravity of the matter. To this end, he had even leveraged his connections to ensure the bus could operate discreetly, plotting a route that would evade the Special Task Force's scrutiny. Could it be that even such precautions have failed? Lu Yen inhaled deeply, her breath gradually stabilizing as she began to think rationally. The soul-attracting incense I placed on that bus was meant to draw wandering souls aboard, which would then be subdued by the sinister formation I established, in conjunction with my ghost servant's abilities, rendering them into a state of deathly silence. As long as they were not attacked, they could only remain quietly within the vehicle, awaiting my command. The vehicle was also inscribed with concealment symbols, leaving no trace for the Special Task Force to detect. How could this happen? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her expression darkened. Could it be that I am so unfortunate that a high-tier extraordinary happened upon that bus? Enough. Now is not the time to ponder this. Lu Yen clenched her teeth and fixed her gaze on Zhao Kuan. There is something I need you to do immediately. Yes. Master Lu, please instruct me. Zhao Kuan straightened, his demeanor respectful. I must leave Licheng at once, Lu Yen declared solemnly. The bus's concealment has been compromised, and the Special Task Force will soon investigate. You must eliminate any traces of our prior activities. I will depart Licheng to avoid the impending storm. Understood. Zhao Kuan readily agreed, though astonishment flickered in his eyes, and he inwardly gasped in shock. Chapter 11. Transformation. The 5 elements Taoist. As the white light of teleportation dissipated, Luo Chen abruptly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. He had returned home, the familiar environment rendering the recent intense battle akin to a mere dream. Luo Chen picked up his phone and opened the task interface. Task: Ghost Bus Status. Completed duration: 12 minutes and 41 seconds. Reward: 10 fate draw tickets. Random blue weapon: 2,200 gold coins. Quite a bountiful harvest, Luo Chen sighed contentedly, sinking onto the sofa as he meticulously examined the details. Setting aside the fate draw tickets for the moment, he was eager to inspect the random blue weapon. Unable to contain his excitement, he clicked on the random blue weapon in his inventory. A flurry of special effects unfolded, as if a mist were dispersing. revealing a long red tassel spear before his eyes. It was a design commonly seen in films, the tassel of vibrant crimson, the spearhead sharp, exuding an imposing aura. Luo Chen gazed at the red tassel spear on the screen, his fingers subconsciously stroking the edge of his phone, a flicker of exhilaration dancing in his eyes. Weapon, Lai Feng Chong. Quality, blue. Effect, wind sweeping clouds. When wielded, the gun is surrounded by a swirling wind, significantly increasing attack speed and slightly enhancing damage. Tianguang Piyun. When charging, it can trigger a braking formation effect, causing enemies in its path to be repelled. If enemies are knocked back into obstacles, they will additionally suffer from a stun effect. Note, the gun tassel is like flames, the tip like snow, where the wind passes. It can shatter stone and sever gold. Luo Chen softly murmured the name of the special effect, pausing momentarily on the words charging and repel. This effect seemed tailor-made for group battles. He attempted to summon the Hong Ing Chong with his thoughts, and the cold gun barrel instantly fell into his palm, its weight exceeding his expectations. Given Luo Chen's current physical condition, having lost the enhancement from his avatar, he struggled to lift it. The approximately 1.8-meter-long gun gleamed with a chilling metallic sheen, its tassel of vivid crimson, swaying lightly as though a breeze swept past. Excellent. Luo Chen felt a surge of joy. At least it wasn't like the time he drew a completely unusable feather garment. Who would wish to wield clothing in battle? It felt utterly awkward to use armor, meant for wearing as a weapon. Now, it was time to see what surprises the card draw would bring him. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen opened the Fate Draw interface, and the familiar Grand River of Destiny surged forth on the screen once more. He initiated a tenfold draw. Pressing the button, the Grand River of Fate surged again, with various lights flashing in succession. Soon, 10 beams of light, each a different hue, streaked across. For white lights, 2 green lights, 2 blue lights, and 2 golden lights. A splendid haul. Luo Chen was overjoyed, clenching his fist in exuberance. After the excitement subsided, he carefully examined the items he had obtained. Voucher, white. 3. Consumable. Can be exchanged for 1,000 gold coins in the shop. Training card, green. 2. Allows the avatar to enter a suitable training space for cultivating techniques and skills, slightly enhancing their levels. Enlightenment pill, blue consumable. Used when the avatar enters the training space, significantly boosting the avatar's comprehension and learning speed. Lion's Roar skill, blue skill card. Learn to master the Lion's Roar skill. Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, gold. Type, technique. A top-tier body refinement technique, cultivation of which grants practitioners immense strength. This technique is divided into 10 realms, with each level of cultivation adding the strength of a dragon and an elephant, resulting in extraordinary physical prowess, capable of sweeping away thousands of troops. Note, this technique was created by a legendary martial artist and is closely related to Buddhist principles. The cultivation of this technique is intricately linked to the practitioner's state of mind. Those with a lofty state of mind often achieve twice the result with half the effort. Conversely, those lacking in mental clarity may find their progress hindered. Tip: unlike skill cards, which are consumed once, technique classes can be learned by all avatars. Learning speed depends on each avatar's individual circumstances and the resources invested. Additionally, the most crucial item was Avatar, Wuxing Dao Run Gold. Luo Chen inhaled sharply. This is extraordinary luck, isn't it? It suddenly dawned on him why he had struggled so much with the seemingly low difficulty daily tasks. Had he drawn this in his previous tenfold draw, he would have annihilated the Ghost Bus dungeon effortlessly. What ghosts? They would be no match for my fists. I thought they were mere speed bumps. Luo Chen tapped on his newly drawn avatar, eager to discover the true strength of this golden avatar. After all, his previous martial artist avatar was merely purple, while this golden avatar was an entire tier higher. Soon, a dim profile appeared before his eyes. The profile depicted a youth clad in a robe, with a gentle demeanor and a graceful presence, smiling at the camera. Avatar, Wuxing Daoren. Physique, 14. Agility, 14. Psyche, 23. Spirit, 22. Skills, Wuxing Magic level 16. Rune Mastery level 14. Basic Formation level 14. Taoist Knowledge level 12. Equipment, none. Talent, Wuxing Affinity. Innately resonates with the spiritual energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, enhancing efficiency in learning related techniques and skills, reducing consumption and increasing power when casting Wuxing magic. Insightful comprehension, possessing an extraordinary grasp of understanding. Casting speed is remarkably swift. Overall strength evaluation, early stage of second tier. Background, having entered the mountains to cultivate from a young age. He learned the secret methods of the 5 elements, able to transform spiritual energy into techniques, exorcising evil with runes, and ensnaring foes with formations. Though his physique is somewhat weak, he excels in profound psychic energy and exquisite techniques, particularly adept in long-range assaults and battlefield control. Truly a golden avatar. Even fresh from the draw, it already eclipsed the previously drawn purple avatar in strength. However, Luo Chen pondered if he could effectively assimilate the results of this battle. His martial artist avatar might also reach the 2nd tier. At that point, he would possess 2 second-tier avatars, potentially allowing him to attempt that mysterious exploration task in a secret realm. Now, he could contemplate how to enhance the strength of his martial artist avatar. He picked up a pen and paper, jotting down notes and sketches, beginning to calculate earnestly. Chapter 12. Communication. The following morning, Luo Chen opened his eyes and swiftly rose from his bed. After a brief wash, he retrieved his phone once more. Last night, he had spent considerable time on paper, meticulously arranging and calculating his forthcoming enhancement plan, even conducting simple simulations regarding various types of ideas and usage methods, while testing the strength of techniques. He had not anticipated that techniques would prove so vital to avatars. Luo Chen glanced at his panel. Yesterday, he had merely strengthened the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill on his martial artist avatar, spending a small amount of gold to purchase a training card, resulting in a significant boost to the martial artist's attributes. This cost-effectiveness completely overshadowed the foolishness of purchasing individual enhancement resources. Now, it appeared he had no other resources to enhance his newly drawn avatar, as he lacked suitable techniques at hand. Luo Chen scratched his head, letting out a sigh. Although the golden avatar's base strength surpassed that of the purple avatar, lacking appropriate techniques rendered it akin to a specialized weapon in a game, incapable of showcasing its full potential when compared to the martial artist. The strength of the golden avatar manifested in various aspects, such as its initial level surpassing that of the purple avatar, with talents that were only superior, but without suitable techniques and weapons. It might not necessarily outshine the purple avatar. While he contemplated this, his phone vibrated a few times, popping up a notification. Zhao Zizai. Are you there? Zhao Zizai. Why is he contacting me? Luo Chen felt puzzled. He opened the notification and accessed the chat app. Zhao Zizai was his childhood friend and college classmate, with whom he had maintained a close relationship. What is up? Luo Chen typed back. Hey, did you hear? Something major has happened in our city, just recently. Zhao Zizai sent a message along with a link. Luo Chen clicked the link, revealing an official announcement with a blue background and white text. He cast a cursory glance at the content, which reported that the drifter killer Zhao had been apprehended yesterday, having been shot dead during the arrest for resisting capture. Upon concluding the reading, Luo Chen slightly furrowed his brow, though it soon relaxed. He had long anticipated this outcome, as his actions had transpired in a real-world context. If such occurrences were merely figments of imagination, that would indeed be peculiar. What is this? Is it not a splendid piece of news? Luo Chen continued to type, inquiring further. It is indeed a momentous event, without a doubt. However, I must share a piece of insider information. Zhao Zizai's tone carried a hint of mystery. This matter has spread like wildfire across various QQ groups. Some allege that the killer was not killed by the Public Security Bureau at all. Even the Special Task Force was oblivious, utterly perplexed by his demise. Rumor has it, he was decapitated by someone. What does decapitation imply? Luo Chen feigned ignorance. It means his head was severed, his skull was sliced off by another, and the law enforcement agencies were completely unaware. How about that for a sensational rumor? Luo Chen replied, do not be ridiculous with such absurd claims. The corners of his mouth twitched. Furthermore, let me tell you, before the law enforcement even arrived at the scene, a group of individuals clad in black trench coats had already cordoned it off, and they even have photographs. As he spoke, Zhao Zizai swiftly sent a few screenshots, seemingly taken by passers-by, depicting figures in black trench coats surrounding the scene with yellow and black caution tape. Exuding an air of secrecy, Luo Chen's brow furrowed. He understood this must be the so-called relevant authorities. After all, given the current level of oversight by the state apparatus, it would indeed be strange if such bizarre occurrences went unnoticed without any intervention. Do not spout nonsense. Be careful lest this gets back to you, Luo Chen remarked. Spare me. I am merely sharing with you. How could I possibly be summoned for tea? Zhao Zizai replied, hey, do you think strange occurrences have been on the rise lately? It feels as though our previously peaceful society is experiencing some turbulence. Could something significant be on the horizon? By the way, do you believe in bizarre phenomena in this world? Bizarre phenomena? I have faith in science. Thank you very much, Luo Chen responded. What era are we in, still believing in such ghostly things? Hey, do not dismiss it so easily. Zhao Zizai messaged, "What is science? Science is grounded in reality. If supernatural entities truly exist, science would undoubtedly acknowledge them. Never mind, I shall not engage you further. You remain as uninteresting as ever." The two concluded their correspondence. Luo Chen's brow slightly furrowed as he fell into contemplation. It appeared that his actions had indeed stirred some unrest. Nonetheless, he had anticipated this. He remained composed, for he was merely seated at home, manipulating this enigmatic game through his phone. How could he possibly be detected? The relevant authorities would likely be left bewildered, pondering the true nature of events and how he had orchestrated them. At present, his primary objective was to enhance his training. Luo Chen opened the shop and promptly exchanged all his accumulated coins for training cards, along with the recently acquired blue training card and Kaihui Dan, directing his efforts towards the martial artist's Longxiang Banruo Gong technique. "Please do not disappoint me," he silently hoped. Soon, the martial artist re-entered the dim, hazy realm on the screen. The martial artist sat cross-legged, eyes shut, exuding a profound aura, surrounded by ethereal figures of a dragon and an elephant, radiating formidable power. With every breath he took, his form rose and fell. As the rhythm of his breathing shifted, his aura swelled, and the dragon and elephant figures around him gradually solidified. After a considerable duration, the martial artist abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden light flashing within. Luo Chen witnessed the two formless white energy streams of the dragon and elephant transform into beams of light, directly entering the martial artist's body. The familiar electronic voice resonated. Training concluded. The martial artist has advanced Longxiang Banruo Gong to the 3rd tier. Current realm of Longxiang Banruo Gong, 3rd tier. With the power of 3 dragons and 3 elephants. Physique attribute has surpassed the 2nd tier. Agility attribute has surpassed the 2nd tier. Mental attribute has surpassed the 2nd tier. Overall strength evaluation, mid-2nd tier. Luo Chen inhaled sharply, elation flooding his heart. Such fortuitous developments were truly unexpected. Without hesitation, he accessed the martial artist's data panel. Goodness. Physique at 26, agility at 23, spiritual power at 12, mental acuity at 22. Such a staggering improvement. Filled with joy, Luo Chen equipped the martial artist with the newly acquired weapon and instructed him to learn the skill lion's roar. Just as he completed his preparations, his phone vibrated suddenly, revealing a dimly lit notification. Time-limited task, Cataclysm of the Wild Dragon, enemy type, Demon, note. Please accept within the specified time. Failure to do so will result in automatic disappearance. Countdown, 180, 179, 178, Chapter 13. The meeting of the Special Task Force at the headquarters of the Li City Special Task Force. The conference room was brightly lit, with soft illumination casting a warm glow throughout. A long conference table made of redwood dominated the center, flanked by several individuals who sat in groups, quietly awaiting the commencement of the meeting. However, the scene did not reflect the disciplined image that outsiders might suppose. Some were sprawled across the table in slumber. Others leaned back in their chairs, eyes closed in repose, while a person in a white lab coat furiously typed on a laptop, and yet another idly scrolled through their phone, among other diversions. This was to be expected, for the Special Task Force had only recently been established to contend with the increasing prevalence of anomalous events, adhering to a principle of eclectic recruitment by drawing extraordinary individuals from the populace, including many transferred from other departments. Consequently, the discipline could not be as stringent as in traditional public service agencies. Fortunately, the meeting facilitator did not keep the attendees waiting for long. The door to the conference room swung open, and an elderly man entered. His hair was grizzled, yet his gaze was remarkably serene, exuding an aura of quiet authority. Steadfast as a mountain, he was none other than Li Xianshan, a peak 2nd-tier powerhouse appointed to oversee all matters of anomaly response in Li City. He approached the head of the conference table and calmly addressed the assembly. "Thank you all for your patience. We are about to disclose a matter of significance, hence convening this urgent meeting. I understand that you are not fond of superfluous chatter, so let us dispense with lengthy discourses and proceed directly." Li Xianshan stated with composure. "I invite Ms. Ren Bing, the head of the execution department, to deliver a report." Just then, Ren Bing, who had been seated to the side of the conference room, stood up, approached the podium, and activated the projector to present her findings. The attendees gazed at her with curiosity, clearly puzzled by the sudden summons of all departments for this emergency meeting. It is well known that the Special Task Force is divided into 3 departments: the Execution Department, the Production Department, and the Research Department. The Execution Department comprises numerous extraordinary individuals tasked with directly addressing various anomalous incidents through force. The research department is responsible for developing various extraordinary technologies, studying anomalous phenomena, and attempting to integrate them with modern science. The production department's role is to leverage modern large-scale manufacturing facilities to attempt mass production of various extraordinary equipment, including but not limited to talismans, elixirs, and magical artifacts. Each of these departments plays a vital role, and the gathering of all department heads, deputy leaders, and representatives today clearly indicates that an exceptionally unusual situation has arisen. As the projector illuminated, an image appeared, showcasing a somewhat dilapidated bus. The sky was dim, and the atmosphere was permeated with an ominous chill. Rin Bing, with a calm demeanor, began to recount the events. Just last night, at 1:20 a.m., Team C of the Execution Department, while on patrol, detected a secondary level of spiritual energy fluctuations in the urban area. They promptly set out to investigate and ultimately uncovered traces related to a particular bus. Upon conducting a field investigation, we discovered that this bus was ensnared by an evil formation associated with soul gathering, and it was rife with malevolent energy. Preliminary findings suggest that rogue extraordinary individuals might be employing this peculiar method to collect souls, and the execution department has already commenced an inquiry into the relevant personnel. This incident is undeniably a grave crime committed by extraordinary beings, yet it does not warrant a public assembly. Rin Bing pressed a button, and the projected image shifted. This is the evidence of a struggle within the bus. According to these signs, and through our specialized methods of retrospection, we learned that an unidentified extraordinary individual boarded this bus last night and engaged in a fierce confrontation with the souls being collected on board. Ultimately, this extraordinary individual gained the upper hand, dismantling the formation linked to soul gathering. Our investigations revealed that the bus is listed as decommissioned in public records. Clearly, the rogue extraordinary individual utilizing the bus possesses considerable influence within certain systems. As for the unidentified extraordinary being, we employed a unique extraordinary artifact to reconstruct their appearance. As Rin Bing spoke, he pressed the button again, and a face was projected onto the large screen. If Luo Chen had been present, he would have been utterly astonished, for the visage displayed was an exact replica of his own. Several attendees furrowed their brows, sensing something amiss. Indeed, this was the same unidentified extraordinary individual who had recently appeared in the Southern region's transient killer case, Rin Bing stated in a flat tone. Our field analysis indicates that he even utilized a high-grade fire attribute artifact. However, the methods employed seemed somewhat inept, appearing both crude and inefficient. Yet it was evident that he exerted his utmost effort. Nevertheless, he vanished as if into thin air, leaving us with no means to trace his whereabouts. Rin Bing turned off the projection and stated, "The purpose of today's meeting is to address how we should respond to a completely untraceable, unidentified, extraordinary individual who allegedly possesses the ability for spatial displacement, making pursuit impossible." The assembled members furrowed their brows, clearly finding the situation quite challenging. At that moment, a figure clad in a white lab coat raised their hand. Rin Bing paused slightly before addressing them. "Researcher Yu Qi, do you have any insights to share?" Yu Qi, a mid-level researcher from the research department, was well-versed in the extraordinary abilities of various spiritual energy users. Yu Qi stood and inquired, "I simply wish to pose a question. Do you consider the conclusion regarding his suspected ability for spatial displacement to be reliable?" "It should be reliable," Rin Bing replied, "as we have exhausted nearly all methods of investigation and yet found nothing. If not for spatial displacement, I cannot fathom how he could have departed the scene unscathed." Yu Qi's brow furrowed slightly, but he quickly continued. "However, based on my research, alongside the findings of the research department, the current concentration of spiritual energy is at the onset of revival. Spatial displacement requires a substantial expenditure of spiritual energy, and given that the maximum cultivation limit for extraordinary individuals is merely at the peak of the second tier, achieving such a feat is nearly unimaginable." He paused before asking, "Were there any bloodstains left at the scene? If so, we might trace something through them. Furthermore, if there are blood, hair, or skin flakes, we could potentially employ some mystical methods to pursue them." This extraordinary individual was evidently very cautious, leaving no traces behind, Rin Bing responded. "And it is uncertain whether his appearance is genuine, as he seems to possess the ability of disguise. We conducted a match in the facial recognition database, but found no information on him, as if he were a non-existent entity." Yu Qi sighed and sat down. "Then I have no further questions." A brief silence enveloped the conference room, as it was clear that no one had any viable solutions. After all, we are in the initial stages of spiritual energy revival. Under current conditions, an extraordinary individual suspected of possessing spatial displacement abilities would remain elusive unless they chose to reveal themselves. However, it seems we can only be grateful that their actions do not resemble those of a malevolent individual, but rather bear the characteristics of a chivalrous hero. Just then, the heavy knock on the conference room door interrupted the proceedings as a young man clad in a black trench coat burst in, saluted, and exclaimed in a panic, "Report. There is trouble." Li Xuanshan's brow furrowed as he asked, "What has happened?" "An eyewitness has reported an emergency. An unidentified extraordinary creature has appeared in the commercial district of the northern Li City, seemingly beginning a mass assault on civilians. The situation is dire." "What? How could this be? This is terrible." The conference room erupted into chaos as everyone grappled with the shocking news. Silence. Li Xianshan's brow knitted in concentration as he swiftly issued commands. "The execution department must prepare to mobilize. Immediately notify the nearest patrol teams to head to the commercial area and assist in evacuating the civilians." He then turned his gaze to Rin Bing. "Rin Bing, your stealth skills are unparalleled, surpassing even mine. You must head to the scene at once and ensure the safety of the populace." "Understood." Rin Bing nodded and promptly rushed out. At that moment, another man clad in a black trench coat rushed into the conference room. "Report. The latest developments," he said urgently. "Good news. The team dispatched to support the commercial district has reported that an unidentified extraordinary individual, suspected to be of the second tier, is currently engaged in battle with the extraordinary creature." Chapter 14. The battle 10 minutes prior, in the northern commercial district of Li City. The afternoon sun streamed through the glass facade, casting light upon the throngs of people, while the nearby milk tea shop released a sweet aroma. And young people chatted and laughed, creating a lively scene. Han Yin clutched her milk tea cup, her fingertips turning slightly white. Beside her, her classmate Lin Xiaoxiao was engrossed in her phone, browsing the latest gossip, when she suddenly nudged Han Yan's arm. "Yinzi, what are you thinking? Ever since that incident with the killer, you've been lost in thought." Han Yin snapped back to reality, forcing a smile. "It's nothing. I just feel like it's all a bit surreal." She still vividly recalled that cold blade at her doorstep and the sudden appearance of a figure clad in black training attire, moving with a swiftness akin to the wind, dispatching the cold-eyed killer in mere moments. Later, when the police arrived, she gave her statement but felt as though she had merely experienced a nightmare. "Indeed," Lin Xiaoxiao sighed. "If it were me, I would probably be too terrified to sleep for days." "Speaking of which, did you really not get a good look at the person who saved you? It was all too chaotic. I remember it clearly, yet for some reason, it feels like I've forgotten a lot." Han Yin shook her head, the image of that blurry figure flashing before her mind again, only recalling that he was exceptionally skilled and seemed to have hardly used any weapons. Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed in wonder. "Are people really that formidable nowadays? By the way, you mentioned seeing a knife emanating black energy in the killer's hand. Is that true? You must have been so scared that you misremembered, right?" "It's true," Han Yin said, biting her lip and hesitating before speaking. "Xiaoxiao, do you think there might actually be strange things in this world?" Lin Xiaoxiao paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Have you been scared into imagining things? Do you think this is some fantasy drama?" As she spoke, her gaze swept around, and suddenly she gestured toward the street across. "Hey, look at that person standing there motionless, head down like a statue. Doesn't it seem a bit strange?" Han Yin followed her gaze and noticed a man in a gray jacket standing under a streetlight, his back to them, his figure hunched, with his head nearly buried in his chest, utterly still. Amidst the bustling crowd, no one seemed to notice this peculiar figure. "Perhaps he is on a call," Han Yin suggested. "Let us go check it out. What if he needs help?" Lin Xiaoxiao proposed. "Don't go." Han Yin suddenly grasped her wrist, her voice tinged with urgency. A wave of inexplicable chill surged up her spine, colder and more viscous than the murderous intent she had felt that day. She could not articulate the sensation, as if something malevolent were watching them intently. "What's wrong?" Lin Xiaoxiao was startled by her reaction. "Why is your face so pale?" "We must leave. Quickly," Han Yin insisted, pulling Lin Xiaoxiao away with urgency, their steps quickening almost to a run. "Wait, what is happening, Yinzi?" Lin Xiaoxiao, bewildered, was dragged along. "That guy looks perfectly normal." Just as they had taken a few steps, a deafening roar erupted behind them. Roar. The sound was more akin to a beast-esque growl than a human voice, reverberating painfully in their ears. The street's clamor ceased abruptly, and everyone turned in terror to look back. Han Yin halted abruptly, her heart tightening as she turned. The man in the gray jacket had lifted his head, turned his body, and his once normal face was now covered in dark, scaly patches, his eyes a murky yellow, and two curved horns protruded from his head. His fingers had grown thick, with nails sharp as blades, gripping the neck of an unsuspecting passerby. A sickening crack echoed as bones shattered, and the unfortunate victim crumpled lifelessly. A monster. There's a monster. Run. The screams erupted, and the crowd scattered in panic like startled fish, plunging the once vibrant commercial street into chaos. Let us go. Han Yin trembled but clutched Lin Xiaoxiao, who was frozen in fear, and darted into a nearby alley. Just then, the half-dragon creature tossed aside the body, its yellow pupils locking onto Han Yin, who was nearest, and it lunged forward like a cannonball. Its bloodstained claws aimed directly at Han Yin's back. She felt a chill at the nape of her neck, the shadow of death looming over her. Time seemed to slow, and she could even hear Lin Xiaoxiao's terrified scream. With a sharp clang, as if metal struck metal, the anticipated pain did not come. Han Yin staggered back, and before her stood a figure. Clad in a black martial arts uniform, he wielded a red tasseled spear, its tip perfectly intercepting the half-dragon's claw, the tassel of vivid red in the sunlight, gleaming coldly. It was him. Han Yin's pupils constricted. Despite having seen him only once, she recognized him instantly. Luo Chen's gaze sharpened, his wrist twisting, as the gale spear swept out with a whistling wind, cutting through the air and forcing the half-dragon to retreat repeatedly. Impressive strength, he thought. Luo Chen's inner vision activated, enveloping the creature in an invisible perception. Judging by its power and speed, it must certainly be of the second tier. Had he been in his previous martial artist form, he would have undoubtedly perished from that claw strike. However, the upgraded martial artist form was now vastly superior. The creature staggered back, steadied itself, and roared before lunging again, throwing a powerful punch at Luo Chen, the force of the wind overwhelming. With a sinister grin, Luo Chen executed a shocking maneuver, retracting the red tasseled spear into its sheath, while simultaneously clenching his fist and twisting his body to unleash a powerful strike. Bang! The resounding crash echoed like a thunderclap as the two fists collided, sending invisible shockwaves that rippled through the air. Luo Chen remained steady, unmoving, yet the ground beneath him cracked like spiderwebs. The creature stumbled back, its form swaying, evidently injured. Remarkably, it hadn't been sent flying. Given Luo Chen's strength and physical prowess post-second-tier breakthrough, he could have halted a speeding truck with a single punch, yet this creature proved surprisingly resilient. Strength was tested. Now, it was time to assess speed. Luo Chen activated his lightness skill, moving like a ghost, swiftly closing the distance to the creature. It roared, slashing with its claws as if a tempest had been unleashed. But under Luo Chen's discerning gaze, enhanced by his inner vision and ancient martial skills, the creature's attacks revealed numerous flaws, appearing almost ludicrous. Thud, thud, thud. Luo Chen displayed an effortless grace, evading the onslaught while striking back with precision during the fleeting moments of opportunity. Each punch, kick, elbow, and knee was a lethal weapon, raining down upon the creature's vulnerable spots. In the chaotic commercial street, the jarring sounds of fists and scales colliding were particularly piercing. Luo Chen darted like a phantom amidst the creature's frenzied assault. His lightness skill was pushed to its limits. Each time the creature's south claws came close, he narrowly evaded and counterattacked at its less protected joints. The creature howled in agony, its yellow eyes swirling with bloodthirsty rage. Suddenly, it straightened and unleashed a fierce sweep of its leg that lashed toward Luo Chen's ankle like a steel whip. Humph, a mere trick, Luo Chen noted, having anticipated the movement. With a light push of his toes against the ground, he leapt, narrowly avoiding the kick. The creature's leg, covered in thick scales, struck the nearby lamppost with a resounding crack, snapping the sturdy steel pole in half. At that moment, several black SUVs sped into the commercial street, screeching to a halt at the intersection. The doors swung open, and a dozen armed members of the enforcement department swiftly disembarked. They split into two groups. One efficiently began to evacuate the crowd and set up a perimeter, while the other raised their weapons, aiming at the center of the battlefield. The leading officer, Fang Yu, peered through the scope and assessed the situation, his expression grave, pupils narrowing slightly. This speed, this destructive power, it was undoubtedly second tier. This was dire. It must be noted that while first-tier superhumans could still be dealt with by modern light weaponry, the second tier represented a monumental leap. They could often sprint at speeds of hundreds of meters in mere seconds, and their punches could overturn armored vehicles. Their physical defenses could withstand the impact of a rocket launcher, rendering most light weapons nearly ineffective, truly a nightmare. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of this unknown superhuman, the young man in the black martial arts uniform, the consequences would have been unimaginable, likely leading to a catastrophic incident. Report to headquarters. Captain Fang Yu of the squad activated his earpiece and urgently reported, our team has arrived at the scene, witnessing a second-tier extraordinary creature, suspected to be a dragon-like aberration. An unidentified extraordinary being is currently engaged in combat with it and has gained the upper hand. Requesting instructions. Within the headquarters of the Special Task Force, Li Xianshan, upon hearing the report, furrowed his brows and decisively commanded, "Understood." The unidentified extraordinary being is to be provisionally classified as an ally. Your squad is to provide fire support and assist this extraordinary individual in subduing the creature while we await the arrival of Team Leader Renbing. Received. Fang Yu promptly responded, concluding the communication. He signaled to his team members, issuing orders. Everyone, pay attention. Equipment team, prepare the spirit suppression devices. Fire team, follow me. And get ready to deploy blood-breaking rounds for fire suppression. The well-trained operatives swiftly sprang into action. Two of them hoisted a peculiar-looking device from the armored vehicle, resembling an oversized serrated flashlight. They set it up on a tripod and hastily prepared it on the ground. Soon, this bizarre, colossal flashlight emitted a beam of blue light, directed straight at the half-dragon creature under the control of the task force members. The creature suddenly froze, as if its entire body had been encased in glue. Its speed reduced by at least 30%. At that moment, the team members armed with firearms quickly spread out, taking aim at the creature and firing in unison. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, multiple bursts of blood erupted from the creature's body. The bullets were evidently specially designed, capable of penetrating its previously invulnerable form. Goodness! One cannot underestimate the power of the nation, Luo Chen silently marveled, intrigued. The scattered team members, under his keen perception, exhibited relatively modest strength, averaging around the first tier. Yet, when combined with the special equipment, they posed a significant threat to a second-tier creature, demonstrating their formidable capabilities and thorough preparations. Of course, while such thoughts occupied his mind, his actions were swift. Seizing the opportunity during the creature's moment of vulnerability, he reached into the void and summoned the Longquan sword. The blade gleamed like a silken thread, striking directly at the creature's head. Roar! The creature, evidently startled, instinctively recoiled while raising its hand to block. With a swift slice, the Longquan sword, renowned for its capacity to cut through steel, did not disappoint Luo Chen. The blade flashed, severing a significant portion of the creature's arm and leaving a deep gash between its throat and chin. Just as Luo Chen intended to step forward for another strike, a surge of alarm surged within him, prompting an immediate retreat. Boom! Suddenly, the creature's bloodlight surged violently, releasing an intense wave of crimson energy that culminated in a thunderous explosion. A tangible shockwave swiftly radiated outward, engulfing a vast area, accompanied by a deafening roar. Luo Chen managed to retreat in time, and due to his formidable strength, he was not severely affected. However, the operatives of the Special Task Force were not as fortunate, with several being toppled by the blast and crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, the device emitting blue light, which had been suppressing the creature's spiritual energy fluctuations, erupted with a shower of electrical sparks and began to emit wisps of smoke. The blue light extinguished entirely. As the smoke cleared, Luo Chen observed the creature's transformation, his pupils constricting and alarms ringing in his mind. The creature's blood light was now so dense it seemed tangible, staining the surrounding air a deep crimson. At the sight of the severed arm, the black blood gushed forth, morphing into newly formed muscle and scales, not only restoring itself, but becoming even more robust. Its claws glimmering with a chilling radiance. Its size had increased significantly. The dark green scales that once covered its body now appeared as thick as shields, their edges glinting with a metallic sheen. Additionally, two grotesque pairs of wings had sprouted from its back, rendering it a fearsome sight. Most alarming to Luo Chen was the fact that its previous initial tier presence had now surged to the late second tier within his perception. The frenzied waves of spiritual energy surged like boiling water, causing the very air to tremble. Report to headquarters. The target has undergone a secondary mutation, its strength escalating to the late second tier. The spirit suppression device has been destroyed, and the blood-breaking rounds are ineffective. Requesting reinforcements. Fang Yu, positioned at a slight distance, staggered back several steps due to the shockwave before stabilizing himself. He shouted into his earpiece, "Roar!" The transformed creature emitted a deafening roar, its yellow pupils now an eerie blood red, locking its gaze firmly onto Luo Chen. It flapped its grotesque wings, launching itself toward Luo Chen like a cannonball. Its speed more than doubled from before, its claws aimed menacingly at Luo Chen's face. Luo Chen's mind sharpened. He could no longer afford to underestimate the threat. He pushed off the ground with great force, causing the earth to crack beneath him, propelling himself backward by several dozen meters. Simultaneously, he flicked his wrist, and the Long Quan's sword vanished, instantly replaced by the Lycong gun. With a swift motion, he swung the gun, the spiraling winds coiling around it transforming into tangible airflow. Emitting a low hum, he pivoted, aiming the gun, the action fluid and seamless, the gun's tip glowing with brilliant golden light as it met the creature's claws. Clang! The moment a violent explosion rang out, the gun's tip collided fiercely with the creature's claws, but this outcome was entirely different from the previous encounter. Luo Chen staggered backward several steps, a metallic taste filling his throat from the impact. Goodness, is this strength real? Luo Chen felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the daunting challenge before him. The creature, however, did not afford him the luxury of recovery time, charging at him once more with relentless ferocity, its claws raining down like a storm. With no other recourse, Luo Chen braced himself and swung the Lycong gun in defense. Clang, clang, clang. He wielded the long gun with precision, his movements fluid and effortless, as if choreographed by fate, harnessing the windswept effect to accelerate his strikes. He managed to hold his ground against the creature, trading blows evenly for a time. Damn it, this cannot continue. Luo Chen felt no joy in his progress. He knew all too well that while he barely kept pace in speed, the disparity in strength between him and the mutated creature was vast. Each clash intensified the pain in his hands, his injuries mounting. Desperation took hold. Luo Chen's expression hardened as he seized upon a fleeting opening amidst the creature's claw strikes. The gun shot forth like a dragon, its tip piercing toward the creature's chest with fierce determination. Yet, just as the gun was halfway extended, his motion suddenly froze, failing to strike true. At the critical moment, the creature reached out, grasping the gun's tip firmly. The sharp energy blade coiling around the tip inflicted numerous wounds on the creature's claw, but it remained steadfast in its grip, neither side yielding. Damn it! Luo Chen quickly regained his composure, making a split-second decision. He reached into the void, summoning the Long Quan sword once more, and swung it directly at the creature's neck. Uft! Unfortunately, this sudden assault also failed to find its mark, as the creature swung its other claw, intercepting the sword's blade. The Long Quan's sword embedded a few centimeters into the creature's claw, but soon felt as though it had struck a mass of rubber, unable to penetrate further. The two remained locked in a stalemate, neither willing to yield an inch. The ground beneath them cracked like a spider's web, splintering and fracturing. This impasse was untenable. The creature's strength exceeded his own. Luo Chen felt trapped, the force emanating from the creature akin to relentless tidal waves, layering upon him. If this continued, he would soon be disarmed and face a devastating blow. At that moment, a cold female voice echoed in his ear, "Fall back." Luo Chen squinted, his senses scanning the surroundings, and almost instantly made his decision. He lightly tapped his toes on the ground and swiftly retreated like a wraith. The creature lunged with astonishing speed, its claws slicing through the air, aimed directly at Luo Chen's throat. Should it grasp him firmly, his windpipe would be torn asunder. At that moment, a beam of icy light shot forth, striking the beast with precision. In an instant, frost spread rapidly, encasing the half-dragon creature in a crystalline prison, rendering it completely immobile. A woman clad in a black trench coat, exuding an air of elegance, appeared beside Luo Chen and introduced herself. "I am Ren Bing, the leader of the Special Task Force's Execution Division. Thank you for your assistance, sir." Her gaze swept across Luo Chen's face, and her eyes widened in sudden recognition. Wait a moment. This visage, it's the very target the Special Task Force has been searching for. I never imagined we would meet again under such unexpected circumstances. Ren Bing focused intently, momentarily sensing the aura emanating from Luo Chen. A look of astonishment crossed her previously calm features. Wait, this energy signature has reached the mid-second tier? Earlier, during the on-site investigation, the residual traces indicated he possessed no more than late first-tier strength. How could he have advanced so remarkably in merely a day? This is not the time for idle conversation, Luo Chen stated coolly, his eyes fixated on the creature. This level of freezing power likely won't hold it for long. As soon as he spoke, cracks resembling spider webs began to form across the ice sculpture. With a resounding crash, the creature broke free from its icy confines. Its eyes filled with ferocious intent as it surveyed the two individuals before it. "Can you freeze it again?" Luo Chen suddenly inquired. "What I mean is, do you possess the capability for a stronger control than before?" "I do," Ren Bing replied decisively, shaking off any extraneous thoughts. "However, it will require some preparation." "Very well. I will engage it and distract it. You prepare to exert control." Without waiting for Ren Bing's response, Luo Chen propelled himself forward like an arrow, wielding a gun in his right hand and a sword in his left, ready to confront the beast. Rin Bing, experienced in combat, immediately grasped Luo Chen's intention. She retreated a few steps, her hands weaving intricate gestures as she chanted incantations. A chilling aura enveloped her, and the creature, locked in combat with Luo Chen, sensed the imminent threat. Its fierce gaze shifted toward Rin Bing, revealing its agitation as it attempted to break through Luo Chen's blockade. But Luo Chen would not allow it to succeed. The previous setback had merely been a result of his desire to engage in a direct confrontation. Now, his goal was simply to entangle the creature, granting him far greater maneuverability. Like an indestructible piece of taffy, he clung tightly to the beast, preventing it from advancing even an inch. As long as he did not seek victory, he would not face defeat. Time flew by, and moments later, Rin Bing's incantation abruptly ceased. She raised her hand and exclaimed, "Frost cloud technique." A cloud of frost, exuding intense cold, materialized above the creature, descending upon it with the weight of a mountain. In an instant, a massive ice coffin arose, securely trapping the creature within, immobilizing it completely. "Excellent," Luo Chen exclaimed, retreating a dozen steps, sheathing his long quan sword, and raising his spear to gather strength. He stomped the ground, activating the heavenly light-breaking cloud effect, and charged fiercely toward the encased beast. The spearhead pierced the ice coffin, penetrating the creature's neck. With a swift motion, Luo Chen spun the spear, and in a whirlwind of energy, the creature's enormous head was severed in an instant. Just as the head was about to detach, Rin Bing flicked her finger, sending a beam of icy light that instantly froze the severed head midair. She then snapped her fingers, causing a surge of cold air to erupt from the creature's neck, where blood rapidly crystallized into a spectacle resembling red coral. The headless body of the creature froze in place, life extinguished, clearly succumbing to this seamless combination of attacks. The Mission Frenzied Dragon Disaster has been completed. Mission rewards have been dispatched. Teleportation countdown, 180, 179, 178. The familiar electronic voice resonated in Luo Chen's mind. He lowered his weapon, his gaze gradually shifting toward Rin Bing. She approached him, extending her hand and inquiring, "May I ask how to address you?" Luo Chen blinked. "Just call me Wu Shujia." This clearly was not a conventional name, and Rin Bing furrowed her brow, pondering that he seemed to harbor considerable wariness toward the authorities. Suppressing her thoughts, she continued the conversation. "Very well, Wu Shujia. May I ask if you would be interested in joining the Special Task Force? Your previous performance has been remarkable, and we have been observing you for quite some time. In the last two incidents where you appeared, you made significant contributions to the security of Li City." Rin Bing paused momentarily before continuing. "As you know, we are currently in an era of spiritual energy resurgence. The power of an individual is quite limited. If you join the official ranks, we can provide you with ample intelligence and various cultivation techniques. If you have any dependents to care for, we can also assist in alleviating your concerns." Chapter 17. The Aftermath. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen gently shook his head. "No, thank you." He understood that his strength was not genuinely his own. His true self was merely an ordinary university student, exceedingly weak. Even if he had the desire to join, he simply lacked the capability. Of course, if he wished to grow, it would be relatively easy. He had conducted experiments in the past. Those cultivation cards and development materials remained effective for his true self. As long as Luo Chen was willing to invest certain resources and momentarily pause his investment in his avatar, he could quickly break through and see a significant rise in strength. Unfortunately, he currently lacked the surplus resources to ensure that enhancing his own strength would not affect the growth of his avatar. Rin Bing's eyes flickered with surprise, quickly restoring her composure. "Very well, I respect your decision." She was not particularly surprised by his response. After all, this extraordinary individual seemed to possess a fortuitous encounter, holding the ability for spatial teleportation. Even if he were to suddenly turn hostile, the risks would outweigh the rewards. Only a fool would make such a choice. Since they could not bring him into their ranks, it was essential to maintain a good relationship. With a calm demeanor, she said, "In that case, I would like to remind you of something." Rin Bing gestured toward the still frozen body of the creature. "Be cautious in concealing your identity. Do not allow other extraordinary organizations to discover you, especially the organization responsible for creating this half-dragon creature. Are they formidable?" Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. "Indeed," Rin Bing replied solemnly. "They are an international cult sought by several major nations, self-identifying as the Transformation Dragon Cult. They worship dragons and despise the decay and weakness of the human form, attempting to transcend their bloodlines through dark arts to become true dragons. This creature is evidently one of their experimental creations. The sudden appearance of this creature in a densely populated commercial area was clearly not a coincidence. It likely involved a sinister experiment by the cult. The Special Task Force would expend considerable effort to investigate them, but you must also be wary of retribution. In their dogma, the might of dragons is supreme, and any harm to a dragon's bloodline is regarded as a severe blasphemy, placing you on their list of enemies. Proceed with utmost caution. As Rinbing spoke, she retrieved a silver badge from the pocket of her trench coat and tossed it to Luo Chen. This is a microcommunicator from the Special Task Force. In case of emergencies, you can contact the nearest branch. Of course, if you possess valuable intelligence or treasures you wish to sell, you may also reach out to us, and we will provide compensation. Luo Chen caught the badge, his fingertips brushing against the cool metallic surface, and suddenly sensed a faint ripple of spiritual energy. He raised an eyebrow slightly, tucking the badge into his pocket. Thank you. By the way, there is one more thing. Rinbing retrieved a black card from the inner pocket of her trench coat, channeling her spiritual energy to inscribe a line of characters swiftly upon its surface before tossing it to Luo Chen. This is a forum for extraordinary beings to exchange intelligence on the dark web, maintained collaboratively by multiple global factions. Luo Chen caught the card, noticing its unique material, adorned with intricate runes that shimmered across its surface. Rinbing elaborated, ordinary access methods cannot penetrate this forum. It necessitates 7 server hops. This site is equipped with an anonymous firewall and anti-crawling protocols, automatically concealing IP addresses. It aggregates a wealth of information pertinent to extraordinary beings. If you are interested, you may explore it further. Luo Chen placed the card and his communicator into his inventory, nodding appreciatively. Thank you for the information. Observing his composed acceptance of her offering, Rinbing recalled his ability to retrieve items from afar during their battle and spoke thoughtfully. That about sums it up. Before she could finish, Luo Chen raised his hand in a gesture of farewell, and his form abruptly transformed into light, vanishing from sight. In a dark, windowless chamber, a dozen individuals clad in black robes, their faces obscured by shadows, were gathered together. The screen has gone dark. With a hushed exclamation, the surveillance feed before them flickered out. The Special Task Force had arrived, their electromagnetic interference severing data transmission. A figure in a black robe rose to report to the one seated at the head. The experiment on the dragon blood evolutionary body has yet to yield successful data. High Priest, what should our next step be? Came the gritted response from the head. The usually inscrutable High Priest could not mask his seething anger at this moment. The experiment has failed. How dare those insufferable extraordinary beings harm the dragon bloodline? They deserve nothing less than death. They deserve nothing less than death. The gathered individuals rose in unison, their black robes rustling as a synchronized roar erupted. Initiate the contingency plan. The High Priest's piercing gaze swept over the assembly. Inform the Yueching Division that our dragon blood purification body experiment has failed, and we require their assistance to complete our data, while also accelerating the dragon transformation project. My fingers drum heavily on the stone table. According to our order's headquarters predictions, a more vigorous surge of spiritual energy is imminent. At that time, we shall step into the spotlight and reveal to the world the nobility of the dragon bloodline. The announcement stirred a ripple of excitement among the crowd. Currently, the revival of spiritual energy was merely in its nascent stages, and even the most formidable extraordinary beings were stymied at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, their spiritual density insufficient to complete the breakthrough ritual to the 3rd tier. Although 2nd tier extraordinary beings were indeed powerful enough to disregard most modern firearms, such as various guns, rocket launchers, and grenade launchers, there remained several contemporary weapons capable of inflicting harm upon them. Heavy mortars, rocket bombardments, aerial munitions, and even cruise missiles posed significant threats. Should a 2nd-tier hostile extraordinary being be discovered in the wilderness by national agencies, they would undoubtedly face a fierce onslaught, within which survival for an extraordinary being would be extremely difficult. However, such days were numbered, should a breakthrough to the 3rd tier occur. The lethality and threat of modern firearms would surely diminish substantially. That would be the opportune moment for organizations like the Dragon Transformation Sect. For now, it was prudent to bide their time and allow those heretics to revel in their triumph for a while longer. Chapter 18. News from the secret realm. At the headquarters of the Liqing Special Task Force. In the command office, Li Xinshan sat in his chair, idly twisting a smooth jade pendant between his fingers as he listened to Rinbing's report. Sunlight streamed through the slats of the blinds, casting a mosaic of light and shadow across his face, rendering his emotions inscrutable. He declined to join, with his strength assessment confirmed as mid-2nd tier. a significant increase from the late first tier inferred from the residual traces at the scene. Ren Bing stood before the desk, calmly detailing. He displayed spatial storage abilities during the battle, disappearing in a flash afterward, suggesting mastery of spatial teleportation with unknown limitations and distances. Li Xianshan paused in his fidgeting with the jade pendant, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. A mid-second tier being in a single day? Indeed, Ren Bing affirmed. And his combat style is peculiar, adept in both marksmanship and swordplay, capable of engaging in direct confrontation while also excelling in skillful grappling. This does not resemble a singular inheritance, and though his methods remain somewhat unclear, they are evidently of a high tier. Li Xianshan remained silent for a moment before slowly stating, spatial storage, teleportation, and a sudden leap in power. This individual harbors many secrets. Rising, he approached the window, gazing out at the densely packed skyscrapers. Consider what spatial abilities imply. Ren Bing hesitated, then grasped the implications. It means he can disregard the physical constraints of space, smuggling high-value items, weapons, and even extraordinary beings. And more, Li Xianshan turned, his gaze sharp. If he wishes, he could stealthily infiltrate any location, including the Special Task Force's secure warehouses. Such an ability, if misused, could unleash unimaginable destruction. Ren Bing furrowed her brow. Should we not? No need. Li Xianshan waved his hand dismissively. Thus far, his actions have been focused on addressing anomalous events, without signs of endangering ordinary people. Such an individual, rather than forcibly controlling, is better observed. At least for now, he appears to be an ally, not an enemy. He paused, his tone softening. Moreover, his refusal to join may not be a detriment. An extraordinary being unbound by institutional constraints can sometimes be more effective, at the very least. They need not be encumbered by excessive regulations. Ren Bing understood his meaning. The Special Task Force must consider the broader implications of their actions, often finding themselves constrained and restricted, while an independent martial artist might navigate certain gray areas with greater efficacy. By the way, what progress has been made regarding the Dragon Transformation sect? Li Xianshan shifted the conversation. Investigations are underway, Ren Bing replied. The Yueqing division has reported similar traces emerging recently, suspecting collaboration between the Liqing and Yueqing branches of the Dragon Transformation sect in advancing a particular experiment. I have instructed them to monitor closely, aiming to trace the roots and dismantle their stronghold. Li Xianshan nodded. These lunatics are growing increasingly audacious. They must be dealt with promptly. We cannot allow them to cause upheaval during this critical period of spiritual energy revival. Approaching the desk, he picked up an encrypted document and handed it to Ren Bing. Speaking of which, there is another matter to inform you about. Ren Bing accepted the document, opening it to find her pupils constricting slightly. An order from headquarters? Assembling a significant number of guardians to head to the capital? Indeed, Li Xianshan confirmed. Not just Liqing, but guardians from over a dozen cities nationwide have received the notification. Is there some major event occurring? Ren Bing inquired, perplexed. It was her first time witnessing headquarters mobilize such a considerable force. Li Xianshan's expression turned grave. It concerns the secret realm. The secret realm? Ren Bing expressed surprise. Precisely, the remnants of ancient, extraordinary civilizations, Li Xianshan clarified. According to the latest detections from headquarters, a secret realm within our country is manifesting at an accelerated pace, with energy fluctuations growing increasingly intense. This assembly aims to organize a large-scale expedition into the secret realm. He paused to add, these realms harbor the legacies of extraordinary civilizations, techniques, artifacts, and rare treasures, all of which can significantly enhance extraordinary beings. You are aware that the next wave of spiritual awakening is imminent, and at that time, extraordinary beings of the third and even fourth tiers may emerge. Our organization must swiftly enhance its strength to cope with this and safeguard the lives of the populace. The headquarters plans to launch a nationwide initiative to disseminate fundamental knowledge and education about the extraordinary once the spiritual energy reaches a certain threshold, systematically nurturing extraordinary individuals. However, this is contingent upon us having a stable and secure societal environment. Ren Bing comprehended. Thus, the headquarters intends to explore swiftly while the spiritual energy is still sparse and the secret realms have only recently manifested, as the danger must be minimal. Indeed, Li Xianshan nodded, stating that this mission is directly led by the headquarters and is a rare opportunity. You are one of the core combatants of the Li City Execution Department. After I depart from Li City, the responsibility lies entirely with you. Ren Bing's expression turned serious as she offered a salute and declared her commitment to completing the mission. Meanwhile, Luo Chen's figure reformed in his bedroom. The dizziness from teleportation not yet fully subsided, and he eagerly reached for his phone. As the screen illuminated, the task settlement interface clearly displayed the reward details, instantly invigorating him. Task: Catastrophe of the Dragon. Status: Completed. Time taken: 16 minutes and 3 seconds. Rewards: 10 Fate Draw Tickets, 5,000 gold coins. Unlocks new feature: Advanced Store, 10 Draw Tickets, 5,000 gold coins, and a new feature? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. His curiosity piqued as his fingertip hovered over the icon of the Advanced Store. He first pocketed the gold coins and draw tickets before clicking on the golden-framed Advanced Store icon. The moment the interface popped up, Luo Chen's breath momentarily caught. The store page was designed simply, with the top displaying the weekly refresh countdown, 6 days and 18 hours remaining. 3 items were neatly arranged below, each with a faint blue glow, clearly not ordinary wares. Xian Shui Ju, blue. Type: Technique. Quality: blue. A technique created from the cold energy after a cultivator consumes a 1,000-year-old ice jade, allowing one to manipulate pure water power and significantly enhancing perception of water elements. Upon advancement, one can condense Xian ice, greatly amplifying water-based techniques. Note: Master the extreme cold, command all waters. With a single thought, transform softness into hardness, and condense water into Xian ice. Price: 3,000 gold coins. Break evil talismans, blue. Type: Consumable. Quality: blue. Effect: Inflicts substantial spiritual damage to malevolent targets. Capable of harming evil spirits of the 3rd tier or below. Note: When the talisman is invoked, dispel evil and break barriers, all impurities. Touch them, and they shall perish. Price: 2,500 gold coins. Spiritual Energy Recovery Potion, blue. Type: Consumable. Quality: blue. Effect: Instantly restores a large amount of spiritual energy upon consumption. Repeated use may cause some resistance. Note: 1 sip, and the grand technique resumes. Price: 1,000 gold coins, weekly refresh. Luo Chen stroked his chin, excitement flashing in his eyes. Though he had previously invested a considerable sum in the martial artist's Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, depleting his gold coins, he had now successfully completed this time-limited task, acquiring a substantial reward of 5,000 gold coins and still having draw tickets left. Purchasing these valuable items would be more than sufficient. I shall hold off for now. Luo Chen ultimately restrained his impulse, deciding to draw first. What if he obtained an even better technique? He closed the store interface and opened the fate drawing interface. The familiar vast river surged once more on the screen, with 10 draw tickets neatly arranged, emanating a soft golden glow. A 10-fold draw it shall be. Luo Chen took a deep breath and pressed the button for the 10-fold draw. Golden light erupted as 10 streams of light leapt from the river, bursting forth. Chapter 19. Harvest. The golden light dazzled as 10 streams of light surged forth, exploding dramatically. Luo Chen felt a surge of joy. Splendid. A successful draw. His luck was indeed favorable, as he had drawn a golden item once again. He quickly focused on the popping light screen, where the draw results were clearly displayed. 3 whites, 2 greens, 2 blues, 2 purples, and 1 gold. Not bad at all, he murmured, then proceeded to check the specific items. Voucher: white, 1, consumable. Can be exchanged for gold in the store, single redemption limit. 1,000 gold coins. Life supplement: white, 2. Consumable, can be ingested to restore health and heal wounds. Small thunder talisman, green, 1. Consumable, unleashes a lightning attack equivalent to 2nd-tier techniques against enemies. Amulet, green, 1. Consumable, releases a shield effect equivalent to 2nd-tier techniques upon use. Training card, blue, 1. Allows the avatar to enter a space suitable for cultivation, significantly enhancing technique and skill levels during practice. Reverse fate pill, purple consumable, purges the marrow and alters destiny. Upon ingestion, it greatly enhances and improves the user's root bone. True Fire of Samadhi, purple skill card, allows the avatar to learn the divine ability of True Fire of Samadhi with astonishing power. Technique adaptation card, gold upon use, designates one avatar, which immediately obtains a technique that matches its talents and strength. However, this technique becomes exclusive to that avatar, and others cannot learn it. Excellent items. Luo Chen was overjoyed and unhesitatingly retrieved the technique adaptation card from his storage, directly applying it to the Wuxing Daoren avatar without a second thought. This was akin to receiving a pillow when one was drowsy. He had been troubled by the lack of suitable techniques for the Wuxing avatar. The suitability of techniques was crucial for avatars. Previously, Luo Chen had invested a bit of resources to acquire training cards, which had drastically transformed the martial artist avatar's strength. Much of this was attributed to the dragon-elephant prajna technique, which directly benefited from the two inherent talents of the martial artist, yielding extraordinary results. Ding! The technique adaptation card has been used, matching a technique for Wuxing Daoren. As the prompt sounded, a golden light surged from the adaptation card, merging into the long-dormant Wuxing Daoren avatar in the storage. Moments later, Luo Chen received a notification. Wuxing Daoren has obtained the exclusive technique Wuxing Luanzhuan Jing. Wuxing Luanzhuan Jing. Quality: Gold. Type: Technique. Based on the interdependence and conflict of the 5 elements. It draws the 5 elemental energies from heaven and earth into the body, ceaselessly rotating. It can both balance the 5 elements and integrate the powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth into one form. Cultivating to a profound level allows one to transform the 5 elements and manifest myriad phenomena. Note: this is an unparalleled divine skill passed down from the Yin-Yang school of ancient philosophers. Harmonizing the 5 elements enables one to perceive all phenomena. Those capable of mastering this technique must possess exceptional talent and brilliance, yet its difficulty exceeds that of ordinary techniques by more than 5-fold. Excellent indeed. Luo Chen did not linger on the resources, swiftly depositing all the newly drawn items into storage, allowing the skill True Fire of Samadhi to be learned by the Wuxing Daoren, and then open the store to purchase several training cards, applying them all to the Wuxing Daoren avatar alongside the recently drawn blue training card. The familiar training space unfolded instantly. The 5 elements Taoist, with a visage akin to a crown of jade, engaged in the circulation of cosmic energy within the spatial realm. Surrounding him, the 5 hues of blue, red, yellow, white, and black shimmered incessantly as his aura steadily ascended. After a brief interval, the cultivation session concluded. The prowess of the 5 elements Taoist had reached the peak of the 2nd tier, with his mental attributes surging to 27 and his spiritual energy escalating to 29. Thanks to his practice of the Wuxing Luanzhuan Jing, his comprehension of the 5 elements spells deepened, elevating their level to 18. Quite remarkable, and an unexpected delight. Luo Chen nodded in approval at the outcome. After a moment of contemplation, he hesitated for a few seconds before extending his hand, summoning a pill that materialized in his palm. This pill radiated a violet glow, its surface adorned with 3 intricate and exquisite patterns, a sight to behold, irresistibly captivating. The instant the pill appeared, a surge of intense desire enveloped Luo Chen, compelling him to consume it immediately to experience the transcendence of life. This was indeed the Ni Ming Dan he had just drawn, a potion capable of enhancing one's innate qualities and roots. He could certainly bestow the pill upon his avatar to assist in its evolution and solidify its foundation. Yet, after further reflection and considering the recent recruitment from the Special Task Force in the concluded quest, a thought crystallized in his mind. He was not merely engaged in a game. With the imminent resurgence of spiritual energy, he needed to possess sufficient capital of his own. Luo Chen's gaze became resolute as he grasped the pill and unhesitatingly placed it into his mouth. The Ni Ming Dan dissolved instantly, devoid of the anticipated bitterness, instead offering a peculiar sweetness that glided down his throat into his abdomen. Just as he began to savor the taste, a sudden and excruciating burning sensation erupted in his lower abdomen, as if molten iron had detonated within him. By heavens! He hunched over in agony, cold sweat beading on his forehead. How come the description did not mention such pain? Before he could finish his thought, the searing pain transformed into a torrent of energy, surging through his veins to his limbs and bones. Wherever it flowed, his meridians felt as though they were being stretched, torn, and forcibly reshaped. A cacophony of discomfort beyond compare, 100-fold worse than being clawed by a monster. Gasping, Luo Chen inhaled sharply, gripping his palms tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Yet, a far greater energy cascaded downward, heading straight for his dantian. Luo Chen felt as though he had been struck by a hammer in his lower abdomen, his vision fading to darkness. Nevertheless, he clenched his teeth, resolutely suppressing any sound of distress. He sensed the impurities within his body being swept away by this torrent, emerging through his pores. As a layer of gray-black viscous substance surfaced on his skin, exuding a foul odor. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Luo Chen lost track of how long he endured until the energy flow gradually subsided, bringing with it a soothing sensation unlike any he had ever felt. His limbs felt as if they had been immersed in warm water. His previously stiff body, unaccustomed to exercise, now felt remarkably light. The area around his dantian radiated warmth, as if a gentle current was swirling within. With a sigh, Luo Chen collapsed onto his bed, gasping for breath, his body drenched in cold sweat and impurities. Feeling utterly wretched, he glanced down at his skin, the layer of gray-black filth clinging to the surface, and couldn't help but frown. A shower was in order. Struggling to rise, he felt a slight unsteadiness in his steps, but was invigorated with an abundance of energy, his senses unusually acute. Upon reaching the mirror, Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback. Although his complexion still bore some pallor, his eyes shone with newfound brightness, his skin appeared much more refined, and his posture, previously slightly hunched from prolonged sitting, stood tall and upright. A subtle transformation had occurred in his overall demeanor. Was this the effect of cleansing the marrow? He moved his limbs, and the bones emitted faint cracking sounds, yet he felt no stiffness whatsoever. Without further hesitation, Luo Chen dashed into the bathroom, where the warm water cascaded over him, washing away the gray-black impurities, along with the unpleasant odor. The next afternoon, Luo Chen donned a white t-shirt and slowly practiced boxing in his living room. His hands extended, feet intertwining, the movements flowed like water, each strike imbued with a steady force that caused the air to crackle. Since swallowing the Ni Ming Dan, his physique had undergone a remarkable transformation, rejuvenated as if reborn. Even a seasoned fitness enthusiast might not possess his level of health. With such a foundation, Luo Chen felt motivated to train diligently. After all, he had engaged in 3 quest missions as his martial artist avatar, enduring 3 fierce battles, and had absorbed a significant portion of the ancient martial arts memories hidden within his avatar's mind. While he might not be as proficient as in the avatar state, executing a set of punches to enhance his physique was more than sufficient. After completing the set, Luo Chen wiped the sweat from his brow and picked up his phone. Glancing at the data interface, Avatar Master, Physique, 11, Agility, 10, Spiritual Power, 5, Mental, 12, Skills, Ancient Martial Arts LV6, Insight LV2, Lightness Skill LV2, Equipment, none, Talent, none, Strength Evaluation, Early Stage of First Tier. My current strength should be quite close to the state I just drew for the martial artist avatar. Luo Chen mused softly. Though lacking the enhancement of cultivation techniques, I've surpassed the limits of an ordinary person through sheer training. However, the background of the avatar stated that martial artists hone their skills through arduous practice, while his progress was, to put it bluntly, achieved through the Ni Ming Dan. He chuckled, shaking his arms. Regardless of how it came about, the enhancement was undeniably real. With consistent practice and the integration of various absorbed memories, he might carve out his own path. At that moment, his phone vibrated, and a message arrived. Zhao Zizai, are you there? Are you free? If so, would you like to play a game? A flicker of interest stirred within Luo Chen. He had been engrossed in the mysterious Wan Qian Huashan that had appeared on his phone, and it had been ages since he had engaged in an exhilarating gaming session with friends. It was time to unwind and seek some enjoyment. Thinking this, he replied, Sure. What are we playing? Oh, you finally have time? Zhao Zizai responded with a shocked emoji. Luo Chen typed back, I've been busy with other matters recently. Just tell me what we're playing, and I'll be all in today. All right, with your word, I'm at ease. Hurry up and come out. I have something amazing to show you. A brand new game you've never played before. What new game? Is it one of those hack and slash types? Luo Chen inquired curiously. Far more thrilling than that. You'll see when you arrive. I managed to secure a testing qualification just for you today, Zhao Zizai replied mysteriously. Intrigued, Luo Chen quickly changed into a t-shirt and jeans, stepped outside, and hailed a ride to the location Zhao Zizai had sent him. Soon, he alighted from the vehicle and spotted Zhao Zizai waiting for him at the entrance of the mall. Hello, my friend. It has been a long time. Come, follow me here. Zhao Zizai skillfully led Luo Chen toward an arcade store. The arcade's decor exuded a futuristic ambience, bustling with patrons. Among them were well-dressed professionals, various young individuals, and even a few children, alongside numerous streamers and content creators wielding smartphones and sporting cameras atop their heads. At that moment, a content creator hurried past them, speaking rapidly. All right, everyone, today we shall test the much-discussed VR game that has taken the internet by storm. It is said to achieve a virtual realism of 99, claiming to revolutionize all existing game formats. Just hearing the terrifying description of its effects is captivating. Let us delve into this experience. It was reported that the VR game equipment consisted of a specialized treadmill, a full-body sensing suit, a VR headset, and local servers, necessitating considerable space, which is why it could only be experienced at professional venues and not yet available for personal purchase. Once donned and the game initiated, this VR setup could provide 100 sensory perception, excluding taste, making it a staggering invention. Upon hearing the streamer's introduction, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhao Zizai. Is this what you wanted me to experience? Absolutely. Impressive, isn't it? You had no idea about this? It's gone viral online. Zhao Zizai laughed heartily, patting Luo Chen on the shoulder. I had to rely on my parents' connections to obtain this qualification, specifically to bring you along. How's that for brotherhood? Luo Chen was not surprised by this revelation. Zhao Zizai's father owned a company, and his mother worked in a state-owned enterprise, ensuring that their household was well informed. Whether through connections or other means, acquiring this qualification was indeed unsurprising. Thank you, my friend. Luo Chen felt a surge of excitement. I'm eager to see how captivating this VR experience truly is. With that, he and Zhao Zizai entered the arcade. A staff member promptly approached them, guiding them to 2 available machines. Following the attendant's instructions, Luo Chen donned the VR headset and equipped the necessary gear to enter the game. He glanced at the interface and noticed only 1 game available for selection. Dao Jianju, a martial arts game? Luo Chen pondered, somewhat perplexed, before swiftly entering the game. He found himself in an expansive area covered in grass, his eyes widening as he felt the warm sunlight and heard the melodious chirping of birds, with every sense, olfactory, auditory, visual, and tactile, perfectly simulated. What an exaggerated simulation capability. Luo Chen marveled silently, just as an electronic voice resonated. Dao Jianju is the first VR game developed by our company utilizing this equipment, perfectly simulating various combat scenarios. Players can engage with others, continuously accumulating experience to ultimately become combat experts. Please choose from the following options. I am a novice, completely inexperienced in combat. I am a combat enthusiast. Possessing some skills, I am a master in the realm of combat, ready to enter the game immediately. Chapter 21, Overwhelm. This is a VR simulator for combat. Luo Chen immediately sensed something amiss. After all, a game with such a level of realism could succeed in any genre. Why foolishly attempt a hardcore combat simulation? Even from the perspective of an outsider unfamiliar with game design, opting for a hardcore combat theme seemed laborious and thankless, with numerous more suitable genres available. Wait a moment. Reflecting on the backdrop of the revival of spiritual energy, Luo Chen began to speculate. Could this game be an official initiative to cultivate civilian combat abilities? After all, both society and educational institutions scarcely emphasize physical fitness, let alone the niche sport of combat. In the context of the spiritual energy revival, it would indeed be quite rational for the authorities to employ VR games to merge combat with video gaming, igniting public interest. Never mind, it doesn't concern me much. Casting aside his thoughts, Luo Chen felt a rush of eagerness. Now, let the battle begin. Without hesitation, he selected the final option. I am a master in the realm of combat. By choosing this option, you will skip the beginner tutorial and begin ranked matchmaking. Do you accept? Yes. Luo Chen confirmed the selection. Please enter your ID. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Chen input Luo Chen. The name, meaning fallen dust, resonated with poetic significance while also serving as a homophone for his own name. He was accustomed to using this ID in online games. Soon, his consciousness blurred slightly, and the scene around him dramatically transformed, revealing an archetypal coliseum. Beneath his feet lay thick stone slabs forming a ring. Opposite him stood a young man. The young man was strikingly handsome, his deep black eyes calmly observing him, accompanied by a faint smile. ID: Luo Chen, level, unranked. Current record: 0 wins 0 losses. ID: Flying Fish, level, gold. Record: 12 wins 3 losses. Both parties will randomly select weapons. An electronic voice announced as a sheathed longsword suddenly fell before Luo Chen. Drawing the sword, he inspected it. It was a classic Chinese one-handed sword, approximately 1 meter in length, sharpened and glinting ominously in the sunlight. He sheathed the sword and looked up at his opponent, who wielded a slender, sharp miao knife, around 1 meter and 30 centimeters long. 3, 2, 1, the duel begins, the electronic voice declared. However, neither party rushed to attack. The young man spoke first. Hey, are you a novice? Luo Chen glanced at his record. There was little to conceal, so he nodded. A peculiar smile crossed the young man's face. Let me guess, you directly selected the master mode and skipped the tutorial, didn't you? How did you know? Because you don't look like someone who has fought before. The young man scrutinized Luo Chen. You're standing there without even assuming a stance, clearly a novice. Moreover, you haven't even unsheathed your sword. You're just holding it casually, lacking any intimidation. Luo Chen felt somewhat helpless. What does that matter? It seems you genuinely skipped the tutorial, the young man remarked. Here's a piece of advice. Novices should stick to the beginner mode. The master difficulty will only lead to your suffering. You have no combat experience. How could you possibly defeat me? Besides, you're unlucky. The weapon you have is the hardest to wield, a sword. Against my Miao knife, your sword is at a disadvantage in length. My weapon has the upper hand. You have no chance. An inch longer, an inch stronger, do you understand? How would you know if you don't try? Luo Chen replied, continuing to advance toward the young man. Observing him approach with the sword still sheathed, the young man felt exasperated. Fine, I'll give you a lesson. With a hint of malice, the young man ceased further conversation and swung his Miao knife, launching a straightforward strike aimed at Luo Chen's forehead. This strike, though simple, was as swift as lightning and remarkably precise, evidently a result of rigorous training. Luo Chen smiled faintly, raising his long sword without even drawing it from its sheath, and brought both sword and sheath crashing down upon the side of the spear. The young man was taken aback, his spear slipping from his control and veering to the side. In that instant, leveraging the momentum of the strike, Luo Chen flicked his wrist, sending the sheath flying off as the long sword smoothly glided out. He then thrust the blade forward. The motion appeared slow, yet was incredibly swift. And in the blink of an eye, he stood before the young man. Shocked by the sudden turn of events, the young man, whose stance had been disrupted, desperately attempted to block with his blade, but it was far too late. Luo Chen slowly retracted his sword, while the young man staggered back a few steps, clutching his throat tightly before collapsing to the ground. Lichenshen, this feels like utterly dominating the competition, Luo Chen thought to himself. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. His ancient martial arts techniques were derived from the profound knowledge passed down by martial artists, and the mastery of those techniques was of an exceptionally high caliber, akin to that of a grandmaster. The essence of various schools had been distilled into these sophisticated skills. To employ such techniques against an opponent whose abilities barely reached the level of an amateur made losing a daunting task. Not to mention, Luo Chen had experienced life and death battles. While his combat experience was not the most extensive, it was more than sufficient to navigate the virtual confrontations. This was no longer akin to fishing in a pond. It was akin to dropping a nuclear bomb into it. However, occasionally toying with the competition can be quite entertaining, Luo Chen said with enthusiasm as he pressed the button to continue matching. Meanwhile, in Yuecheng, within a tastefully decorated villa, Liu silently removed his VR headset, covering his face. What on earth are these people? He gasped inwardly, easing the discomfort in his neck. Although the full-body sensory suit could only simulate a fraction of sensations, with the intensity of pain being roughly 1/10 of normal, it was still quite unpleasant. In that moment, Liu distinctly felt the icy sting of the sword's tip grazing his throat, a sensation that left him with no desire to experience it again. Reflecting on the formidable opponent he had just faced, with their terrifying swordplay and seemingly effortless yet lethal precision, his expression shifted from helplessness to a sudden acceptance. As he chuckled, "Are you just pretending to be a pig while eating a tiger?" Chapter 22, The Tiger's Claw. An hour later, in the matching hall of Dao Jianju. Finally, the ranking is complete. That was rather effortless, Zhou Xinyu exclaimed, hopping in place as she glanced at her record. With 5 consecutive victories in the ranking matches, her rank had swiftly ascended from unranked to diamond tier. The opponents were far too easy. They seemed to be mere amateurs. She pondered, resting her chin in her hand. Her grandfather had mentioned that her martial arts were lacking and that she needed to complete a challenge. Only after achieving 10 consecutive victories in this game would he impart the Dao Jianjing to her. This difficulty seemed quite manageable. How had he made it sound like it was beyond my capabilities? With that thought, Zhou Xinyu pressed the matchmaking button again. Let's settle this swiftly. 10 consecutive victories. Here I come. As she pressed the button, she soon entered the battle interface. ID, Zinkinghu. Rank, Platinum. Record, 5 wins 0 losses. ID, Lichenshen. Rank, Master. Record, 19 wins 0 losses. What is this? Zhou Xinyu was taken aback. She glanced ahead and saw her opponent, a young man with striking features, standing confidently, arms crossed, his demeanor exuding an extraordinary aura. Am I supposed to fight this person? What kind of matchmaking mechanism is this? Zhou Xinyu was utterly speechless. Deep down, she understood that although she had spoken lightly about her chances, she did not genuinely believe she could achieve such a streak of victories. After all, in every match, the weapons were randomly assigned, introducing significant uncertainty into the combat. It is well known that in ancient martial arts, the longer the weapon, the greater the advantage. The perennial dilemma of a single sword against a long spear has been a topic of discussion across various martial arts. Just look at the ancient battlefields. Even the so-called sword saints wielded increasingly longer weapons. In one of her previous matches, Zhou Xinyu had inadvertently found herself with a long sword while her opponent wielded a formidable spear. Fortunately, her opponent had not mastered spear techniques, allowing her to escape with a narrow victory. Yet now, facing someone with 19 consecutive wins, did this individual start training in the womb, possessing knowledge of all weapons? At that moment, an electronic voice interrupted Zhou Sinyu's thoughts, randomizing weapons for both parties. Soon, a weapon appeared before Zhou Sinyu. Picking it up, she found it to be a beautifully crafted and exquisitely sharp katana, a fine weapon indeed. This will do. At least it's a sword and not a short dagger, she thought, raising her gaze to her opponent. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Wait a moment, could there be an opportunity? Standing opposite her, Luo Chen looked at the weapon that had appeared in his palm, scratching his head. What lay in his hand was a pair of dainty tiger claws. As the name suggests, tiger claws are weapons worn on the knuckles to enhance the striking power of the fist, akin to unarmed combat, with little difference in range. Is he planning to use these against me? Zhou Sinyu restrained her excitement, thinking, then victory is surely mine. It is a well-established fact that there exists an insurmountable barrier between unarmed combat and armed combat. Even with disparities in strength, the armed individual holds a distinct advantage. Although winning in this manner may seem unsporting, I will gladly accept the victory. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Sinyu lowered her stance, adopting a perfectly standard Iajutsu posture. Poised for action, Luo Chen, meanwhile, slowly donned the tiger claws, and upon completing the ensemble, he raised his gaze to see the young woman ready to strike before him. This girl possesses considerable skill, he thought, his brow furrowing slightly. His inherited perceptive abilities allowed him to sense that her aura was calm, her breathing steady and powerful, her gaze sharp and unwaveringly fixed on him, clearly a practitioner of martial arts. If he were to attack recklessly, he might not find any exploitable weaknesses. Very well. If there are no weaknesses, I shall create one. He assumed a boxing stance and began to advance step by step towards Zhou Sinyu. Is he actually closing the distance rather than retreating? Zhou Sinyu's eyes brightened while her vigilance heightened. After all, the opponent's record was astonishing, and she did not wish to squander this advantageous position due to carelessness. Such opportunities may not arise again. Thus, she could not afford to falter. With each step Luo Chen took, the distance between them diminished. At that moment, Zhou Sinyu's gaze sharpened, her foot striking the ground with determination. In an instant, the blade was drawn from its sheath, slicing through the air like a streak of light, aiming directly for Luo Chen's neck. I've got him, she thought triumphantly. With this strike, although it was not the weapon typically wielded by Zhou Sinyu, it still represented the pinnacle of her martial arts prowess after years of training. The timing was exquisitely precise and the speed was as swift as the wind. She was confident her opponent could not possibly evade it. However, in the next moment, Zhou Sinyu's pupils constricted sharply, and her heart nearly stopped. Faced with the incoming blade, Luo Chen not only showed no inclination to dodge, but he didn't even glance at the weapon, his gaze fixed firmly on her as he punched directly toward the katana. The brass knuckles on his hand seemed to possess a will of their own, accurately colliding with the blade. A sharp metallic clang resonated through the air, and Zhou Sinyu felt a tremendous force reverberate through her weapon, nearly causing it to slip from her grip. Could this be possible? How could he manage that? A tempest of astonishment surged within her. It should be noted that brass knuckles are compact and possess a minimal cross-section. Intercepting a long sword with them is perilous, as a single miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. How could he dare? How could he achieve this? If Luo Chen were to hear her thoughts, he would undoubtedly respond with a knowing smirk. Kid. His martial prowess endowed him with exceptional dynamic vision and the ability to perceive weaknesses, allowing him to discern the trajectory of the blade and execute the astounding maneuver of deflecting it with brass knuckles. After deflecting the blade, Luo Chen pressed his attack, quickening his steps and launching a punch directly towards Zhou Sinyu's face, devoid of any mercy. In his philosophy, there was no distinction between genders in battle. When it was time to strike, one must strike, for that is the essence of true equality. Gritting her teeth, Zhou Sinyu retreated swiftly, countering with a sweeping slash aimed at Luo Chen's chest. This strike was not intended for power, but merely to impede Luo Chen's advance. She understood her advantage well. Should Luo Chen breach the range of her attack, allowing him to engage closely where the advantage of his shorter weapon would prevail, the outcome would be disastrous for her. Yet, in the face of the rapidly approaching blade, Luo Chen merely smiled. He deftly sidestepped the blade by mere inches, and then, as if liberated from the constraints of inertia, he surged forward with an uncanny swiftness, delivering a precise punch at the moment she was transitioning between her exertion and recuperation, landing heavily upon her wrist. With a sharp crack, the long sword fell from her grasp, and Luo Chen closed in. his shoulders suddenly bursting with power as he unleashed a fierce punch accompanied by a piercing whistle. Before Zhou Xinyu, a fist gleaming with metallic luster expanded rapidly. And in the next instant, a dull thud was heard as darkness enveloped her, collapsing into a peaceful slumber. Luo Chen victory. Chapter 23. Astonishment. The game concluded, and Luo Chen exited, removing the VR headset. Over the course of the hour, he had successfully completed 20 battles, achieving victory in each, with all matches concluded at a remarkably swift pace, leaving him utterly exhilarated. He exhaled deeply, setting the VR headset aside while surveying his surroundings, only to find himself momentarily frozen in place. What was happening? Why were they all looking at me with such expressions? Curiosity piqued within him. Inside the arcade, whether it was the customers observing, the players engaged in gameplay, or the store manager in attendance, all gazed at him with a mixture of shock and reverence, their expressions exceedingly exaggerated. He was at a loss until he caught sight of an attendant pointing toward the large screen in the store. Following the attendant's gaze, he saw a line of text displayed. Congratulations to MU 2011's owner, Game ID, Luo Chen, for achieving 20 consecutive victories in the game, advancing to the rank of master. Good heavens, this arcade even has a back-end program that tracks others' game progress? Luo Chen felt bewildered, and while he was still processing this revelation, the surrounding crowd erupted into a frenzy. Are you serious? 20 consecutive victories? How is that possible? Is he using cheats? I just spent half an hour in a rapid 5-game losing streak. Is this even a game for humans? The star of Wuxiu has descended. The chatter around him was deafening. Luo Chen shook his head in disbelief, stepping away from the machine and preparing to check on Zhao Zizai to see if he had finished, when a middle-aged man suddenly approached him, extending his hand. Hello. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the manager of this arcade. May I ask if you have any interest in participating in the upcoming Dao Jianzhu VR game competition being held in Liqing? This competition has garnered sponsorship from numerous companies, including the well-known local Kuan Yuan Group, with substantial prizes. You have just begun this game and have already achieved 20 consecutive victories. With specialized training, you might even secure the championship. The rewards, both in fame and monetary gain, would be incredibly generous. I apologize, but I am not interested, Luo Chen politely declined. Seemingly taken aback by Luo Chen's abrupt refusal, the manager blinked in surprise, his eyes widening slightly, and quickly added, Are you sure you won't reconsider? It won't take much of your time. Just by participating, you would at least reach the official competition with a guaranteed minimum reward of 5,000. He paused, his tone growing more urgent. This game has only recently launched, and it is a vast blue ocean. With your skill level, I dare say few can match you at present. Not seizing this opportunity would be a tremendous oversight. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chen declined once more. The prospect of this tedious endeavor was not appealing. He was far too engrossed in playing Wanqian Huashan to participate in such a competition. Monetary rewards paled in comparison to the rare treasures he could directly acquire within the game. After refusing the manager's offer again, Luo Chen made his way to Zhao Zizai's station. At that moment, Zhao Zizai was still donned in his VR headset, performing exaggerated combat motions, evidently engaged in an intense battle within the game. Just as Luo Chen approached, Zhao Zizai stumbled, nearly falling over, clearly having suffered a significant setback in the game. He hastily removed the VR headset, breathing heavily, and turned to find Luo Chen waiting beside him. Did you finish? Goodness, this game is incredibly hardcore. It's not something an ordinary person can handle. I selected the beginner tutorial, and the training alone took half an hour. Then, in the placement matches, I only won 1 out of 5. It's terrifying. Zhao Zizai lamented. I found it manageable. It wasn't too difficult, Luo Chen replied. Come off it, you. Zhao Zizai rolled his eyes. You finished faster than I did. How many games did you win? His peripheral vision caught sight of the store manager standing beside Luo Chen, the peculiar expression on the manager's face sending a flicker of unease through Zhao Zizai. What do you mean by manageable? Zhao Zizai pressed for clarification. Luo Chen paused for a moment, then pointed toward the large screen beside the arcade's counter. Zhao Zizai looked up, and his eyes widened in shock upon seeing. Congratulations to MU 2011's owner, Game ID, Luo Chen, for achieving 20 consecutive victories in the game, advancing to the rank of master. Zhao Zizai's neck turned stiffly towards the machine Luo Chen had just used, the number MU 2011 glowing ominously on its surface. Wait, how is he so strong? Zhao Zizai's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his voice filled with astonishment. He glanced back at Luo Chen, disbelief etched across his features. No way, bro. Aren't you just a skinny guy who doesn't exercise? When did you get so strong? You must be using cheats. Not at all. I've just been exercising a bit recently. Exercising? Zhao Zizai was taken aback, hastening to stand before Luo Chen, patting his shoulder while drawing in a sharp breath. So, you've been secretly disciplined without informing the rest of us? How did you develop these muscles? They didn't look like this before. Such a thing isn't casually acquired. Is it? Just average, really. Luo Chen replied with a nonchalant smile. Still showing off? If you flaunt it anymore, I swear I'll take you down. I kindly brought you along for some fun, and you're showing off in front of the brothers? Zhao Zizai suddenly tightened his grip around Luo Chen's neck, his tone menacing. All right, let go. Luo Chen chuckled, prying Zhao Zizai's arm from around his neck. The force from his friend's arm made him stifle a laugh. What the heck? How did you strengthen those arms? Zhao Zizai, easily shaken off, widened his eyes in disbelief. Wait, when I used to take you to the playground for a couple of laps, you were out of breath. How come you have so much strength now? Speak. I haven't been able to reach you for a while. Could it be you've been secretly training behind our backs? Luo Chen smiled mysteriously. Guess. He certainly couldn't reveal that it was the effect of consuming the reverse fate pill, which had refined his very essence, so he merely glossed over it. In any case, I'll treat you tonight as a thank you for bringing me to enjoy this VR game. That's more like it. Zhao Zizai immediately brightened. Shall we go to the usual place? Let us go. The two playfully exited the arcade, the setting sun casting a warm golden hue over the street. Luo Chen took out his phone, glancing at the screen displaying Wanqian Huaxin. Confirming no time-limited tasks had popped up before subtly nodding and leading Zhao Zizai to their regular restaurant. Once everything was settled and he returned home tonight, he still needed to find a daily task and familiarize himself with the various skills of the 5 elements Taoist avatar he had drawn earlier. Chapter 24. Fire magic on a moonless, windy night at the back mountain of a certain elementary school. Damn run. A masked figure in black clothing was frantically dashing through the forest path, glancing back in terror. He never expected that tonight's abduction plan would be interrupted by a formidable foe. Everything had been going according to plan. They had traditionally used psychic spells to lure elementary students to the altar, employing a sacrificial array to absorb the pure fear of children for their cultivation resources. However, unexpectedly, an extraordinary being had appeared from nowhere, possessing unfathomable strength and effortlessly wielding various elemental spells, swiftly eliminating nearly all of their group. Had it not been for his quick reflexes in using a hard-earned escape talisman to flee, he would have certainly fallen victim to the enemy's deadly grasp. The superhuman's astonishing stamina momentarily masked the black-clad man's fatigue, but the sight he glimpsed behind him chilled him to the bone. A fiery glow emerged in his line of sight, racing through the woods at an eerie speed, evidently far surpassing his expectations. There was no escape. The black-clad man, in despair, gritted his teeth and suddenly turned around, drawing several magical artifacts. Those artifacts floated before him, emitting a faint spiritual light. I'll go all out. Even if I die, I'll take you down with me. The flames approached, and as they dissipated, a young figure clad in a flaming feathered attire materialized about 10 steps away. This youth had a strikingly delicate face, an extraordinary aura, and pure fire energy swirling around him, making him appear as though a deity had descended. Luo Chen gazed calmly at the last remaining fish that had slipped through the net, a faint smile gracing his lips. Not running away? Of course not. The black-clad man's eyes widened with rage. We have no enmity between us, and yet you resort to such cruelty. This grudge is irreconcilable. No enmity? Luo Chen seemed to hear the biggest joke, flames erupting around him, targeting innocent children and establishing such a sinister sacrificial array. And you dare claim there's no enmity? We merely absorb some emotional energy. We don't harm lives. The black-clad man, almost deranged, retorted, Don't put on that righteous facade. Do you really think you're a good person? Luo Chen could hardly contain his laughter. Your sacrificial altar extracts the very essence of souls through fear, leaving victims as mindless husks. You call that not harming lives? Having chosen this path, you must bear the consequences. Don't feign innocence. As his words fell, the flames around him blazed even brighter as he slowly advanced. After parting with Zhao Zizai, Luo Chen returned home and opted to initiate the daily task in Wanqian Huaxin. This time, he entered the blood-soaked nursery rhyme dungeon as the 5 elements Taoist avatar, who had just reached the pinnacle of the 2nd tier. As Luo Chen had anticipated, the daily tasks could be easily resolved by a late-stage 1st-tier martial artist, let alone a pinnacle 2nd-tier avatar with golden exclusive techniques and a purple phoenix feather attire. Effortlessly, he dispatched most of the members of this third-rate cult as if slicing through vegetables. Although the remaining black-clad figure attempted to escape with a mysterious artifact, he was ultimately pursued. How about this? Luo Chen paused abruptly, a mocking expression crossing his face. Seeing you struggle, I'll offer you a chance. Take 3 strikes at me. If you can break through my defenses, I'll turn around and leave. How about that? This condition is quite lenient, wouldn't you say? You said it. The man in black was overjoyed, but inwardly he sneered. You dare to be so arrogant. Assuming I'm easy to bully due to my low cultivation? You're merely riding on your higher cultivation, and this time I'll make you pay dearly. He suddenly reached for a floating artifact beside him, channeling his inner magic. The artifact instantly cracked, and the black-clad man rapidly formed seals, shouting, "Explode!" Boom. A burst of black light erupted, transforming into a surging wave of energy, unhesitatingly crashing towards Luo Chen. He even resorted to self-destructing the artifact, executing a desperate strike. However, just as the black light reached Luo Chen, an ethereal phoenix illusion materialized around him, circling several times before instantly dissipating the explosive force. Luo Chen stood firm as a mountain, even sporting a faint smile. His proposal was merely a test of his newly developed techniques. The method of the 3 mysteries true fire converges vital energy into one point, forming an exceptionally pure spiritual flame, which he infused into the phoenix feather attire to fully unleash its protective power. He named it the Phoenix Guardian technique. At this moment, it appeared that the protective strength exceeded his expectations, by his estimation, even against the previous aberrant dragon species. One could simply stand there and endure blows for an extended period without the shield being breached. Damn! The black-clad man's pupils constricted suddenly, disbelief plastered across his face. This is impossible. There is nothing impossible. Luo Chen replied calmly. This was just the first strike. If you have no other means after this, then prepare to meet your end. Damn it! The black-clad man gritted his teeth, pulling out a dark, spherical object from his pocket. A sinister expression flashing across his face as he hurled it towards Luo Chen. Boom! A torrent of lightning erupted from the black sphere, instantly enveloping Luo Chen. This was his trump card, a consumption-type artifact containing tremendous electrical power, a treasure acquired years ago. He had intended to reserve it for emergencies. But now he was forced to use it. Certainly, he did not expect this tactic to harm Luo Chen. He merely sought to momentarily ensnare his opponent to facilitate his own escape. After hurling the black sphere, the figure in black wasted no time and swiftly turned to flee. As one who had navigated the treacherous realms of the dark for many years, he could hardly believe Luo Chen's empty claims of a 3-move agreement. Clearly, the best strategy was retreat. Ah, did he think he could escape? A faint chuckle echoed in his ears, causing the black-clad man's pupils to constrict sharply as he darted aside. Boom! A fiery crimson orb grazed his arm, reducing one of his limbs to ashes. The fireball crashed to the ground several paces away, creating a deep crater, even scorching the earth into crystalline fragments. Impossible. You do not believe that such a mere flash of lightning could trap me, do you? Luo Chen's voice held a hint of amusement, flames dancing around him, evidently unscathed. As he spoke, his figure flickered, utilizing the fire escape technique recorded within the 5-element spells, and he reappeared before the black-clad figure. Observing the despair in his opponent's eyes, Luo Chen snapped his fingers, causing countless vines to erupt from the ground and ensnare the man tightly. What gives rise to fire? Luo Chen murmured softly, and the vines ignited with azure flames, the conflagration rapidly consuming the black figure's form. The man struggled in vain, helplessly watching the flames surge higher until he was reduced to mere ashes. A familiar notification chimed in Luo Chen's mind. Task: Blood-colored nursery rhyme has been completed. Task rewards have been issued. Initiating teleport countdown. 60, 59, Chapter 25. Exploration of the Mystic Realm. Ah, how effortless. Luo Chen raised his hand, and the remaining 2 magical artifacts flew into his palm. He cast a glance and saw a small black banner and a piece of black jade pendant, both emanating a faint glow, clearly not ordinary items. Well, at least there were some gains. Luo Chen mused, having previously encountered little of worth in his prior tasks. Now, he had finally acquired some equipment, which he carefully stowed away. The white light of teleportation enveloped him once more, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Chen found himself back home. He first glanced at his personal information, where the task report displayed. Task: Blood-colored nursery rhyme. Completed. Total task duration: 10 minutes, 17 seconds. Task rewards have been issued. You have now received 10 Fate lottery tickets and 2,000 gold coins. He stroked his chin, his gaze shifting to the now absent food delivery person for another daily task, his brow slightly furrowing. The task status had shifted from available to a grayish-white, marking it as resolved. Luo Chen opened the briefing, examining it closely, and then reflected. I see. Though this game appears virtual, it is intricately linked to reality, vastly different from conventional games. The task force in reality does not resemble the NPCs in games, who foolishly await player actions, evidently. The events concerning this task had been resolved by the task force prior to his intervention, resulting in Luo Chen's inability to fulfill it and the consequent disappearance of rewards. It seems I must act sooner next time. Fortune favors the swift. Luo Chen sighed, accepting the lesson. Let us see what the 10 consecutive draws yield. He clicked the lottery button, and the familiar river of fate surged forth once more. This time, luck was favorable, yielding 2 blue, 2 purple, and 1 gold item. He glanced over, dismissing the customary gold exchange tickets and some ordinary cultivation resources, his attention landing on the 2 blue cultivation cards. Not bad, not bad. With these 2 cards, a little expenditure of gold would suffice to elevate his martial artist avatar from the intermediate 2nd tier to its pinnacle. Luo Chen thought, scanning the rewards list again, curious about the 2 purple quality items he had drawn. On his phone screen, images revealed an ancient tome and a scroll of archaic design. Breath cultivation technique. Type, cultivation method, quality, purple, effect. Created by the elders of the Penglai immortal sect, this method is authentically tranquil and easy to cultivate, with a long-lasting essence. It helps consolidate foundations and prolong life, allowing a seamless transition to other cultivation methods without resource consumption at any time. Note, the breath cultivation technique is balanced and aims to promote cultivation methods, making it an excellent choice for beginners. However, it is somewhat lacking in combat capabilities. Magic scroll, elemental cataclysm. Type, consumable, quality, purple, effect. A one-time consumable, upon tearing it, can unleash a powerful elemental cataclysm against enemy units, capable of instantaneously tearing apart most elemental defenses and destroying elemental constructs, with significant power against high-intensity magical shields. Note, while this technique is immensely powerful, it can easily damage the magical gear on the opponent, thus it is not recommended for use when victory is assured. Commentary from the Clock Tower Mage Association. Master of Crescent Moon Magic. Both seem quite useful. Luo Chen stroked his chin, clearly intrigued. Let us first discuss that purple cultivation method. Although his 2 avatars each possessed legacies, he himself had yet to acquire a suitable cultivation method. The previously drawn 5 elements cycle scripture was exclusive to the 5 elements Taoist avatar. He could not even grasp its content, let alone begin to practice it. Meanwhile, the dragon elephant prajna technique was arduous to cultivate, both painful and requiring a certain mental aptitude, in addition to a wealth of precious herbs, rendering it utterly unattainable for Luo Chen. If the breath cultivation technique truly aligns with its description, it would be perfect for me as a novice. As for the scroll, it serves as a formidable trump card, a potent secret weapon to hold in reserve. Luo Chen then turned his gaze to the golden item, which was a radiant circular ring. Beast taming ring. Type, magical artifact. Quality, gold. Effect, tames demonic beasts. When this item is placed around a demonic beast's neck or atop its head, it can instantly control the beast, making it a servant that will absolutely obey its master's commands, unable to tame beasts of the 6th tier or higher. Note, if a previously tamed beast advances to the 6th tier, the control effect remains unchanged. Usage conditions, spirit attribute of 25 or higher, and possession of related beast taming skills. Note, this item is a classic high-tier artifact from the ancient beast taming sect. But the drawback is that one must first subdue the beast with strength, rendering it incapable of resistance. Otherwise, hastily deploying it will only attract the beast's ire, leading to relentless attacks. Luo Chen scratched his head, remaining silent for a while before unable to restrain a complaint. What use is this? Where am I to find a demonic beast? Initially, he thought that with the martial artist as a melee fighter and the 5 elements Taoist as a spellcaster, their team composition would be sufficiently comprehensive, capable of assimilating any type of skills and weapons. Unexpectedly, a magical artifact with a restricted skill type suddenly emerged, which he could not utilize at all. It seems this must be stored away for now. Reluctantly, Luo Chen placed the first golden magical artifact he had drawn into his storage, hoping that luck might favor him in the future, allowing him to draw an avatar with beast taming skills directly. After completing all this, he pondered for a moment, raised his hand, and grasped the breath cultivation technique, beginning to examine it closely. Meanwhile, in the Yang mountain range, upon a hillside, stood an elderly man clad in military attire, his stature commanding and imposing, exuding an aura as solid as the mountains, remaining motionless. Suddenly, the elder turned his head and inquired of the personnel beside him. Dressed in a white lab coat, "What is the situation?" Mr. Li Xianshan, According to the calculations from the research department, the spatial fluctuations of this secret realm have become increasingly pronounced and are on the verge of surfacing, revealing certain areas. Although the secret realm has not fully opened, it is sufficient for us to utilize it, creating a small gap to send individuals inside. The researcher adjusted his glasses and responded. So, does your research department already possess specific information about this secret realm? Li Xianshan inquired once more. Since receiving the directive from headquarters, he had hastened to the capital, and under the guidance of the reception staff, he, along with a dozen others, underwent a series of tests. Ultimately, he was among the few chosen, taking a specialized transport aircraft to this location, while the majority were eliminated for failing to meet the entry criteria. Clearly, the research department had already garnered some understanding of the secret realm, enabling them to perform targeted selections. Chapter 26. The team you guessed correctly. The researcher said as he adjusted his glasses. We opened several breaches in the secret realm through special means and deployed over a dozen different types of sensors inside. Combining this data with the overall structure of the realm, our research ultimately revealed that this is a realm related to the 5 elements. Wu Xing, Li Xianshan murmured. He was not surprised, as he was one of the 5 chosen individuals, specifically a practitioner of the earth element, specializing in the Tai Yu Jing, possessing considerable knowledge of the earth path within the 5 elements. What about the specific strength and danger of the secret realm? After calculations and perceptions, this is merely a low-level secret realm, the researcher explained, with the highest strength not exceeding the 3rd tier. As you know, high concentrations of spiritual energy will automatically diffuse toward areas of lower concentration under unrestrained conditions. During the ancient depletion of spiritual energy, creating and maintaining a realm capable of accommodating Tier 4 or even Tier 5 beings would be exceedingly difficult. Therefore, most secret realms have strengths around the 2nd to 3rd tier, and this strength increases with the resurgence of spiritual energy. If a high-tier secret realm were to manifest now, under the current environment of spiritual energy revival, the internal energy would rapidly diminish by more than half. This is simply not the time for these realms to resurface. Hence, we determined that the beings and enemies within the realm will not exceed the initial 3rd tier, perfectly suited to the current team's strength. Li Xianshan nodded in understanding. If the primary threats are below the 3rd tier, the risks and rewards will be relatively manageable. He paused and continued. One last question. Does the research department have contingency plans regarding potential spatial invasions by opposing extraordinary organizations? The researcher's expression subtly shifted before he regained his composure. Rest assured, we are fully prepared now and will not repeat past mistakes. An incident like the last time, when our exploratory team was invaded by the Pioneer organization during their investigation of the secret realm, will not happen again. Li Xianshan silently nodded. The previous incident they referred to was when the task force's exploratory team encountered the Pioneer organization secretly infiltrating the realm, leading to a fierce conflict and unnecessary losses. The Pioneer organization, along with the Huolong cult and the Heavenly Demon Descent Society, is known as one of the 3 major international extraordinary criminal organizations, comprising a multitude of fanatical researchers. They adhere to the belief that under the resurgence of spiritual energy and the upheaval of the world, humanity must abandon all moral and ethical principles, disregarding rules to explore various taboo technologies, committing countless inhumane experiments globally. For these lunatics, every secret realm represents a treasure left behind by ancient extraordinary civilizations that must not be overlooked. We have cleared the surrounding personnel and established spatial blockade devices. The researcher continued. If they attempt to invade in the same manner as last time, they will only meet their demise amidst the chaotic spatial currents. After hearing this, Li Xianshan nodded repeatedly, suddenly pausing in his movements. He recalled the unknown extraordinary individual who claimed to be a martial artist, who seemed to possess some form of unknown spatial jumping ability. Never mind, what is the point of pondering such matters? Li Xianshan couldn't help but chuckle, finding the thought rather absurd. He had reported all information regarding that extraordinary individual to headquarters. From the records, it was evident that their spatial jumping ability was limited, with their activity range never extending beyond Li City. Additionally, given the high level of confidentiality surrounding this operation, a civilian extraordinary individual with some information channels would only be aware of dangerous events occurring in Li City, making it impossible for them to know the specific location of this secret realm. It was improbable for them to simply appear out of nowhere. Casting aside these distractions, Li Xianshan bid farewell to the researchers and descended the hillside, returning to the camp established at the foot of the mountain. At the base of the Yang mountain range, a vast makeshift camp had been erected. Steel-plated cabins, large tents, and various other tents were scattered across the ground, enclosed by a simple perimeter wall. Numerous researchers in white lab coats moved about, while 6 fortifications stood guard, with over 500 elite soldiers clad in exoskeleton armor patrolling, vigilant against potential threats. Upon entering the camp, Li Xianshan navigated through several turns before arriving at a resting cabin. As he stepped inside, a tall, graceful woman with long hair cascading down her shoulders, dressed in the task force's combat uniform, greeted him. "Old Li, finished with your work? Where have you been?" "I went to the research department to inquire about some information," Li Xianshan replied, comfortably taking a seat next to the woman. This woman, Jiang Hanyue, was an old acquaintance of Li Xuanshan's, serving as a training instructor for the task force, responsible for training extraordinary individuals within the organization. Jiang Hanyue handed Li Xianshan a cup of hot water and asked with a smile, "Speaking of which, how has my apprentice Ren Bing been lately? The last time I saw her was during training at headquarters. It has been quite a while." Li Xianshan accepted the cup and replied, She has become a pillar of the Li City Executive Department, handling extraordinary incidents with remarkable efficiency, far more composed than I was in my youth." "You have trained an excellent apprentice," he added. "That certainly saves you a lot of worry," Jiang Hanyue teased. Li Xianshan smiled slightly, took a sip from the cup, and surveyed the other individuals in the room. The room housed 5 members participating in the exploration of the secret realm. Besides Li Xianshan and the woman, there were 3 others. One man wore camouflage combat attire, had a square face, and exuded an air of righteousness. Faint flames flickered in his pupils. Another was a bespectacled young man, radiating a scholarly aura, resembling a recent graduate from a teaching institution. The last individual had a doll-like face, but possessed a sharp, cutting energy, donned in the task force's combat uniform, cradling a long sword as he closed his eyes to meditate. "Everyone is here," the man with fiery pupils said. "Let us introduce ourselves. I am the team leader for this operation, Li Yuan Yao, from Li Ming. I am stationed in Jiangqing for the task force. You may call me Old Li. As for my cultivation method, you can likely discern from my aura that it is the Hua Yuan Jin Jing. If you require any firepower support, do not hesitate to ask." The sword-wielding man opened his eyes and succinctly stated, "By Ming, a metal element practitioner, specializing in Yu Jianju." After speaking, he resumed his meditation. When the atmosphere grew somewhat tense, the scholarly young man interjected, "I am Lin Shuhai, a wood element practitioner, adept in Qing Ling Jin Jing, skilled in healing and control, hailing from the Extraordinary Academy in the capital." Li Xianshan spoke with a steady demeanor. "I am Li Xianshan, possessing the earth attribute, majoring in the cultivation technique Taiyu Jing. My position is the guardian of the Special Operations Bureau in Licheng, proficient in defense and close combat." Finally, Jiang Hanyu smiled and introduced herself. "I am Jiang Hanyu, a practitioner of Xian Shueju, a training instructor at the Bureau, skilled in water-based spells and weakening techniques." Chapter 27. The task of exploring the secret realm. Once everyone had completed their introductions, a preliminary understanding of each other had been established. Li Yuan Yao cleared his throat and continued. "Next, as the captain of this exploration team, I will briefly outline some precautions for entering the secret realm." Li Xianshan and the other 3 promptly assumed attentive expressions. Firstly, the structure of the secret realm is bizarre and unpredictable. We cannot ascertain what conditions await us inside. It is quite possible we will be forcibly separated. At that time, use signal flares to report your locations. If we can regroup, we shall. However, if the signal flares fail or the terrain is unsuitable for their use, rely on the return symbols each of you carries. These symbols can sense the presence of your teammates. Simply follow their guidance. As he spoke, he produced a stack of yellow talismans from his pocket, distributing 3 to each person, advising them to use them sparingly. "Everyone here is an experienced, extraordinary being. You should know what weapons and equipment to bring without my concern." Then, Li Yuan Yao retrieved a small black cloth bag, explaining, "This is a spatial storage bag, a precious item, and the Bureau has very few of them. This time, we are only permitted to bring 1 storage bag into the secret realm. It contains essential gear, energy batteries, emergency rations, healing potions, some necessary consumables, and a few spare communication devices. By Ming, I entrust this storage bag to you for safekeeping. Your strength is unparalleled among the 5 of us, making you the most reliable guardian." The others looked at Bai Ming with surprise, though he appeared youthful and somewhat naive. Holding his sword motionlessly, he hardly seemed like the strongest. Nevertheless, Li Yuan Yao's tone was resolute, and no one questioned him. Bai Ming merely lifted his eyes to accept the bag, giving a soft acknowledgement before closing his eyes again. Moreover, Li Yuan Yao's tone shifted to a more serious note. "The research department has reported a spatial lockdown, but we cannot take this at face value. The nature of the secret realm is too variable. There may be other entrances hidden elsewhere. Should we encounter unfamiliar extraordinary beings within, do not act hastily. He gestured with his fingers, explaining. First, communicate to confirm their identities. If an alliance is possible, forge it, as having more allies is preferable to having more enemies. However, should we encounter members of the three major evil cults, especially the Hua Long Jiao and Tian Mo Jiang Lin Hui, do not hesitate to engage. Strike decisively if assured of victory. What about the pioneer organization? Lin Shuhai inquired, adjusting his glasses. Li Yuan Yao pondered for a moment. They are numerous and disorganized. Some are outright lunatics, while others are researchers simply wishing to utilize their scientific resources for their studies. Not all are mad. Attempt to communicate first, if they display hostility, then respond in kind. Lastly, he lightly tapped the armrest of his chair, emphasizing, remember, our primary objective in the secret realm is to find remnants of ancient, extraordinary civilization. Whether it be fragments of techniques, historical records, or formation diagrams, these hold far greater importance than any rare treasures. Of course, we shall gather resources if possible, but our safety must come first. Is this understood? Understood. The four responded in unison. Li Yuan Yao nodded. Good. Rest for 3 hours. At 3 o'clock in the morning, we shall set off. Meanwhile, the night sky was shrouded in darkness, with a solitary bright moon hanging in the expanse, casting its chilly light over the slumbering city. On the rooftop of an apartment building, Luo Chen sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly closed, his chest rising and falling with each breath. After an undetermined period, he gradually opened his eyes, exhaling softly, a smile gracing his lips. The Yangqi Ju is indeed as described, perfectly suited for beginners. Luo Chen quickly grasped the method. As he circulated the technique, the spiritual energy flowed into his body like a gentle stream, transforming into warm currents that coursed through his limbs, ultimately gathering in his dantian. As he practiced, his muscles, previously sore from training, began to relax significantly. This technique seemed tailor-made for novice cultivators. At this rate, it was possible he might soon reach the mid-stage of the first level. Luo Chen rose to his feet, stretching, feeling invigorated. However, a thought quietly emerged in his mind, and he began to comprehend certain realities. No wonder the resurgence of spiritual energy had not been disclosed to the public, even with the ingestion of the reverse fate pill, which had thoroughly improved his meridians and foundation. Luo Chen still sensed the air's spiritual energy was exceedingly sparse, and the speed of absorption could not keep pace with that of refinement. Even he, having previously experienced the operations of a second-level extraordinary being's technique and taken pills to enhance his foundation, struggled. What of ordinary people? Luo Chen pondered. If the fact of spiritual energy's resurgence were recklessly revealed without an established pathway for advancement, cultivation methods, or supportive policies, it would only incite societal chaos. Thus, the correct course for the nation should be to discreetly select and cultivate talents among military, public security, civil servants, and students, establishing a cohort of extraordinary beings. Once the spiritual energy continued to recover, these individuals could serve as the foundation for gradually transitioning society toward an extraordinary civilization, ultimately creating a situation where everyone could cultivate. What is this? Cultivating to spur further cultivation? Contemplating this, Luo Chen could not help but chuckle softly. However, this matter bore little relevance to his current situation. With his present qualifications, when that time came, he might just find himself in a better cultivation environment with a more systematic approach to training. The Special Operations Bureau might even seek him out actively. After all, who would not welcome a genius with a clean background, gradually nurtured by their own forces? Once he joined the Special Operations Bureau, it was said that the most perilous places were often the safest. If they sought him out, they might not even conceive of his true identity. Luo Chen mused quietly. Just then, his phone vibrated. He pulled it out and opened the Myriad Incarnations app. A new message popping up. Secret Realm Exploration Task. 5 elements, small world. Suitable level. Second level. Exploration difficulty. Moderate. Secret realm description. A realm left behind by ancient extraordinary civilizations, harboring endless secrets. This realm is structured upon the theory of the 5 elements, rich in 5-element spiritual energy. Units residing within the realm are likely to possess various 5-element spells. Reminder, it is advisable to bring incarnations with 5-element powers. Entry time, in 3 hours. Potential rewards, monster inner cores, spiritual herbs, spiritual medicines. Premium spiritual stones. Basic reward, 10 fate lottery tickets. Note, the secret realm exploration task follows a free exploration mode, with no main tasks, no restrictions, and no time limits. After entering the realm, you may choose to exit at any time, concluding the exploration. All collected techniques, materials, treasures, etc. will count as task rewards. A flicker of surprise crossed Luo Chen's face, intrigued by the sudden appearance of the secret realm exploration task. Yet, without hesitation, he clicked to accept the task. To miss out on such a significant opportunity would be a great pity. Chapter 28. Entering the secret realm at 3 o'clock in the morning. In the Yuyang mountain range, the searchlights on the hillside pierced the night, illuminating the newly constructed platform as bright as day. Before the platform, half a meter above the ground, a spatial rift slowly unfurled, revealing its irregular oval shape, with faint ripples of space flowing along its edges. Within, peculiar sights of the secret realm could be vaguely glimpsed. This was indeed the entrance to the fully manifesting Wuxing secret realm. On the platform, a group of researchers clad in white lab coats hurriedly busied themselves, transporting and adjusting various instruments. Meanwhile, in the command center at the base of the mountain, screens flickered with dense streams of data. The researcher who had previously conversed with Li Xianshan fixed his gaze on the screen, suddenly exclaiming, "The spatial fluctuations have decreased to a safe threshold. We can enter at any moment." Li Xianshan and his 4 companions nodded calmly, gradually approaching the spatial rift. "I will reiterate," the researcher raised his voice, speaking into the intercom. "The spatial rift poses significant danger. We must wait for the internal array fluctuations of the secret realm and enter in accordance with the 5 elemental attributes sequentially to mitigate the risk of backlash. Everyone must seize the moment based on their cultivation attributes. Do you understand?" "Understood," Li Yuan Yao replied, touching his earpiece. "All right, let us begin the wait." Before long, the spatial rift trembled suddenly, a pale blue ripple slowly surfacing within the fissure. "What element spiritual energy fluctuations?" "Lin Shuhai is prepared to enter." The researcher in the command center immediately issued the order. "It seems I shall take the lead." Lin Shuhai stepped out from the group, forming a hand seal as a blue protective shield enveloped him. He turned to his teammates and waved, saying, "See you in the secret realm." No sooner had he spoken than he shot into the rift like an arrow. 15 minutes later, a yellowish light radiated from the spatial fissure. "Mr. Li Xianshan, it is your turn." Li Yuan Yao patted Li Xianshan's shoulder and spoke. "See you shortly," Li Xianshan responded, his aura suddenly surging as he surged into the rift like an arrow released from a bow. Half an hour later, faint water element spiritual energy fluctuations emanated from the fissure. "Zhang Han, you go. Take care, everyone." Zhang Han Yu chuckled lightly, waving farewell to the group as she gracefully stepped into the rift. 10 minutes later, Bai Ming. Li Yuan Yao turned to the young man holding the sword. Bai Ming nodded slightly, wordlessly transforming into a white flash, vanishing into the fissure at an astonishing speed. "Next should be me," Li Yuan Yao thought to himself, just as he was about to approach the rift when an unexpected anomaly occurred. The secret realm's fissure suddenly erupted with terrifying intensity. "Quickly retreat." The monitoring researcher on the platform wore a look of panic, shouting desperately, "The spatial turbulence index has skyrocketed. The energy fluctuations have exceeded expectations. The secret realm is beginning to retaliate." Li Yuan Yao's pupils contracted sharply as he beheld the energy readings near the fissure soaring exponentially. In an instant, 5 colors of profound energy, yellow, green, red, white, and black, erupted from the secret realm's rift, sweeping outward like a raging dragon unleashed upon the seas. "This is disastrous. This is entirely different from what was planned." Li Yuan Yao reacted instantly, realizing that if this energy were allowed to explode, the dozen or so researchers and guard soldiers on the platform would be obliterated. "We cannot retreat." With this thought, he roared, unleashing the protective spiritual light, activating the Hu Yuan Jinjing to its fullest. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a blazing torch, akin to a radiant red sun, boldly charging towards the 5-colored profound energy. Boom! The deafening explosion shattered the platform's surface as if it were glass, the violent shockwave instantly engulfing the entire platform, sending those atop it tumbling in disarray. Li Yuan Yao was hurled backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily against the edge of the platform, blood mist erupting from his mouth. "Medical team, quickly!" The command center descended into chaos. "The commander has been gravely injured." The researchers trembled as they stared at the screen, cold sweat soaking their backs. How could this happen? No one had anticipated that the once tranquil secret realm would unleash such terrifying energy backlash at the last moment, completely beyond expectations. The mountain wind swept across the platform, stirring up the debris. Simultaneously, at Luo Chen's home, he reclined comfortably on the sofa, his gaze sweeping across his phone interface, where the countdown for entering the secret realm was steadily ticking down. He raised his hand to swipe, switching to the avatar repository interface of the Luo Chen Huashan system. Before entering, Luo Chen needed to thoroughly check the data of the two avatars prepared for the secret realm. Avatar, Martial Artist, Physique, 30, Agility, 29, Spiritual Power, 20, Mentality, 26, Skills, Ancient Martial Arts LV14, Insight LV7, Lightness Technique LV10, Mind's Eye LV6. Lion's Roar LV1. Equipment, Rift Wind Gun, Longquan Sword, Butcher's Knife. Cultivation Method, Dragon Elephant Prajna. Talent, Clear Mirrors Still Water, having undergone countless training sessions and battles. The martial artist's mind is like a clear mirror, enhancing resistance to mental interference skills and improving efficiency when cultivating mental skills and methods. All martial arts mastery. The martial artist possesses exceptional talent in martial arts, allowing for rapid learning of martial skills and methods. Comprehensive strength evaluation, near Tier 3. Avatar, Wuxing Dao Ren, Physique, 20, Agility, 20, Spiritual Power, 30, Mentality, 29, Skills, Wuxing Techniques LV18. Talisman Mastery LV14, Array Basics LV14. Taoist Knowledge LV12, Cultivation Method, Wuxing Cycle Scripture. Equipment, Fire Phoenix Feather Garment. Talent, Wuxing Affinity, innately resonating with the 5 elemental spiritual energies. Enhancing efficiency when learning elemental-related skills, reducing consumption, and increasing power when casting Wuxing techniques. One thought reaches the profound, possessing extraordinary comprehension, allowing for rapid casting speed. Comprehensive strength evaluation, near Tier 3. Indeed, after a series of enhancements and careful preparations, Luo Chen's two avatars had both been upgraded to the standard of near Tier 3, having completely expended the gold coins earned from tasks and the low-level cultivation resources drawn. In his understanding, near Tier 3 meant that one of the 4 attributes had reached the Tier 3 standard while the others had not yet fully matched. With such strength, it should be sufficient to undertake the secret realm exploration task, he mused, as he selected the 2 avatars to enter the main sequence of the secret realm exploration. Just then, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Detected multiple avatars in the task. Please select which avatar to serve as the primary consciousness carrier. Ah, I see. Luo Chen mused, stroking his chin, pondering how to simultaneously control 2 avatars. Without hesitation, he chose Wuxing Daoren. Since the secret realm was explicitly related to the 5 elements, selecting this avatar was evidently more reasonable. As the countdown concluded, a flash of white light enveloped him, and Luo Chen's consciousness fell into a familiar slumber. Chapter 29. Within the secret realm, in the instant of consciousness returning, Luo Chen immediately opened his eyes. At this moment, his consciousness was intertwined with the embodiment of the Wuxing Daoren, enabling him to fully perceive the surging magical energy within, akin to a mighty river flowing ceaselessly, infinitely more potent than his original self. Moreover, at his side, the martial artist's embodiment stood resolutely like a towering pine tree, gripping the layer Feng Chang with a keen vigilance as it scanned the surroundings. This sensation was truly extraordinary, as if his consciousness had split into 2. Luo Chen raised his gaze toward the martial artist's embodiment, and the other reciprocated the glance. It felt as if they shared a singular consciousness residing in distinct bodies. A remarkably wondrous experience that evoked a sense of novelty in Luo Chen. Since the 2 embodiments shared the same consciousness, Luo Chen could still issue various commands to the martial artist's embodiment through thought, directing its actions. Naturally, the general direction and maneuvers could be entrusted to the martial artist's instincts, while Luo Chen was responsible for the finer details. He even discovered that the sensory perceptions between the 2 embodiments were interconnected. Instantly, he conceived numerous strategies for coordination. For instance, he could have the martial artist act as a scout, guiding the Wuxing Daoren embodiment to unleash a barrage of firepower. The synergy between them would amplify their combat prowess far beyond a mere numerical sum. It was reminiscent of how he and the agent Ren Bing from the Special Operations Team had collaborated to vanquish the aberrant dragon species. If they worked in tandem, their combat effectiveness would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Retrieving his focus from the embodiment, Luo Chen immediately became aware of his surroundings. He found himself amidst a lush and verdant forest, shrouded in an eerie tranquility. The moss beneath his feet radiated a deep emerald hue, and the air was infused with a serene atmosphere, as if no foot had ever tread upon this wild domain. The density of spiritual energy here was indeed astonishing. Luo Chen murmured to himself, He could distinctly sense that the concentration of spiritual energy in this secret realm was several times denser than in the outside world, a stark contrast to the environment in which he had previously cultivated. Engaging in battle here would undoubtedly enhance the endurance and recovery rate of the Wuxing Daoren embodiment, allowing for the liberal use of many energy-consuming skills and techniques. However, what should he do now? A flicker of uncertainty arose within Luo Chen. After all, the previous system tasks had provided clear directives, instructing him on where to go and whom to eliminate with great succinctness. Now, upon entering the realm of free exploration, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Perhaps he should explore first. Luo Chen raised his hand to break off a branch, intending to perform a simple divination using some Taoist knowledge from his mind, when suddenly, roar. A tremendous roar echoed from nearby, followed swiftly by a massive creature bursting forth from the thicket, locking its fierce gaze upon Luo Chen. What on earth? Is that a dinosaur? A fleeting expression of astonishment crossed Luo Chen's face, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Indeed, there was no denying his surprise. The creature before him measured approximately 15 meters in length and weighed at least several tons. The ground trembled with its every step. It resembled a gigantic lizard, with two small claws poised at its chest and a mouth filled with razor-sharp fangs, an unmistakable representation of the Tyrannosaurus rex from films and various materials. However, this Tyrannosaurus was somewhat different. In Luo Chen's perception, its skin was a deep crimson, adorned with faint fiery patterns, and it possessed a commendable level of fire spiritual energy cultivation. Goodness, even ancient civilizations could conjure up a Tyrannosaurus? And it even possesses cultivation? Luo Chen couldn't help but voice his incredulity. Though this Tyrannosaurus was exceedingly ferocious, capable of wreaking havoc in a bustling city and claiming numerous lives, its spiritual energy fluctuations indicated that it posed no significant threat to him. The Tyrannosaurus, regarding the unfamiliar small figure before it, remained motionless, its eyes flashing with confusion. But soon its demeanor shifted back to hostility. It opened its massive jaws, and a fireball the size of a human head rapidly coalesced within, shooting forth with ferocity toward Luo Chen. Humph! Luo Chen scoffed dismissively, lifting his hands in a gentle forward motion as his sleeves billowed. Ice shield technique. A large ice shield instantly materialized, absorbing the impact of the fireball, which exploded upon contact, creating a plume of white mist without inflicting any harm on Luo Chen behind it. Do not act yet. Allow me to test my newly devised killing move. Luo Chen commanded the martial artist behind him through thought, halting its immediate reaction to attack. With a cold smile, he waved his sleeve again, dispersing the mist before him. He formed hand seals directed at the Tyrannosaurus, channeling the Wuxing Luan Zhuanjing. A surge of azure light emanated from him, swiftly infusing the fire phoenix feather garment he wore. Wood nurtures fire. In an instant, the azure light and fiery glow radiating from the fire phoenix garment intensified, and an ethereal fire phoenix emerged, swirling around Luo Chen. With a slight smile, he exhaled, releasing a crimson fire seed from his mouth, which was the purple skill, Samadhi, True Fire. The fire phoenix emitted a melodic cry, capturing the fire seed in its beak, its size expanding exponentially into a colossal fire phoenix apparition stretching over 10 meters in length. The Tyrannosaurus, sensing the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the fire phoenix, became alarmed, letting out a howl before turning to flee. Yet, its sluggish speed could not compare to that of the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix, swift as a flash, transformed into a streak of flame and gently pounced upon the Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus scarcely had time to emit a cry before its massive form was reduced to ashes in an instant. Clearly, it had been obliterated without a shred of resistance. Phew, what a formidable technique. Luo Chen thought to himself, deciding to name it Fire Phoenix Transformation. This technique utilized the generative power of the Wuxing Luan Zhuanjing, infusing the Fire Phoenix apparition and instantly activating the Fire Phoenix energy within the feather garment, augmented by the Samadhi True Fire, resulting in an extraordinary offensive move of remarkable potency. However, Luo Chen observed the dissipating ashes before him with a hint of resignation. This technique was too easily capable of obliterating its spoils. Aside from this drawback, it was nearly flawless. Undoubtedly, the Tyrannosaurus, reduced to nothingness, would leave him with no valuable materials. Alas, he would have to be more cautious next time, Luo Chen murmured, just as he prepared to depart the scene. His steps faltered, and his gaze narrowed slightly. Thanks to the martial artist's exceptional hearing, he perceived a faint beastly roar, and even the ground beneath him quivered slightly. Immediately, Luo Chen directed a command to the martial artist. Without hesitation, the martial artist lightly stepped and leaped high into the air, soaring above the treetops. Peering through the martial artist's eyes, Luo Chen could clearly see a signal flare ascending in the distance, bursting in the sky with a resounding crack. Wait, there are other human teams in this secret realm? Luo Chen's brows furrowed in surprise. Chapter 30. Encounter with Li Xianshan controlling the martial artist's embodiment. He moved as silently as a leaf falling gently to the ground, returning to his side. There are indeed other human exploration teams in this secret realm, Luo Chen pondered. After a moment of contemplation, he wondered, whose teams are they? Are they from the Special Operations Team, or from other extraordinary civilian organizations? After all, Luo Chen had not truly become an extraordinary being. He merely participated in tasks through his avatars, spending his days immersed in solitary cultivation. His understanding of the diverse extraordinary beings and the extraordinary world was, in essence, no different from that of an ordinary person. Even gathering relevant news and information proved to be an arduous task, making it impossible for him to derive any useful insights. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Chen resolved to venture forth. Discovering a human exploration team to collaborate with would undoubtedly be advantageous for him. After all, he was utterly unfamiliar with this secret realm, and the task descriptions on the Wanxian Huashan provided scant information about it. To obtain specific intelligence about the secret realm, he would need to seek out a legitimate adventure team, whose preparations would surely surpass his own. Forming an alliance to journey together would undeniably be a boon for Luo Chen. As for the potential of encountering hostility during their interaction, he glanced at the supplies within his portable storage with unwavering confidence. He would ensure they experienced his might. He could not possibly be the unfortunate one. The blue-quality energy supplements purchased from the high-tier shop could sustain his 5 elements Taoist avatar in an unrelenting barrage of overwhelming force for a considerable duration, unleashing various lethal moves without cost. Ordinary second-tier extraordinary beings would hardly survive such an onslaught. Should that not suffice, he could produce blue-quality dispelling talismans, whose potency was likely sufficient to threaten third-tier powerhouses. He doubted anyone could withstand that. If all else failed, he still had the ultimate weapon, a purple-quality elemental disintegration scroll, lying in his storage. Should his adversary manage to endure all of this, Luo Chen would have nothing more to say. He would simply withdraw from the secret realm and abandon the task. He would then make a note of the opposing faction in his mind, awaiting the right moment to settle scores in the future. Surely, the other party could not open a box on him from across the secret realm. Thus, Luo Chen harbored no concerns as he stood shoulder to shoulder with his martial artist avatar, transforming into a streak of fire as he swiftly traversed the forest. Along the way, he encountered several foolish beasts attempting to attack him. At this juncture, Luo Chen refrained from personally unleashing powerful spells, for there was no need to use a cannon to swat a mosquito. Instead, he let his martial artist avatar take action. The latter swung the Gale Spear, piercing and bursting the beasts' heads one by one, subsequently collecting their lifeless bodies into the portable storage. After traversing for about 10 minutes, Luo Chen sensed he was nearing his destination. The vibrations and intense fluctuations of spiritual energy ahead grew ever stronger, becoming increasingly vivid in his perception. Unfazed, Luo Chen concealed his escape light, narrowing his eyes as he gazed ahead. There, in a clearing within the forest, an elder wielding a massive axe was vigorously clashing with a colossal armored dragon, the two locked in a fierce struggle. The thunderous sounds of their collisions resounded deafeningly. Although Luo Chen did not recognize the elder, a glimmer of recognition sparked within him upon seeing the insignia on the elder's uniform. This was a member of the Special Task Force. While he was reluctant to divulge his deepest secrets to an official organization, he nonetheless felt a degree of trust and was willing to cooperate. It was indeed an opportunity to lend assistance while also discussing intelligence regarding the secret realm. Li Xianshan felt utterly unwell, even with his resolute will and extensive experience. He found his current predicament exceedingly difficult. Ever since he entered that spatial rift, it felt as though he had been tossed into a chaotic washing machine, disoriented and forced to rely solely on instinct to surge forward. In the midst of this dizzying turmoil, he lost track of where he had been transported within the secret realm. Whether it was sheer bad luck or some other cause, upon his descent from the skies, he fortuitously landed squarely atop the armored dragon. To make matters worse, the armored dragon was at the pinnacle of the second tier. Moreover, this armored dragon seemed to harbor a particular grudge, perceiving his fall as a provocation, which immediately ignited a fierce battle between them. As a result, Li Xianshan could not extricate himself. The Tai Weijinjing he cultivated was not known for its speed. It moved exceedingly slowly, and at this moment, he had no opportunity to retreat. He could only endure the conflict. Now, calculating the time, It had been a while since he fired the signal flare. Reinforcements should be arriving soon, right? They couldn't possibly be entangled in some other matter. Li Xianshan felt a pang of concern. His sixth sense warned him that delaying any further could lead to dire consequences. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to get serious, employing his true abilities to swiftly deal with the armored dragon. After all, time was of the essence. A glint of determination flashed across his wrinkled face as he channeled his true essence, causing the massive axe in his hand to expand instantaneously, growing more than twice its usual size. He raised the giant axe high and shouted, "Beast, take my strike, Mountain Splitter." This colossal axe was one of the latest creations of the Research Bureau, rumored to be based on remnants of ancient, extraordinary civilizations' spiritual treasures, crafted from the schematics of the legendary Mountain Splitter axe, making it a high-tier weapon. With this axe in hand, Li Xianshan could unleash his full might, even engaging in combat with third-tier powerhouses for a brief moment. After all, backed by a formidable organization, resources such as divine weapons, pills, and techniques were never in short supply, rendering his strength formidable. With a resounding boom, the giant axe descended like a meteor, crashing heavily onto the armored dragon's back. The armored dragon let out a mournful cry, the ground beneath it fracturing like a spider's web, and it immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering significant injury. In pain, the armored dragon swung its tail like a massive hammer towards Li Xianshan, forcing him to take a half-step back before it turned to retreat. Suddenly, a figure appeared before the armored dragon, blocking its path. Who is that? Li Xianshan, having just caught his breath and ready to unleash his second strike to eradicate the beast, was nearly taken aback upon seeing that figure. Wait a moment. Wasn't he that the martial artist I had been keeping an eye on while stationed in Licheng? How did he end up here? This is impossible. Even if he possessed a spatial treasure that allowed him to traverse the secret realm, how could he possibly know the location of this secret realm? This defied all logic. Li Xianshan's mind reeled, and then he witnessed the figure gently raise the spear in hand, aiming it at the armored dragon's head. The martial artist roared, his body and spirit uniting, and with a surge of overwhelming power, he forcefully overturned the formidable armored dragon, exposing its soft underbelly. Li Xianshan instinctively recognized this as a golden opportunity. From his current distance, a single well-placed strike would allow him to pierce the armored dragon's weakness and slay it. Yet, his mind was consumed with disbelief, leaving him frozen in place, rooted to the ground. How could this be? The aura emanating from him was at the pinnacle of the second tier? No, it was a quasi-third tier. This was inconceivable. Where did this individual acquire such cultivation resources? This rate of advancement was utterly astounding. During the Ghost Bus incident, the Bureau assessed that his strength would not exceed the pinnacle of the first tier. Yet, during the Dragon Blood Aberration incident, his power seemed to leap to the mid-second tier. And now he was already at the quasi-third tier. This all transpired in a mere week. Such a pace of advancement was simply unbelievable. Just then, a vividly animated phoenix-shaped fireball suddenly soared from the depths of the forest. The fireball appeared diminutive, yet it contained an immense concentration of pure fire spirit energy. With but a gentle thrust, it pierced through the abdomen of the armored dragon, incinerating its internal organs completely. Luo Chen emerged from the dense forest and calmly greeted Li Xianshan, saying, "Greetings, my friend from the Special Task Force. Are there others?" Li Xianshan dispelled the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and looked across. Before him stood a graceful young man, strikingly handsome, radiating an aura of formidable strength, with his cultivation level astonishingly reaching the threshold of quasi-third tier. What astounded Li Xianshan further was that he instantly recognized the high quality of the garments adorning the other, nearly equivalent to the Kaishan axe he wielded. Wait a moment, could that aura belong to some fire-based artifact used by the martial artist in the incident of the Ghost Bus? Suddenly, Li Xianshan experienced a moment of enlightenment. So it was not merely one individual from the very beginning. The Licheng Special Task Force had long believed that the martial artist was an extraordinary being possessing a spatial treasure. It seemed this understanding was flawed. Behind the martial artist lay an unknown extraordinary organization. Chapter 31. Conversation. It is a well-known fact that cultivation emphasizes the importance of wealth, law, companions, and location. Wealth refers to the resources necessary for one's journey of cultivation. Companions denote the fellow practitioners and mentors. Law points to the refined traditions and methodologies, while location pertains to areas rich in spiritual energy, conducive to cultivation. Generally, ordinary extraordinary beings in the realm often lack in all four aspects. Struggling to navigate through incomplete methods, and even with exceptional talent, their progress is as slow as a tortoise. However, if the other party is backed by an organization, it could explain the rapid ascension in their cultivation level. Perhaps they occupy a uniquely advantageous cultivation site, and when considering the possession of a spatial treasure, the possibilities multiply. Li Xianshan pondered this and gradually reduced the size of the massive axe in his hand, securing it at his waist. He nodded towards the approaching Luo Chen, saying, I am a member of the Special Task Force's Secret Realm Exploration Team. You may call me Li Xianshan, and I also serve to guard Li Cheng. May I inquire how you two are addressed? Luo Chen replied nonchalantly, I am the Wuxing Dao Ren. He then mentally instructed the martial artist, who promptly stated, You may call me martial artist. Wuxing Dao Ren, martial artist, Li Xianshan silently noted, feeling no surprise. After all, it was common for ordinary extraordinary beings to refrain from revealing their true names. In his view, these two names were rather proper, at least indicative of their respective areas of expertise. It is known that in other regions, the names of extraordinary organizations often verge on the absurd. He had even heard that some foreign organizations blatantly borrowed names from films, such as the Straw Hat Pirates, the Seven Warlords of the Sea, Fairy Tale, and the Avengers, which seemed utterly ridiculous. After a moment's hesitation, Li Xianshan cautiously inquired, May I ask, are these code names or something else? Oh, Luo Chen's eyes brightened slightly, discerning the probing tone in the other's voice. He then nodded candidly. Indeed, these are code names within our organization. He understood that acknowledging them as code names was far more prudent than revealing the ability to transform. The official stance towards an organized extraordinary group is often one of cautious exploration, attempts at cooperation, or even potential alliances. However, should they discover his ability to embody multiple entities, the nature of their relationship would drastically shift. He would no longer be seen as a candidate for collaboration, but rather as a special individual requiring stringent surveillance or control, truly a terrifying narrative, fraught with endless troubles. Upon hearing this, Li Xianshan indeed breathed a sigh of relief, his expression reflecting understanding. I see. Drawing upon his years of experience guarding the realm, he began to silently sketch the outline of this organization in his mind based on the information at hand. An unnamed extraordinary organization confirmed to have 2 quasi-third-tier practitioners among its members, with the strength of the remaining members yet unknown but presumably below this tier. The initial members were discovered in Li Cheng, with the founder likely linked to Li Cheng, originating from Huagua, suspected of possessing mastery over Huagua's Taoist or martial traditions, and equipped with a rather sophisticated spatial teleportation technology, though the specific mechanisms remained unclear. Having sorted through this information, Li Xianshan suppressed his thoughts and solemnly asked, Might I inquire how you two entered this secret realm? The objectives and location of this operation were highly confidential. How could they have discovered this place even with spatial teleportation capabilities? He felt the need to probe further. Gauging the other's reaction, our entry could be deemed serendipitous. Luo Chen chuckled, admitting that he had done little in the way of preparation. Li Xianshan's mind was skeptical. Who would venture into a secret realm without any prior preparation? How did they intend to exit the realm? The Special Task Force had established a meticulously detailed evacuation plan and timeline, mandating a return to the realm's periphery within the stipulated time, where the research department would open a spatial breach for their departure. If they failed to evacuate, the risk of being stranded in the secret realm would loom large. Wait a moment. The other parties seemed to possess spatial teleportation capabilities, so perhaps it was not an issue after all. Li Xianshan felt somewhat speechless. Quickly arriving at a conclusion, it appeared that the Special Task Force had simply drawn the short straw this time, as the Wuxing secret realm had manifested a passage in another location, with the coordinates unknown. He speculated that the other party had likely discovered the newly opened spatial rift and promptly utilized spatial teleportation to sneak in, which explained their apparent lack of preparation. With this realization, Li Xianshan comprehended much of the information he sought. His expression turned serious as he stated, Then may I ask, during this exploration of the secret realm, have you considered an alliance? We possess a certain understanding and intelligence regarding this secret realm and have made corresponding preparations. Your strength could also bolster our exploration efforts. Luo Chen had been anticipating this proposal and readily nodded in agreement. That would be most agreeable. However, I would like to inquire about the distribution of resources and gains. Li Xianshan pondered briefly before responding. Let us make a verbal agreement for now. The distribution will be based on the level of contribution. How does that sound? The team that exerts more effort shall receive a greater share, but the highest ratio cannot exceed a 50-50 split. Luo Chen's eyes flickered. The other's concession exceeded his expectations. He expressed his confusion. This differs from my initial expectations. It is not that the division is too small, but rather it seems rather generous. I had thought the special task force would not be so accommodating towards a force like ours. Li Xianshan chuckled wryly, his expression becoming somewhat peculiar. It seems you truly are unaware of the entry requirements for this secret realm. This secret realm has entry requirements? Luo Chen inquired. Certainly, Li Xianshan explained. The 5-element structure of this secret realm is unique. Each entry must navigate through the vulnerabilities of the realm's formation. For this particular instance, the barely opened rift will not last beyond 2 hours, and entry times must be strictly controlled, adhering to specific timings. Moreover, only those practicing 5-element cultivation techniques are permitted to enter. More critically, due to the realm not being in its complete form owing to the spiritual energy not having fully recovered, it also repels 3rd-tier practitioners. Considering the inherent dangers, we have not allowed lower-tier extraordinary beings to enter. We selected only those at the peak of the 2nd tier, equipped with sufficient armaments and high-tier artifacts. Given these numerous restrictions, even the special task force cannot deploy additional personnel into the realm. Li Xianshan did not conceal this information, as he knew the other party would discover it sooner or later. Moreover, given the strength of the other party, even if they were to become adversarial, it would likely result in catastrophic losses for the special task force. The benefits of conflict would pale in comparison to those of an alliance. The notion of forming an alliance naturally necessitates a general disclosure of one's circumstances, showcasing sincerity. The 3rd-tier powerhouse, Luo Chen, appeared to be somewhat concerned upon hearing the term from Li Xianshan's discourse. Based on his own cultivation experiences and the esoteric knowledge inherited from the Wuxing Taoist, he discerned that the current revival of spiritual energy was utterly insufficient to support the emergence of 3rd-tier transcendence. How could there be talk of 3rd-tier transcendence? It seems the special task force indeed possesses profound depths befitting an official entity. Chapter 32. Depths of the Secret Realm. Luo Chen's gaze flickered slightly, setting aside his doubts, and nodded affirmatively. Very well, we consent to collaborate. What are your plans for exploring this secret realm? First, I shall reunite with my teammates, and thereafter we can deliberate further, Li Xianshan replied, producing a yellow talisman from his pocket. This talisman was capable of sensing energies and indicating directions. As he infused it with spiritual power, the talisman ignited swiftly. The martial artist's eyes sharpened as his inner vision skill acutely perceived an invisible thread of energy extending from Li Xianshan's hand, soaring into the distance. By following this line, we shall be able to reunite with our comrades. Once united, we can venture deeper into the secret realm, Li Xianshan elaborated. But the martial artist interjected, the direction in which the spiritual line extends appears to lead directly into the depths of the secret realm, does it not? Upon hearing this, Li Xianshan closed his eyes in concentration, meticulously sensing the surroundings. When he reopened them, a grave expression adorned his face. When we plunged into the secret realm, we were scattered by spatial turbulence. It seems my fortune was relatively favorable, landing me on the periphery. However, they must have been directly transported to the depths of the secret realm. That is indeed unfortunate, Luo Chen remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Nevertheless, we have no option but to proceed this way. A smaller number of individuals lacks the strength to explore the depths effectively. Li Xianshan stated, my recommendation is to reunite first. What is your view? I have no objections, Luo Chen replied. Then let us proceed to reunite. This unfolding was somewhat unexpected for Li Xianshan. He had assumed that a civilian transcendent like Luo Chen would instinctively resist the idea of allying with the special task force. After all, without knowledge of the task force's actual numbers, a civilian transcendent would be reluctant to agree to a union, at least exhibiting some hesitation. It seems there must be some formidable cards and support hidden within the other party, Li Xianshan pondered silently. With their discussions concluded, the 3 figures moved in unison, like phantoms, swiftly traversing the forest toward their destination. At that moment, in the depths of the secret realm, an enormous black altar loomed. The altar was expansive, its tiles dark and exuding an air of solemnity. Surrounding the altar were 5 towering stone pillars, each inscribed with intricate runes, emanating an ancient aura. These pillars displayed the colors red, white, yellow, green, and black, radiating formidable energies that interconnected to form a robust protective shield around the entire altar. Suddenly, the white stone pillar illuminated. A voice, filled with both astonishment and fury, resounded. Damn it, how is Huang Ling managing this? The words were frigid, as if a sharp, biting wind swept through the vicinity, the emanating aura as piercing as a blade. Any ordinary person nearby would likely meet a gruesome fate. What is happening? What is wrong? At that moment, the other 2 stone pillars also began to glow, their energies surging dramatically. The azure and crimson pillars shone brilliantly, dazzling to the eye. Hao Ling, what is happening? A pillar with flickering light inquired of the white stone pillar, its tone laced with confusion. Something terrible has occurred. The voice identified as Hao Ling was filled with a seething intensity. Was it not agreed that we had successfully barred the fire element practitioners from entry? How is this happening? What is going on? At this moment, the yellow stone pillar belatedly emitted its radiance, its heavy aura palpable, pressing down like a physical weight. Indeed, I had previously observed a significant surge of fire element spiritual energy in the southeast direction. A voice, calm and composed, suggested that a practitioner nearing third-tier fire element cultivation has infiltrated the secret realm. Impossible. It cannot be. I activated the formation and forcibly repelled that fire element practitioner outside. The consciousness identified as Huang Ling responded, seemingly unperturbed, explaining in a measured tone. That practitioner has suffered the backlash of the Wuxing formation and is now on the brink of death. Not only can they not enter, but if they are not promptly rescued, their demise is not out of the question. Currently, I have sealed all entrances to the secret realm. If those humans wish to invade again, they must continuously attempt to breach it. However, I assure you, there is absolutely no possibility of them breaking in any time soon. Huang Ling asserted confidently. My perception will not falter. How could this be? Hao Ling's voice remained cold. Utilize the formation S authority to conduct a thorough scan of the southeast region of the secret realm. Ascertain what is transpiring. Huang Ling fell silent. Moments later, a tone of astonishment seeped into his voice. This is impossible. How did they manage to enter? His voice was filled with bewilderment, akin to a master discovering that the money within a securely locked safe had mysteriously vanished, the first thought not being theft, but rather a haunting presence. It is futile to dwell on this now. A calm voice suddenly interjected, interrupting their dispute. Qingling, do you have any insights? Hao Ling inquired, his tone slightly hurried. The consciousness of Xianling among us has yet to manifest. We cannot employ the Wuxing methods to forcibly suppress that fire element practitioner's strength. He was undoubtedly the most anxious, for as the foundational spirit of the Wuxing formation, according to the rules of elemental conflict, the inexplicably infiltrating fire element practitioner was his natural adversary. Due to Xianling's consciousness still being dormant, the corresponding water element formation could only function autonomously according to its inherent rules. Unable to summon true power, they had intended to leverage the formation's strength to repel all fire element practitioners attempting to invade the secret realm, yet never anticipated such a significant error would arise. The situation had unfolded, lamenting the reasons was futile. Qingling's calm voice remained indifferent. What we need to do now is find a way to break the deadlock. How do we halt them? Hao Ling's tone softened slightly, as if still contemplating Qingling's suggestions. After a moment of silence, Yanling finally spoke, determination lacing her voice. Perhaps I should take action. While I may not be able to suppress him directly, as we are both fire element, if I leverage the formation as support, I may not necessarily be at a disadvantage against that fire element practitioner. Do you possess absolute certainty? Qingling's voice remained composed. If there is no guarantee of success, do not act hastily. Any misstep could affect the operation of the seal and undermine the foundation of the formation. What then? Yanling's tone grew slightly impatient. Divide and conquer, Qingling suggested, remaining detached but swiftly offering a plan. First, prevent them from proceeding into the depths of the secret realm, targeting those objectives we are confident in. Once all else is resolved, we shall unite as the four spirits, forming a minor Wuxing formation to eliminate the variables. Let us unleash the beast tide, Huang Ling remarked. I can manipulate the external illusion array based on the foundation of the formation to lure the demonic beasts to intercept those individuals. If they remain oblivious to my machinations, they will undoubtedly waste a considerable amount of time there. To expedite our efforts and gain precious time, we must abandon our previous strategy of having all four spirits attack simultaneously and instead act separately. Qingling added. Pausing momentarily, it continued, by the way, I cannot take action myself. That earth element cultivator seems to be moving alongside the fire element cultivator. It is most suitable for me to control the grand array. You each select your targets. Remember, it is imperative to act swiftly. If circumstances appear adverse, exercise utmost caution. Understood, responded the other three stone pillars with a deep, resonant hum. Soon, the surroundings of the altar fell into silence, leaving only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. Chapter 33, Beast Tide in the Forest. Three figures darted through the trees with the swiftness of arrows released from a bow. Luo Chen and the martial artist closely followed behind Li Xinshan. As the trees on either side swiftly receded from their view, all three had achieved cultivation levels nearing the third tier. And although Li Xianshan was not particularly adept at speed, his own cultivation allowed him to move at a reasonable pace. However, for Luo Chen and the martial artist, this speed was decidedly sluggish. As they progressed, Luo Chen even found the leisure to circulate his spiritual power, absorbing the ambient spiritual energy. A rich influx of spiritual essence continuously entered his body, keeping his own power in a state of fullness. Suddenly, Li Xianshan halted, his brow furrowing. The energy thread extending from his Gui Xiang talisman trembled violently, as if tugged by an invisible force. The one straight line began to whirl chaotically, at times stretching taut like a string, at others twisting into knots, and ultimately, after spiraling in midair, it flickered twice before completely vanishing. Li Xianshan's expression shifted dramatically as he abruptly stopped, his hands forming seals as the earthy yellow spiritual energy at his fingertips extended outward. Something feels off. Luo Chen immediately sensed the anomaly, narrowing his eyes as he quietly operated the Wuxing Luanzhuan Jing, simultaneously employing a Taoist detection technique. Invisible waves spread out, sweeping across their surroundings. The martial artist, on high alert, positioned his spear horizontally across his chest, fully activating his perceptive skills to grasp every subtle movement within a 100-meter radius. It is an illusion array. A glint of cold light flashed in Luo Chen's eyes. Utilizing the martial artist's keen perception, he sensed the flow of energy around them, and combined with his knowledge of formations, he accurately assessed their predicament. Li Xianshan turned to Luo Chen with a look of astonishment. How did you discern this? Luo Chen remained silent, merely gesturing with his sleeve, allowing an invisible wave to emanate outward as a faint azure light swept over the area. The previously natural distribution of trees and rocks revealed uncanny patterns under the illumination of the spiritual light. These seemingly random elements were, in fact, intricately woven into an array, subtly connecting to form a cohesive whole. Li Xianshan furrowed his brow. Although he was not proficient in formations, he could sense that something was amiss just from the sight before him. When was this illusion array set up? Luo Chen probed with his spiritual energy a couple of times, solemnly stating, "It appears we have been within this formation from the very beginning. The design of this array is extraordinarily intricate. Had it not manifested on its own, I would have remained completely unaware." He paused, his tone growing more serious. The periphery of the entire secret realm is likely itself constructed as a vast array. Someone must have manipulated things around us, creating this area and altering the terrain and tree layouts to instantaneously form this small illusion array, trapping us here. This individual possesses such profound mastery over the art of formations. Li Xianshan found himself taken aback by Luo Chen's analysis. The person before him, seemingly youthful, not only wielded profound cultivation but also commanded such exquisite knowledge of formations, which was indeed remarkable. However, this was not the time for admiration. He collected his thoughts and spoke gravely. "It seems someone is deliberately targeting us to prevent our reunion with our companions. You seem to know something and are not surprised by this." Luo Chen glanced at him. "Indeed." Li Xianshan nodded, quickly analyzing. According to the data from the Special Operations Bureau's research department, secret realms are often remnants of ancient transcendent civilizations. These civilizations created numerous secret realms and concealed them within spatial interstices as they departed from Lanxing due to the depletion of spiritual energy, awaiting its revival. They typically do not leave behind significant dangers, mostly just demonic beasts and spirits. However, should something resembling a formation appear, it is either a trial set by the realm's master for successors, or, he paused, maintaining a calm demeanor, or it indicates that a new master has emerged within the secret realm, usurping part of its authority and viewing us as intruders. What do you believe is the case? Luo Chen inquired. Selfishly, I hope it is a trial, Li Xianshan said solemnly, but my intuition tells me that the third possibility is more likely. A new master has emerged within the secret realm? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, hearing this notion for the first time. However, considering this was his initial experience activating the secret realm exploration function, a lack of experience was understandable. The urgent matter is to break through this illusion array and reunite with our companions, Li Xianshan stated solemnly. The more the enemy obstructs us, the less we can allow them to succeed. He turned to Luo Chen. Do you know how to unravel such an array? With limited knowledge of formations himself, he could only place his hopes on this civilian cultivator at that moment. This array is merely an illusion array and does not impose any formidable restrictions upon us. Luo Chen analyzed swiftly, his gaze sharpening. As long as we strike the array with full force to disrupt its internal structure, I can identify the array's eye through the emerging flaws. Once we destroy the array's eye, We can successfully dismantle this illusion and exit this area. Oh, then what are we waiting for? Let's resolve this quickly. Upon hearing this, Li Xianshan promptly retrieved a massive axe from his waist, channeling spiritual energy into it as he prepared for action. That may not be prudent right now, the martial artist suddenly interjected. What is it? Li Xianshan questioned, perplexed. There seems to be considerable movement ahead. It appears we have guests approaching, the martial artist replied calmly. Just as the words left his lips, a violent tremor reverberated from the front, reminiscent of a stampede of countless beasts or a surging tidal wave, rapidly advancing toward the position of the three. What keen perception! Li Xianshan was somewhat taken aback. After all, being within an illusion array severely diminished his perceptive abilities, and he had failed to notice the approach earlier. Luo Chen interjected. Clearly, the enemy did not intend to confine us with just one illusion array. They have brought along numerous reinforcements. This sound must be the beast tide from the forest. In the next instant, dozens of wolf-like, demonic beasts burst forth from the woods, entering the line of sight of the three. These demonic wolves, with bared fangs and eyes glowing crimson, were enveloped in swirling winds, moving at incredible speed. And in an instant, they pounced upon the trio. Humph! The martial artist snorted coldly, stepping forward. With his left hand wielding the Longquan sword and his right grasping the Liwen spear, he unleashed both weapons, creating a dense tapestry of light and shadow before him. The shadows danced like frenzied serpents, weaving into a lethal zone around him. As the approaching demonic beasts drew near, they were instantaneously slain beneath the onslaught of his spear and sword. The technique known as Longxiangban Ruagong does not pertain to any elemental attributes or fluctuations of spiritual energy. It is fundamentally about purity, serving as a pristine method of body refinement. It can directly unleash a ferocious power, significantly enhancing the user's strength and speed, striving to reach a realm where one force can shatter myriad laws. The horde of monstrous beasts that surged forth at their zenith barely exceeded the first-tier peak, and thus, they were no match for the martial artists. Li Xianshan observed this spectacle with a sense of wonder. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the excitement, while experts discern the subtleties. As a seasoned transcendent with ample combat experience, he could clearly perceive the astonishing control over force and profound martial arts proficiency exhibited by the martial artist wielding their weapon. Do not be complacent. There is more to come. After the martial artist vanquished the monstrous beasts before him, he promptly raised his voice in warning. In the next moment, a multitude of various beasts erupted from the forest, roaring as they charged towards them. Chapter 34. The cycle of the five elements. The array of beasts that emerged from the woods bore diverse forms. There were towering bears standing 5 to 6 meters tall, ferocious tigers with formidable fangs, massive crocodiles stretching over 10 meters, and grand lions. They roared in unison, launching an assault upon the three individuals. Luo Chen cast a sweeping glance, his face reflecting astonishment. Drawing from the information he had encountered online, he recognized several of the monstrous beasts' origins. The prior onslaught was comprised of fearsome wolves, while this batch included cave bears, saber-toothed tigers, golden caimans, and savage lions. What a peculiar assortment. It was as if they were a jumble of prehistoric creatures. Were these ancient transcendent civilizations truly derived from such a distant history? Were these beasts all domesticated by them? Not quite. Li Xianshan, wielding a replica of the mountain-cleaving axe, unleashed powerful waves of magical energy to strike the beasts while explaining. According to the research conducted by the scientific department, the timeline of ancient transcendent civilizations is not as far-reaching. These are creations derived from the extraordinary abilities of super-ancient civilizations, directly crafted from fossilized bloodlines. He paused, his tone turning grave. However, this is not the time for such considerations. We must resolve this swiftly. While these summoned beasts are not particularly strong, if we delay, we risk the arrival of second-tier peak beasts like the armored dragon from earlier. Moreover, their evident aim is to impede our reunion with our comrades. If we acquiesce to their intentions, I foresee dire consequences. Luo Chen formed hand seals, launching fireballs that soared towards the beast horde like fluttering birds, causing chaos among them. He paused momentarily, contemplating. I have a plan. I possess a devastating move that, once unleashed, will shatter this formation. However, it requires considerable time to gather my strength. In the meantime, you must fend off the beast's attacks and ensure I am not disturbed. Agreed. However, you must act swiftly. Should the beast's strength escalate further, we may struggle to endure. Li Xianshan nodded in response. The martial artist also concurred. Subsequently, Luo Chen sat cross-legged, his aura gradually ascending. The orchestrator behind the beast tide seemed to sense the impending threat, prompting the beasts to become increasingly reckless and frenzied. Dozens of beasts surged toward the martial artist and Li Xianshan. They exchanged glances, and Li Xianshan quickly proposed, "In terms of killing speed, you are faster than I. Thus, you should take the lead while I provide support. What do you say? Could this fellow be attempting to shirk responsibility?" This thought crossed Luo Chen's mind as he prepared to confront the oncoming beasts. However, trusting in the official organization of the Special Task Force, he felt reassured that the martial artist had no reason to slacken at this critical moment. The martial artist nodded in agreement, his form darting forward like a swift swallow, directly engaging the charging beasts. Li Xianshan set aside his mountain-cleaving axe, forming seals with his hands as his aura erupted forth, forcefully slamming into the ground, commanding, "Geomagnetic Divine Seal, arise." A torrent of earthy-hued magical energy surged from him, ruthlessly infusing the earth itself. The rushing beasts suddenly found their movements hindered, as if a mountain had been placed upon them, causing their actions to slow. The martial artist's eyes brightened. He brandished his spear and sword, instantly plunging into the enemy ranks. The beast's sluggish movements could not keep pace with his agile steps, rendering them incapable of evading his blade's radiance. With precise and lethal strikes aimed at the beast's vital points, he swiftly left a pile of corpses in his wake. What a remarkable display! Truly, a testament to the combat experience of a seasoned member of the Special Task Force. This maneuver was nothing short of divine. Luo Chen silently praised him. With such close cooperation, repelling the beast tide was no longer a daunting task, allowing Luo Chen to confidently unleash his ultimate technique. He turned inward, fiercely channeling his magical energy, which surged through him like a mighty river. The Wuxing Luan Zhuanjing possessed the ability to harness the cycle of the 5 elements, enabling practitioners to simultaneously wield 5 distinct elemental spells. Yet, this was not the entirety of the technique's profundity. The true power of this advanced method lay in its capacity to amplify spell strength through the mutual generation of the 5 elements. Previously, Luo Chen had utilized the Fire Phoenix transformation, leveraging the principle of wood-nurturing fire to enhance the potency of his fire spells. What might occur if the 5 elemental spells were executed in their generative sequence? Luo Chen surmised that this ultimate technique would undoubtedly require immense energy, potentially draining him of all his magical power, yet its might would surely be formidable. First, the solid earth. Luo Chen murmured to himself, skillfully manipulating the flow of magical energy within, his aura gradually stabilizing and growing weighty. Next, earth nurtures metal. From the earthy magical energy surging within him, a pure white aura of destruction gradually emerged, shifting his energy's character, now imbued with sharpness. Following this, metal nurtures water. The sharpness receded, transforming into a gentle, formless essence. As dark, liquid-like energy began to manifest within him. Subsequently, water nurtures wood. The darkness faded, giving way to a verdant hue, as vibrant life surged within him. After 4 transformations, Luo Chen's complexion paled slightly. He had expended a significant portion of his magical energy, and yet the technique was not yet complete, as there remained one final step. Lastly, wood nurtures fire. Luo Chen's aura suddenly surged, a terrifying momentum sweeping around him like a tidal wave, causing even Li Xianshan, who was fiercely battling ahead, to glance back in astonishment. Could this energy truly be real? Was this the aura befitting a second-tier peak? In that instant, he even questioned whether Luo Chen was concealing his true strength as a third-tier expert who had infiltrated the secret realm. Then, let this technique be unleashed. The 3 mysteries, true fire. Luo Chen slowly rose, his body levitating into the air as he gently exhaled. A brilliant crimson fireball erupted from his mouth, gracefully descending towards the ground. At that moment, the martial artist reacted, seizing Li Xianshan's arm and pressing him down to the ground. Li Xianshan quickly responded, raising his hand to summon a small defensive artifact shield above them, forming a protective barrier that enveloped them. Boom! The moment the crimson fireball made contact with the earth, it was as if it ignited a powder keg buried beneath the surface. In an instant, flames soared to the heavens. Waves of golden-red fire surged outward like a tsunami, engulfing all in its path, reducing trees to charcoal and melting rocks. The howls of the monstrous beasts were abruptly silenced as they were engulfed by fierce flames, their anguished cries extinguished before they could even be uttered, reduced to mere ashes. The forest transformed into a hellish inferno, with the very air distorting and warping under the heat. Chapter 35, Departure, truly terrifying. Li Xianshan lay prostrate on the ground, feeling the intense tremors transmitted through the protective barrier. The once formidable shield appeared precarious under the relentless onslaught of the flames. He hastily channeled his spiritual energy, fervently infusing it into the shield, determined to maintain its integrity and prevent its collapse. After a while, the tide of fire finally subsided. As they lowered the shield, the martial artist and Li Xianshan rose slowly from the ground. The devastation was overwhelming. Li Xianshan surveyed his surroundings, noting that the forest had been instantaneously leveled, the blast leaving marks as if the very soil had been stripped away by more than half a meter, leaving a charred and chaotic landscape. Such destructive power surely reached the level of a third-tier entity, and even among third-tier extraordinary beings, such an attack was not easily unleashed. It was utterly inconceivable. He could not help but elevate his already high regard for the Wuxing Daoren. This individual's prowess, even within the current task force, would undoubtedly place him among the elite, a rare talent indeed. The fact that such a talent had not joined the task force was a significant loss. A sense of regret welled up within Li Xianshan. At that moment, the martial artist stepped forward, his figure darting like an arrow, and reached out to catch Luo Chen, who was falling from midair, cradling him securely. Luo Chen was limp, his complexion pale, clearly having exhausted his spiritual energy to the point where he lacked the strength to even stand. "How are you holding up? Can you still manage?" Li Xianshan suppressed his thoughts and hurriedly approached, asking anxiously. "I can still hold on. We must leave quickly," Luo Chen replied weakly. "If they set another maze trap, we will find it difficult to escape. We must act swiftly and regroup with our teammates before they strike again." "But in your current state, how can you move?" Li Xianshan inquired. "I will carry him," the martial artist declared, lifting Luo Chen as if he were a mere chick. As he took a step forward, he turned to Li Xianshan. "We need to travel at the fastest pace. Do your utmost to keep up. Alternatively, there is another way." He extended his hand to Li Xianshan. "I can carry you as well." Li Xianshan pondered for a moment and then readily extended his hand. Having witnessed the martial artist's agility firsthand, he knew it was of the highest caliber, surpassing his own speed by several degrees. Now was certainly not the time to concern himself with personal pride. The martial artist grasped Luo Chen with one hand and Li Xianshan with the other, and with a powerful leap, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, leaving behind only a deep footprint. His speed was astonishing, evidently fueled by sheer determination, and in an instant, he whisked the two away from the chaotic scene left in the wake of the explosion. During their flight, Li Xianshan retrieved another return talisman from his pocket, swiftly infusing it with spiritual energy. The talisman soon glowed with a faint light, forming a clear guiding path for the martial artist. Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm, at the altar, Qing Ling muttered to himself, no longer exhibiting the calm demeanor he once had. His tone bore evident tremors. That fire-based spell was undoubtedly of third-tier potency. How could this be possible? Could it be that the individual concealed their true strength and was, in fact, a third-tier powerhouse infiltrating? But that was impossible. The secret realm inherently repelled all third-tier existences. If someone were to forcibly intrude, I would have sensed it. No. They seem to have snuck in using some means I am unaware of. Perhaps a third-tier powerhouse truly is among them? Countless thoughts surged through Qing Ling's mind, nearly overwhelming him. He had initially believed his plan to be foolproof, with the maze and the summoned beast tied effectively ensnaring the enemy, leaving them no opportunity to counter the maze. Even in the worst-case scenario, should they resort to their ultimate techniques, it was inconceivable they could breach the formation so swiftly. Yet the supposed ultimate technique had proven to be far beyond what Qing Ling could have imagined. How could a peak second-tier extraordinary being unleash such a terrifying attack? Enough. I must remain calm. The events have transpired, and overthinking serves no purpose. Qing Ling forced himself to regain composure. His thoughts raced. They have successfully broken the formation, and based on their trajectory, they are moving towards the battlefield where Hao Ling is situated. If that fire practitioner joins the fray, Hao Ling stands no chance of survival. I must immediately inform Hao Ling to retreat. At this very moment, in another part of the secret realm, Lin Shuhai was breathing heavily, his energy evidently waning. His attire was no longer tidy, appearing somewhat disheveled as he struggled to recover the spiritual energy he had depleted, all while keeping a vigilant eye on his opponent. The adversary that had driven him to the brink was a ghostly entity, entirely clad in white. The figure's features were indistinct, composed entirely of white golden spiritual energy, a mere glance eliciting a painful response to the eyes. When Lin Shuhai entered the secret realm, he had encountered a tumultuous current, which cast him near the lair of a peak second-tier beast. After exerting great effort to slay that beast, he was suddenly ambushed by this unidentified formidable foe. The opponent's golden magic was inherently counter to Lin Shuhai's abilities. Every spell he attempted was effortlessly deflected, while the mysterious entity emanated a peculiar wave that suppressed his spiritual energy, causing Lin Shuhai's would attribute energy to flow sluggishly. Having managed to endure until now, Lin Shuhai had exhausted every ounce of his strength. Submit willingly, the White Spectre, known as Hao Ling, spoke coldly. There is no point in prolonging this. Do you still hold out hope for your teammates to come to your aid? No sooner had the words left his lips than he waved his arm, sending forth sharp beams of white light that interrupted Lin Shuhai's intended counterattack. Ah, that is not for you to say. Lin Shuhai's gaze sharpened as he rallied his spirit, brandishing his weapon, a seemingly unremarkable willow branch. The slender twig appeared frail, as if it could snap with the slightest pressure, yet under the influence of his spiritual energy. It emanated a profound azure hue, exuding an air of mystery. The ground beneath him trembled violently, and a massive dark green vine erupted from the earth, surging forth like a raging serpent, howling towards Hao Ling in an attempt to ensnare him. Mere tricks. Hao Ling scoffed coldly, flicking his fingers, and the sharp, white light effortlessly severed the vine into fragments. The onslaught of white light did not diminish. It continued to cleave towards Lin Shuhai. I must express my curiosity. It seems you do not intend to kill me. Lin Shuhai managed to block the counterattack and inquired, May I ask what the reason is? Perhaps if you clarify your intentions, I might willingly accompany you. You think to buy time? It is not that easy. Hao Ling scoffed derisively, as if he had not heard Lin Shuhai at all. You intruders wish to negotiate with me? Upon entering the secret realm, being slain by us is merely your own doing. That statement does not hold true. Lin Shuhai immediately retorted with displeasure, asserting that the location of this secret realm lies within the territory of our nation. According to the relevant national regulations, our exploration is aimed at confirming the safety of the secret realm to prevent any threats or damages to our livelihoods. This is entirely reasonable. If collaboration is possible, shouldn't we sit down to discuss matters amicably rather than resorting to violence from the outset? A sharp-tongued individual. Hao Ling was infuriated to the point of laughter. He waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of sword energy, clearly showing no intention of holding back. Chapter 36. Entangling oneself. Lin Shuhai's gaze subtly shifted. At this moment, most of his magical power had been depleted, leaving him with insufficient strength to contend with this attack. However, this did not imply that he was rendered helpless. Like a flash of lightning, Lin Shuhai retrieved a talisman from his pocket, channeling spiritual energy into it. The talisman ignited swiftly in his hand, and a thick shield materialized before him, successfully blocking Hao Ling's strike. As a professor from the Extraordinary Academy in the capital, Lin Shuhai was well versed in various talismans. Prior to the exploration of the secret realm, he had collected numerous protective talismans through his own channels, allowing him to sustain himself for a while longer. What a troublesome opponent. Hao Ling ground his teeth in frustration. Despite having attributes that countered Lin Shuhai's, he was unable to subdue him, which filled him with a sense of humiliation. Just as he prepared to attack again, a hidden wave of spiritual energy suddenly surged in his heart. It was the spiritual energy of Qing Ling. Communication through the formation? Hao Ling was slightly startled, a sense of foreboding washing over him as he hurriedly responded, Qing Ling. What is it? Why are you calling me? Leave quickly. Evacuate immediately, or it will be too late. Qing Ling's tone was unusually grave. I made a grave misjudgment. The fire element cultivator is far stronger than I anticipated. He employed an extremely powerful technique that violently disrupted the illusion formation and annihilated the beast horde. They are already heading in your direction. What? Hao Ling was taken aback. Impossible. How could they arrive so quickly? You must leave now, or it will truly be too late. Qing Ling's voice carried an undeniable urgency. Do not be reckless. We will discuss our strategy once the four spirits regroup. No, I am so close. Hao Ling gritted his teeth, filled with hesitation. How long until they reach me? Very likely, in less than 3 minutes. Qing Ling's voice turned cold. No, 3 minutes is sufficient. I can definitely eliminate this fellow. Hao Ling declared fiercely. I will deal with him first. Otherwise, when they regroup, the threat to us will be too great. When necessary, I will retreat. Do not do this. It's fine, as long as I wish to leave. They will certainly be unable to stop me. Hao Ling's tone was evidently becoming reckless. This is how it shall be. He concluded the communication abruptly, then furiously channeled the spiritual energy within him, instantly unleashing a sword light thicker than before, striking heavily at Lin Shuhai. Lin Shuhai struggled to hold on, facing an increasingly ferocious assault, his situation becoming even more perilous than before. Yet, a smile emerged on his face. What are you laughing at? Hao Ling was both astonished and furious, utterly bewildered. I am amused by your impatience, Lin Shuhai replied calmly. It appears that something has changed. Let me guess. Could it be that my reinforcements are on their way? Do you think you are clever? Hao Ling sneered. I simply do not wish to waste time with you. Ah, an explanation is merely a disguise, Lin Shuhai smiled. With the temperament you have previously displayed, your reaction cannot be so hasty. Stop pretending, however. This does put my mind at ease. So what if it is? Hao Ling resolved to confront Lin Shuhai head-on, declaring grimly, do you truly believe you can hold out until your reinforcements arrive? Rest assured, your comrades will surely find nothing but your corpse. Ah, you are mistaken about my capabilities. Lin Shuhai chuckled. When it comes to preserving my life, I am quite confident. Allow me to show you my self-created ultimate technique. He lightly tossed a willow branch-like artifact, which transformed into a stream of green light and burrowed into the ground beneath him. Just as Hao Ling pondered what he was doing, Lin Shuhai suddenly formed hand seals, chanting incantations aloud, proclaiming, wood element spell, entangling oneself. In an instant, countless vines erupted from the ground, cocooning Lin Shuhai entirely, and the barrier continued to thicken. A heavy green light enveloping it, exuding an extraordinary presence. What on earth is this? Hao Ling was left dumbfounded. Is there any significance to this? Does he intend to create a more aesthetically pleasing coffin for himself? He waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of white light that bombarded the wooden cocoon. However, the situation was vastly different from before. The gold element spells that could easily slice through wood element spiritual energy were now entirely repelled, leaving no trace upon the wooden cocoon. What kind of technique is this? Hao Ling was utterly stunned. Rest assured, unleash whatever you wish. Lin Shuhai's tone held a hint of pride. This is my self-created ultimate defensive move, my most cherished spell creation. The energy structure of this spell is remarkably stable. Not even I could dismantle it easily at this moment. I have tested its defensive strength. Even a full strike from a third-tier cultivator would only be able to hold it for a brief moment. What the hell is this? Is this truly your most prized technique? Hao Ling laughed in disbelief. It's merely a self-imposed sealing technique, utterly ridiculous. It's clearly a skill aimed at inviting death. Yet, at this moment, it has unexpectedly become your lifeline. How does one even begin to reason with that? Now Hao Ling found himself in a dilemma, unsure whether to remain and clash against this tortoiseshell or to wisely retreat. However, he soon found that he need not ponder this question any longer. A vague shadow suddenly darted from the adjacent woods, landing before Hao Ling. The immense force even caused the ground to tremble slightly. The martial artist raised his hand, placing the two individuals he had been carrying onto the ground, his gaze coldly fixed on the white spiritual entity across from him. Li Xianshan steadied himself upon landing. Catching his breath, he scanned the surroundings and recognized Lin Shuhai's presence within the wooden cocoon, promptly inquiring, Professor Lin, are you all right? I am well. Your arrival is quite timely, Lin Shuhai replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. You must be Protector Li? Indeed, Li Xianshan confirmed. We must be cautious of the opponent's strength. That enemy appears to be a natural spirit born within this secret realm. Lin Shuhai's voice emerged from the wooden cocoon. Based on my previous battle assessment, its attributes are gold element, proficient in gold element spiritual techniques. And it seems capable of utilizing certain powers from the internal formations of the secret realm, possessing the ability to counter the 5 elemental attributes. However, Protector Li need not worry too much. The element that counters your attributes, according to the 5-element theory, should be wood element spiritual entities. While they conversed, Hao Ling remained motionless. He simply turned his gaze toward Luo Chen, who had just descended from the martial artist's grasp and immediately sat cross-legged, channeling spiritual energy, his gaze shifting thoughtfully. The cultivator clad in high-tier fire element robes was evidently the fire element cultivator from the intel, who had somehow employed unknown means to successfully infiltrate the secret realm. The individual exuded an ethereal aura, his pallid complexion betraying the significant toll he had endured while attempting to breach the maze, having expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy, leaving him in a notably weakened state. Perhaps there lies an opportunity to eliminate him here? The thought ignited within Hao Ling's mind, consuming his entire consciousness and stirring his heart. If he were to seize the moment before the opponent regained his spiritual energy and launch a sudden, all-out assault, he might just eradicate this formidable threat before it could recover. Chapter 37. Qingling appears as Hao Ling's mind raced with possibilities. A familiar wave of spiritual energy once again resonated within him. Qingling's communication echoed anew. Reinforcements have arrived. You must depart swiftly. I will employ a portion of the formation to shield you. No, I refuse to leave. Hao Ling remained silent for a moment before resolutely rejecting the suggestion. Are you mad? Qingling's tone betrayed astonishment. No, I am not mad. Hao Ling replied in a low voice. I can distinctly sense that the fire element practitioner has exhausted himself significantly in his efforts to dismantle your maze. perhaps even overextending his vitality. This is undoubtedly his most vulnerable moment, the optimal opportunity to strike. It must be attempted. How can that be? Qingling struggled to contain her apprehension, hastily adding, "The opponent is not without allies for protection. At least 2 practitioners remain. Even if that wood element practitioner has sealed himself, there are still at least 2 formidable beings of the second-tier pinnacle guarding him. Huangling and Yinling are still engaged with their opponents and cannot assist. How can you hope to prevail alone? No, what I mean is, as long as you provide support, it will suffice." Howling quickly asserted, "I will distract the newly appeared practitioner. His vigorous life force indicates he is a body cultivator, and I have no fear of him. As for you, Qingling, being the strongest among us, you can swiftly deal with that earth element practitioner. If the fire element practitioner has yet to recover his energy, you will be able to eliminate him directly. I can indeed handle that earth element practitioner swiftly, but the issue lies in our ignorance of the opponent's recovery speed. The risk is simply too great." After a moment of contemplation, Qingling responded, "No, even if the opponent regains his energy before you deal with the earth element practitioner, you will not be at a disadvantage against them. We can still retreat expeditiously." Howling calmly added, his voice carrying a chilling edge. "Otherwise, even if Huangling and Yinling defeat their adversaries, we will still face a 4-on-4 situation, and I will remain at the mercy of the re-energized fire element practitioner. With no advantages to speak of, we must resolve this here." Qingling fell silent upon hearing his words. After a long pause, she sighed, "You are correct. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest." At this moment, Li Xuanshan watched Howling standing opposite him, his brow furrowed. What is this fellow pondering? Why has he not fled? We have 2 extraordinary beings on our side. Does he intend to challenge us single-handedly? Where does his confidence stem from? Due to Lin Shuhai employing a life-saving secret technique, he was evidently severely injured, and Li Xuanshan had little desire for combat, wishing only to reunite with his companions and continue their endeavors. The martial artist took a moment to steady his breath and turned to the azure wood cocoon, inquiring, "My friend, have you seen any other enemies?" "Oh, a strange voice?" Lin Shuhai appeared somewhat taken aback. "And who might you be?" Li Xuanshan explained. "This is Mr. Wu Shijia. For certain reasons, they have accompanied us into the secret realm. Currently, I have reached a verbal agreement with them to explore this secret domain together." "I see." Lin Shuhai grasped the implication in Li Xuanshan's words and replied, "I have not encountered any other suspicious entities. Since entering the secret realm, I have only slain a second-tier pinnacle beast." "Another second-tier pinnacle beast?" The martial artist pondered briefly, realizing that someone must have tampered with their entry into the secret realm, using these beasts as a test. At that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. All present practitioners felt a tremendous azure aura emanating from the woods, surging forth like a tide. This energy rapidly coalesced beside Howling, solidifying like a whirlwind, ultimately compressing and condensing. Soon, a spectral figure materialized from the vortex. As soon as it appeared, its aura expanded several-fold, a formidable pressure enveloping the surroundings, instantly overwhelming the ambient energy. The figure cast a cold gaze over its adversaries, its expression indifferent. Another presence with such energy, seemingly a quasi-third tier, Li Xuanshan exclaimed, evidently astonished. "It appears they are not intending to flee. They are prepared for a direct confrontation with us," the martial artist remarked coldly. He turned to look at Luo Chen, who was recovering his spiritual energy, a barely perceptible smirk of derision curling his lips. "Not yet. Now is not the time for laughter." The moment to showcase his skills had arrived. The martial artist feigned calmness, stating, "It seems the opponent's strategy is clear. They aim to strike first while some in our ranks are significantly depleted. Their appetite is quite large." Li Xuanshan scoffed, raising his hand to grip the long axe. Unleashing a fierce aura, the chilling energy of the Kaishan axe spread outward as he and the martial artist took a step forward, charging toward the azure spirit with the force of a tempest. "Your opponent is me," Howling roared, a surge of white light enveloping him as his aura intensified. In a flash, he appeared before the martial artist, abruptly halting his advance. The martial artist cast a cold glance at him, raising his hand and swiftly swinging his spear. Howling was momentarily taken aback, condensing his spiritual energy into a shield to absorb the blow. Clang! The sound rang out sharply as Howling felt a jolt of pain, forced back several steps, silently awed. This fellow possesses immense strength. To use a metallic weapon to suppress me, it still holds such power. Yet, with the plan set, he dismissed further thoughts, resolved to entangle his opponent fiercely. Despite enduring several heavy strikes from the martial artist, his form dimmed, but he pressed on, adamantly preventing any interference with Qingling's battle. Meanwhile, Qingling, like a delicate green leaf, floated gracefully before Li Xuanshan. I see now, the 5 elements are mutually restraining. What overcomes earth, is it? Li Xuanshan intoned gravely. Humph. One must be strong to forge iron. We shall see if you possess that capability. You will soon find out. Qingling maintained her steady tone, calmly responding. Chapter 38. Qi Zhanling in the clearing of the forest, the great battle erupted in an instant. Facing an opponent slightly more powerful than himself, Li Xuanshan displayed no carelessness, launching an immediate lethal strike. His expression grave, he swung the massive axe with all his might, unleashing an enormous yellow blade of energy that surged directly toward Qingling. The earth element killing move, Kaishan, as one of Li Xuanshan's most formidable techniques. This move possessed unparalleled power. Coupled with the might of the imitation Kaishan axe, its efficacy was elevated, capable of cleaving a small mountain in two with ease. But that was not all. As he initiated the attack, Li Xuanshan muttered incantations, gently stamping his foot on the ground. Qingling felt an overwhelming weight suddenly press upon her, as if burdened by a small mountain, rendering her nearly immobile. This combination attack was Li Xuanshan's signature skill. Any adversary lacking sufficient strength would likely perish under its execution. Heh! Qingling let out a soft hum, a dark green mystical light flickering around her, directly dispelling the gravitational spell. Continuing, he waved his hand grandly. An verdant shield materialized to confront the blow directly. The explosion unleashed a shockwave that reverberated through the air, yet Qingling remained unscathed. Naturally, Qingling was not one to passively endure attacks. He gestured lightly, and with a subtle movement of his index finger, the grass, fallen leaves, withered vines, and branches on the forest floor seemed to respond to some unseen command. Instantly levitating and enveloped in a faint ethereal glow, rushing toward Li Xuanshan like a tempest. Damn it! Li Xuanshan gritted his teeth, straining to mobilize the spiritual energy within him. At that moment, he comprehended the meaning of the restraint Lin Shuhai had spoken of. The speed at which he could channel his spiritual power had inexplicably slowed by 30%, and each cycle felt immensely arduous. He desperately positioned his massive axe before him, causing the soil beneath his feet to shift and swiftly form a sturdy earthen wall, struggling to withstand the torrential assault of his opponent's techniques. The martial artist, noticing Li Xuanshan was at a disadvantage, furrowed his brow slightly. He wielded the splitting wind spear, forcing Hao Ling back several paces, then lightly pushed off the ground, evidently intent on aiding Li Xuanshan. Huh, did I permit you to move? Hao Ling bellowed angrily, channeling his internal magical power for a forceful strike. Dozens of sword lights, akin to swimming fish, erupted from his palm, weaving through the air and directly sealing off the martial artist's escape routes, preventing any retreat. How infuriating! The martial artist's expression soured, and he exerted himself to swing the splitting wind spear, its shaft entwined with a faint spiritual wind, creating a series of illusory afterimages that deflected all incoming sword lights. Huh! It is only upon engaging that I realize you are also a quasi-third-tier body cultivator. You truly startled me. Hao Ling cast a wary glance at the martial artist, his tone tinged with caution. However, a hint of a smile soon appeared on his indistinct visage, laced with mockery. Yet, despite your formidable physique, it seems you have not practiced any profound martial techniques, resorting instead to such mundane skills for combat. This may suffice against weaker opponents, but it proves ineffective against me. At that moment, Luo Chen, who was manipulating the martial artist in battle, paused slightly, quickly realizing the implications of Hao Ling's words and furrowing his brow. Indeed, as the other had stated, the martial artist's various configurations had begun to lag behind. The absence of matched martial skills meant that, although the martial artist possessed exceptionally strong foundational values, he lacked the necessary techniques and could only rely on his martial prowess, devoid of any potent trump cards or explosive capabilities. Conversely, the 5 elements Taoist avatar had initially possessed highly advanced elemental spells, and later, Luo Chen's exceptional luck allowed him to draw a purple skill, the 3 mystical true fire, whose explosive power far exceeded that of the martial artist. This underscored the differences between the two. Cherish the time you have left to smile. The martial artist retorted coldly, soon you shall find no reason to smile. Stubborn as a dead duck, Hao Ling scoffed, extending his hand to conjure a sword net that surged toward the martial artist with ferocity. The clash between the two resumed in an instant. At this moment, while the martial artist and Hao Ling remained locked in combat, Li Xuanshan was far less fortunate. Damn it! Li Xuanshan retreated relentlessly, swinging his axe to create layers of illusory shadows, yet he could not fend off the deluge of wood-based techniques. The shield he had managed to uphold was riddled with holes and crumbled instantaneously. By now, his body was battered and bruised, blood spurting forth, clearly suffering grievous injuries. After all, this was not the same as Lin Shuhai's encounter with Hao Ling. His opponent was a quasi-third-tier cultivator, surpassing him slightly, and wielding techniques with such mastery that they left him no opportunity whatsoever. In merely a few minutes since the onset of battle, several of Li Xianshan's protective talismans had been utterly depleted under the onslaught. He finally began to feel overwhelmed, unable to hold out any longer, and turned to Luo Chen, who was still seated, recovering his magical power, asking, "How much longer until you restore your power? How should I put it?" Luo Chen's languid voice resonated in his ear. "You ought not to ask me how long until I recover, but rather how long you can withstand your opponent's assault." "What does that mean?" Li Xianshan appeared perplexed, nearly pausing in his hand's motion. Upon hearing Luo Chen's cryptic words, Qing Ling too fell into contemplation. His actions momentarily stilled. What did this individual mean? Was his original intent not to have the two cultivators delay us until his power was restored? What then was he waiting for? In the next moment, a realization struck Qing Ling. He was waiting for me to exhaust my spiritual energy and reveal a flaw. Wait, that cannot be. Oh no. Qing Ling's thoughts shifted, and he instantaneously altered his technique. Countless vines erupted from beneath Li Xianshan's feet, entwining around his form like maggots, trapping him in place. At that moment, Qing Ling's foot shifted slightly, as if preparing to withdraw. Your reactions are indeed swift. A light chuckle resounded. Luo Chen suddenly stood up, his aura having mysteriously regained much of its strength, showing no signs of having exhausted his vitality. Indeed, just before the battle commenced, Luo Chen had secretly consumed a blue-quality energy replenisher from a high-tier shop, recovering a significant portion of his spiritual energy without the opponent's knowledge. Afterward, he had coldly observed the duel for a while, and, seizing the opportunity when Qing Ling was momentarily drained by Li Xianshan, made his move. At this moment, not far from the ongoing battle, Hao Ling watched in shock as the razor-sharp spear in the martial artist's hand abruptly vanished. In the next instant, via his personal storage, Luo Chen retrieved the splitting wind spear, assuming a javelin-like stance, aiming it at Qing Ling's form. Elemental Transformation, 7 Chi Slash. Luo Chen recited the incantation. 7 razor-sharp beams of white light intertwining, coalescing upon the spear, rendering it dazzlingly bright, blinding to the eye. He then raised his hand and hurled the splitting wind spear, which transformed into a fleeting shadow, instantaneously appearing before Qing Ling, piercing through his wooden ethereal shield as if it were mere paper, directly impaling him. Impossible. Qing Ling's eyes widened, his form swaying as the spiritual light around him dimmed, his aura waning. His tone, once calm, now bore a hint of terror. "You are not a fire element cultivator? How can you wield such a sharp metal element technique?" I possess a smattering of knowledge in each," Luo Chen replied with a smile. Chapter 39. Farewell. Upon hearing this, not only Qing Ling, but even Li Xianshan could not help but glance back at Luo Chen. The metal element technique had deeply wounded Qing Ling, causing the vines that were meant to ensnare to shatter completely, allowing Li Xianshan to break free and finally catch his breath. When he had first entered the secret realm and heard the title 5 Elements Taoist, he had not contemplated it deeply. It was only at this moment that he comprehended that the other had long expressed his abilities through that moniker. The so-called 5 Elements Taoist was, of course, a transcendent being well-versed in the elemental arts. But how could this be possible? Cultivation is inherently arduous, and mastering a single elemental technique is already a monumental task. Given the current insufficient revival of spiritual energy, one hardly has time to practice their primary techniques, let alone devote time to concurrently mastering the 5 elemental arts. Of course, this does not imply that transcendent beings of single-element techniques cannot cast spells of other elements. The limitations are simply immense. Just like Li Xianshan, who had been struggling under Qing Ling's onslaught, he too possessed a modicum of metal element techniques. Even due to the principle of the 5 elements, where earth generates metal, there was a notable enhancement. Nevertheless, Li Xianshan's understanding of metal-based spells remained shallow, and he had not mastered many similar incantations. During the fierce battle with Qing Ling, he struggled to imbue a few metal spells into his shield, preventing him from being easily dispelled like Lin Shuhai had been by Hao Ling, managing to withstand a few of Qing Ling's strikes. The fire spells previously employed by the 5 Elements practitioner were astonishingly powerful, and now the metal spells exhibited similar sharpness. It is crucial to note that, according to the 5 Elements mutual restraint, fire overcomes metal. If the opponent primarily cultivates fire techniques, the effectiveness of metal spells would surely be significantly diminished, rendering such potency impossible. Thus, there exists only one possibility. The opponent practices the exceedingly rare pinnacle technique that encompasses all 5 elements. Furthermore, Li Xianshan silently directed his gaze towards the long spear that had been thrown. He distinctly recalled that when the martial artist had charged out with him, he wielded this silvery spear, which now appeared in Luo Chen's hand, as if through spatial transference. This evidently indicated that the opponent's extraordinary organization possessed not merely a spatial repository for storing items, but that this storage space was interconnected, capable of transferring items between different individuals at any time and place. Such a method was utterly bewildering. I truly underestimated you. Qingling's tone bore a hint of gritted teeth as she swayed unsteadily, her aura flickering ominously, clearly gravely injured. How infuriating. I should have been more cautious. No, it is I who underestimated you. Luo Chen observed Qingling's form, his brow slightly furrowing. I did not anticipate your life force to be so resilient. My strike did not bring about your immediate demise, and you are still able to speak. It is worth noting that the spell he had just employed was the most potent metal spell among those he mastered, capable of obliterating all. Coupled with the restraining effect of metal over wood within the 5 elements, by his calculations, the opponent should have been instantly vanquished by that blow. No, I cannot perish. I must not die now. Qingling's voice was weak as she murmured, and in that moment, countless azure lights surged forth from the surrounding forest, akin to flocks of birds returning to their nest, converging upon him. In an instant, Qingling's aura stabilized. Qingling, do not do this. Let us flee. Haolang shouted with all her might, having just barely repelled the martial artist. Haolang, I cannot leave. Qingling shook his head, urging her to escape while he held the rear. My injuries are too severe. Even if I manage to flee, it will not be long before I meet my demise. You must go and reunite with Huangling and Yinling. Please, do not say such things. It makes it seem as if we are the villains here. Luo Chen's eyes twitched. Humph, those who kill will inevitably be killed. The martial artist snorted coldly, thrusting his spear with a sharp whoosh, continuing to engage with Haolang, now reconsidering retreat, which was far from easy. Oh, then I shall put it to the test. Qingling's aura suddenly surged, reaching an astonishing height. The vines beneath him seemed to come alive, splitting into 3 and wildly attacking the martial artist, Luo Chen, and Li Xianshan, enveloping them. The vines shimmered with an eerie green light, their power undeniably formidable. By the way, I have a question. A faint youthful male voice suddenly interrupted the intensity of the battle. Qingling's heart raced with alarm as he turned sharply, locking his gaze on a certain direction. It was the azure cocoon that Lin Shuhai had transformed into. Under Qingling's horrified stare, the surface of the cocoon erupted in dazzling green light. Amidst the radiance, a figure emerged gracefully, as if disregarding the cocoon entirely, stepping forth with calm determination. Have you all forgotten about me? How is that possible? Haolang looked utterly bewildered, disbelief written all over her face. Qingling also halted, staring blankly at the suddenly appeared figure. Did you not use the self-sealing technique? How did you escape? Qingling's voice trembled. How amusing. Did you really believe my words? Lin Shuhai chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery in his tone, utterly pitiful in his naivety. He brushed off his clothes and waved gently at Qingling with a faint smile, saying, as fellow wood practitioners and friends, how could I allow you to leave without a proper send-off? No sooner had he spoken than a beam of azure light shot from Lin Shuhai's palm, striking Qingling directly. Qingling faltered, dread creeping into his heart as he realized with despair that the azure wood spirit energy he had cultivated was rapidly withering at an alarming rate, slipping beyond his control, as if being eroded by some force, swiftly decaying. This technique is known as the withering green light. Lin Shuhai explained casually. This attack is specifically designed for wood cultivators and is my own creation, the ultimate move against fellow wood practitioners. What on earth are you creating day in and day out? This thought echoed in both Haolang and Qingling's minds. Luo Chen's eyes twitched at the scene before him. This is bad. This fellow has truly outdone himself. Naturally, while he thought this, their actions remained swift, seizing the opportunity. The seasoned combatants present would not let such a rare chance slip by. Li Xianshan roared, unleashing a torrent of spiritual power as a massive axe cleaved forth. The mountain-splitting attack, making a reappearance, aimed directly at Qingling. Luo Chen formed hand seals, unleashing a white rainbow from his mouth, sharp and grand, sweeping toward Qingling. Even the martial artist, entangled with Haolang, quickly retrieved a small lightning talisman from his possession, igniting it with haste. A thick bolt of lightning surged forth, instantly striking at Qingling. In that moment, the 3 attacks converged simultaneously. Qingling, whose spirit energy had already been compromised by the withering green light, could not muster any strength to counter, letting out a long sigh as his form was engulfed by the 3 lethal strikes. In an instant, he was reduced to ashes, dead beyond any possibility of revival. Chapter 40. The Death of Haolang. In the moment Qingling's form dissipated, Haolang's body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. This is impossible. His form swayed violently, evidently shaken to the core. Yet, reality does not bend to one's will. The harsh truth lay bare before him. Qingling had fallen. Damn it! Haolang was filled with regret. Had he not been so greedy, calling for Qingling's aid, he would not have fallen into the traps set by these outsiders, and the situation would not have escalated to such dire straits. His aura erupted suddenly, growing increasingly frenzied, the spiraling metal energy forcing the martial artist to retreat repeatedly. Unwilling to confront him head-on, Haolang surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the adversaries before him, his voice laced with venomous rage. You outsiders are truly a despicable bunch. How cunning. You have deceived me. He could hardly fathom that the opponents were indeed more formidable than he had anticipated, each one more hidden than the last. The fire practitioner was not to be underestimated, feigning complete exhaustion while secretly harboring impressive 5-element spellcraft, catching Qingling completely off guard. As for the wood practitioner, he was even more detestable, claiming self-sealing while executing his act so convincingly that he deceived even himself, providing Qingling with entirely misleading information. It was oneself who caused the demise of Qingling. Alas, such words cannot be spoken lightly. Luo Chen remarked nonchalantly. Is it not common for those venturing into the world to harbor secrets? I suggest we examine the causes within ourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 seasoned individuals present subtly adjusted their positions, encircling Haolang and effectively sealing off all potential escape routes. Indeed, what this friend has stated is quite accurate. Lin Shuhai interjected. Upon reflection, it was clearly you who initiated the conflict, was it not? Your malicious intent is unmistakable. As he spoke, he discreetly shifted his stance, inching closer to Luo Chen, and continued. Upon careful analysis from the very beginning, there remain numerous points of suspicion. Even if you, the indigenous people of this secret realm, wish to prevent our intrusion, your actions are profoundly illogical. If your true desire was to keep us out, you could have simply tampered with the secret realm's formation to bar our entry, thereby achieving a permanent solution. Yet you deliberately lured us in, and manipulated the formation to cast us into the vicinity of second-tier demon beasts to deplete our strength, subsequently employing opponents with attribute advantages to launch attacks. This series of orchestrated assaults reveals a heavy intent to kill, clearly premeditated, and cannot possibly be deemed innocent, can it? Haolang's visage shifted, a kaleidoscope of emotions crossing his face, his form suddenly rigid. He had not anticipated such keen insight from the opposing party, who evidently had discerned much. There is also a matter that piques my interest. Lin Shuhai paced back and forth, regarding Haolang with keen interest, and continued. During our confrontation, I distinctly sensed several times that you had no intention of taking my life. Rather, you aimed to incapacitate me and capture me alive. Such an attitude hardly resembles that of one merely intent on slaughter or imparting a profound lesson to our task force. How do you explain this? This friend named Haolang. Do you not intend to offer an explanation? What is there to discuss with you? Haolang retorted coldly, his aura surging once more, evidently preparing for a final desperate struggle. Alas, this matter may still be open for discussion. Lin Shuhai waved his hand, his tone imbued with a hint of coaxing, and spoke. I genuinely believe you may have your own reasons, yet it was ultimately your choice to strike first, which has led to such tragic consequences. However, within the laws we follow, even the most heinous of criminals can be considered for leniency if they demonstrate significant merit. Have you truly not considered this? Humph. A laughable statement. Haolang spat venomously. Do you think I would fall for your trickery again? I shall not be swayed by your words. It seems there is no hope. Luo Chen mused to himself. The extraordinary practitioner of wood cultivation possessed quite the eloquence, with wit and rhetoric beyond reproach. However, having previously slain his companion in front of him, Haolang had undoubtedly developed a profound aversion. Thus, the so-called eloquence was rendered futile, leaving only the option to eliminate him. At that moment, unexpectedly, Luo Chen heard Lin Shuhai speak calmly. Very well. If you refuse our goodwill, it appears we must eliminate you on the spot. However, I can easily surmise that your tale is yet another cliché of cultivating demonic arts, consuming flesh and blood, seeking quick gains, and straying down the path of evil. Such a malevolent spirit as yourself deserves to perish. You speak nonsense. That is not the case. We are here to uphold the seal. Haolang roared in fury. The moment the words left his lips, realization struck him, and he abruptly halted. You are attempting to trap me with your words. I will fight you to the death. In an instant, Haolang unleashed his magical power. A torrent of white arrows surged forth from his hands, crashing towards the group like a tidal wave. It is indeed a simple provocation that has revealed his true nature, Luo Chen thought with a hint of exasperation. Nevertheless, he wasted no time, raising his voice. Cover me. Li Xuanshan instantly grasped his intent, remaining silent as he swiftly moved, channeling his spiritual energy to swing an axe. A beam of earthy yellow light swept forth, deflecting the rain of arrows. Meanwhile, Lin Shuhai, though uncertain of Luo Chen's specific intentions, witnessed Li Xuanshan's cooperation and silently chanted incantations, releasing successive bolts of azure light to entangle with the white arrows. Luo Chen gently raised a hand, once again employing the technique he had utilized earlier. This time, he eschewed the complete cycle of the 5 elements and initiated directly from the water element. The 5 elements generate one another. Water nourishes wood. Wood fuels fire. 3 mysterious true fire, arise. He inhaled deeply, unleashing a blazing red fireball that shot forth with earth-shattering might, aimed squarely at Haolang. Just as Haolang prepared to evade, he found himself rendered immobile, as if an invisible weight bore down upon him, akin to a mountain pressing upon his form. Concurrently, numerous resilient vines erupted from the ground beneath him, binding him firmly in place. Boom! A dazzling, blinding sphere of heat rapidly expanded, engulfing Haolang entirely. The shockwave of the explosion radiated outward, its force astonishing. Is he dead? This is not good. I have many more questions to ask. Lin Shuhai steadied himself, his brow furrowed. Not yet. The martial artist activated his inner vision, promptly responding from the side. As the light gradually dissipated, Haolang was revealed, weakly kneeling upon the ground. His radiance no longer brilliant, becoming increasingly transparent, to the extent that the scenery behind him was visible. He was evidently on the brink of death. Lin Shuhai exhaled in relief and stepped forward once more, stating, "My conditions remain unchanged. As long as you clarify the reasons for your attack on us and provide information related to the secret realm, we may yet spare you and perhaps collaborate in the future." Before he could finish, the martial artist suddenly furrowed his brow, bellowing, "Be careful." He swiftly stepped forward, grabbing Lin Shuhai's arm and pulling him back. "Die with me." Haolang abruptly threw his head back and brazenly self-destructed. Boom. Countless streams of white light erupted and shot forth in all directions. Chapter 41. A time for discourse. The explosion spread, with innumerable streams of light shooting forth like shrapnel towards the martial artist. Nonetheless, the martial artist reacted swiftly and fearlessly. He deftly flipped his hand, summoning a talisman that had been drawn from the fate card. The martial artist infused it with spiritual energy, creating a faint protective shield that enveloped both of them. Crack, crack, crack. The white energy struck the shield repeatedly, causing it to tremble violently, as though on the verge of shattering. However, the martial artist only needed to sustain it for a brief moment. In the next instant, 2 beams of light, one yellow and one red, shot forth from beside the martial artist, colliding with the spreading white light, forcefully dispelling it and successfully rescuing Lin Shuhai and the martial artist from the aftermath of the explosion, both emerging unscathed. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Shuhai fell to the ground, quickly rising to his feet, nodding towards the martial artist. "Thank you, my brother. I sincerely apologize. It was my carelessness that put us in danger. I am grateful for your timely assistance." He glanced at the rapidly burning talisman in the martial artist's hand and added, "By the way, I will find a way to compensate you for this protective talisman." The martial artist remained silent, standing alongside Luo Chen. Lin Shuhai waved his hand towards the 2 individuals and introduced himself. "I am Lin Shuhai, a professor at the Extraordinary Academy in the capital. It is a pleasure to meet you both. May I inquire about your names?" "Wuxiujia," Luo Chen replied. "Wuxiujia," the martial artist echoed calmly. "This is not a real name." Lin Shuhai furrowed his brow slightly, then suddenly understood. Is this an organizational code? He turned to Li Xianshan, clearly eager to learn more about their connections. "This is a long story." Li Xianshan cleared his throat and explained to Lin Shuhai. "As you know, I am stationed in Liqing. Previously, the martial artist here resolved numerous perilous extraordinary cases in Liqing, making significant contributions to our local security. As for Wuxiujia, I presume he is a member of the same extraordinary organization." As he spoke, he turned to Luo Chen and the martial artist, asking, "May I know the name of your organization?" "You may refer to us as Shoulinghui," Luo Chen replied, a mysterious smile gracing his face. "Our aim is to hunt various extraordinary beings across the globe and harness their powers for our own use." On the way, he had already devised a facade for an extraordinary organization. If one were to conceal one's true intentions, it must be done thoroughly. An organization without a name would be implausible. Thus, this explanation emerged, as it was reasonable given his previous missions involving the extermination of malevolent entities. Lin Shuhai and Li Xianshan quietly repeated the name Shulinghui, committing it to memory. They sensed that this organization would undoubtedly become remarkable in the future. With two potential Tier 3 powerhouses emerging at the onset of the revival of spiritual energy, their foundation and strength were not to be underestimated, and their future development would likely be swift. The Special Task Force would probably have to consider engaging with them. Lin Shuhai gathered his thoughts and asked solemnly, "How did you manage to enter my secret realm?" To be candid, as a professor at the Extraordinary Academy, I have participated in the exploration and analysis of this secret realm. According to our analysis, the 5 elements great array outside the realm should be impenetrable by any means unless one possesses elemental spiritual power. I am not surprised that Wuxiujia could enter, but this martial artist appears to be a vigorous practitioner of physical cultivation. I am curious about how he managed to gain entry. We have our own methods. Luo Chen replied. You may consider it a form of spatial teleportation that allowed us to slip through. Spatial teleportation? Upon hearing such a candid admission, Lin Shuhai fell into contemplation. It appeared that they were indeed confident, and that spatial teleportation abilities must be extraordinarily convenient with minimal restrictions. This is not the time for that discussion, Li Xianshan interjected, attempting to steer the conversation back on track. Professor Lin, I have already formed an alliance with Wuxiujia and the martial artist to explore this secret realm together. Our primary objective now should be to reunite with our other teammates. I fear that if they encounter a situation similar to ours without timely support, it could lead to dire consequences. That is not something I am particularly worried about. Lin Shuhai pondered for a moment and offered his analysis. Even if they faced targeted attacks while acting independently, their circumstances would undoubtedly be far better than ours. Li Xianshan frowned, clearly sensing a flaw in Lin Shuhai's words. He asked, "Wait, what do you mean by 2 people? Li Yuan Yao is stationed, along with Zhang Hanyue and Mr. Bai Ming. Aren't there 3 individuals?" "Oh right, I haven't informed you, Commander Li," Lin Shuhai replied apologetically. "Before entering the secret realm, I placed a marking spell of my own design on everyone. This mark is quite discreet, allowing me to sense the location and status of those marked within a certain range. Based on my perception of the secret realm, I have not seen Commander Li appear, so it is likely he has been blocked outside." In truth, his earlier certainty about Li Xuanshan's timely arrival for support relied on this mystical technique, rather than any observations from Hao Lang. However, due to his usual cautious nature and desire to conceal his abilities, Lin Shuhai deliberately presented it as if he had deduced it from Hao Lang's behavior, which was simply his instinctive habit. "I see." Li Xianshan was slightly taken aback as he scanned his surroundings with his spiritual energy, discovering a very discreet magical mark on his sleeve. "Now I have a basic understanding of the enemy's origin. It appears to be the 5 elements spirits born from unknown pathways within the secret realm, classified as extraordinary beings capable of naturally manipulating elemental forces and utilizing certain formations within the realm," he noted. Lin Shuhai stroked his chin, his thoughts clear as he slowly analyzed. The reason they expelled Commander Li from the secret realm is likely due to the absence of a spirit capable of countering fire, specifically the water spirit. This can be inferred from the dialogue between the 2 previous spirits, which only mentioned the yellow spirit and the flame spirit. Fortunately, this plan did not account for the entrance of our 2 friends, leading to their complete defeat. Once we reunite with Ms. Jiang and Mr. Bai, the situation should be firmly in our favor. Luo Chen nodded, evidently in agreement with Lin Shuhai's assessment, yet he remained puzzled about one matter. Earlier, Hao Lang mentioned capturing extraordinary beings was necessary for repairing a seal. What does that mean? Lin Shuhai clearly pondered this issue as well, a look of confusion crossing his face as he replied, "I am uncertain. It is difficult to say, as I cannot comprehend it. Based on my understanding of formations, no seal requires a blood sacrifice for restoration. If it were simply a matter of requiring technical support, there would be no need for such violence from the outset. I tend to lean towards the idea that the enemy may have thought of this on a whim, fabricating a lie based on my words. And the truth has nothing to do with any seal." Chapter 42. Sword Cultivator. As Lin Shuhai's words fell, he noticed the martial artist, who had been silent, shaking his head. "No, I can sense that Hao Lang was not concealing anything. He simply let something slip. Whether the truth behind it is accurate or not, at least he genuinely believes it." The martial artist's keen perception, honed through rigorous training and real combat, had enhanced not only his 5 senses, but also his 6th sense significantly. When he heard Hao Lang's frantic voice, he felt a singular sensation. It did not feel staged. That is indeed perplexing. What type of seal could possibly require a living extraordinary being? Lin Shuhai fell deep into contemplation. Furthermore, there is something else, Professor Lin. Or perhaps you may have already sensed it, the martial artist continued. When that Qingling perished, I sensed a peculiar aura. And when Haoling self-destructed, I detected that same aura again. It felt incredibly strange, something I've never encountered before. Neither the aura of a ghost nor the malice of a demon, but rather an essence that is pure yet malevolent. What on earth is that? Both Li Xinshan and Lin Shuhai were momentarily bewildered by such a description. Why did you say I might have sensed it? Lin Shuhai asked, curiosity piqued. That is because you previously referred to the opponent as an evil spirit, is it not? I find this description remarkably fitting for that aura. I had assumed you had already discerned the anomalies within the spirits of the secret realm. The martial artist responded. That was merely a tactic to provoke, a feint to elicit a reaction. Who told you that I genuinely believe that? Lin Shuhai, momentarily at a loss for words, felt his lips twitch. Nevertheless, the abstract sensation of being both utterly pure and profoundly malevolent is a description that even the erudite professors of the Jingqing Extraordinary Academy could not grasp. Are you certain that what you sense is not an illusion? It is possible that you misinterpreted some latent power within the opponent. Even though Lin Shuhai knew that questioning a teammate suspected of having perceptive abilities was rather foolish, he could not help but inquire. Impossible, my perception has never gone awry. The martial artist cast a dispassionate glance at Lin Shuhai, dismissing his doubts outright. Enough, let us set aside matters that elude our understanding for now. It is imperative that we regroup with the others. Li Xinshan interjected decisively. Such matters can await our gathering with all members, at which point the truth shall inevitably reveal itself. The group naturally had no objections to this proposal, promptly departing under the dual guidance of the return symbol and Lin Shuhai. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, it was evident that a fierce battle had recently transpired. The ground bore the scars of devastation, with an array of deep sword marks and large, dark burn marks intermingled, creating a chaotic tapestry. The victor had emerged, but contrary to expectations. How is this possible? The figure of Yan Ling swayed unsteadily, his radiance flickering, his aura feeble, clearly devoid of further combat strength. Opposite him stood a young man with a doll-like visage, calmly wielding a sword, his demeanor as tranquil as an unsheathed, unparalleled blade, sharp and unassailable. Can you still fight? Bai Ming inquired with composure. As if oblivious to Bai Ming's words, Yan Ling muttered to himself, impossible, illogical. I am of the fire element, and he is of the metal element. How could I lose? How could I lose so miserably? Nothing is impossible. Bai Ming replied coldly, as a metal element practitioner. I am also a swordsman, and that is all there is to it. A swordsman? So what? Your technique is of the metal attribute, which should be countered by me. Yet why is it that your spells are effortlessly extinguished? Yan Ling's tone was rife with disbelief. He was well aware of the renowned swordsman. Even within the flourishing ancient extraordinary civilization, where swordsmen were famed for their ability to shatter myriad techniques with a single strike. However, during their previous confrontation, the opponent had not displayed such offensive prowess, instead unleashing a tempest of sword energy that obliterated his fiery techniques. This left Yan Ling palpably confused. How did the sword energy evade dissolution by his elemental spells? This is not cultivation. It is because your spellcasting was excessively clumsy, relying solely on instinct. Your flaws were glaringly apparent. Bai Ming's brow furrowed slightly, astonished that his opponent was so dull-witted that he could not comprehend the nature of his defeat. Do you truly believe I casually unleash sword energy? Every strike I make targets the vulnerabilities in your spell structure, and thus winning is a mere formality. I did not even need to invoke my sword intent. What? Sword intent? You have already condensed your sword intent? Yan Ling gasped in shock. Sword intent is a hallmark of a swordsman's mastery. Once achieved, one becomes nearly invincible among peers and capable of overcoming foes of higher ranks. Without sword intent, what could truly be called a swordsman? Bai Ming's words dripped with arrogance and pride as he raised his sword. Since that is the case, it would be a pity to let you die so easily. Allow me to demonstrate my sword intent. It would not be in vain for you in this life. Bitter days are short. Yan Ling was caught off guard, unable to comprehend any of the techniques, only feeling a fleeting light flash before his eyes. In the next moment, a chill surged from his chest. Yan Ling looked down in daze, discovering a gaping wound in his chest, vitality swiftly dissipating as he collapsed, lifeless. Even in death, he could not fathom when that sword had been thrust forth. Bai Ming sheathed his sword, not surprised by the efficacy of his sword intent. Bitter days are short, as the name implies, is intrinsically related to time, lamenting the fleeting nature of existence. In terms of swordplay, It manifests as unparalleled speed, allowing the enemy no time to react, striking with lethal precision. In the realm of martial prowess, only swiftness is invincible. Speaking of which, where are my teammates? After the battle concluded, Bai Ming pondered for a moment, recalling his master's admonition before entering the secret realm to cultivate teamwork and avoid solitary ventures. Regrettably, since entering the secret realm, he had felled 2 peak second-tier beasts, over a dozen second-tier beasts, and an unidentifiable spectral entity, yet he had not encountered a single teammate. Bai Ming retrieved the return symbol from his storage bag, igniting it, and watched as the line began to tremble in place. His eyes narrowed. This indicated that his teammates were drawing near. Chapter 43. All gathered at this moment. Within the forest, 2 beams of light were darting through the trees. One was golden, and the other blue, racing and pursuing one another. However, any discerning observer could tell that this was not a confrontation of equals, but rather a display of overwhelming dominance. The golden beam moved sluggishly, while the blue beam zipped with astonishing lightness, evading capture despite the relentless pursuit of the yellow light. "Curse you!" The voice of Huang Ling echoed from the yellow light. "You wretch! How can you, a cultivator, only run and not dare to face me in a proper duel?" From the blue light, Jiang Hanyu laughed. "Ha! Who would engage in a head-on clash with you? Such an inept provocation. Do you think I would fall for it?" After encountering Huang Ling, Jiang Hanyu quickly found herself in battle. However, after a short while, she realized she could not breach his defenses, and her spells were easily dispelled due to elemental countering. Recognizing the unfavorable situation, Jiang Hanyu did not hesitate to turn and flee, utilizing her speed advantage. The two were locked in a stalemate in the forest for quite some time, with Huang Ling desperately pursuing but unable to catch up. How can a water element practitioner possess such speed? Have you ceased cultivating other spells? Huang Ling's voice was filled with confusion. As long as the Green Mountains remain, I fear no lack of firewood. This is my steadfast principle. Jiang Hanyu chuckled softly, her speed suddenly increasing. It turned out she had not exerted her full strength earlier, and now her movements became even more agile, effortlessly dodging a massive rock hurled by Huang Ling. Indeed, this was Jiang Hanyu's most cherished technique, the Xianing escape. The speed of this escape technique is astonishingly swift, surpassing expectations. When complemented by one's own Xian Shui Ju cultivation method, it becomes ethereal and agile, rivaling even the escape speed of a third-tier adept. Previously, Jiang Hanyu's disciple, Ren Bing, who was in the mid-second tier, had already earned Li Xuanshan's acknowledgement for his superior escape speed, let alone the master herself, Jiang Hanyu. This is precisely why Lin Shuhai harbored no concerns regarding Bai Ming and Jiang Hanyu. One of them wields unparalleled swordsmanship, while the other possesses remarkable escape speed, even capable of evading a third-tier expert. Thus, the probability of encountering trouble is indeed minimal. Damn it, if this entanglement continues, it may never end. Huang Ling, feeling a surge of determination after a moment's contemplation, immediately initiated communication with Qing Ling, urging her to assist. "Qing Ling, come quickly. This water element practitioner has an exceptionally rapid escape speed, and I cannot catch up to her." His words were abruptly halted. As he attempted to communicate, he could sense neither Qing Ling's response nor even her presence. What has happened? Huang Ling felt a surge of dread and suspicion, an ominous premonition blossoming within him. He swiftly turned to signal Hao Ling, exclaiming, "Hao Ling, something terrible has occurred. I suddenly cannot connect with Qing Ling. Can you reach her?" His words were once again abruptly cut off. Hao Ling was also unreachable. Even though a spirit constructed from earth elemental energy should not exhibit human physiological reactions, Huang Ling felt a chilling sensation coursing through his body, leaving him ice cold. "Qing Ling, both Qing Ling and Hao Ling are in trouble. We must retreat." Yet, he too found himself unable to connect with Qing Ling. Huang Ling froze in place, his expression flickering between shades of blue and white. How could this be? This is simply not right. A profound sense of absurdity overtook him. How did it seem as if he was the only one left? No, it is unwise to pursue any further. Huang Ling made a resolute decision. Without a clear understanding of the circumstances, continuing to chase could lead to his own demise. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to turn and escape without hesitation. What in the world is going on? Jiang Hanyu halted her escape light, standing still, her brows tightly knit. Why had the pursuit suddenly ceased? Did she sense something amiss? A burning Gui Xiang talisman revealed itself in her hand, and she thought to herself, I was just planning to lead her towards my teammates to collectively deal with this adversary. Never mind. The immediate priority is to regroup with my allies and deliberate on our next steps. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Hanyu ultimately made her choice. She transformed into a streak of blue light, weaving through the trees, and soon discovered Bai Ming standing alone in a clearing. "Mr. Bai," she called out, halting her escape light. "What is the situation on your end?" Jiang Hanyue surveyed the surrounding signs of destruction, a smile gracing her lips. "It seems you have already resolved the matter." "It was an entity formed from fire elemental energy. I am uncertain of its exact nature," Bai Ming replied nonchalantly. "It was not particularly strong, yet possessed some power. Unfortunately, its proficiency in spells was lacking, and I easily dispatched it." "Truly impressive, Mr. Bai," Jiang Hanyue nodded in acknowledgement. After exchanging a few words, Bai Ming suddenly furrowed his brow. "There seems to be an unfamiliar aura nearby. Who could it be?" "It is us." Li Xianshan and the others emerged from the forest, greeting Bai Ming. A flicker of cold light flashed in Bai Ming's eyes as his hand instinctively rested on the hilt of his sword, assuming a defensive stance. He turned to Luo Chen and the martial artist, inquiring, "Who are you two?" However, Li Xianshan and Lin Shuhai quickly stepped forward, softly explaining the prior circumstances to Bai Ming. Once the misunderstanding was resolved, Bai Ming nodded. "My master instructed me to heed your arrangements, so I shall not inquire further." After the group convened, they swiftly exchanged information regarding their experiences prior to entering the secret realm. Lin Shuhai recounted his earlier analysis. Once everything was clarified, Jiang Hanyue spoke solemnly. "So, the current situation is that we have eliminated the three spirits, Jin Jiling, Hui Jiling, and Mu Jiling. According to our analysis, the Shui Jiling has not emerged, leaving only the two Jiling. Does this not imply that the situation is settled, and our exploration of the secret realm is nearing its conclusion? Perhaps it is not that simple." Lin Shuhai frowned, turning to Bai Ming. The martial artist previously mentioned that when those spirits perished, he sensed a pure, yet malevolent aura. Did you have a similar impression when you vanquished the Yinling? Bai Ming's expression turned serious as he pondered for a moment, recalling past events. After a while, he replied uncertainly, "I did not pay close attention to the aura while slaying it, but I believe I did sense something amiss, though I cannot pinpoint what exactly felt off." Even Bai Ming experienced such sensations? Lin Shuhai and the others fell into deep contemplation. Drawing from their collective experiences, a multitude of hypotheses began to form in their minds. "Alas, we lack sufficient information here. The possibilities are simply too numerous," Li Xianshan interjected, breaking the group's reverie. "Let us proceed with a vote. We currently have two options. One is to split into pairs and hunt beasts nearby. The resurgence of spiritual energy is still in its early stages, making it difficult for even naturally intelligent humans to cultivate, let alone the beasts. These high-tier beasts are exceedingly rare and valuable. If we can slay a few and collect their materials into storage bags, it would not be in vain. However, the other option is for all 6 of us to venture into the depths of the secret realm together to uncover the truth. Yet, this path undeniably harbors unknown risks. Let us raise our hands to vote." In unison, all present, including Luo Chen and the martial artist, raised their hands simultaneously. It appeared to be a unanimous decision. Lin Shuhai glanced around, and then looked at Luo Chen and his companion, stating, "I must admit I am quite surprised. I thought individuals like you, the 5 elements Taoist, would not be overly concerned about such matters. On the contrary, we are indeed quite curious about what lies deeper in the secret realm. If we do not uncover the truth, would it not render our journey a fruitless endeavor?" Luo Chen replied with a faint smile. He certainly could not disclose that he could forcibly withdraw from the secret realm at any moment. If, under such assurances, he still hesitated to delve deeper, he might as well find a block of tofu to crash into. Chapter 44. The Demon Sword. Before long, the group concluded their discussions, solidified their decision, and collectively set off, advancing toward the depths of the secret realm. The 6 formidable individuals, all at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier or higher, moved with overwhelming strength. As a result, their journey was remarkably calm, with no obstacles encountered. Even the beasts dwelling within the secret realm retreated far upon sensing their approach. Soon, they came to a halt. "We have arrived." Luo Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he and the others turned to behold the sight before them. It was an immensely expansive altar, occupying a vast area. The heavy stone slabs exuded the weight of time, imparting a somber and profound atmosphere. Surrounding the edges of the altar were 5 colossal stone pillars, each towering high, corresponding to the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. "Is this the core area of the secret realm?" Jiang Hanyue inquired, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, this should be the core of the secret realm. Judging by the flow and arrangement of the spiritual energy nearby, this place even serves as the focal point of the entire secret realm's formation. Luo Chen surveyed his surroundings and spoke. Lin Shuhai was somewhat taken aback by his companion's profound knowledge of array techniques. Although he had previously heard Li Xuanshan's description, experiencing it firsthand at this moment felt exceedingly intuitive. Indeed, he continued, this does not imply that the entire secret realm is constructed solely from formations. Secret realms are generally transformed from fragments of space, while formations are crucial for maintaining the realm, serving as one of the vital elements that prevent the internal spiritual energy from dissipating, allowing for various manipulations and maintenance of the realm. Lin Shuhai added, casting a glance at the stone pillars, judging by the aura of these pillars, they are likely high-grade magical treasures. Magical treasures, you say? Luo Chen mused thoughtfully. With his current perspective, he could discern some insights. In his understanding, according to the card drawing game's hierarchy, white, green, and blue represent mundane items, differing only in their extraordinary nature. Purple could be classified as magical tools, which can enhance their power based on the cultivator's spiritual energy, such as the Fire Phoenix feather garment adorning Luo Chen and the imitation Kaishan axe wielded by Li Xianshan. Gold could be termed as magical treasures, varying in size and responding to the will of the cultivator, incredibly precious, while orange likely refers to the legendary spirit treasures, which are exceedingly rare in the world. Thus, these 5 seemingly ordinary stone pillars must at least be items of golden quality. The group grew vigilant, for they were in the core of the secret realm, unaware of the dangers concealed within. Soon, they cautiously approached the massive altar together. The martial artist spoke first, stating, there is a restriction ahead that prevents our passage. The group then noticed a faint shield radiating with multicolored brilliance, enveloping the entire altar and completely obstructing their path forward. Shall we attempt an attack? Everyone exchanged glances. The risk of such an action was evidently considerable. Lin Shuhai pondered for a moment, stepped forward, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, Lord Huangling, why not come forth for a discussion? As Lin Shuhai's voice resonated, within the 5 elements restriction, a stone pillar emanating a heavy yellow spiritual light suddenly flickered, and a figure emerged, standing before the group. Huangling coldly replied, what is there for me to discuss with you? You wretched invaders. Not necessarily. Luo Chen frowned and interjected. There must be a reason behind your actions within the secret realm, right? We are quite eager to hear the rationale and uncover the secrets behind this realm. Huh, why would I divulge anything to you? Huangling's tone was frigid. If you have the capability, then break this restriction. Lin Shuhai stepped forward. Addressing Huangling, when we battled that entity known as Haolang, he mentioned matters concerning the restoration of the seal. I believe there is some truth to his words. Is there not? He paused, his tone softening yet imbued with undeniable authority. If we were to engage in a grand conflict here, would it not impact the so-called seal? Huangling spat in anger. That Haolang fellow, even in death, continues to trouble me. Furthermore, are you implying a threat? That is a misunderstanding. Lin Shuhai gently shook his head, suggesting that if circumstances allow, we might even collaborate. Resolving the issue would undoubtedly be far more efficient. Very well, since you have stated it thus, I shall clarify matters for you. Huangling seemed to calm, beginning to narrate. I assume you outsiders are unaware of the origins of this secret realm. In ancient times, this realm was known as the Rare Beast Garden, a place to nurture various extraordinary beasts. Of course, if it were merely that, it would be an ordinary secret realm. However, the realm's master, an immensely powerful cultivator, successfully subdued a unique celestial demon during a battle, and everything changed. At the mention of the celestial demon, the reactions among the group varied. Luo Chen and the martial artist frowned, clearly unfamiliar with what a celestial demon entailed. Li Xianshan and Zhang Hanyue's expressions turned grave, while Bai Ming remained expressionless. Meanwhile, an ominous premonition surged within Lin Shuhai's heart. This celestial demon possessed an extraordinarily unique talent. After defeating it, the master forged a weapon from this demon, known as the blood sword of the celestial demon. Subsequently, this weapon achieved remarkable feats for its master. However, it frequently went out of control and was difficult to manage. The master, feeling regretful yet unwilling to destroy it, sealed it at the center of this secret realm. Utilizing the power of our 5 elements town spirit pillars, combined with the formation of the grand array, to suppress its demonic nature. When the cataclysm of dwindling spiritual energy arrived, the master unexpectedly perished, and this secret realm subsequently vanished from sight, unnoticed by others. Until now, when you uninvited individuals have entered the realm. Huangling's words paused for a moment before he continued. Now, as the spiritual energy begins to revive, that demon's sword stirs restlessly, having nearly broken free from its seal multiple times. To restore the seal, it is imperative to employ the method of living sacrifices. requiring the lives of several cultivators for a blood offering to reinstate the seal. As the spirits of the 5 elements town spirit pillars, we must, of course, fulfill the directives set forth by our former master. Thus, it should be clear to you the reasoning behind our actions. After hearing this, Luo Chen's lips twitched, an avalanche of questions flooding his mind, and he could not help but exclaim, "Is that all? I expected some insurmountable grudge. You need living extraordinary beings. Why not communicate with us directly instead of resorting to violence?" Even if he was not fully aware of the specifics of the Special Operations Bureau, it was evident that such living extraordinary beings could not be difficult to procure. Why not seek out a group like the Bailong sect and eliminate them on the spot? Huangling was momentarily taken aback, clearly bewildered by this line of questioning. Upon hearing Huangling's words, Lin Shuhai felt an overwhelming dread, his expression turning grave. He recalled numerous ancient texts regarding celestial demons, and his demeanor shifted, though he concealed it well. Clearing his throat, Lin Shuhai feigned calmness and said, "Since we now understand the situation, how about we first withdraw from the secret realm and find a way to relay this information?" As he spoke, he subtly gestured to Li Xianshan and Jiang Hanyue, discreetly retreating, evidently wishing to slip away for reasons unknown. The martial artist noticed Lin Shuhai's unusual behavior and simultaneously sensed his quickening heartbeat, startled and somewhat enlightened. Just then, an unforeseen change occurred. A terrifying surge of demonic energy erupted at the center of the altar. Chapter 45. Emergence. Luo Chen had encountered many types of auras before. From the thick demonic energy of the aberrant dragon species to the chilling, eerie aura aboard the ghost bus. He had witnessed them all. Yet, none had ever evoked such a repulsive sensation within him as this one, akin to decay itself. The stench of rot and demise, mingled with a sickly sweetness, intertwined to create an aroma reminiscent of the purulent fluid leaking from a thoroughly decomposed fruit, inducing an intense sense of physical discomfort. The demonic energy roared, rising like mist and cloud, then surged forth like a tidal wave. The so-called 5 elements restriction formed by the 5 stone pillars vanished like bubbles in sunlight, failing to hinder the terrifying demonic energy in the slightest. Damn it! The group collectively summoned their internal spiritual power to form a shield, bracing against the oncoming tide of demonic energy. After a moment, the demonic energy began to recede, coalescing at the altar's center into the shape of a long sword. The long sword was stained with dark crimson blood, its surface marred by grotesque magical patterns that could send shivers down anyone's spine at a mere glance. It was unmistakably a sinister object. No, impossible. How could the seal vanish? Huang Ling screamed, his voice filled with disbelief, as if the sky had fallen. There is nothing impossible. Lin Shuhai cast him a sidelong glance, his tone laced with a hint of resignation. "Professor Lin, what on earth is happening?" Li Xianshan inquired anxiously. What else could it be? Clearly, the sealed demon's sword has long since succeeded in eroding its seal in the shadows. Lin Shuhai sighed softly, clearly vexed by his own sluggishness. Hearing the martial artist's reminder, he lamented, "I should have realized it sooner. The so-called 5-element spirit pillar is merely a magical artifact, incapable of birthing sentience. I have many speculations about you, but none suggest that an artifact could give rise to a spirit." He never imagined that the secret realm was connected to the celestial demons. Demons, spirits, phantoms, and monsters. The term demon naturally referred to the celestial demons, the most terrifying of them all. In ancient times, extraterrestrial celestial demons descended upon this world, launching invasions. These demons hail from another realm, bizarre and varied in form, each possessing unique yet malevolent powers, intent on corrupting the spiritual essence and transforming the entire world into a part of their demonic domain, posing a common threat to all cultivators. Had they known beforehand that this secret realm was linked to celestial demons, the Special Operations Bureau would never have explored it so recklessly. He. Indeed, an amusing junior, quite clever. A sharp, inhuman voice echoed from the center of the altar. The demon's sword trembled slightly, emitting a chilling, sinister laugh. Indeed, just a mere magical artifact. How could it possibly contain the great celestial demon? To suppress for a moment, yet how could it restrain me for eternity? The intricacies of my celestial demon spirit possession technique are far beyond what those wooden-headed fools could foresee. You, could it be? Huang Ling seemed to grasp something, his eyes widening in shock. Unfortunately, it was too late. His form suddenly became ungovernable, swaying like a marionette as he staggered toward the demon's sword. He. Still not comprehending? I am you, my fragment of soul. Without a sound, Huang Ling's body transformed into a pool of thick blood, which surged into the demon's sword, completely consumed by it. At this moment, Luo Chen also realized the gravity of the situation, cold sweat beading on his forehead. So it is. The previously seemingly empowered spirits, possessing the power of the five elements, were in fact mere products of this demon sword. It had employed a form of soul possession technique to directly seize the spirit of the artifact that sealed it, thus enabling its escape. Was this the method of celestial demons? He, you are quite capable. The demon sword let out another sharp laugh. Although my fragment of soul is beyond my control during my slumber, it can still utilize the power of the formation, making it quite troublesome. Your strength is indeed not to be underestimated. So it is. Lin Shuhai spoke solemnly. I have long been perplexed about what kind of seal requires a living blood sacrifice. It turns out this was not a seal at all, but rather food prepared for you, correct? Naturally, the demon sword replied with a hint of pride. I require a body to free myself from this wretched place. Being refined into a magical artifact is indeed troublesome. That accursed fellow has done quite a number on me, and I need someone to take me out. Now that everything has been said, what about you? The demon sword's voice suddenly turned cold. The dark crimson stains on its blade appearing to come alive, the twisted magical patterns shimmering with an eerie glow, as an even more terrifying pressure enveloped everyone. Will you not obediently become my slave? As soon as the words fell, everyone sprang into action. All present understood that this was a moment of life and death. Unleashing their respective techniques. Sword intent, bitter days are short. Open the mountain. Water has no fixed form, can transform into myriad weapons. Withering and flourishing, green light. Evil dispelling talisman, go. 5 elements rotation. True fire of Samadhi, Phoenix takes shape. All present were extraordinary beings at the peak of the second tier, unleashing their full power in an overwhelming onslaught, truly astounding. However, the demon sword merely responded with a cold laugh, emanating an extremely chilling blood mist that enveloped the entire altar like a gentle whirlwind, shielding itself within. The diverse radiant attacks from the crowd plunged into the blood mist vortex, disappearing without a trace, failing to inflict any impact on the demon's sword. How is this possible? The crowd gasped in astonishment. As the demon's sword moved, its aura unabashedly revealed itself before them. This aura was, astonishingly, at the peak of the third tier. How could it be so powerful? Such a foe was beyond their capacity to contend with. The frenzied blood mist gradually dissipated, revealing the true form of the demon sword once more. Peak of the third tier? The demon sword scoffed. You are still using that outdated classification method from ancient times. How utterly unappealing. Alas, my strength has been diminished significantly. Over these millennia, my power has waned severely. Otherwise, you would have had no chance to speak such nonsense here. So how do you feel? Have you recognized reality? Here is a thought. I can forgive your earlier transgressions. It paused, its voice low. Why not obediently submit? If you willingly become my servants, I can certainly spare your lives. The demon sword's voice was enticing, suggesting that if given the chance to accept the demonic energy into their bodies, they could transform into celestial demons and enjoy endless life. What do you think? This proposal is certainly far better than dying here, wouldn't you agree? However, the demon's sword was met only with scornful derision. A sword cultivator is like a sword, unbending and unyielding. Bai Ming snorted coldly. With just you think to become my master? What a dream. Jiang Hanyue expressed her disdain. Just a mere celestial demon seeks to enslave humanity? Lin Shuhai chuckled lightly. I have served as a public servant for 46 years, and I have no interest in becoming someone's servant. Li Xuanshan's tone was resolute. Very well, very well. The demon sword, furious yet mocking, turned its gaze to Luo Chen and the martial cultivator. And what about you two? Its voice held a tinge of temptation. I can see that you two are not allied with them. If you agree, it would be an unprecedented opportunity for you. Li Xianshan and the others directed their attention toward Luo Chen, their expressions varying as they grew wary. After all, the 5 Elements Taoist was a civilian extraordinary being. Unlike those from official organizations with firm stances, he might very well sway in the wind and commit disgraceful acts. Should they be led out of the secret realm under the control of the demon's sword, it was unfathomable how many heinous bloodshed would ensue, resulting in catastrophic disasters. Chapter 46. Scroll Exorcism. Upon realizing that the eyes of the entire assembly were upon him, Luo Chen's reaction was unexpectedly contrary to everyone's expectations. He displayed no signs of wavering, a radiant smile gracing his lips. What kind of reaction is this? Li Xianshan and others frowned, sensing that this expression was far from one of submission or surrender. The voice of the demon's sword also carried an air of peculiarity, evidently bewildered, unable to comprehend why Luo Chen could still smile, and could not help but retort, "What are you laughing at?" Luo Chen's smile grew increasingly pronounced as he spoke. I cannot help but laugh at the thought of what is to come. No sooner had he uttered these words than a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to retrieve a scroll from his storage repository. It was none other than the purple quality consumable, the elemental Great Rupture Scroll, which he had drawn earlier. The classification of consumable quality is entirely distinct from that of weapons. In previous tests, the green quality Thunder Talisman exhibited power at approximately the second tier. The blue quality Evil Breaking Talisman he had just used demonstrated power at the third tier, while the purple quality Elemental Rupture Scroll naturally boasted power at around the fourth tier. More importantly, the notes clearly indicated that this particular magic was highly destructive to magical artifacts, and the Demon's Sword, transformed from the Celestial Demon, evidently fell within the category of artifacts, making this a perfect countermeasure. Damn it! The voice of the Demon's Sword was filled with shock and fury, trembling with indignation. What is this? How could you possess such a thing? Although it was unclear about the scroll's exact origins, it could distinctly sense the immense spiritual power contained within and the significant threat it posed to itself. Lin Shuhai, Li Xinshan, and the others were equally astonished, as they too could perceive the power of the scroll. To put it bluntly, even the most affluent Special Operations Bureau likely possessed very few of such items. Even if they did, these would be meticulously safeguarded as high-level strategic deterrents, and it would be inconceivable to bring them into a secret realm for exploration. The Demon's Sword acted swiftly. It was no fool and could not allow this scroll to be unleashed. A tide of blood-red demonic energy surged forth, instantly forming a whirlwind vortex, resembling a twisting serpent, that rushed towards Luo Chen to engulf him. Protect him. Lin Shuhai and the others would not stand idly by. They immediately unleashed their full strength to assist. Weapons flew from their grasp, transforming into beams of light that struck against the demonic whirlwind. Even though the blood-red vortex wielded earth-shattering power, the combined efforts of the group managed to momentarily halt its advance. And that brief moment was precisely what Luo Chen required. Without hesitation, he tore the scroll apart. A stream of dazzling light, imbued with astonishing spiritual energy and a tempestuous aura, surged forth from the torn scroll, morphing into a radiant arc that shot straight towards the Demon's Sword. Damn it, no? The Demon's Sword's thoughts raced as it quickly retracted the blood-red vortex, summoning a vortex several times denser than before, forming a crimson barrier that enveloped the entire altar, shielding itself thoroughly. However, when the radiant light collided with the crimson barrier, it did not dissipate into nothingness as it had during the previous combined attack. Instead, it pierced through the barrier like a knife through thin paper, creating a gaping hole and driving straight through. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the center of the demonic tempest, followed by an intensely blinding burst of light, with shockwaves rolling outward as if a massive bomb had detonated before the group. Even though Lin Shuhai and the others were cultivators, they were unable to maintain their footing in the face of this violent shockwave, and they were hurled away, spitting blood and evidently suffering severe internal injuries. Time passed, and eventually, the group staggered to their feet, their eyes surveying the devastation around them. The surrounding woods lay flattened under the force of the shockwave, much of the area reduced to rubble, leaving only chaos in its wake. Had they succeeded? The group exchanged astonished glances, quickly focusing their attention back on the altar. The Demon's Sword remained firmly embedded in the altar, seemingly undamaged, but it was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of its previous arrogance. Did we fail? Lin Shuhai furrowed his brow, his mind racing as he quickly exchanged glances with Jiang Hanyue. She understood the implication and nodded in acknowledgement. She was aware that she was the fastest among those present. If the Demon's Sword was not dead, but merely gravely injured, she might be able to escape the secret realm using her speed and report the situation to the outside world. They could then seal the realm and deploy nuclear weapons, potentially eradicating this threat altogether. The group held their breath, their eyes fixated on the Demon's Sword, not daring to make a sound as tension and unease filled the air. Suddenly, they all noticed a distinct crack appearing on the Demon's Sword. Then came a second, a third, and soon after, a multitude of thin cracks spread across the blade like a spider's web. With a faint shattering sound, it instantly broke into countless fragments, leaving only a dark, heart-like core suspended in the air. The core resembled a heart, but was composed of a glossy black material, riddled with cracks from which dark mist continuously emanated, as if it were perpetually collapsing. Seeing this, Luo Chen raised his hand without hesitation. A white arc shot forth from his palm, piercing through the core in an instant. He did not care what this object truly was. It was undoubtedly something left behind by the celestial demon, and surely not a good thing. Better to shatter it first. With a crack, the demon core shattered, releasing a faint wave of demonic energy. Within that energy, a pure white, colorless arcane light emerged from the core, expanding under the influence of some unknown force. This arcane light was exceptionally pure, devoid of any taint, and seemed to recognize its master. Transforming into a stream of light that surged towards Luo Chen. He felt no sense of distortion or decay from it, nor did he perceive any danger. Thus, he suppressed his thoughts and allowed the energy to flow into his body, saturating his every limb. Suddenly, Luo Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. He could distinctly sense the 5 elemental spiritual energies within him spinning rapidly, as if they were parched and had found a refreshing rain, voraciously absorbing the energy contained in this arcane light, and growing at an astonishing rate. Soon, it felt as if he had broken through some vague barrier within his being, and the growth of his spiritual energy gradually came to a halt. Early 3rd tier. He had directly advanced to the early 3rd tier. So that is it. It is the innate arcane energy, Lin Shuhai remarked slowly upon witnessing this scene. What is that? Luo Chen turned to him, inquiring. This is the heavenly Tao of this realm, which you may also understand as the world will, rewarding those who slay celestial demons, Lin Shuhai explained. This substance is the innate arcane energy transformed entirely from demonic energy by the world will. This arcane energy is extraordinarily pure. It not only can elevate a cultivator's realm without any negative repercussions, but also serves as an exceptional material for refining weapons and concocting pills. In ancient times, it was a coveted treasure for all cultivators. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, during this initial stage of spiritual energy revival, the power of the heavenly Tao is insufficient to transform innate arcane energy on a large scale. Otherwise, according to ancient records, having slain such a formidable demon, you could have potentially surged to the mid or even late 3rd tier in one go. Luo Chen nodded, understanding the origin of this arcane light. He surveyed his surroundings, glanced at the varied expressions on the faces of Li Xianshan and the others, and spoke. It seems that this exploration of the secret realm has reached a conclusion. Therefore, shall we not discuss the distribution of our spoils in detail? Chapter 47. Distribution of spoils. At this moment, Luo Chen appeared calm and composed, exuding confidence. Though it was largely a facade, his strength had indeed increased significantly, successfully breaking into the 3rd tier. However, this expedition into the secret realm had also taken a great toll on him. The various talismans he carried, such as small thunder talismans, protective charms, and dispelling evil talismans, along with the elemental disintegration scrolls and spiritual energy supplements, had all been completely exhausted. Faced with 4 formidable 2nd-tier peak cultivators, even if a conflict arose, he could not guarantee victory. Nevertheless, Luo Chen feigned an air of having hidden cards and a sense of ease, which was sufficient to suppress the opposing party's momentum, thereby gaining an advantage in the subsequent distribution of spoils. It was unlikely that they would easily turn hostile. Li Xianshan and the others exchanged glances. Bai Ming closed his eyes and stated, "This matter does not concern me. You may decide." Lin Shuhai and Jiang Hanyue also turned their attention to Li Xianshan. After all, among those present, Li Xianshan held the highest position in the Special Operations Bureau, serving as the protector of the city. In the absence of Captain Li Yuanyao, his decisions were tacitly accepted by the others. Li Xianshan nodded. "Very well, I shall take charge. If asked by the higher-ups, I will say it was my decision." He stepped out of the line, faced Luo Chen, and gently nodded, saying, "Undoubtedly, your contributions in this exploration of the secret realm have been the greatest. The initial agreement we made of a 50-50 split is no longer applicable." Without hesitation, Li Xianshan pointed to the 5 pillars above the altar. "Those 5 elemental spirit-guarding pillars are your spoils." This decision was undoubtedly reasonable. After all, Luo Chen's displayed prowess was astonishing. Possessing spatial teleportation abilities and ultimately unveiling such a formidable magical scroll. Although that scroll appeared to be expended, who could guarantee that he would not produce another? If the distribution of spoils were not fair and the opponent turned hostile, even the Special Operations Bureau might be unable to bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was determined to acquire the elemental spirit-guarding pillars, as they were a perfect match for him. A practitioner of the 5 elements, and rightfully belonged to him. Clearly, the opposing party was perceptive enough to understand that Luo Chen would never relinquish this treasure, prompting them to make a decisive resolution. Then, for the second matter, Li Xianshan pointed to the shattered fragments of the demonic sword above the altar, stating, "Considering you shattered the demonic sword, these fragments should rightfully belong to you. However, we have a significant need for them in our bureau. In the future, our research department can derive substantial information related to the celestial demons through their study. Therefore, I can authorize some compensation for you." Luo Chen had no objections to this. He could see that the fragments of the demonic sword were utterly destroyed and unusable, making it of no value to him. So he naturally agreed to give them to the Special Operations Bureau. Moreover, since the Bureau had already made concessions regarding the ownership of the elemental spirit guarding pillars, he continued to listen. Li Xianshan extended his hand, saying, "Firstly, I observed that your companion, the martial artist, is a physical cultivator, yet lacks matching martial arts techniques. In the future, you may contact the headquarters of the Special Operations Bureau directly to select any high-level martial technique that will certainly meet your requirements. Furthermore, there will be no restrictions on whether you practice it yourselves or disseminate it. It will entirely belong to your organization. Secondly, Mr. Five Elements Taoist, you have now also stepped into the third tier. I can provide you with a cultivation notebook of insights from a third-tier powerhouse in the Special Operations Bureau as compensation." Luo Chen pondered for a moment, finding this arrangement quite reasonable, and nodded in agreement. Li Xianshan let out a slight sigh of relief, pleased by Luo Chen's agreeable nature. Just as he was about to declare the matter settled, Luo Chen slowly interjected, "We still have one more item regarding the distribution of spoils to discuss, do we not?" "Huh, what item?" Li Xianshan inquired, somewhat perplexed. "I mean this secret realm," Luo Chen stated without hesitation. "My contributions in this exploration have undoubtedly been the most significant." He elaborated, his words well-reasoned, yet it was evident that this secret realm held considerable future value. It contained a spirit vein of decent grade, capable of providing abundant spiritual energy. Even if I were to take away the elemental spirit guarding pillar as the focal point of the formation, the spiritual energy would not dissipate immediately. You would have the opportunity to re-establish the formation and maintain the environment of the secret realm, allowing it to continue producing resources. I have made substantial contributions in this regard. Should you not offer me some compensation for it? Does my argument not hold merit?" Upon hearing this, Li Xuanshan's expression displayed a hint of difficulty. After a moment of hesitation, he candidly admitted, "This indeed has no precedent. To be frank, if your organization wishes to gain an advantage in the ownership of this secret realm or the distribution of its resources, I cannot make that decision. And the likelihood is quite low." "No, I am not so greedy," Luo Chen replied. "Just offer us some additional compensation. How about extra compensation in cash?" Li Xianshan proposed. Luo Chen's expression faltered. "Do you think we would accept that? What a ridiculous notion. Even if the Special Operations Bureau dared to provide it, I could never accept it. Such things are far too easy to monitor. Whether gold or other currencies, they can be traced easily, risking exposure of my true identity, which is absolutely intolerable for me. Additionally, even if I obtained cash, without suitable channels to use it for purchasing cultivation resources, it would be no better than worthless paper." "Very well." Li Xianshan, witnessing Luo Chen's reaction, made another decision. "How about a mid-grade spirit stone? This spirit stone contains substantial spiritual power, providing significant assistance during breakthroughs to the third tier. It can only be obtained in special secret realms, and even the Special Operations Bureau has very few." He added, "If the martial artist wishes to break through to the third tier, this resource will be essential. How does this compensation sound?" "That works. I will contact you in a few days. I trust the Special Operations Bureau's credibility will ensure that there will be no backtracking." Luo Chen nodded in response. He had initially approached this with a mindset of trying his luck, but he did not expect the Special Operations Bureau to be so generous, offering such valuable items. With the resolution made, both parties were quite satisfied. Luo Chen formed a hand seal, and 5 beams of spiritual light shot from his fingertips, merging into the 5 stone pillars. As he chanted softly, the 5 pillars gradually shrank, ultimately transforming into streams of light that flew into his sleeve, carefully stored away. "Now, we must take our leave." Luo Chen and the martial artist exchanged nods with the others, their figures swiftly engulfed by white light, disappearing from sight. "Remarkable," Lin Shuhai exclaimed in awe. "I didn't perceive even the slightest spatial fluctuation. This spatial teleportation ability is truly impressive." "Alas, this is not the time for such discussions." Li Xianshan sighed. "We have much to attend to. Let us first collect the fragments of the demonic sword, then we must call in the outside personnel to receive them. The report back to the higher-ups will likely take quite some time." Chapter 48. Transformation Talent. As the familiar white light of teleportation faded, Luo Chen's consciousness returned to his home. He walked to the sofa and collapsed onto it, stretching languidly and exhaling deeply. "Phew, I'm alive." This mission was the longest Luo Chen had ever experienced, with the exploration of the secret realm consuming an immense amount of time and involving numerous battles, which drained his energy considerably. He truly needed time to recuperate. However, This exploration mission yielded significant rewards, not only acquiring numerous materials from Yaosho, but also witnessing the Guxing Ngasan achieve a breakthrough to the third tier of cultivation, along with obtaining a golden quality fabak. He opened his mobile phone to browse the information. Secret Realm Exploration, Wuxing Mijing completed. Task duration, 47 minutes and 37 seconds. Task rewards have been issued. You have received 10 fate draw coupons. What should he do next? First, let us examine the specifics of the Guxing Jinlingju data. As Luo Chen contemplated, his finger was about to tap the screen when his gaze sharpened. A notification popped up. Congratulations to the Avatar Master for successfully completing daily tasks, limited time tasks, and Secret Realm Exploration tasks, earning the achievement Chu Chu Mao Lu. The Avatar Master has awakened the talent, Xin Banwenhua. Talent, In Binwenhua. You can transform into any acquired avatar at any time without time restrictions. If the avatar suffers a fatal injury, it will be destroyed and revert to the Avatar Master's original form. More talents require the completion of other hidden achievements to unlock. Wait, Luo Chen's expression changed dramatically. This is such a powerful ability. It felt as if he had been struck by an unexpected surprise, excitement flashing in his eyes. Previously, his greatest regret was that his avatars could not influence his real life. In reality, he was merely an ordinary first-tier early-stage transcendent, possessing a bit more knowledge than the average person, which felt exceedingly mundane. The disparity of reverting from a once mighty avatar back to his original form was always hard to adapt to, especially when he began his formal cultivation. Now, he was completely at ease. The ability to transform into an avatar at will was akin to having a pillow ready whenever he felt sleepy. Luo Chen murmured to himself, I was still pondering how to contact the special task force to secure subsequent rewards. His initial plan was to capture the task target alive during a daily task, thereby halting the task's progress, and then use a computer to access the dark web to reach out to the special task force. However, it seemed that such convoluted efforts might no longer be necessary. Therefore, it was imperative to test this out. After some thought, Luo Chen approached a mirror, silently reciting, transform. A familiar white light enveloped his form. When he opened his eyes again, the reflection in the mirror was no longer that of his familiar, handsome visage, but rather a slightly gloomy young man whose eyes concealed a fierce aura. The avatar martial artist had arrived. Feeling the immense power coursing within him, Luo Chen's lips curled into an excited smile. Even in reality, should he encounter insurmountable foes, he could simply shout, Hu, Long, Su, Hu, Ya, and instantly turn the tide. In this way, he had secured considerable strength in reality, rising to become one of the world's top powerhouses, ensuring his safety. With a thought, the white light reappeared, and he reverted to his original form. Luo Chen settled onto the sofa, once again picked up his phone, and opened the introduction to the Guxing Jinlingju in his inventory. Wuhang Jinlingju. Quality, Gold. Type, Weapon Effect 1. Control the 5 elements. The Wuxing Jinlingju possesses the power to manipulate the 5 elements, enhancing the user's Wuxing spells. Effect 2. 5 Elements Suppression. The Wuxing Jinlingju wields formidable sealing power. Units sealed by the Guxing Jinlingju will experience significant restrictions on their spiritual energy operations, and changes in 5 element attributes will be notably suppressed. Effect 3. Transformation of the 5 elements. If the cultivator possesses relevant gongfa and spells related to the 5 elements, they can manipulate the Guxing Jinlingju for 5 elemental transformations, achieving various effects. Usage requirements. Cultivation must be above the 2nd tier, and mastery of 5 element attribute gongfa is necessary. Remarks. This faba was forged from Buktan Wutseshre, containing the principles of the 5 elements, capable of suppressing all things while also serving both offensive and defensive purposes. Its size can be adjusted as desired, making it a rare treasure in the world. Well, from this perspective, the Wuxing Jinlingju is indeed exceptionally powerful. However, to truly test it out, he would need to transform into the Wuxing Daorun and find a secluded spot to practice thoroughly. As Luo Chen contemplated this, he opened the Fate Draw Coupon interface. After completing the Secret Realm exploration, he now had the opportunity for 10 consecutive draws, which was perfect timing. Just as he was about to click to draw, he suddenly paused, feeling a sense of ritualistic importance. He hurried to the bathroom, meticulously washed his hands, patted his face dry, and silently offered reverent prayers to various deities before picking up his phone and tapping the draw button. After all, according to the mechanism of the Fate Draw Coupon, this would mark his 5th 10 consecutive draws. By the rules, within 100 draws, he was guaranteed to obtain an orange card. If he did not, the probability of drawing an orange card would gradually increase. If fortune favored him this time, resulting in an orange card, it would be absolutely splendid. On the phone screen, the familiar flowing river of light reappeared, soon erupting in a golden glow. Alas, still no success. Luo Chen scratched his head and let out a sigh. It seemed the mystical approach had not worked. Well, let us see what he had drawn. He carefully examined the items, bypassing those of low quality, and focused on the blue quality items and above. 2 blue cultivation cards were quite good. Such items were hard currency. Next, Luo Chen's eyes lit up. This time, he had drawn 3 purple cards and 1 golden card, which was rather fortunate. He first examined the purple quality card. Kong Longjian. Quality. Purple. Type. Weapon. Effect 1. True Dragon's Might. When this Jang strikes an enemy, the enemy's spirit will be immediately subjected to a dragon's might impact, with the effect determined by the difference in spiritual attributes between himself and the opponent. Ineffective against enemy units with higher spiritual attributes. Effect 2. Shatter Gold and Jade. The attack carries a shattering effect, capable of instantly destroying the enemy's weapons, equipment, and even their physical form. Effect 3. Thorny Growth. After blocking an enemy attack, if the user does not retreat, the damage of the next attack will be greatly enhanced, and the effects of Effect 1 and Effect 2 will also be significantly amplified. Effect 4. The Dragon Regrets. After a full-force attack, if the target is not successfully hit, the user can cancel the attack, recharging their energy. And the speed of the next attack will be greatly increased, with the effects of Effect 1 and Effect 2 significantly enhanced. Usage requirements. Physical attributes must reach above 30 points. Remarks. This Jvan is based on meteorite iron, smelting a trace of a true dragon's remnant soul. Weighing 18,000 pounds, accompanied by the sound of dragon roars when swung. Only those of immense strength can wield it, and the wielder must possess the ambition to conquer dragons and subdue tigers. This weapon is quite impressive, perfectly suitable for the martial artist. The martial artist's weapons have always faced a significant issue. The Lair Feng Chang and Long Chen Jian are far too lightweight, given the physical strength developed from practicing the Longshang Border Gong. Wielding those weapons feels akin to handling a branch, failing to unleash the martial artist's monstrous strength, thereby significantly diminishing their effectiveness. This Jvan is a heavy weapon, of high quality, and undoubtedly suitable for the martial artist. Chapter 49. The Dice of Fortune. Luo Chen continued to look through the next purple quality card. Jan Sun Bo Huai. Quality. Purple. Type. Skill card. Effect. Upon learning, the avatar can master the skill Jan Sun Bo Huai. This skill is automatically maxed out and cannot be upgraded. The ability to gain profound self-awareness, to possess an intimate understanding of one's own nuances and the efficacy of various acupoints, ensuring one can perpetually adjust oneself to a state of perfection, achieving an immortal physical form. Learning conditions, martial arts skills at level 10 or above, and possessing a talent for martial arts. Note, this represents the pinnacle of mortal martial arts. A further advancement leads to the realm of immortals and deities. The fleeting joy on Luo Chen's face vanished. This skill was undoubtedly the perfect fit for a martial artist. The might of purple skills was vividly demonstrated during this secret realm exploration. Take, for instance, the Samadhi True Fire mastered by the 5 elements Taoist. It is a terrifying supernatural ability capable of challenging beyond one's level, exhibiting immense power even without level enhancement. At last, Luo Chen's martial artist had acquired a potent skill that could be put to good use. He then lifted his gaze to the next purple skill card. Mental Force Chain. Quality. Purple. Type. Skill card. Effect. Upon learning, the avatar can master the skill Mental Force Chain. This skill creates an invisible chain that connects with other sentient entities, allowing for communication of thoughts while in a mental lock state. Moreover, entities linked by the Mental Force Chain are more susceptible to the user's mental skills. Note, an essential skill for team battles. Learning conditions. Mental Force attribute must exceed 30 and possess a type of psychic superpower. Regrettably, he had drawn another skill that he could not utilize. Luo Chen felt somewhat helpless. As time passed, the items he had drawn increased, yet those he could not digest remained with no viable means of processing. Another item akin to the Beastmaster Ring, destined to languish in storage. Contemplating this, he casually moved it to the warehouse. Soon, his attention shifted to a golden item he had drawn, scrolling through his mobile device to examine it. Fortune Dice. Quality. Gold. Type. Item. Effect 1. Carrying. The owner of this dice will receive a certain fortune enhancement. Effect 2. Throwing. When the dice are rolled, they will randomly display a result from 1 to 6, with effects entirely random and unaffected by external forces, altering the user's fortune based on the result, lasting for 1 day with a 3-day cooldown. Specific effects are as follows. 1. Blood Calamity. 2. Unfortunate year. 3. Fortune and misfortune intertwined. 4. Fortune turns. 5. Blessings abound. 6. Great prosperity. Effect 3. Great fortune. Completely destroying the dice releases its immense fortune power, forming a protective aura that instantly elevates the user's fortune to the state of great fortune reigns, lasting for 7 days. Note: a dice crafted by unknown means, containing astonishing fortune power, primarily benefits the user. Even if rolled to the worst outcome of blood calamity, there is no need for excessive concern, as minor mishaps like a nosebleed can be categorized as such. What a splendid item. Luo Chen's eyes sparkled. He had finally drawn a golden quality item he could utilize, feeling quite fortunate. He had been worried about drawing another unusable golden item like the Beastmaster ring. However, this time, luck was on his side. Though it did not directly enhance combat prowess, it was evidently a valuable auxiliary artifact, potentially even more precious. Having nearly finished drawing, it was time to contemplate how to elevate himself. Luo Chen stroked his chin, beginning to deliberate earnestly. Meanwhile, at the Yueyang mountain range, at the exit of the secret realm, detecting that spatial fluctuations had stabilized, the facilities were operating smoothly. Observing that the formation lines within the secret realm had come to a standstill, initiating Plan C. Energy is being accumulated. The countdown to the opening of the spatial passage is underway, preparing. On the original platform, a bustling scene unfolded, with numerous individuals clad in white lab coats bustling about, swiftly testing various equipment. In the midst of this busy crowd, a figure stood prominently at the center of the platform. This individual had a robust physique, broad shoulders, and an imposing presence. With a face that exuded righteousness, coupled with thick brows and piercing eyes, he stood like an iron tower, exuding stability and authority. Strangely, the atmosphere surrounding him was remarkably tranquil, seemingly blending harmoniously with the environment. However, his expression was grim, brows furrowed, casting a worried gaze towards the secret realm's exit. The spatial passage is opening. All unrelated personnel, evacuate the platform immediately. A researcher called out loudly. The secret realm was fraught with peril, and no one knew what extraordinary beings lurked within. Therefore, precautions must be taken to prevent any creatures from the secret realm from escaping and wreaking havoc on modern society, as the passage is opened to retrieve the explorers within. Rapidly, a large number of personnel evacuated the platform, leaving only the sturdy man standing alone, gazing intently at the secret realm's exit. Amidst the subtle spatial fluctuations, a fissure slowly tore open. 4 figures stepped out of the spatial passage simultaneously. Upon seeing them emerge unscathed, the robust man visibly sighed in relief. Earlier, upon hearing that Li Yuan Yao had been gravely injured and could not enter the secret realm, he had prepared for the worst. To his surprise, all 4 had returned without casualties. Noticing the imposing figure on the platform, Bai Ming's eyes lit up. The previously calm expression finally showed some emotion. He approached the sturdy man and bowed respectfully, saying, "Master." Li Xianshan also recognized the man and hurried forward, greeting him, "Lu Tiandi. I did not expect your presence." The structure of the Special Operations Bureau is meticulously detailed, with clearly defined hierarchies. The most ordinary members are operatives, who, despite possessing certain abilities, still rely on standard equipment and teamwork during combat. One level above the operatives are the team leaders, who can lead a rapid response team, addressing abnormal incidents within the city. Above the team leaders are figures like Li Xianshan, who serve as guardians of a city, overseeing all abnormal affairs and managing several team leaders. Above these guardians are the true upper echelon of the Special Operations Bureau, the pinnacle of strength, akin to strategic nuclear weapons, serving as the nation's backbone. They are revered as Tiandi. The Tiandi before them, named Lunan Tian, is a mid-stage third-tier physical cultivator, a master of martial arts with formidable strength. Lunan Tian was acutely aware of the implications behind Li Xianshan's words. After all, the external environment could barely sustain the combat and recovery of third-tier strongholds, with its sparse spiritual energy utterly inadequate for further cultivation. Once they leave a suitable environment for training, the progress of a third-tier cultivator could stagnate. Thus, under normal circumstances, Tiandi seldom appear in the outside world. Li Zhenshu, however, was an exception due to the extraordinary circumstances. Lunan Tian returned Li Xianshan's greeting and spoke. The events that transpired are indeed significant. Such a grave incident occurred during the secret realm exploration. Upon receiving news, headquarters immediately dispatched me for support. However, seeing you all, though your auras are somewhat lacking, you appear unharmed, which puts my mind at ease. It seems this secret realm exploration has turned out to be a close call. No. Li Xianshan fell silent for a moment before speaking. This exploration of the secret realm is fraught with peril. Many events transpired within. Oh, Lu Nantian's expression grew serious as he discerned the gravity in Li Xianshan's words. Then please report to me the process and details of this exploration. Chapter 50. The report. Naturally, Li Xianshan could not conceal anything. He promptly recounted his experiences to Lu Nantian in a straightforward manner. So convoluted? Lu Nantian was taken aback, unable to fathom the complexity of this secret realm exploration. The emergence of an unknown extraordinary organization, sentient adversaries within the realm, the five-element opposing formations, and the hidden celestial demons. Such a convoluted situation had never occurred in previous explorations conducted by the Special Task Force. It should be noted that many of the Special Task Force's secret realm missions merely involved entering the realm to collect artifacts of ancient civilizations and various cultivation resources before a swift retreat. To successfully conquer an entire secret realm in such a manner was indeed a rarity. After listening to the report, Lu Nantian's gaze sharpened. An extraordinary organization known as the Shou Ling Hui possesses spatial teleportation technology and has produced fourth-tier magical scrolls, along with two quasi-third-tier extraordinary members. An organization of such formidable strength would rank among the elite globally. Why had there been no prior whispers of their existence? His expression serious. He turned to Li Xianshan and inquired, "Have you considered that perhaps the Shou Ling Hui is merely a fabricated name, and their true organization goes by another name? This could simply be a temporary disguise." The probability of that is indeed low. Li Xianshan pondered for a moment before responding. We have records of those extraordinary organizations, and the individuals from the opposing side lack any prior documentation. This is their first appearance. He paused, then added, "Furthermore, I have observed that the practitioner of the five elements understands various formation techniques, and the cultivation method he employs evidently originates from the path of the five elements. This should be beyond fabrication. I do not believe that an overseas extraordinary organization could achieve such a feat, while we are well acquainted with the domestic organizations." That is indeed a valid point, Lu Nantian reflected. Let us set this matter aside for now. We shall discuss the extraordinary organization later. First, let us attend to the immediate tasks. He spoke into his intercom. Did you hear everything just now? Soon, several individuals clad in heavy protective gear arrived at the platform, each carrying black briefcases. They promptly exchanged the fragments of the magic sword with Li Xianshan, carefully storing all the pieces into separate briefcases. Next, a number of personnel in white lab coats approached the platform and began reactivating the spatial equipment. After all, the formations within the secret realm had been damaged, and now was the opportune moment to re-establish control over it. This environment is rather inconvenient. Let us return to the camp for a more detailed discussion, Lu Nantian suggested. With that, he led Li Xianshan and the others down the mountain. The individuals present were all highly skilled, moving swiftly until they arrived at the camp, where they found a room to sit down. Once everyone was settled, Lu Nantian began. The extraordinary organization known as the Shou Ling Hui is indeed shrouded in mystery and must be regarded with caution. However, the Special Task Force currently lacks the capacity to address it. The next eruption of spiritual energy is approaching, with the research department estimating that it could occur in as little as 2 weeks or as long as a month. The entire bureau is preoccupied with this, and unless that extraordinary organization reveals further harmful intentions, it is not worth the Special Task Force's resources to pursue them. Everyone nodded in understanding. As for how to handle it, you are the frontline personnel. Please share your suggestions. Li Xianshan gently tapped his fingers on the armrest and proposed. My suggestion is to initially maintain a friendly stance and stabilize contact. If we encounter opportunities during our missions, we could consider collaboration, while also advising the Bureau to gather relevant intelligence. That is a very reasonable suggestion. Lu Nantian nodded, and the others had no objections. Seeing Lu Nantian's affirmation, Li Xianshan hesitated for a moment before asking, "Lu Tian, do you think I may have made some errors regarding the allocation of the spoils?" "Not at all. I believe you handled it exceptionally well." Lu Nantian promptly offered his perspective. Although it is indeed regrettable not to acquire the 5 Elements Town Spirit Pillar artifact, given the circumstances at that time, I completely understand. Securing the magic sword fragments was the most critical outcome for the Special Task Force. As for the high-tier martial techniques and cultivation insights, those are of little consequence. I could easily compile a tome in a few days to foster connections. Upon hearing Lu Nantian's words, Li Xianshan and the others displayed no excessive astonishment. They were well aware that this Lu Tian possessed exceptional prowess in martial arts, aptly described as transcendent. The pinnacle of martial arts. encompassing the concepts of seeing the divine without deterioration, the way of sincerity. All arts are interconnected, and unity of heaven and man was all within his mastery, the depth of which is indisputable. Were it not for Luo Nantian's naturally restless disposition and frequent wanderings in the outside world, constrained by the current spiritual environment, his cultivation would undoubtedly have reached far greater heights. As for the mid-grade spirit stone, while undeniably precious, perhaps it might prove advantageous. It could serve as a means to test the veracity of that extraordinary organization. A smile graced Luo Nantian's face. Test. Li Xianshan's expression turned grave. I suggest we refrain from such actions. An organization with spatial teleportation capabilities would not benefit us if we were to recklessly provoke them, pushing them into opposition. No. I believe Lu Tiandi's intent is not as straightforward as Li Zhengshou imagines, interjected Lin Shuhai, who had remained silent until now. Indeed, direct probing into the spirit stone would be ill-advised. Luo Nantian waved his hand. I simply wish to observe how they would attempt to acquire this mid-grade spirit stone. From this, the Bureau may glean intelligence regarding their spatial teleportation technology. Having concluded discussions regarding the secret realm, Li Xianshan and the others prepared to breathe a sigh of relief, only to see Luo Nantian's expression suddenly turn serious. All right. The topic regarding the secret realm has been thoroughly discussed. Next, we must address a matter of utmost seriousness and significance, Luo Nantian stated gravely, revealing the true purpose of his visit. Given the current situation, the Special Task Force can no longer afford to sustain additional losses. Just half an hour ago, a grave incident occurred not far from here in Yucheng. During an ordinary patrol, the guardian of Yucheng was attacked by the Bailong sect and has since gone missing. What? How is that possible? How dare they? The crowd gasped in shock, their eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 51. The confidential plan. This news was akin to a bolt from the blue. The position of a guardian is responsible for the safety of an entire city, demanding an extraordinarily rigorous level of strength, typically at the peak of the second tier. Although the individual strengths and methods of each guardian may vary, all are formidable adversaries. Li Xianshan recognized the Yucheng guardian, Ren Hu, a physical cultivator skilled in Xing Yi Quan, possessing immense physical prowess and formidable combat abilities. Although Ren Hu's prowess as a body cultivator is undoubtedly inferior to that of the martial artists from the Shou Ling Society who have emerged from the secret realm, he is by no means weak. The enemy capable of resolving him swiftly must possess extraordinary strength. Is it confirmed to be the Bailong Jiaotuan? Li Xianshan inquired. Indeed, Luo Nantian replied. In the location where the battle erupted, we detected an exceptionally pure trace of demonic aura, and upon examination, it was confirmed to be the handiwork of the Bailong Jiaotuan. Have you attempted to track them? Zhang Hanyu asked, immediately regretting her question as it seemed rather futile. If they had indeed succeeded in tracing the enemy's whereabouts, Luo Nantian would not still be sitting here conversing with them. He would have already rushed forth to obliterate them entirely. Failed, Luo Nantian said, his brow furrowed. The adversary had employed some unknown means to disrupt the energy around the battlefield, rendering most tracking methods ineffective. However, based on the traces left behind, it appears that a third-tier extraordinary being was involved. A third-tier extraordinary being? The group gasped in unison. The deterrent power of such beings could easily rival that of a nuclear weapon. Their speed could surpass sound, and the destruction they wrought resembled that of high-speed fighter jets cruising at ground level, capable of wreaking havoc across entire towns, utterly terrifying. Furthermore, the vast majority of conventional firearms are practically ineffective against them. Aside from nuclear weapons, there are hardly any arms that can pose a threat to their existence. If such a perilous entity were to infiltrate the city, the consequences would far exceed mere skirmishes. It would inevitably place the entire task force on high alert. The level of danger incalculable. The thought of facing such formidable foes left everyone pale with dread. Why must these lunatics stir trouble here in Huagua? Have they lost their minds? Li Xianshan's voice was laced with resentment. It is crucial to remember that the task force is already one of the most potent official organizations in the world, with a clear hierarchy, a well-established lineage, and a comprehensive response system. Even in the face of such a dire situation, should a third-tier powerhouse successfully infiltrate the country and enter the city, they possess adequate emergency measures and the confidence to handle the situation. This was also a perplexing aspect for everyone present. If they wished to cause chaos, why choose this location? Other nations, particularly those in the Third World, have long abandoned order, making it exponentially more convenient to incite turmoil there. They had even heard that some small nations have governments that have become mere puppets, their critical leaders manipulated by rising extraordinary organizations, leading to the establishment of shadow governments. Their control over the local populace is astonishing, allowing them to access a continuous flow of resources and various supplies. Creating disturbances in such areas would be utterly unrestrained. Yet they choose to complicate matters for themselves. Isn't there a possibility of an insider? Li Xianshan queried. Not necessarily. Lu Nantian shook his head. We have already conducted investigations into the relevant personnel and utilized various mind reading and lie detection abilities, yet no suspicious individuals have been found. With a sigh, he continued, alas. We are in an era of spiritual revival, replete with an array of bizarre treasures, techniques, divination methods, and detection means. It is nearly impossible to ascertain how they discovered this information. The group shared a sense of helplessness. It is well known that if a supernatural element enters a deductive narrative, the potential outcomes become exceedingly numerous, making analysis exceedingly challenging. Even the formidable task force would find itself bewildered without knowledge of the adversary's techniques and lineage. This is another reason for my presence here. Lu Nantian's expression turned serious. The Bureau has appointed me as the overall leader for this urgent situation. Ordinarily, after this secret realm exploration task, you would be entitled to a period of rest, but given your status as the nation's elite, each possessing unique abilities, I sincerely hope you will join me in quelling this incident. Indeed, due to the nature of the secret realm exploration, the individuals gathered are all exceptional, reaching the pinnacle of the second tier, making Lu Nantian's request entirely reasonable. I am afraid I cannot attend. Lin Shuhai shook his head, regret evident in his tone. The fragments of the demon's sword have been successfully contained, and as a researcher, I must participate in the relevant studies. If we can augment our previous data with the fragments, we might be able to revive ancient artifacts specifically designed to hunt celestial demons, such as the Jiang Emo Zhu, Zhan Emo Jian, or Zhan Emo Ta. This matter is equally significant and falls within my responsibilities. Moreover, I am not adept at combat. Following suit, Bai Ming spoke, Master. After this secret realm journey and drawing my sword against that celestial demon, I have gained new insights into the sword path and wish to retreat to headquarters to break through to the third tier. Thus, I may not be able to accompany you. Understood. Lu Nantian nodded in agreement, then turned to Zhang Hanyu and Li Xianshan. And what about the two of you? Zhang Hanyu and Li Xianshan exchanged glances and nodded in unison. It is our duty, and we shall not shy away. Good, Lu Nantian replied with satisfaction. Suddenly, Zhang Hanyu furrowed her brow slightly and asked Lu Nantian, may I inquire if this operation will be led solely by you? Are there no other third-tier extraordinary beings accompanying you? Lu Nantian hesitated slightly. Indeed, third-tier extraordinary beings are rare within the Bureau, and everyone has been occupied with significant matters of late. Before he could finish his thought, he was met with the same peculiar gazes from the four individuals. Lu Nantian scratched his head in resignation, stating, all right, I am not particularly skilled at deception. However, your inquiry is somewhat moot, as I am officially the one responsible for this investigation. The group nodded in unison. After all, the infiltration of a third-tier extraordinary being into the city is a grave matter, and a moment's inattention could result in casualties numbering in the thousands or even tens of thousands. Human lives are at stake. The Bureau would never dispatch Lu Nantian alone to handle this. Even with his formidable strength, they would undoubtedly prepare comprehensive contingencies. Rest assured, Lu Nantian reassured them. Lu Nantian remarked, a hint of a dangerous smile gracing his countenance, while his tone remained remarkably calm. As long as that third-tier adversary dares to show himself, I assure you I can resolve him immediately. Chapter 52, Cultivation. The following day, in the southern suburbs of Li City, an abandoned underground parking lot lay before him. Luo Chen was currently meandering within the desolate expanse, surveying the surroundings. Observing the empty, dust-laden space, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, realizing it was indeed an excellent place for cultivation. The reason for Luo Chen's presence here was quite a tale. Just the day before, he had successfully acquired the gift of transformation, enabling him to metamorphose into any avatar he possessed. Naturally, he found this ability to be a source of immense intrigue and began practicing it incessantly at home. During his endeavors, he discovered that when he transformed into an avatar, he could draw upon spiritual energy for cultivation, thereby enhancing his prowess. Hence, a plan took shape in his mind, a method by which he could elevate his martial artist to the third tier without expending any resources. This parking lot belonged to a half-finished residential development. Initially, it was said that the developer hastily erected the buildings without proper planning, resulting in a seemingly decent community. However, due to its unfavorable location, it failed to attract residents and gradually became a forsaken site, ultimately abandoned. As for the whereabouts of the investors and property owners, Luo Chen was indifferent. He only knew that the place was quite suitable, affording him a tranquil sanctuary for focused cultivation. Before acquiring the transformation ability, reaching such a location was indeed a hassle, but now it was remarkably simple. He found a secluded corner within the community, transformed into the Wuxing Daoren, and utilized a water escape technique to slip into the sewer. Following the conduits, he arrived here, emerging from the sewer unnoticed in the underground parking lot. Along the way, Luo Chen prudently employed various concealment methods to ensure no one discovered him. As he scanned the area, he noted its ample space and the absence of surveillance. Nodding in satisfaction, let us commence. A flash of white light enveloped his form, and soon, a youth with a noble visage clad in a robe appeared in the underground parking lot, embodying the Wuxing Daoren. With a flick of his sleeve, 5 small pillars burst forth, growing rapidly to a height of approximately 2 meters, encircling him. The Wuxing Jinling pillars radiated brilliance, with red, white, yellow, black, and green hues swirling around. Luo Chen formed hand seals, reciting incantations. Jinxiao, Mu Wang, Shuexiao, Huoxiang, Tu Si, Chun Li Maosheng formation rise. With Luo Chen's commanding shout, the surrounding Wuxing Jinling pillars trembled violently, their multicolored radiance surging. Among them, the green light representing the wood element was particularly resplendent, devouring the other 4 hues as if they were nourishment, rapidly spreading inward like a frenzied vine, enveloping Luo Chen's form. The air around him seemed infused with vitality, becoming moist and refreshing, as dense spiritual energy coalesced along the formation's patterns, surging like a tide, tinting the entire space with a faint green hue. Ah, success! Luo Chen exhaled in relief. Since acquiring the Wuxing Jinling pillars, he had conducted numerous tests and discovered that this artifact was not only formidable in the hands of the Wuxing Daoren, but also allowed him to deploy various formations using his array skills. This was an unexpected delight. Previously, although the Wuxing Daoren possessed skills related to formations, he struggled due to a lack of materials. A clever woman cannot cook without rice. Now, armed with the Wuxing Jinling pillars and its inherent transformative effects, he felt the power of the 5 elements was more than sufficient to establish formidable formations. The Chun Li Maosheng formation was one such example. Its effects were manifold, but for Luo Chen, the most crucial aspect was its ability to gather spiritual energy. The Wuxing Jinling pillars trembled in unison, and Luo Chen could distinctly perceive the concentration of spiritual energy within the formation surging dramatically, as if the surrounding spiritual energy was being drawn in, creating a high-concentration environment, securely locked within the formation and preventing any leakage. Excellent. Luo Chen's eyes sparkled. He reverted to his original form before transforming once more. A somber-faced, tall youth emerged within the formation, embodying the martial artist. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen reached into the void, grasping a square-shaped, dragon-engraved weapon known as the Konglong Jian. Now I understand why this weapon is noted as weighing 18,000 jin, yet requires a physique attribute of 30 points or more to wield. Given the current strength of a martial artist, easily capable of overturning a heavy tank, 18,000 jin should be a mere trifle. Veins bulged as Luo Chen tensed his muscles, his breath heavy with exertion, and he strained upward. It felt as though he were not holding a weapon, but rather grappling with a great dragon in fierce resistance. Huh! Luo Chen bellowed, channeling the full power of his Longxiang Banju technique, which provided him with an overwhelming force. He raised the Konglong Jian high and swung it forward with tremendous might. Boom! A violent shockwave surged forth, akin to the explosion of an aerial bomb or a dragon's breath, crashing against the inner walls of the formation with the ferocity of a tsunami. The Wuxing Jinling pillars shuddered, the green light blazing as the tempestuous shockwave was absorbed into the formation's walls, quickly vanishing as if it had been swallowed by the sea. Had it not been for the Chun Li Maosheng formation, which he had previously established, this strike would have obliterated the entire parking lot, causing it to collapse irreparably. Feeling the depletion within himself, Luo Chen could no longer endure. His technique activated, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy into his body for refinement, akin to a great whale siphoning water. Thanks to his purple skill, Jinshin Bujian, he was keenly aware of his own body. Every acupoint, every meridian, even the minutest marrow was thoroughly tempered by spiritual energy. All right, once more. Sensing the burgeoning power within, Luo Chen's eyes gleamed as he focused. Swinging the Konglong Jian forward again, he began an unceasing cycle of strikes, absorption, and refinement of spiritual energy. With the wood attribute's healing power from the Chun Li Maosheng formation, he had no need to worry about internal injuries or fatigue. He could solely concentrate on wielding the weapon and engage in intense training. Time slipped by unnoticed, and this grueling training session finally reached its conclusion. It felt as if he had broken through a certain barrier. The spiritual energy within Luo Chen surged like a mighty river, coursing through his meridians. His vitality roaring like smoke rising, visibly radiating from his skin. Luo Chen retracted the Konglong Jian, clenched his fist, and reveled in the overwhelming power within him, which felt as if it might explode. A smile spread across his face. I have reached the initial stage of the third tier. Chapter 53, Dark Web Forum Exhaling. Luo Chen activated the Jianshan Bujin skill to inspect himself, and he was taken aback. The strength, speed, and resilience of his martial artist avatar had surpassed all his previous expectations. Such an extraordinary enhancement. With this physical prowess, could he not tear apart an aircraft carrier with his bare hands? At present, Luo Chen's two formidable incarnations, the martial artist and the Wuxing Daoren, have both ascended to the third tier of strength. Such prowess is indeed rare among extraordinary organizations across the globe. However, despite the seemingly effortless breakthrough of the martial artist, the reality is that this success bore an element of fortune. The convergence of spiritual energy through the Wuxing Zhenling Zhu, the purple skill of Jian Shenbu Huai, and the Konglong Jian are three indispensable elements. Without the magical artifact establishing the formation, creating a high-concentration spiritual energy environment would be impossible, rendering any attempts at a breakthrough futile. Furthermore, Jian Shenbu Huai allows for the refinement of his body to a state of perfection, and without achieving such a level, crossing the threshold into the third tier would be unattainable. Even the seemingly ordinary Konglong Jian plays a crucial role in rapidly depleting stamina, enabling a rebirth through destruction. Without it, the speed of breakthrough would likely be several times slower. The arduous journey to the third tier, coupled with the knowledge that the Special Task Force also possesses third-tier powerhouses, led Luo Chen to suppress his pride and steady his emotions. Typically, as long as one provides a high concentration of spiritual power, whether through spirit stones or gathering formations, suitable extraordinary individuals can absorb and refine it to ascend from the pinnacle of the second tier to the third. Yet, the situation is far from simple. The leader of the Special Task Force, Li Xianshan, had promised to provide him with a compendium of insights from third-tier practitioners. It stands to reason that even the third-tier powerhouses within the Special Task Force cannot perpetually operate gathering formations while consuming various spirit stones during their daily training. Could it be that the Special Task Force, with its wealth of experience and preparation, has explored numerous secret realms, some of which have been completely conquered and serve as training grounds for third-tier practitioners? It dawned on him. Yet, even with this deduction about the foundation of the Special Task Force, Luo Chen found no immediate advantage to leverage. He shook his head, casting aside the thoughts. This matter does not significantly concern me. I shall set it aside for now. There remains a pressing task at hand. Luo Chen transformed back to his original form, and then into the Wuxing Daoren, retrieving the Wuxing Zhenling Zhu, and proceeded to create some disturbances in the area before slipping out of the underground garage. He utilized the water escape technique to navigate the subterranean passages, ultimately gaining entry into a residential community. His eyes flickered as he scanned the surroundings, concluding this was the place. Like a phantom, he ascended slowly. Cloaked in a mist concealment technique he had prepared in advance, rendering him invisible to the average observer. Before long, Luo Chen stealthily entered an apartment through a window, where he discovered a computer. Fortune favored him, for despite this being the first household he randomly selected, the computer was devoid of any password, eliminating the need to search elsewhere. He powered on the device, accessed the internet, and entered the dark web forum's URL. This dark web forum was the very one where, after resolving the aberrant dragon species during the Longwei Zhizai mission, Ren Bing of the Special Task Force had provided him the link to the Extraordinary Beings Forum. Concealed deep within the dark web, the forum required several redirects for access, automatically adding firewalls and anti-scraping programs to safeguard the privacy of extraordinary individuals. It was said that even those utterly unfamiliar with network security could browse the site safely without revealing their real address. Naturally, Luo Chen was not entirely inclined to trust this assertion. He would never dare to log into such a site using his own computer, as being discovered would create significant trouble. Thus, he resolved to find an unfamiliar household, using their computer to access the site. If it truly could not be traced, it would be a joyous outcome. Even if someone were to trace the IP address, it would not lead back to him. In a word, stability. As he scanned the website, he was astonished to find the forum remarkably lively. How many extraordinary beings exist in the world? The forum boasted a plethora of posts, diverse and abundant, with an exceptionally high refresh rate, alongside numerous categories and sections. Many extraordinary individuals were posting and conversing. I have a ghost suddenly appear in my home, and I have no weapons to deal with spiritual entities. How should I handle it? A friend seems to have joined a peculiar cult. Their doctrines resemble those of the dragon worship cult. How can I stop him? To newcomers, here are 10 common knowledge points regarding extraordinary cultivation. A roundup of the 5 major official extraordinary organizations in the world. It is advised that extraordinary individuals refrain from committing crimes in these countries. Luo Chen merely glanced at these posts before swiftly directing his focus towards his primary objective. He noted that the vast majority of accounts on this forum, akin to his own, were anonymous accounts that had not logged in directly. However, there were also many verified and registered accounts, predominantly belonging to major official organizations. Luo Chen located the official account of the Special Task Force and promptly initiated communication. Anonymous 111111. Are you there? Anonymous 111111. I am the Wuxing Dao Run of the Spirit Hunting Society. Is the reward we agreed upon prepared? The advanced martial techniques and cultivation insights can be sent to me now. In no time, a reply arrived. Huagua's Special Task Force official. Yes. Li Zhengshu has already informed us. The reward is indeed prepared. However, first, you must verify your identity to ensure we do not send it to the wrong person. Is that acceptable? Luo Chen quickly typed. Anonymous 111111. Certainly. I will provide several keywords. Wuxing Dao Run, martial artist, Li Xianshan, Wuxing Mi Jing, Huang Ling, Hao Ling, Yin Ling, Qing Ling, Tian Mo Shui Jian, July 23rd. Anonymous 111111. I believe this should sufficiently establish my identity. Huagua's Special Task Force official. That will suffice. Your identity has been confirmed. We will send you the requested cultivation notes and advanced martial techniques files, which you can download directly. Huagua's Special Task Force official. However, how would you like to receive the medium-grade spirit stones? Huagua's Special Task Force official. After all, this item is immensely valuable, sufficient to enable a second-tier extraordinary individual to ascend. We do not wish for any errors to occur. Luo Chen pondered for a moment before responding. Anonymous 111111. No need. A member of our organization, the martial artist, has successfully ascended to the 3rd tier, and we no longer have an urgent need for this item. Please keep it for now. Chapter 54. Lu Jun Si Hin at the headquarters of the Special Task Force in the capital city. The Network Countermeasures office erupted into a cacophony of noise following the appearance of that message. What is happening? What did he say? Has another 3rd-tier extraordinary being emerged? How credible is this information? Is it true? Quick, record it. Since the directive from above was issued, the official account of the dark web forum, likely to be contacted, became the focal point of attention for all. From the moment the account, suspected to be that of the Wuxing Dao Run, sent a message, they immediately transferred the conversation to a dedicated countermeasure office to facilitate communication. However, no one anticipated such astonishing news would be revealed. Amidst the chaos, the office head turned to the nearby figure, who appeared unfazed by the shocking news. Professor Lin, what do you believe is the likelihood of this occurrence? Lin Shuhai adjusted his glasses. After parting ways with everyone in the Yiyang Mountains, he immediately set off for the capital, preparing to delve into the study of the fragments of the magic sword. However, the initial preparations and the mobilization of resources would take some time, delaying the formal commencement of the research. Thus, Lin Shuhai volunteered to assist the Special Operations Bureau. As a first-hand witness to the incidents in the secret realm, he wished to personally see to the conclusion of related matters. To his astonishment, he soon heard astonishing news. The formidable presence of 3rd-tier extraordinary beings requires no elaboration. Any extraordinary organization possessing multiple 3rd-tier beings is an entity that the Special Operations Bureau and other official powers must treat with utmost seriousness. Initially, the Bureau hoped to test the opposing organization through the medium-grade spirit stone, but unexpectedly, they received such news. It was both surprising and within the realm of expectation. Lin Shuhai remarked that he had witnessed the martial artist's prowess in body techniques. If he claimed to have broken through, it must be genuine. It appears that the opposing organization possesses a far deeper foundation than we had anticipated. In the current spiritual energy environment, breakthroughs could stem from 3 possibilities: the setup of a spirit gathering formation, the possession of spirit stones, or even the existence of a cultivable secret realm. Lin Shuhai continued his analysis, concluding that previous speculations must be overturned. The opposing entity is evidently a well-organized and inheriting group of extraordinary beings, rather than a loose alliance. If Luo Chen had heard Lin Shuhai's analysis, he would likely have displayed an expression of disbelief. Unaware of the information that the 5-element spirit pillars could establish spirit gathering formations, he naturally inferred the situation surrounding the Spirit Hunting Association based on the Bureau's experiences, leading to inevitable discrepancies. Lin Shuhai paused, seemingly pondering something, and then spoke. However, in a certain sense, this may actually be a favorable situation. His statement that we should retain the medium-grade spirit stone has indeed relieved my worries. What does this mean? The person in charge furrowed his brows, displaying evident confusion. This suggests that their spatial transportation capabilities must possess some limitations, possibly concerning frequency of use or energy consumption. Therefore, it might not be worth employing their spatial transportation capabilities to retrieve this spirit stone, which is why they asked us to keep it for now, Lin Shuhai explained. What I was initially concerned about was if they directly stated that we could simply place the medium-grade spirit stone in the lobby of the Bureau's headquarters. And then we would witness a flash of white light as the 5 elements Taoist appeared in the lobby before all of us, took the spirit stone, and teleported away. Just think about it. Could you accept such an outcome? The corner of the person in charge's mouth involuntarily twitched, even with his composed demeanor. Hearing Lin Shuhai's scenario made his heart tighten. The mere thought of such a scene would raise the blood pressure of every member of the Special Operations Bureau. Do you have any suggestions moving forward? The person in charge looked toward Lin Shuhai. I believe we should proceed according to the most prudent plan and act as he suggested. Lin Shuhai replied, let us first establish a good rapport. Based on the think tank's analysis of the current intelligence, the opposing organization appears to have a friendly attitude towards the Bureau, with no direct conflicts of interest, remaining within the realm of potential cooperation. There is no need for petty maneuvers. A straightforward approach would suffice. Indeed, your perspective holds considerable merit. The person in charge nodded and swiftly issued orders. The previously chaotic atmosphere quickly settled, with everyone attending to their respective tasks in earnest. From Luo Chen's perspective, the official account of the Special Operations Bureau responded after a brief silence. Huagua Special Operations Bureau official, yes, we agree to your proposal and will retain the medium-grade spirit stone for now. However, it would be best for you to decide promptly when to utilize it. If needed, just notify us in advance. Anonymous 111111, of course. Could you send over the advanced martial arts and cultivation insights first? To the Bureau. Luo Chen possessed the elusive spatial transportation ability, but in reality, this ability had considerable limitations. It relied on the corresponding tasks refreshed within Wanxian Huashan, and he could not conjure a task to acquire spirit stones out of thin air. Furthermore, if Luo Chen utilized his transformation talent to become the 5 elements Taoist to retrieve the spirit stone, without the fail-safe spatial transportation capability, the risk of his true identity being discovered would significantly rise. Caution is the creed that Luo Chen lives by. Nevertheless, this situation would surely improve in time. Now that Luo Chen has awakened his transformation talent, it is possible he may awaken spatial abilities in the future as well. Soon, the other party sent over 2 large files. Luo Chen clicked to download, and then opened the files to begin reading. Is this the advanced martial arts from the Special Operations Bureau? At first glance, Luo Chen indeed found it somewhat profound and difficult to comprehend. After a moment of contemplation, he snapped his fingers. A blue mist instantly enveloped Luo Chen's figure, and moments later, the mist dissipated, revealing the martial artist in his place. This made comprehension considerably easier. With the martial artist's innate talent of being proficient in all martial arts, learning martial skills yields substantial enhancements. Coupled with the purple skill Jian Shinbu Huai, which grants him acute self-awareness, he could immediately grasp how to apply the concepts from the martial arts to himself upon seeing them. Consequently, Luo Chen quickly mastered this advanced martial art. He retrieved his phone from the void and glanced at the martial artist's panel. A new skill had prominently appeared in the skill bar. Skill: Lu Jun Si Hen. Quality: Purple. Current level: LV1. Effect: Profound and unfathomable. Akin to the boundless high-level martial arts. It can be executed with most weapons and can also be performed unarmed. It consists of 4 moves, each with distinct effects. When the skill level reaches LV5 or above, the special effect Hate to the Bone will be unlocked. Attacks will possess a penetrating effect, making it easier to breach enemy defenses and inflict internal damage. When the skill level reaches LV10, the special effect This Hate is Endless will be unlocked. Inflicted wounds will carry a trace of spiritual energy, making them difficult to eliminate, significantly reducing the enemy's healing efficacy. Remark: a martial skill created by the Special Operations Bureau's natural enemy, Lu Nantian, known for its explosive power and ruthless techniques, as venomous as hatred itself. Second remark: 1 Hate. The sky has no rings. 2 Hates. The earth has no handles. 3 hates. Finding a confidant is hard. For hates. The heights are unbearably cold. Chapter 55. Spirit Exploration Within the Dark Training Space. Luo Chen sat cross-legged. He fully operated the Yangqi Ju. As external spiritual energy continuously flowed into his limbs and bones, ultimately converging in his dantian. As time passed, Luo Chen's aura grew increasingly potent, reaching a pinnacle. Soon, as the surrounding darkness dissipated and the familiar scene of home returned, he slowly opened his eyes. At last, he had advanced to the late stage of the first tier. Since concluding communications with the Special Operations Bureau and acquiring martial skills and cultivation insights, Luo Chen had immersed himself completely in cultivation over the past few days. Now, both of his avatars had broken through to the 3rd tier, resulting in a substantial leap in strength. Unfortunately, the white cultivation cards from ordinary shops no longer offered significant enhancements for his avatars. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous, as Luo Chen's true body was still at the 1st tier level, allowing him to effectively utilize these cultivation cards to boost his own strength. This was also the reason behind the rapid advancement of his true body's cultivation. Upon picking up his mobile phone, he opened the panel to review his data. Avatar Lord. Physique, 17. Agility, 18. Spiritual power, 17. Mental strength, 14. Skills. Ancient martial arts, LV7. Insight, LV3. Lightness skill, LV3. Lion's Roar, LV1. Mind's Eye, LV2. 5 Elements spell, LV4. Basic formation, LV2. True fire, LV1. Equipment. None. Talent. Ever-changing. Strength evaluation. Late stage of 1st rank, alas. It is regrettable that the levels of these skills still leave much to be desired, Luo Chen sighed softly. Although he could indeed inherit a portion of the skill knowledge from his avatar during its use, it was not a complete transfer. If one were to draw an analogy, it would be akin to writing forcefully in a notebook. The pressure would leave a faint imprint on the 2nd page. Yet it could never be as clear as that on the 1st. Naturally, using skills repeatedly in avatar form was tantamount to persistently writing with force, and thus, the impressions left would gradually become clearer, accelerating the mastery of these skills by the original body. Luo Chen exited Wanqian Huashan recently. He had not come across any new secret exploration tasks or real-world missions, and the 3 daily tasks would not refresh until the following month, leaving him with rare leisure time. He opened the browser to check the latest news. Suddenly, a piece of sensational news caught his attention. Zhao Kuan, founder of the Kuan Yuan Group, has recently been embroiled in a scandal involving multiple illegal transactions and connections with various nefarious individuals. He has even been linked to criminal activities and has since been taken into custody by the police. In light of this news, the stock price of Kuan Yuan Group has plummeted. Below are analyses from relevant experts. So it is that Kuan Yuan Group. As a local from Li City, Luo Chen was naturally aware of this group. Previously, while playing VR games with Zhao Zizai, even the store manager had mentioned this group. He skimmed through the news articles when his gaze suddenly fixed on an image. Zhao Kuan, handcuffed, was being escorted to a police car, flanked by figures in black trench coats who appeared somewhat familiar. It is the Special Task Force, Luo Chen murmured to himself, indicating that the case was related to extraordinary individuals. This was to be expected. With the unprecedented resurgence of spiritual energy, society as a whole would inevitably undergo significant upheaval. Those who are wealthy and powerful, if they do not wish to lose their standing during this transformation, will undoubtedly seek ways to involve themselves. Yet, in their haste for quick success, it is difficult to ensure that some will not become entangled with sinister matters, ultimately leading to their invitation to tea by the Special Task Force, which could be deemed a consequence of their own actions. At that moment, his phone vibrated, and Luo Chen received a message from Zhao Zizai. Zhao Zizai, do you really believe in the existence of the supernatural? For instance, ghosts or monsters? Luo Chen glanced at it and quickly typed back. Luo Chen, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhao Zizai replied promptly. I recently joined a paranormal forum filled with enthusiasts who are tirelessly collecting news on this subject. Do you know what I came across? Although information domestically is limited, many reports from overseas have gone viral. Some individuals can breathe fire, some can enslave spirits, and others can retrieve objects from a distance. Extraordinary human events are becoming increasingly common. I spent the entire day on this forum, and it has greatly shaken my worldview. How do you know it? ISNT AI-generated videos? Luo Chen typed. Impossible, you don't doubt my discernment, do you? Zhao Zizai responded, then sent another message, letting you know that not only abroad, but there are also many circulating stories domestically. Just the other day, a monster appeared on the commercial street in Li City, causing significant destruction. Many people reported seeing soldiers present. However, it was too chaotic at the time, and there were not many credible witnesses. The official statement claimed it was a case of a mentally ill person causing harm, but many heard a tremendous roar that did not resemble anything a human could produce. I certainly know. Luo Chen looked at the message, feeling speechless. I was the one who dealt with that monster. He had been preoccupied with his training and had not paid much attention to the official reports. The official statement suggesting it was a mentally ill person? That assertion was not entirely unfounded. That kind of frenzied beast who could argue against it being classified as a form of insanity. Enough of this. What exactly do you intend to do? Luo Chen inquired. What are your plans moving forward? No, I am fully prepared. Zhao Zizai replied. I have made arrangements with several forum members to explore a supposedly haunted house tomorrow night. The location is on the outskirts of Li City, where there are rumors of ghostly happenings, with reports of eerie cries that are particularly unsettling, suspected to be haunted. I intend to investigate. No way, buddy. Luo Chen could no longer contain himself and quickly typed. What are you thinking? Are you serious? I am absolutely certain. Zhao Zizai's determination was unwavering. This question has tormented me all day, and I must see for myself if ghosts truly exist. You are being reckless. Luo Chen exclaimed in astonishment. So you are telling me all this because you want me to join you? I am not going. Please, I beg you, Dad. Zhao Zizai shamelessly resorted to the ultimate brotherly tactic. Fine, if you are calling me Dad, what else can I say? I will accompany you. Luo Chen replied. Setting down his phone, Luo Chen sighed. After all, Zhao Zizai was one of his few friends, and he could not simply stand by and watch him venture into danger alone. If that rumored haunted house turned out to be merely an ordinary residence, then they could consider it a fun outing with a friend. However, if there were indeed ghosts, Luo Chen could protect him and prevent any mishap. As for his own safety, Luo Chen was not particularly concerned, not to mention that he was already at the late stage of the first rank. And with such an impressive array of skills and equipment, one could boldly assert that he was unmatched within this tier. Even if he encountered entities beyond this stage, he possessed the ability to transform, allowing him to directly morph into a third-rank avatar, providing the creatures with a taste of what true surprise entails. Nonetheless, even so, it might not be entirely secure. Luo Chen retrieved the luck die that he had just drawn from the warehouse. This die appeared quite ordinary, a standard six-sided die. Unremarkable in any way, failing to reveal its status as a golden item on par with treasure. Luo Chen tossed it into the air with force. The die spun several times before returning to his palm. Opening his hand, he saw the vivid red 4 facing up. 4 points, a turn of fortune. What good luck? Luo Chen's eyes brightened. Chapter 56. Outside the haunted house as night fell, on the outskirts of Li City, the darkened sky enveloped the land, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. With only the flickering yellow streetlights casting dim light, the house stood quietly within this environment, resembling a lurking beast, the atmosphere ominously chilling. At this moment, 2 uninvited guests arrived. Good buddy, I knew you could be relied upon. Zhao Zizai expressed his gratitude, patting Luo Chen on the shoulder. All right, since you've called me father, I have no choice. Luo Chen sighed, raising his gaze forward. How did you find this place? I stumbled upon a supernatural thread on a forum. Zhao Zizai explained. People were discussing it, and the rumors were quite vivid. There were even invitations for companions to explore together. I noticed the location was in Lichang, so I followed the lead. Luo Chen silently cursed. What audacity. He opened his mind's eye, scanning the eerie, abandoned ancient residence. He detected no ghostly aura nor anything amiss. It appeared to be an ordinary house. This was, of course, expected. If anomalies were so easily discerned, the special task force would have eradicated this location long ago. By the way, what preparations did you make for this spirit exploration? Luo Chen turned to Zhao Zizai. Surely you didn't impulsively decide to see if ghosts exist without any preparations, did you? Of course not. I made thorough preparations, Zhao Zizai replied, removing a jade talisman from around his neck. Look at this. It's said to be a highly effective protective charm that can ward off evil and misfortune, ensuring that no ghostly entities can get near. Luo Chen looked up to see the talisman radiating a gentle luminescence. From his perspective, the light exhibited clear fluctuations, unmistakably confirming its authenticity. Wow, it's the real deal, he thought, somewhat surprised. With his keen perception, he realized that this talisman could likely deter even the most common first-tier specter, and even a late-stage first-tier entity would require considerable effort to breach its defenses. Where did Zhao Zizai acquire such an item? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Luo Chen's gaze shifted, and he noticed that Zhao Zizai had flipped the talisman over, revealing 5 bold characters inscribed on it. Serve the people. What is this? Luo Chen could not suppress his curiosity and asked. Isn't a protective charm supposed to bear inscriptions like safe travels or peaceful journey? What is this? Where did you get it? Oh, my mother works at a state-owned enterprise, Zhao Zizai explained. Her workplace has been conducting some internal activities recently that respect tradition and keep pace with the times. They've distributed quite a few odd items that are said to bring good fortune and ward off evil. This talisman is one of them. Now I see, Luo Chen mused. It was astonishing news that the special task force could mass-produce such useful items. This fellow seemed either remarkably wise or just fortunate to have stumbled upon the genuine article. Luo Chen retrieved an object from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Zizai. Take this. You should carry the talisman along with my charm. A charm? Zhao Zizai was taken aback, glancing at the charm with some confusion, unable to discern anything particularly special about it. I specifically sought this from a temple. If we encounter any ghosts, it might actually prove useful, Luo Chen casually remarked. Of course, this was a fabrication. The charm was crafted before his arrival, utilizing his transformation into a Wuxing Taoist to create it with his talisman skill. The materials were simple, derived from the blood of various beasts he had obtained from the secret realm, effectively recycling waste. The charm he gave to Zhao Zizai could withstand a strike from a beginning second-tier entity. Meanwhile, Luo Chen himself carried 5 or 6 charms, including the concealment charm, which obscures one's presence, the protective charm for defense, and the dispel charm, which shatters illusions, among others. This was mainly a precaution. Should they encounter a particularly powerful specter, Luo Chen might not even have the chance to transform. He could use the charms to buy time. However, he believed such a scenario was unlikely. It was better to be prepared. His current strategy involved keeping his identities as Luo Chen and as a member of the mysterious organization completely separate, ensuring no overlap. Being discovered as an extraordinary individual by the Special Task Force was one issue. Being linked to the Spirit Hunting Society was another. Luo Chen had no criminal record, making him a model citizen. Even if his identity as an extraordinary being were revealed, the Special Task Force was not the kind to apprehend or execute upon citing an extraordinary individual. They were more likely to seek to placate and recruit, so the stakes were not too high. However, if connections were made to the Spirit Hunting Society, which had caused notable disturbances in the secret realm, detection by the Special Task Force could lead to heightened scrutiny, monitoring, questioning, lie detection, and even mind-reading techniques. Thus, he preferred to avoid using his transformation ability unless absolutely necessary. Nonetheless, Luo Chen was not overly concerned about the worst-case scenario, especially since he had utilized the luck dice before coming. He had rolled a 4 for fortune turning, which could positively enhance his luck. This was undoubtedly the key factor in his confidence to venture out, without a doubt. Zhao Zizai flipped through the charms, his expression filled with confusion as he failed to grasp their significance. Weren't you dismissive of such things? Why the sudden turn to seeking divine intervention? A peculiar gaze met him from Luo Chen. What are you looking at me like that for? Luo Chen withdrew his gaze, feeling somewhat exasperated. He had initially thought Zhao Zizai had sensed some secret of his, but it turned out the latter was completely unaware and had simply dragged him along. Don't worry about it. Just carry it, Luo Chen said, then turned to scan the surroundings. You mentioned you had arranged to explore with others? Where are they? All right. Zhao Zizai responded, glancing around and then checking his phone. After a moment, he awkwardly looked up. The people I invited seemed to have all said they couldn't make it. Luo Chen was momentarily speechless. Then let's head back. Oh, come on. We've come all this way. We can't just turn back now, Zhao Zizai protested. Why don't we take a look inside ourselves? You would definitely be the first expendable character in a horror film, Luo Chen thought sarcastically. But soon he began to ponder. Zhao Zizai had been his good friend since childhood. He was not foolish, so it was unusual for him to stubbornly insist on exploring in such circumstances. Could it be the influence of the luck dice? Was there something beneficial for him hidden within this residence? After a brief contemplation and calculation, Luo Chen deemed the risks manageable and nodded. All right then, I'll accompany you for a bit. With their agreement settled, the two stepped into the ominous ancient residence. At the same time, within the ancient residence, in a narrow attic on the rooftop, a figure meditating seemed to sense the presence of newcomers entering the house, opening their eyes in delight. Chapter 57. Lu Yin finally. The trap has been set. Lu Yin, situated in the cramped attic, displayed a glimmer of joy on her face. Her demeanor was no longer that of the elegant, wealthy woman in a cheapao from a week prior at the hotel. Now, she wore ordinary, inexpensive clothing, her face grimy and somewhat disheveled, appearing utterly haggard. To evade the pursuit of the Special Task Force, she had been hiding here for a full week. Previously, after the ghost bus was destroyed by an unknown extraordinary being, everything she had said to Zhao Kuan at the hotel was a complete fabrication, mere words to placate. The methods of the special task force were ever evolving. How could the owner of an ordinary company possibly manage to clean up such a mess entirely? Lu Yin repeatedly proclaimed her intention to depart from Lichang, having anticipated that Zhao Kuan would be discovered, thus deliberately releasing a smokescreen to confuse the special task force. In truth, she was acutely aware of the principle of darkness beneath the light and had not left the city at all. Instead, she had taken refuge in a prearranged hiding place. Henceforth, Lu Yin remained behind closed doors, waiting quietly for the storm to pass. A classic escape route for a seasoned civilian extraordinary being who had dealt with the special task force for so long. With a single hand, Lu Yin formed a seal to cast a spell, conjuring a reflective water mirror before her. She raised her gaze to discern who had entered the residence. Alas, since hiding here, her sustenance of food and water was barely manageable. Unfortunately, the cultivation method Lu Yin practiced was peculiar, belonging to the external path of soul devouring, requiring the consumption of souls to sustain and enhance her powers. Previously, with the backing of wealthy patrons like Zhao Kuan, she effortlessly gathered wandering souls under the pretext of ghostly public transport. Now, however, she dared not venture outside for fear of being discovered by patrolling members of the special task force, thus losing such advantageous conditions. Nonetheless, this predicament did not daunt Lu Yin. She quickly devised a plan to subtly disseminate various indistinguishable rumors on paranormal forums frequented by non-extraordinary individuals, fabricating a plethora of eerie ghost stories about her hiding place, akin to fishing, specifically designed to lure in those intrigued by the supernatural. Consequently, even if these individuals went missing, should the special task force investigate, she could easily stage the scene to resemble a tragic encounter with a genuine ghost, allowing her to vacate the area promptly. In this way, not only would she avoid arousing the suspicions and subsequent inquiries of the special task force, but she would also procure the souls she required, reaping abundant benefits. Look, has this not attracted two oblivious enthusiasts to investigate? Lu Yin widened her eyes, meticulously distinguishing the features of the two individuals in the water mirror. They appeared to be university students, quite youthful, fitting Lu Yin's stereotype of such paranormal enthusiasts. The one in the lead was tall and slightly plump, with bright eyes. Lu Yin nodded to herself, having self-studied some physiognomy. She could tell at a glance that this person was vigorous and full of life, suggesting his soul would be of high quality and thus quite beneficial to consume. A glance at the other revealed a strikingly handsome figure with delicate features, yet apart from his looks, he was otherwise unremarkable and not worth further attention. In Lu Yin's perception, neither of these individuals possessed any cultivation, clearly just ordinary people. Phew, what good fortune! Lu Yin could not help but exhale in relief, grateful that it was such common folk who had arrived. Had it been members of the special task force, she would have had to flee in haste. For someone like Lu Yin, who traversed various gray areas as a civilian extraordinary being, the lives of ordinary people were of little consequence, viewed merely as materials and resources, devoid of any compassion. However, caution is the mother of safety. After a moment's hesitation, she contemplated. Although she had deliberately sought out websites where ordinary people congregated and refrained from posting her fabricated ghost stories on extraordinary forums, she had not been foolish enough to invite trouble upon herself. Still, there was a chance that such information might attract the attention of genuine extraordinary beings, thus necessitating a subtle probe. At this moment, Luo Chen had just joined forces with Zhao Zizai, together pushing open the slightly ajar door of the ancient residence. When his gaze flickered slightly, it seemed someone was watching him. He immediately activated his spiritual sight, scanning the surroundings, and soon detected a fleeting wave of concealed magical energy. Luo Chen felt a slight shock within. Could it be that someone was indeed inside this ancient abode, observing him? However, lurking in an abandoned residence at such a late hour was hardly indicative of good intentions. It was likely yet another practitioner of the external path he had encountered before, recalling the wandering murderer he had previously dispatched, as well as the cultist who harvested children's spiritual energy for cultivation. Luo Chen's expression darkened, and a chill of murderous intent washed over him. Yet, he did not allow it to surface. With the enemy concealed in himself in the light, and without knowledge of the opponent's precise location, even if he were to reveal himself, he would still be unable to locate them. Luo Chen silently mused. Fishing is indeed the way to go. He suddenly felt fortunate to have casually brought along a breath-concealing talisman that could mask his presence entirely, allowing him to appear as an ordinary individual. Now was the time to showcase his acting skills. He glanced at Zhao Zizai beside him, noticing that since they had opened the door, the latter had been trembling slightly, his eyes wide with apprehension, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Such palpable fear was unmistakably genuine, not a mere act. Luo Chen nodded inwardly, with this fellow providing cover. Perhaps he could draw out the hidden observer. He turned to Zhao Zizai and inquired, "Hey, brother, I'm still quite curious. Why exactly did you bring me here?" "Oh, I just noticed how well you played that VR combat game," Zhao Zizai replied, scratching his head awkwardly. "I saw online that high-level players can usually hold their own against 10 in reality. I thought you could protect me." Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. "What does martial prowess have to do with ghost hunting? Ghosts might not be intimidated by such things." "Come on, don't say that." Zhao Zizai's face paled, his voice tinged with a whimper, clearly terrified. "I just came to have some fun. Maybe it's all just rumors after all. Do you want to see a real ghost or not?" "So much for being brave." Luo Chen scoffed, turning on his flashlight to scan the surroundings. They were currently standing in the hall of the ancient residence. Dust lay thick upon the floor, and stepping upon it sent up a cloud, suggesting that it had been ages since anyone had been there. Cobwebs crisscrossed the beams, and several dusty old lamps hung precariously in midair. In the corner lay a pile of dilapidated tables and chairs, appearing as if they would collapse upon contact. Where to next? Luo Chen turned to inquire of Zhao Zizai. Zhao Zizai pondered briefly before responding. "I've heard that the sounds of crying ghosts often emanate from upstairs. Shall we head up and take a look?" "That works." As they approached the staircase, both halted in their tracks, having spotted a faint glow flickering above, reminiscent of candlelight, appearing exceedingly eerie in such an environment. Chapter 58. The appearance there's a ghost. Zhao Zizai cried out in terror. "Ghost? Nonsense, that's someone." Luo Chen gently tapped Zhao Zizai on the back of the head, deriding, "I've heard of ghosts blowing out lamps. But have you ever seen a ghost lighting candles for illumination? This has to be someone trying to create a ruse." At this moment, Luo Chen deliberately feigned a skeptical demeanor, aiming to lure out the hidden extraordinary being within the residence. He had crafted a persona of someone who was exceedingly brave and disbelieving of the supernatural, a classic trope found in various horror films. "Right?" Zhao Zizai stammered nervously. "Let us go up and find out." Luo Chen grasped Zhao Zizai's arm and began ascending the stairs, reassuring him. "Those ghost stories you mentioned earlier were all quite outrageous. It seems likely that someone is merely playing tricks, spinning tales to deceive others." They climbed the staircase, arriving on the second floor. The second floor was an exceedingly vast hall, and the sight before them caused both to inhale sharply in surprise. The room was shrouded in dim light, utterly devoid of any adornments, save for a wooden coffin placed squarely in the center. Upon the coffin, 7 white candles were arranged in a particular order. These candles burned quietly, emitting a greenish glow, distinct from ordinary candlelight, creating an eerily surreal atmosphere. Luo Chen furrowed his brows slightly, discreetly surveying the arrangement atop the coffin. It appeared to be a form of corpse refining technique. Drawing upon his foundational knowledge of formations, he swiftly deduced that the candles, along with the runes inscribed on the coffin, collectively formed a formation capable of drawing the surrounding spiritual energy into the coffin. In a sense, this could be considered a method of nurturing corpses. However, the rank of this formation was not high, and the strength of the reanimated corpse would likely be limited to the mid-tier of the first rank at best. Zhao Zizai continued to tremble, the terror in his eyes gradually spreading. In such an atmosphere, it was entirely natural for his fear and anxiety to swell. For this was an unmistakably authentic space imbued with an otherworldly aura, in stark contrast to the mere illusions crafted within haunted houses. Luo Chen feigned a grave expression and spoke with a false calmness. "Indeed, this is merely a ruse. Did I not say so? It is clearly a contrivance designed to frighten us." Observing Zhao Zizai turn with a shiver, his gaze filled with uncertainty, Luo Chen continued his analysis. "Consider this arrangement. It is nothing more than a deliberate ploy to make us believe that a corpse lies within the coffin. Yet, in actuality, cremation is now the norm. Where would such a multitude of corpses come from? Even if there were a corpse, how could such a coffin conceal its odor? Even in the absence of decay, there should be a scent of preservatives, should there not? This is clearly intended to instill fear. Is that so?" Zhao Zizai's lips twitched, evidently still frightened. "Oh, do not doubt me." Luo Chen, as if affronted by the skepticism, suggested, "Let us open the coffin and unveil the truth." As he spoke, he took 2 steps forward, feigning an intention to open the coffin. However, the hem of his garment was suddenly seized by Zhao Zizai, who implored, "No, do not approach. Let us not look. We should leave." At that moment, both of their movements halted abruptly as a cacophony of sounds erupted from within the coffin. Listening intently for a moment, they realized that the sound emanated from within the coffin itself. Crack, crack, crack echoed, a hoarse and jarring noise, as if someone were clawing at the interior walls of the coffin with their nails, threatening to break free at any moment. What is that sound? No, this is not right, Zhao Zizai stammered, glancing at Luo Chen, only to find him retreating a couple of steps, casting a significant glance in his direction. Luo Chen then spoke rapidly. It seems the situation is rather precarious. Perhaps we should leave? In the attic, observing the scene through a water mirror, Lu Yin had significantly lowered her guard. However, these two individuals, one timid as a mouse and the other blustering yet cowardly, were hardly worthy of concern. Even if they were practitioners, they would surely be of the unremarkable sort, entirely beneath her consideration. A cold smirk crept across her lips as she enacted her spell. In an instant, the coffin erupted with a tremendous noise. Bang! A resounding blast accompanied the coffin lid being violently thrust open, splintered wood and debris scattering in all directions. A figure emerged, hand raised, breaking free from the coffin with an agility beyond that of an ordinary person, its vacant eyes fixed directly on Luo Chen and Zhao Zizai. The figure's complexion was deathly pale, exhibiting a ghastly gray hue, its skin marred by repulsive necrotic spots. It opened its cavernous mouth, revealing two sharp fangs, terrifyingly menacing. Mother of mercy! Zhao Zizai's spirit fled in terror, and he let out a piercing scream. Even in his panic, he instinctively reached into his pocket for the talisman Luo Chen had given him, said to be procured from a temple. Perhaps this charm truly possessed some efficacy. Did not films depict such scenarios? Yet Luo Chen's response was swifter. With the speed of lightning, he reached into Zhao Zizai's pocket, retrieving the protective charm and flinging it with force. The charm shot forth like an arrow, accurately embedding itself in the gaping mouth of the zombie. The zombie convulsed violently, as if seared by a branding iron, its body shuddering uncontrollably. Huh! Zhao Zizai stared in bewilderment as the zombie trembled in place. He was utterly dumbfounded. Was that charm not merely a trinket distributed by the organization? Did it truly possess power? What are you waiting for? Run! Luo Chen seized Zhao Zizai's arm and yanked him towards the staircase. Zhao Zizai stumbled but regained his footing, instinctively following Luo Chen's lead, muttering, "This charm actually works?" Luo Chen's pace was rapid, seemingly frantic, yet each step was deliberate, maintaining a speed just within the threshold of an ordinary person's full sprint. Their figures flashed in the stairwell as they dashed downwards, Zhao Zizai barely keeping his feet beneath him, the wind rushing past their ears. After a short sprint, however, Zhao Zizai sensed the wind abruptly cease, as if Luo Chen had suddenly halted. Gasping, he inquired, "Why have we stopped?" As soon as he spoke, Zhao Zizai slowly turned to look ahead, his breath catching in his throat as though his heart had momentarily ceased. The ancient door they had pushed open was now firmly shut. Before the door stood a figure, hands in pockets, blocking their escape. It was a woman clad in a plain t-shirt and jeans, her appearance unremarkable, with disheveled hair. Yet this very figure exuded an overwhelming sense of danger to Zhao Zizai. It was as if he had encountered a top-tier predator, rendering him utterly paralyzed. Lu Yin surveyed her chosen prey with keen interest, excitedly licking her lips. They were quick to react, yet regrettably, it would prove of little consequence. Lu Yin spoke with an air of nonchalance, her tone dripping with disdain. "In your next life. Remember that curiosity killed the cat, if you are granted a next life." As she spoke, her brow suddenly furrowed, her gaze shifting to the now smiling Luo Chen. "What are you smiling about? Have you been rendered foolish?" Chapter 59. The first battle of the true body. Lu Yan's brow was tightly knit, a flicker of uncertainty stirring within her. At this moment, she had already invoked her fear-inducing aura. This was a technique Lu Yan had employed countless times. Typically, ordinary individuals devoid of cultivation, whether they were tycoons or high-ranking officials, would be consumed by unrelenting terror under its influence, devoid of any means of resistance. Akin to a mouse encountering a cat, rendered utterly immobile. The young man before her, who appeared to possess some martial prowess, should have been incapable of withstanding her fear-inducing aura. Yet, why was he still able to smile? Meanwhile, Zhao Zizai's neck stiffened as he slowly turned to Luo Chen, his voice trembling. "Brother, do you have a plan? How can you still be smiling?" "Fear not, dear brother, I do have a plan," Luo Chen reassured him, patting his shoulder with a relaxed demeanor. "It is nothing. You simply need to take a nap and leave the rest to me." As soon as he finished speaking, he executed a swift and merciless strike with his fingertips, delivering a precise blow to the back of Zhao Zizai's neck. With the mastery of Gu Wushu skills that Luo Chen possessed, he exerted just the right amount of force, neither too much nor too little, rendering Zhao Zizai utterly incapable of resistance as he succumbed to unconsciousness. After all, Luo Chen had an abundance of means and hidden cards up his sleeve. The absence of a witness eliminated numerous concerns, and he could always offer compensation later if necessary. What was unfolding? Yen observed Luo Chen, who appeared self-assured yet exhibited peculiar behavior, and a sense of foreboding surged within her. In the next moment, her pupils constricted sharply. The young man before her was undergoing a dramatic shift in aura. Initial stage 1, mid-stage 1, late stage 1. A formidable presence began to emanate from his being. Luo Chen gradually dispersed the concealment of his aura, revealing his true strength. Late stage 1. Indeed, authentic. Damn it! Yen silently cursed, her heart racing with alarm. The composure she had moments ago dissipated in an instant. One who hunts geese may find themselves pecked in return. This individual's performance had deceived even her. She gazed at the young man's utterly nonchalant demeanor, as if he did not regard her at all, and her fury turned to ironic laughter. Did this mere late stage 1 truly consider her, a peak stage 1, inconsequential? Yen was now a wanted criminal of the Special Task Force, and she had initially thought it would be a simple matter of dealing with a few ordinary individuals, completely unprepared and exposing her identity before him. The situation had escalated to one of life and death. If the Special Task Force discovered she was still in Lichang, her predicament would surely become perilous. With this thought, Yen's murderous intent intensified. Very well, I shall see how a novice, whose cultivation is inferior to mine, can protect an ordinary person while contending with me. Yen spoke coldly, channeling her spiritual energy and raising her hand. In an instant, dozens of paper figures soared from behind her like a swarm of locusts, descending upon Luo Chen. This was her prized killing move. Each paper figure was meticulously crafted through a special ritual, impervious to water and fire, and resistant to blades. Once struck by them, even an elephant would likely be torn to shreds in no time. Heh! Luo Chen smiled faintly, naturally dismissing his adversary. Before engaging in the spirit realm, he had prepared himself for encounters with enemies of the second stage, envisioning foes that compelled him to transform. Now, seeing the opponent reveal herself as merely a peak stage 1, he felt rather disinterested. However, this was fortuitous, as it would mark his first extraordinary battle using his true form, allowing him to test his combat capabilities and various skills. Luo Chen focused his energy, drawing upon his internal forces, and unleashed a thunderous roar. This technique was none other than the lion's roar. He had drawn it from a stroke of fate several days prior, but in the secret realm, he had yet to find an opportune moment to utilize it. The foes faced within the secret realm, be it weak demonic beasts or corrupted spirits, had not warranted its application. Unexpectedly, he would employ it in his true form first. The resounding sound waves surged forth like a tsunami, infused with considerable magical energy, crashing down upon the swarm of paper figures. The paper figures, akin to locusts, seemed to encounter pesticide, their magical energy dissipating under the force of the roar, plummeting to the ground like rain, their spiritual glow extinguished. Yen, caught off guard, bore the full brunt of the lion's roar. She was momentarily dazed, her ears ringing, as if struck by a concussion grenade, causing her to stagger. Such poor battle experience? Not even a shield? A flicker of doubt crossed Luo Chen's mind. Among extraordinary beings, aside from those who specifically trained their physical bodies, most only cultivated spiritual energy, resulting in slightly stronger physicality than ordinary individuals, yet still limited. Thus, seasoned extraordinary beings typically instinctively activated protective barriers, safeguarding themselves to avoid unforeseen mishaps. Luo Chen had observed members of the Special Task Force, such as Ren Bing during their encounter with the aberrant dragon beast, and Li Xianshan during secret realm explorations, all employing such tactics. Naturally, he had followed suit. Yet this woman before him appeared unfamiliar with such techniques. Little did he know that individuals like Yen, as unconventional extraordinary beings, possessed ample experience in reconnaissance, evasion, and ambush, but had few encounters in genuine combat against other extraordinary beings. Luo Chen, accustomed to high-stakes battles, could not fathom this. While contemplating these matters, his actions remained unhesitating. Luo Chen stepped forward, employing lightness skills, darting ahead and launching a punch with no mercy, aimed directly at her face. If this punch were to land, Yen's head would undoubtedly burst like a watermelon. At this critical juncture, a jade pendant suddenly flew from Yen's pocket, exuding a faint glow and intercepting Luo Chen's fist. Crack! The once solid jade shattered. Yet it successfully delayed Luo Chen's strike for a moment, granting Yen precious time to recover from her daze. She hastily exhaled, unleashing a beam of black light that sliced through the air, pushing Luo Chen back and allowing her a brief moment to catch her breath. Yen gasped for air, clearly still reeling from that perilous and lethal exchange. The disdain that had once graced her features had vanished, her gaze now sharpened. How could this be? What manner of creature is this? Chapter 60. The death of Lu Yen. Lu Yen never anticipated that the young man opposite her, seemingly youthful, would exhibit the combat prowess of one who had endured countless battles, displaying an alarming level of experience. His strikes were like thunder, fierce and seasoned. A moment's distraction nearly led to her demise. Had it not been for the auto-defensive ability of the black jade pendant she carried, which sensed danger and flew to intercept, she would now be headless, lifeless on the ground. Lu Yen repressed her earlier contempt, tensing her entire being. This was her long-awaited, genuine, extraordinary battle, allowing for no mistakes. Ah, truly a miscalculation. I see now you are a body cultivator. Lu Yen fixed her gaze on Luo Chen, her internal energy coiling, noting his formidable physique and speed. Astonished at how deeply he had concealed his true abilities. Not a body cultivator, Luo Chen replied honestly. The cultivation method he practiced, Yangqi Ju, provided no enhancement to his physical form. Other attributes, such as strength, agility, and even mental acuity, were purely the result of resource investment. Employing various enhancement materials through Myriad Avatars. Why not become a versatile warrior if given the chance? Ah, still attempting to deceive me at this juncture? Lu Yen spat venomously. If you were truly a body cultivator, it would have spared me considerable effort, yet you are about to meet your end. What is this fellow rambling about? Luo Chen furrowed his brow. In truth, he could have eliminated Lu Yen outright. When she hastily unleashed an attack to repel him, he could have opted to endure it with a protective talisman and then closed in for the final blow. However, his primary objective at present is to hone his combat techniques through practical experience, testing his own fighting capabilities rather than merely seeking victory. If that were the case, Luo Chen could simply transform into a martial artist, wielding the Kong Long Jian to smash his opponent's skull, which would be far more straightforward. Lu Yen opened her mouth and expelled several beams of black light identical to those from before, their trajectories exceedingly peculiar as they swiftly surged towards Luo Chen, sealing off all avenues for his evasion. Ah, so this is what she meant. Luo Chen's spiritual eye suddenly opened, and everything around him seemed to slow down. His heightened sixth sense, enhanced by the spiritual eye, vaguely warned him that it would be best not to come into contact with these black beams. Is it poison? Or perhaps a curse? Regardless, it matters not. With a decisive step, Luo Chen's figure flickered as if a mere illusion. Just as the black light was about to reach him, he deftly twisted his body, evading all of it without even a hint of contact. He actually dodged it? How could his reflexes be so swift? Lu Yen was momentarily taken aback, contemplating another attempt to unleash her spell, only to see her opponent take a deep breath. His cheeks puffing out. Huh, you think to employ the same trick again? Such tactics will not work on me a second time. Lu Yen thought to herself with a cold smirk, immediately channeling her spiritual energy to quickly form a layer of protective shield around her body. To prevent being stunned again by that roar, she deliberately thickened the layers of spiritual energy around her ears, convinced she was now invulnerable. Once that lion's roar is unleashed, I will seize the moment while you recover your breath and deploy the black needle again. I refuse to believe you can evade it once more. She plotted internally. Luo Chen observed Lu Yan's actions intently, a trace of derision flashing across his face. And then he forcefully expelled a massive white beam that shot from his mouth like an enraged dragon, hurtling towards Lu Yan. The Jinxing technique, Gung Jin Sha Qi. What? A flicker of disbelief crossed Lu Yan's eyes, but there was no time to react. The white beam struck her squarely in the chest, sending her flying like a tossed ball, crashing against the wall, with cracks spreading out like a spider's web. Lu Yan's face turned ashen, devoid of blood, as she violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering severe internal injuries. What a pity, the elemental technique of my true body still lacks a bit of finesse. Had it been executed by the 5 elements Taoist incarnation, even with the same amount of spiritual energy, it would undoubtedly have pierced through. Luo Chen mused to himself. Cough. Cough, cough. Lu Yen coughed weakly, still attempting to channel her spiritual energy to counter the impending assault, only to find Luo Chen approaching her with calm composure. He spoke evenly. If you have any other tricks, feel free to use them. How dare you look down on me? Lu Yen was thoroughly enraged, gritting her teeth. Fine. You shall not regret this. She abruptly pulled out a blood-stained black flag from her pocket and hurled it away. A headless ghostly figure emerged from the flag, taking shape. The specter stood at about 1.5 meters tall, resembling a child, yet the chilling aura it exuded was far from weak, causing the surrounding air to appear frosted and bone-chilling. This is actually a peak, first-tier ghost. But that is not all. Lu Yen bit her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood, which entered the headless specter. The ghost paused momentarily, then locked its invisible gaze onto Luo Chen. emanating a spine-chilling killing intent. Kill him for me. Luo Yan's breath grew increasingly labored, her complexion turning pale as she commanded, evidently sacrificing a great deal to control the ghost. Wait, what is this? Luo Chen perceived something through his spiritual eye, his gaze shifting. So it's you. He detected a familiar, invisible spiritual thread connecting the specter to the black flag, forming a peculiar link, reminiscent of the interactions between spirits and ghosts in the task of ghostly exchanges. What a narrow path for foes. Luo Chen's eyes widened, a flicker of fiery determination igniting within. He summoned his inner power, harmonizing his essence, energy, and spirit, and then expelled a radiant fireball from his mouth, targeting the oncoming headless specter. The previously formidable specter melted away like ice under the scorching sun, dissipating rapidly in the face of the Three Realms' true fire, as if it had encountered its natural nemesis. The Three Realms' true fire is a force of utmost yang, specifically designed to vanquish the yin and evil. Luo Chen's physique and spirit vastly exceeded that of a typical late-stage first-tier extraordinary being, amplifying its power further. Thus, even though the ghost was formidable, it was utterly obliterated. How is this possible? Luo Yan exclaimed in shock, her face a mask of disbelief. Yet, she soon found herself too weak to utter another word. Luo Yan felt her spirit waver, darkness clouding her vision as the backlash from the ghost's destruction severely injured her. She could no longer support her body, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Is she dead just like that? Luo Chen was briefly taken aback, clearly not expecting her to be so fragile. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After sustaining a blow capable of inflicting significant internal injury, expending blood to summon a ghost, and then suffering the backlash from the ghost's annihilation, she was hardly a robust, resilient cultivator. It would be strange if she survived. What a pity, I didn't get to enjoy it fully. Luo Chen clicked his tongue, a hint of lingering regret in his tone. Chapter 61. Dragon skin paper. Reflecting on the entire battle, Luo Chen felt he had performed quite admirably. Although his opponent possessed slightly superior cultivation, her lack of combat experience and lower skill levels ultimately led to her downfall. Luo Chen turned to Zhao Zizai, who lay sprawled on the ground in a peaceful slumber, clearly still unconscious. Did I strike too hard? Luo Chen murmured to himself in contemplation. Given the multitude of secrets he harbored, he wished to avoid unnecessary complications and risks. Thus he had decisively knocked Zhao Zizai unconscious. As for Zhao Zizai's safety, Luo Chen was completely unconcerned. He had previously given Zhao Zizai a protective talisman, strong enough to withstand an early-stage second-tier attack. With the capabilities of that unknown outsider, breaking through the talisman's barrier would undoubtedly require a significant amount of time. With such time at hand, Luo Chen could easily defeat her multiple times over. Unfortunately, due to the overwhelming pressure and threat he exerted, the opponent had no opportunity to target Zhao Zizai, rendering the talisman unused and merely decorative. There remains some time before he awakens, which is just enough to tidy up the scene. This ancient residence is situated on the outskirts of Licheng, presumably a location difficult for the special task force to patrol. Otherwise, Luo Yan would not have concealed herself here for so long. The recent skirmish concluded rather quickly, with both parties possessing relatively weak cultivation, making it unlikely to attract the attention of the special task force. Nonetheless, Luo Chen still intended to undertake the most basic measures to handle the scene. His method was simple. He would directly store the core evidence of the incident, the outsider's corpse, into his storage. Since materials from the beasts within the secret realm could be stored, there was no reason that a human body could not be accommodated. If Luo Chen were to expend a massive amount of mana in a frenzied assault to obliterate the evidence, it would likely be insufficient, leaving behind ashes that could very well serve as clues. However, once stored in the repository, there was little left to worry about. Luo Chen stepped forward, approaching the lifeless body sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, his gaze narrowed as he noticed the t-shirt worn by the figure, slightly torn from the recent skirmish, revealing an unnatural black mark. Wait, is this a layer of the clothing? Recalling that his Jinxing technique had failed to penetrate the opponent's chest, Luo Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Could it be that it was not a matter of his insufficient skill in Jinxing? After some contemplation, he advanced, extending his right hand. Luo Chen summoned his magical power, forming a robust barrier of spiritual energy in his hand, and then grasped the peculiar area, pulling it outward. In his hand appeared a piece of ancient beast hide paper. It seemed to have been skinned from some lizard-like creature, still adorned with delicate and hard scales. The hide was predominantly black, devoid of any intricate patterns, yet emanated an aura of ancient savagery. What is this? After a brief reflection, Luo Chen stored it in the repository. Subsequently, he took out his phone and opened the Wanqian Huashan to examine it. Dragon skin paper. Quality: purple. Type: item. Effect: extremely durable. This dragon skin paper, treated through special means, possesses an exceptionally resilient texture, making it impervious to most attacks below the 3rd tier, and can be preserved for an extraordinarily long time. Note: this piece of dragon skin paper is from a very ancient era, seemingly concealing a special secret. If any blood from a dragon species is applied to it, the secret will be revealed. My goodness, what splendid luck. Luo Chen's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated that merely confronting a peak tier 1 minor creature would yield a purple quality item. Is this the allure of the fortune dice? Absolutely enamored. However, the pressing question now is, where exactly could he procure the blood of dragonkind? After a moment of thought, the first image that surfaced in his mind was that of the aberrant dragon species from the Guanglongji Zai. Had he known, he should have collected some blood from that dragon creature back then. Luo Chen mused, hoping to soon receive a task related to the dragon worshippers. He bent down to gather the remains and various odds and ends into his repository, then meticulously cleaned the scene, erasing all suspicious blood traces. Finally, Luo Chen activated a confusion talisman, thoroughly disrupting the surrounding aura to prevent detection and tracing. Having completed everything, he noticed Zhao Zizai was still unconscious. Seizing the opportunity, he hurriedly ascended the stairs to dispose of the zombie on the 2nd floor. Thereafter, Luo Chen swiftly searched the entire ancient residence. Soon, he discovered the hiding place of the other party in the cramped attic on the top floor. Opening the passage, Luo Chen darted up the stairs, surveying the area. It was clear that humans had once inhabited this space, as it contained some essential food, water, and various refuse. After rummaging through, he unearthed a book from a corner. Weidao Shi Huan Jing. Quality: blue. Type: technique. Effect: a technique for external cultivation, allowing one to absorb spiritual power by devouring souls to enhance one's cultivation. This technique is not limited by innate qualities, but its side effects may influence emotional states. It also strengthens many malevolent spells. Note: the creator appears to have penned this under conditions of scarce spiritual energy, resulting in a rather hasty and malevolent craft. While its cultivation speed is rapid, encountering a dead end is inevitable upon attempting to break through to the 3rd tier. This can be considered a meager gain. Luo Chen carefully stored the book. After surveying the surroundings to ensure nothing was overlooked, he returned to the 1st floor hall. He observed that Zhao Zizai's fingers had slightly twitched. Finally, he was about to awaken. Luo Chen sighed in relief. Zhao Zizai slowly regained consciousness, turning over and opening his eyes. The unfamiliar ceiling. Wait, this is not unfamiliar. It seems I'm still in the hall of that haunted residence. Startled, Zhao Zizai sprang up from the ground, frantically patting himself down to confirm he had all his limbs intact before gradually calming down. He found himself in a haze, unsure of what had just transpired. Suddenly, he caught sight of Luo Chen quietly standing beside him and hurriedly inquired, "Is it all over? What about that terrifying woman from earlier?" Luo Chen shrugged, responding with a hint of humor, "What do you think?" "I guess not." Zhao Zizai's mouth twitched in exasperation. He was no fool. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence, having experienced the preceding events, could discern some underlying truths. The Taoist talismans provided prior, the lightning-fast reactions to supernatural phenomena, the sudden appearance of the enigmatic woman, and Luo Chen, who not only exhibited no fear, but had also knocked him unconscious with a swift strike. All these actions finally led him to grasp an obvious reality. "So, what exactly are you now?" Zhao Zizai asked, gazing at Luo Chen with vacant eyes. "A superpower wielder? A cultivator? Or something else entirely?" "You may refer to me as an extraordinary being." Seeing that he could no longer conceal the truth, Luo Chen readily admitted it. Ancient civilizations often referred to such individuals as cultivators, yet according to the current Special Forces Bureau's definitions and official titles, they were indeed extraordinary beings. "Indeed," Zhao Zizai exclaimed, unable to hide his astonishment. "When did this happen?" Unable to contain his curiosity, he continued, "I was puzzled as to how you, someone who rarely engages in physical exercise, suddenly displayed such formidable combat skills. You managed to achieve a 20-win streak in Dao Jianjue on your very first attempt. I should have realized then." "Yes. It was just a little before that." Luo Chen nodded repeatedly. Zhao Zizai surveyed his surroundings again. Although Luo Chen had meticulously cleaned the scene, remnants of the battle, such as the spiderweb-like cracks on the walls, remained and could not be entirely eradicated. This made Zhao Zizai frown deeply. "Is this the aftermath of your fight with that woman?" "Wait, where is she? You aren't suggesting no, where are you thinking?" Luo Chen interjected. "I scared her off. Rest assured, she won't be returning." "Huh, do you think I believe your tall tales?" Zhao Zizai asked directly. Should we call the police? Surely. In this relatively stable society, a specialized response department must exist, right? Naturally, but there's no need to involve the police, Luo Chen replied. Everything has been dealt with. There will be no repercussions. I knew it. You must have cleaned up the scene while I was out cold, erasing all traces of blood and whatnot. Zhao Zizai thought to himself, but he understood that Luo Chen acted in legitimate self-defense. The woman's entrance and her words had radiated malice, leaving him unsettled even now. The worldview of Zhao Zizai and Luo Chen was distinctly divided. Luo Chen had experienced numerous extraordinary battles, and the death of an individual had become a mere commonplace occurrence. He did not even blink an eye. In contrast, Zhao Zizai maintained the demeanor of urban quotidian life, accustomed to a tranquil reality. At this moment, witnessing Luo Chen's jovial demeanor instilled a palpable fear within him, which was entirely understandable. Nevertheless, out of years of camaraderie, Zhao Zizai earnestly spoke. I will keep this matter confidential. It shall not be disclosed. After all, you saved my life. Luo Chen nodded, placing his faith in Zhao Zizai's integrity. After years of friendship, a modicum of trust was indeed present. He then reiterated, next time, refrain from wandering about recklessly. Your misfortune this time was merely due to encountering a nefarious practitioner who specializes in deception. Should I not be by your side next time? You may not be so fortunate. Zhao Zizai nodded in agreement, then glanced at Luo Chen, his gaze evasive as he hesitantly inquired. May I ask if it is possible for me to become like such extraordinary beings? Luo Chen, perceiving the intent behind his expression, nodded affirmatively, of course. If you desire it, I could indeed impart the method to you. However, you must understand that this is not something to be given lightly. Do you grasp my meaning? Should Zhao Zizai truly wish for it, Luo Chen was not averse to granting it. Yet, the only method he could provide would be the Yangqi Ju, as other techniques involving avatars were too sensitive to be revealed. The Yangqi Ju was particularly suited for novices, being balanced and harmonious, ensuring that even if Zhao Zizai were to practice alone, he would not encounter grave mishaps. As for the origin of the technique, it could easily be fabricated. It could be claimed to have been passed down through generations, discovered among parental belongings, purchased at a flea market, or found during a trip back home. Luo Chen could concoct numerous plausible excuses without difficulty. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Zizai inquired, how much? The expression on his face conveyed a sense of vulnerability, as if he were saying, I am ripe for the picking. Luo Chen responded with a figure that, even to Zhao Zizai's financial situation, was somewhat painful. Recently, Luo Chen had been preoccupied with the game Wanqian Huaxin, having ceased his side job of writing proposals to earn a living, leading to a precarious state of savings, making it an opportune moment to extract some funds from Zhao Zizai. Such a means of income was comparatively clean, safer than drawing funds from the Special Operations Bureau or seeking side jobs on the dark web for extraordinary practitioners. All right, I will transfer it to you when I return, Zhao Zizai replied, then asked, is there anything I need to pay attention to while cultivating this technique? Not at all. It is quite easy to practice. Luo Chen waved his hand dismissively. Should you have any questions, feel free to come to me. With that, the two fell into silence and subsequently exited the ancient residence, preparing to head home. On the way back, Luo Chen reflected on the current situation, ensuring that nothing was amiss before nodding to himself. Zhao Zizai had lost consciousness earlier and had not witnessed the specifics of the battle. He would likely deduce from the signs of destruction that he had triumphed through sheer combat skill, remaining oblivious to the enemy's true strength and particulars. Furthermore, when Luo Chen collected the dragon skin paper and dealt with the bodies, he had confirmed with his keen eye that Zhao Zizai was indeed unconscious, suggesting that there would be no further repercussions. The following morning, Luo Chen completed his training for the day and practiced a set of martial arts. After a brief rest, he picked up his phone and opened Wanqian Huaxin. Suddenly, an announcement popped up. Limited time mission. Rescue the hostage. Enemy type. Demon, heretic. Description. Ren Hu, the guardian of Yucheng, has gone missing following an attack by the Bailong sect. In a fit of rage, the Special Operations Bureau has launched an all-out search across the city, yet results have been elusive. Recently, a member of the Bailong sect appeared at the headquarters of the Yucheng Special Operations Bureau, demanding to meet with the person in charge, and brought along an encrypted computer. A special live broadcast is about to unfold. Mission objective: rescue the hostage Ren Hu from the Bailong sect's secret stronghold. Mission reward: 10 fate draw cards, 5,000 gold coins, 1 upgrade for the advanced shop. Will you accept the mission? Finally, it has arrived. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes. As he meticulously read the description, his brow furrowed gradually. Such a significant incident had occurred in Yucheng. The ability to kidnap a peak second-tier guardian suggested that a third-tier member of the Bai Long sect was involved. This was indeed astonishing news. After mulling it over for a moment, Luo Chen began to contemplate which avatar to deploy for battle. When it came to sheer power, the first choice was undoubtedly the Wuxing Daoren. With the magical artifact Wuxing Zhenling Zhu, innate affinity for the 5 elements, and the technique Wuxing Luan Zhuan Jing, the synergy of these 3 elements conferred an overwhelming strength, akin to soaring to the heavens with a single step. He even suspected that if he could prepare in advance and set up formations, he could contend evenly with that peak third-tier Tian Mo bloodsword. However, Luo Chen reconsidered. The urgency of rescuing the hostage was paramount, and there was no time for meticulous preparations and formations. In terms of speed and explosive power, the Wuxing Daoren could not match the martial artist's swiftness. Shortly thereafter, he reached a decision. Martial artist, you shall be my choice. Chapter 63, live broadcast at the headquarters of the Yucheng Special Operations Bureau. In the conference room, Jiang Hanyue pushed open the door and entered with a weary expression. The sight of a peak second-tier extraordinary practitioner appearing so fatigued indicated the intense workload she had endured in recent days. Frankly, Jiang Hanyue had not slept for 3 days in response to this emergency situation. Damn it, where the hell is that Bai Long sect hiding? She cursed inwardly. Ever since the conclusion of the Secret Realm exploration task, following the attack on the Yucheng Guardian by the Bai Long sect, Li Xianshan and Jiang Hanyue had accompanied Lu Nantian to Yucheng to establish a specialized emergency response team. Unfortunately, the Bai Long sect had left no trace at the scene of the attack, despite their best efforts. They could not reconstruct sufficient information for tracking and had to resort to a clumsy approach. They initiated a citywide sweep, investigating all potential leads. In these days, the local extraordinary practitioners had found themselves in dire straits. Many among them, who typically engaged in minor misdeeds, had escaped the attention of the Special Operations Bureau, but now, with the city gates ablaze, they were caught up in the chaos and rounded up. Regrettably, this approach yielded little success. During the search, the Special Operations Bureau did discover some traces of the Bai Long sect's activities, but these were merely low-tier affiliates. They had not encountered a single second-tier extraordinary practitioner, rendering the findings nearly useless. At that moment, Li Xianshan also entered the room. Jiang Hanyue turned to him and asked, "Has your team uncovered any leads?" "None." Li Xianshan shook his head. "All we have captured are recent recruits. We haven't even encountered a single dragon blood aberration." Jiang Hanyue's brow furrowed deeply. The dragon blood aberration was a creature that Luo Chen had slain during the Kuang Long Zhizhai mission. Typically, these beasts possess strength around the early second tier, but could reach the mid-second tier after consuming vitality to enter a berserk state. These monsters were devoid of intelligence, exceedingly bloodthirsty, and were produced by the Bai Long sect through proprietary techniques, thus constituting their latest breed of soldiers. However, the search had yielded no signs of such expendable creatures, indicating that they had yet to even grasp the enemy's true nature. It appears highly probable, as conjectured by our think tank, that they have concealed themselves within the Yiyang mountain range, hidden away in some clandestine stronghold. Jiang Hanyue sighed. Li Xianshan, equally perturbed, nodded in agreement. Every member of the special task force who had heard this speculation felt overwhelmed. The vastness of the Yiyang mountains is formidable. Who could ascertain where they have constructed their secret base? The special task force simply lacks the resources to conduct a thorough search of the entire range. Moreover, even if a comprehensive search were to be executed, it is likely that the elusive base would remain undiscovered. The enemy's hideout may well be deeply buried underground, fortified with concealment formations that cannot be easily detected by ordinary means. This is one of the shortcomings of the era of spiritual energy revival. In previous times, it would have been utterly implausible to build a secret base within the country while evading the scrutiny and oversight of state machinery. Yet now, with merely a handful of extraordinary individuals skilled in manipulating Earth, one can excavate a hidden base beneath the surface. The materials required for construction can be conveniently transported using storage bags. Even though the capacity of these bags is limited, multiple trips can suffice, making it nearly impossible to monitor their movements and the sources of their supplies. At that moment, a robust man with a square face entered the room. It was Lu Nantian. Jiang Hanyue and Li Xianshan turned to face him, and Jiang Hanyue inquired, "Lu Tiandi, did you uncover anything during your reconnaissance of the Yiyang mountain range?" "I found nothing," Lu Nantian replied, his brow furrowed with evident perplexity. "I traversed the entire mountain range, walking through the air. During my exploration, I unleashed my aura multiple times and launched several attacks against the mountains, hoping to draw the enemy's attention. As soon as they exhibited any intent to kill, I would have sensed it immediately. Unfortunately, they were too well hidden, and I gleaned no results. Is that so? Li Xianshan echoed, his brow deeply creased. Lu Nantian, as a master of martial arts, had reached the realm of sincere understanding. With such a level of spiritual awareness, he should have been able to sense any hostile emotions directed towards him, such as malice or hatred. Yet, despite this, the enemy had managed to remain undetected. Their caution was indeed infuriating. Jiang Hanyue stated solemnly, "It seems we must concede to the live broadcast demand they have proposed, do we not?" Earlier today, a disciple of the worship of the dragon came directly to the headquarters of the Special Task Force to surrender, bringing along a computer and requesting a live stream at a specific time today. Such a provocative act prompted the Special Task Force to employ various measures. They utilized soul-searching techniques on the disciple, only to find him to be an ordinary local resident of Yueqing, brainwashed and devoid of any useful information. Consequently, the Special Task Force was compelled to begin examining the computer that had been delivered. Li Xianshan spoke. "I inquired with the research department today, and they informed me that, although this computer resembles a laptop externally, it is constructed using a rather obscure form of rune alchemy. Both its operation and signal transmission rely on spiritual energy, rather than electromagnetic forces. Furthermore, it has undergone special encryption, and its architecture actively resists any external access, making it exceedingly difficult to trace the source of the live stream." This was hardly surprising. Lu Nantian remarked, "Since they dared to deliver the computer, they undoubtedly prepared thoroughly. What shall we do?" Jiang Hanyue directly questioned. "Given that they mentioned a live broadcast, it is evident that they intend to use hostages to negotiate terms with us. Although I am still unaware of the specifics of that secret project, its high level of confidentiality suggests it must be of great significance. If the worship of the dragon intends to leverage hostages to coerce us into revealing information about this project, how should we respond? In fact, the worship of the dragon's initiative for a live broadcast indicates that they were unable to obtain any intelligence from Rinjinzhong," Lu Nantian added after a pause. "I have already informed the relevant personnel overseeing the confidential project, and they have devised a comprehensive set of coherent false information. We can use this misinformation to engage with them, placating them to ensure Rin Huzhen's safety. We must buy sufficient time to locate their whereabouts. As our search has thus far been too brief, it appears this is the only course of action." Both Li Xianshan and Jiang Hanyue nodded in agreement. The trio swiftly traversed a long corridor and entered a conference room. Numerous individuals were already seated within. Among them were members of the research department clad in white lab coats, technical personnel in engineering uniforms, and various others from diverse positions. At the front of the room stood a large screen, beside which was the computer sent by the worship of the dragon. As the appointed time arrived, the live broadcast was set to commence. Chapter 64. Transmission in the conference room. A profound silence enveloped the assembly, as everyone awaited in hushed anticipation. The time for the live broadcast arrived. The computer in the adjacent room flickered to life, and the screen began to display an image. Perhaps due to its reliance on spiritual energy rather than mature electronic technology, the resolution was rather poor, estimated to be around 480p. The screen revealed an exceedingly cramped room. Devoid of decor, its walls and floor made of gray cement, with a solitary wooden chair positioned in the center. At that moment, a masked individual appeared on the screen. He stepped forward and introduced himself. "Greetings, heretics. I am the priest of the worship of the dragon, tasked with facilitating this exchange." The priest glanced at the screen. Squinting slightly, "Is this disrespectful? Not even revealing your face?" Facing him was a pitch-black camera. The dark camera emitted a faint red light, followed by a voice. In the conference room, Li Xianshan stepped forward, addressing the microphone. "I am Li Xianshan, representative of the Special Task Force, stationed in Liqing." He paused momentarily, his tone icy as he directly inquired, "How is Rin Jinzhong faring?" "He is quite well," the masked man, who referred to himself as the priest, replied coolly. No sooner had he spoken than the door to the cramped room swung open, and two figures entered, holding another person between them. The individual they restrained had his eyes covered with black tape, his mouth sealed, and his complexion pale, while there were no visible injuries. His drooping head indicated he was in a state of unconsciousness, bound by heavy iron chains adorned with glowing spiritual runes, rendering him immobile. The two masked disciples of the worship of the dragon positioned him in the center of the room, forcing him to sit in the wooden chair. "Do you see? We have brought the person," the priest said with a smile. In the conference room, the expressions of the attendees darkened. After all, he was a comrade who had once fought alongside them, now captured by the enemy in such a manner, even without visible signs of injury. The sight of him unconscious and bound was enough to tug at their hearts. The members of the special task force could not help but feel a surge of collective indignation. Wait, why is he unconscious? Li Xianshan immediately raised a question. With the ability to disguise appearances, how can we confirm that this is indeed Ren Jinzhong based solely on his current condition? Wake him up. We need to communicate and verify his identity. Impossible, don't even think about it. The priest of the worship of the dragon scoffed. The hostage is in our possession. And you expect to extract information through dialogue? I advise you to abandon that line of thought. He paused for a moment, and his tone suddenly shifted to one of arrogance. Since you have posed so many questions, it is only fair that we have a turn. Our demands are quite simple. If you answer our 3 questions honestly, we will release the hostage. How does that sound? This condition is reasonable, is it not? The priest of the Bailong Jiao Tuan spoke with an undertone of unyielding threat, adding, however, should you feign indifference or refuse to respond, I cannot guarantee what may transpire. Within the meeting room of the special task force, glances were exchanged among the attendees, leading to a hushed yet hurried discussion, the atmosphere thick with fragmented conversations. Jiang Hanyue furrowed her brow, pondering. It seems the other party has some ulterior motives. What exactly do they intend to accomplish? It's hard to say, Lu Nantian replied gravely, shaking his head. Currently, they hold a hostage, and the situation is in their hands. Our priority must be to delay. After deliberation, Li Xianshan spoke up. Ask your questions. The priest of the Bailong Jiao Tuan, showing no courtesy, stated bluntly, what is the specific purpose of the project in Yueqing? Following the plan, Li Xianshan began. The project is codenamed the Demai Project. In this era of continuous revival of spiritual energy, the destructive power of the strong will gradually increase. To ensure the safety of the populace, a vast array covering the entire city must be constructed, necessitating ample energy supply. Demai energy is one of the directions we are considering. Yueqing is the pilot city, and this plan primarily involves the transformation and utilization of Demai energy. Upon hearing this explanation, the priest merely scoffed and turned to one of the cultists, commanding, give him a shot. Without hesitation, the cultist withdrew a fearsome revolver from his waist and aimed it at the leg of the hostage, Ren Hu, pulling the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed, blood splattering forth as Ren Hu's leg was torn apart, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Remarkably, he merely swayed slightly, emitting no cry of pain, his head still hanging limply. What are you doing? Li Xianshan seethed, suppressing his fury. It is simply because you are not being forthright. Do you really think you can deceive us with false information? If it were merely a matter of the application of Demai energy, do you believe the Bailong Jiaotuan would come here? I advise you to abandon any tricks. The masked priest spoke with an air of arrogance, his tone dripping with certainty. The means of concealment of this stronghold could never be uncovered by you heretics, even if given more time. Quickly, answer my questions honestly, for the benefit of all involved. His demeanor was one of calm assurance, as if everything were under control. After a few seconds of silence without a response from the special task force, the priest narrowed his eyes. What is the matter? Have you lost your voices? Within the special task force's meeting room, a heavy silence fell over everyone. This was not a silence born of uncertainty in how to respond. The task force had prepared for the possibility of false information being unmasked. However, the current situation was entirely unexpected, leaving them unprepared. Li Xianshan stared dumbly at the large screen in the meeting room. Behind the 3 Bailong cultists, a familiar white light shot upwards, and a figure gradually materialized. Clad in martial arts attire, the figure stood tall like a pine tree, with a somewhat somber expression. It was none other than a member of the mysterious organization. The Shou Linghui. What is he doing here? This must be a joke, Jiang Hanyue exclaimed, her eyes twitching in disbelief. In the room, the priest finally sensed something amiss and, along with his 2 cultists, slowly turned around. When they faced the 5th, inexplicably appeared figure, a tempest of shock surged within the priest's heart. How is this possible? What is happening? Where did this person come from? How could anyone appear inside the stronghold? A barrage of questions erupted in his mind, obliterating his previous calm demeanor, his pupils dilating in alarm. I see. The landing point of this transmission is indeed quite peculiar. Luo Chen mused internally. Having just received the mission and materialized in the stronghold, he had caught the last few words of the leader's speech and understood the current circumstances. However, this suited me perfectly. Luo Chen reached out into the air, and the Conglong Jian appeared in his grasp. Activating his perception, he instantly discerned the movements of the enemy. There were 2 in the early stages of the 2nd tier and 1 in the late stage. Luo Chen assessed privately, feeling they were hardly sufficient opponents for his current martial artist form, yet they would serve well for a warm-up. Chapter 65. Massacre. With his perception fully engaged, every movement of the opposing cultist was laid bare before Luo Chen, akin to viewing the world through a lens. One of the Bailong cultists was moving his lips, seemingly chanting something. Another reached for his waist, likely to draw his weapon, while the leading priest's eyes gleamed with a golden light, evidently preparing some formidable spell, intent on resisting to the death. Yet these actions, under Luo Chen's current third-tier dynamic vision and neural reflexes, appeared absurdly slow, as though they were being played back in slow motion. "You'll be the first," Luo Chen declared, gripping the Konglong Jian and stepping forward. His gaze fixed on the cultist chanting the incantation. The cultist's eyes widened with a flash of panic, his speech quickening, but ultimately it proved futile. In this confined space, a mere few steps were inconsequential for a third-tier martial artist, let alone a minor second-tier cultist. Even a third-tier early-stage wuxing Taoist, if caught off guard at this distance, would likely be unable to even draw their wuxing zhengling zhu before meeting their demise beneath the Konglong Jian. With a swift motion, Luo Chen swung the heavy staff. Its weight transformed into a blur of speed, delivering an incredible upward strike in an instant. This was the fastest strike from Lu Jun Sihen. Lu Jun's first hatred, heaven's indifference. The heavy Konglong Jian penetrated the cultist's abdomen, tearing through with the force of a natural disaster. Ultimately bursting forth from the top of his skull, blood erupted into the air, and the unfortunate cultist's body was reduced to a gruesome mix of flesh and blood mist, gushing forth like a fountain, splattering against the ceiling before cascading down as a rain of crimson droplets. Naturally, Luo Chen was enveloped in a surge of internal energy, shielding him completely from the deluge. What? The priest's eyes shrank to the size of pinholes. A second-tier early-stage cultist, not considered weak, had been dispatched in an instant without even a chance to retaliate. A terrifying thought began to form in his mind. Could he be a third-tier powerhouse? Having successfully mastered the violet skill Jian Shunbu Huai, Luo Chen was now acutely aware of every ounce of power he possessed, seamlessly controlling it. He could even render his presence easily overlooked by his enemies. With the sacrifice of one comrade momentarily delaying the second cultist, he finally managed to draw his revolver. His finger pulled the trigger swiftly, firing 3 shots at the close-range Luo Chen. This revolver was specially crafted, boasting a caliber of a staggering 20 millimeters. To describe it as a gun would be an understatement. Hand cannon would be far more fitting. The bullet, priced at 1,000 Migua coins per round, is an alchemical projectile, and paired with his unparalleled rapid draw technique, he possesses complete confidence in his accuracy at this distance. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots are fired, 2 aimed at Luo Chen's chest, and 1 at his head. This exemplifies the quintessential Mozambique shooting technique. In the face of the incoming bullets, Luo Chen remains unfazed. With a series of muffled thuds, the 3 rounds, capable of penetrating a meter-thick homogeneous steel plate, strike what seems to be an exceedingly hard substance and deflect off harmlessly. Luo Chen stands firm, utterly unscathed. Since he perfected his body through his self-developed spiritual energy refinement technique, every inch of his skin, meridians, and even his bone marrow has been meticulously honed, achieving a terrifying level of resilience. Mere bullets cannot compare to my tempered flesh. Without hesitation, Luo Chen swings his hammer, denying this fool any chance to continue shooting. The Konglong Jian is raised high above his head and comes crashing down. Lu Jun's face twists in hatred. The ferocious force descends upon the foe's crown like a mountain crashing down. The adherent of the Bailong sect, wielding a revolver, utters not a word. He is struck by the overwhelming power, as if a meteor collided with Earth, instantly reduced to a uniform mass of flesh, blood splattering onto the floor. Remarkably, under Luo Chen's exquisite control of strength, the floor remains unscathed. With a long sigh of relief, Luo Chen raises his gaze towards the last remaining priest, whose complexion fluctuates between green and white, and states coolly, "You are the last one left." He swings the Konglong Jian with ease, as if twirling a windmill. Then politely inquires, "Will you not make a move? Make a move?" In such a situation, how could one dare to act? This individual kills second-tier novices as easily as one would slay a chicken. Clearly, he is immensely powerful, and the priest cannot bring himself to act. Clenching his teeth, the golden light in his eyes intensifies. Suddenly, he raises his hand, pointing at the figure bound to a chair between himself and Luo Chen, and shouts vehemently, "Do not approach. If you do, I will kill him." Luo Chen is momentarily taken aback, surprised by this turn of events. Wait. You are not from the Special Task Force." The priest seems to have had an epiphany, his eyes widening. "You do not recognize him? Who is he?" "I do not know him," Luo Chen retorts while silently swinging the Konglong Jian. The heavy weapon whirls through the air with a whoosh, stirring the atmosphere in the room into a tempest. The intimidation of this force causes the priest to squint, realizing something is amiss. Wait, before he can finish his sentence, Luo Chen suddenly lunges, the speed of the Kong Long Jian accelerating dramatically, closing the distance in an instant. The velocity of his strikes has vastly increased compared to before, leaving the priest no time to react. The special effect of the Kong Long Jian, Kong Long Yuhui, activates. This effect allows for an exponential increase in speed for the next attack if the previous strike missed its target. As Luo Chen had just swung his weapon without hitting, he now seizes the opportunity to unleash a sudden assault. Boom! The Kong Long Jian strikes precisely at the priestess' chest. In that moment, the priest's consciousness fades into oblivion, as if a dragon's roar reverberates through his mind, echoing like a mighty bell, causing his head to jolt violently. This is yet another effect of the Kong Long Jian, Zhen Long Jiwei. As his awareness begins to return, he instinctively looks down to find a gaping hole in his chest, and his arm, which had been aimed at the hostage, is now reduced to a pulp by Luo Chen's follow-up strike. Yu, blood surges in the priest's throat, and his feeble words are cut short as he collapses to the ground, lifeless. All done. Luo Chen exhales softly. At that moment, he notices the computer before him, which suddenly emits a voice he finds quite familiar. Mr. Martial Artist, is it you?